In 1984 Guangdao. An era when clubs blossomed everywhere. At Yuan Long Minqin Hospital, a young boy lying in bed slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly a voice rang inside his mind. Ding, the divine mall system has been successfully bound and memory integration completed. Shortly afterwards a torrent of memories, his past life, flooded into Chen Tianhao's mind. In his previous life he had lived in Lanchang Longguo Dianqing as a recently discharged elite soldier. On his way home Chen Tianhao spotted a small child stepping into the middle of the road amidst blaring horns and screeching brakes from a heavy truck. He dashed forward without a moment's hesitation. Just as the out-of-control truck was about to hit the child, he lunged and pushed the child to safety, sacrificing himself in the process as he lost consciousness. Perhaps by divine grace he was reborn, transported back to Guangdao in the 60s and 70s. As his racing thoughts subsided he suddenly remembered that he was still bound to a system. Tonzigu, are you there? Ding, I am here, host. Could you explain what use you serve, Tonzigu? Ding, as its name implies, this is the divine mall system where one can purchase virtually anything. However, for now only the level 1 mall has been unlocked for the host. Tonzigu, what does the level 1 mall offer? Can it grant me immortality and make me invincible? Ding, that is not possible. As mentioned, only the level 1 mall is available, specifically the character summoning mall and the attribute exchange mall have been opened for you. Tonzigu, then how do I open the system mall? Ding, the mall has been successfully opened. Host Chen Tianhao, nicknamed Liangzai Hao. Identity Dongxing CGO. System level 1. Age 17. Constitution 8. Spiritual power 83, normal being 10. Inventory space 1, beginner's gift pack. Coins 0. Skill specialized comprehensive combat Dashang, shooting Dashang, driving Dashang and street fighting Dashang. The skill levels from lowest to highest are beginner, proficient, minor, mastery, grand mastery and grandmaster. Characters summoning mall. Ordinary underling common shorty 1 coin, elite underling universusviv 10 coin, special character summon 100 coins, random summon of film characters. Attribute exchange mall 1 attribute point costs 10 coins with the coin cost increasing as attributes improve. Tonzigu, don't I also have a beginner's gift pack? Opened. Alright, host. The beginner's gift pack is being activated. Ding, congratulations host on receiving 100 coins and the skill hrough, which reveals affinity 030 for strangers, 3060 for casual friends, 6080 for acquaintances, 8090 for trustworthy individuals and above 90 for those who would never betray. Tonzigu, how does one acquire coins? Ding, the host may recharge it will 10,000 Hong Kong dollars equal 1 coin. At that moment a bold voice abruptly interrupted his conversation with the system. Good kid, you're finally awake. Had you not woken up I was about to take my people and deal with those riffraff at Hong Tai. The voice belonged to none other than Chen Tianhao's half-brother Chen Tianxiong, also known as Krogu, the fierce enforcer among the Dongxing 5 tigers. He scanned Crow with his true I named Chen Tianxiong. Constitution 14. Spiritual power 8. Affinity 100. Seeing this, Chen Tianhao silently marveled. As expected of a true brother, his intellect mirrored exactly that of his former self before his memories awakened. No wonder in his past life he'd been betrayed by the sly smiling tiger Wu Jiwei, but now things were different. Coming back to his senses, Chen Tianhao said, "Big brother, you're here." Crow asked with concern, "How are you feeling? Is anything amiss?" Gazing at Crow's concerned expression, Chen Tianhao replied, "I'm fine, just a few more days of rest and I'll be back to form." Seeing that Chen Tianhao was alright, Crow inquired, "By the way, how did you end up tangling with that bastard, the Hongtai Crown Prince?" Chen Tianhao responded with a sheepish laugh, "It wasn't my plan. Sahang Ji's subordinate Sangbiao mentioned that Hongtai's casino was a gold mine. So I went to Wang Tai Sin with him and ended up crossing paths with that wretched prince. After winning money they accused me of cheating and demanded 1 million as compensation or else they'd cut off my hand. I couldn't accept that and this is how it turned out." Crow retorted irritably, "You little rascal, you remain clueless despite being set up. They colluded to swindle you clear as day. Do you have any idea that the factory was jointly established by Sahang and Uncle Hongtai's generation with a Bayo? If I hadn't had Ah Dong and the others tailing you, you wouldn't have made it back." Chen Tianhao chuckled and said, "Hee, isn't it fortunate to have a big brother like you?" Crow seethed with anger inside, yet he reminded himself that they were brothers and turned to address Desang behind him. "Humph, bastard, how dare they cut my brother off? Desang, get someone tonight. I shall go to Wang Tai Sin to stake my claim." With that, Crow's lead subordinate Desang prepared to set off on his errand. Chen Tianhao immediately said, "No need, big brother, I can handle it myself." Crow stared at him in disbelief and remarked, "You mean you expect me to help you collect the bodies?" "Big brother, rest assured, I will handle it. If anything arises, I'll come find you." Seeing Chen Tianhao's confident look, Crow did not object. "Alright then, have Ah Dong and the others follow you. If anything happens, call me. Also, here is $1,000,000. First heal your wounds, vengeance can be discussed later. The phone here is the big brother's mobile." After Crow finished speaking he took out a thick wad of money from his bag, then rose and left with Desang. Watching Crow depart, Chen Tianhao resolved that slow revenge was not his style. If they had schemed against him, he would give them a big surprise. He promptly opened the character summoning maul, eyeing the 100 coins offered by his beginner's gift pack. Tonzi, go summon for me 5 elite underlings and 50 ordinary underlings. Ding, summon successful. They have been positioned within 1 kilometer of the host and will converge automatically. 3 to 4 minutes later, dense footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the ward. Ah Dong peeked out only to quickly retract his head. How go, something's wrong. There's a crowd outside, have Fizai and the others take you away while I hold them off. Seeing Ah Dong's anxious expression, Chen Tianhao quickly replied, don't worry, they're all our own. Hearing his reassurance, Ah Dong looked at him with bewilderment. Observing his interface panel revealed name Wang Dong Ah Dong. Constitution 11. Spiritual power 10. Affinity 92. Noticing his remarkably high affinity of 92, Ah Dong remarked, these have all been arranged by Big Brother. After all, Hongtai's might is not to be underestimated. We must be well prepared, for the few of us alone can hardly overcome them. After speaking, Chen Tianhao surveyed the room filled with over 50 people, with his blood surging in excitement. This was his capital, to roam the underworld at will. Then he said to Ah Dong, here is $100,000. Take them downstairs to make proper arrangements and also check where the Crown Prince will be tonight. I'll join you later to handle matters. At night, 3 Haishur vans were parked quietly across the road from the Hongtai casino entrance. Inside sat Chen Tianhao, brother Hao, who had just left the hospital together with his group of underlings. Watching the constant stream of people going in and out the place looking imposing and prosperous, Chen Tianhao asked, Dong, are you sure the Crown Prince will come here tonight? Yes. According to one of the waiters inside, today is their monthly accounting day, so the Crown Prince is certain to come to collect the money. When Dong finished speaking, the car fell into silence. They simply waited quietly for the Crown Prince to arrive. No one knew how much time had passed. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, Dong suddenly shouted, brother Hao, he's here, the Crown Prince is here. Hearing this, Chen Tianhao immediately looked out the window and saw a man climb out of a sports car with more than a dozen short stocky henchmen following closely behind. Seeing that their main target had arrived, Chen Tianhao did not hesitate and ordered the driver under him drive straight into them. As their vehicle lunged forward, the cars behind also started up, circling in to surround them. Before the Crown Prince's group could even react, the van had already rammed into them. Several slow-reacting short henchmen were knocked flying and run over again. Miserable screams rang out as the street was instantly filled with wails of agony. As soon as the vehicle screeched to a halt, Chen Tianhao shouted, hack them to death for me. The moment his words fell, Dong and the others swiftly flung open the doors, clutching blades as they charged toward the other side. Amid a chorus of anguished cries, watching Dong and the rest chasing down the Crown Prince's lackeys and hacking at them with knives, Chen Tianhao turned to the 5 elite underlings who had stayed by his side and said, go seize the Crown Prince for me. Don't let that bastard escape. Seeing so many people coming at him with blades, the Crown Prince was scared out of his wits and bolted toward the casino entrance in panic. Just as he was about to reach it, 5 burly men suddenly blocked his path. He hastily shouted, who are you people? Do you know who I am? Watch out or I'll have men chop you to pieces. I'm the Crown Prince of Hongtai. Hey, what are you doing? Let go. Before he could finish flaunting his background, the 5 burly men had already hoisted him up and were dragging him toward Chen Tianhao's vehicle. As he continued to struggle, he suddenly heard, we've got the Crown Prince. Brothers, fall back. Immediately after, he saw the one man he least wanted to see, Chen Tianhao. He glanced at the street now in utter ruin and at the Hongtai thugs who had gathered and were charging in their direction. With Dong and the others already in the vehicles and a blade pressed against his neck, the Crown Prince looked once more at the knife and decisively abandoned all struggle. Amid a storm of curses behind them, he was taken away. Stop. I'll kill you. How dare you kidnap the Crown Prince? Don't you know this is Hongtai territory? In Yuan Long, inside an abandoned factory, the Crown Prince whimpered, brother, how I was wrong. I'm begging you, please let me go. My old man Chen Mei has a lot of money. You know he only has this one son. Call him, I'll talk to him, no matter how much you want he'll give it to you. Please brother, how let me go. Just then Dong walked over holding a brick-sized mobile phone. Brother, how it's the boss on the line. Chen Tianhao took the phone. Hello big brother, what is it? On the other end came Oya's voice, Luo Tua just called me asking if I was the one who kidnapped the Crown Prince and telling me to release him. So I'm calling to ask you, do you have the Crown Prince with you? Yeah. I just went and brought him over to have a little discussion about life, Chen Tianhao replied casually. Hearing this, Wuya instructed him with a laugh, good kid, you got it done without making a sound. Since that's the case, go all out, don't hold back. I'll handle Luo Tua. Whatever happens, your big brother will stand in front of you. Alright, I'll make sure they learn a proper lesson. With that, Chen Tianhao hung up the phone. Turning his head toward the Crown Prince, who was locked in a cage, he said, let's talk, Crown Prince. We had no grudges between us, why did you set me up? The Crown Prince raised his head and glanced at me, replying timidly, it's all because the cops have been cracking down so hard lately. That old bastard Chen Mei set his sights on brother Wuya's supply line in Holland. When he couldn't come to terms with brother Woya, he told me to find a way to kidnap you and use you to threaten Woya. Then he clung to the cage saying, brother, how I was wrong. Please let me go. However much money you want, I'll have that old man send it to you. Adong, give him the phone, Shen Tianhao ordered. Call him yourself and see how much your life is worth. Watching the crown prince seize the phone, he hurriedly fumbled with the keypad and soon the line connected. Hello, who is this? Came a voice. Dad, it's me, the crown prince, he answered. Hearing his son's voice, Chen Mei quickly asked, Crown Prince, where are you right now? Tell Dad and I'll come save you immediately. Dad, I'm at Chen Tianhao's, no, at brother house place, the crown prince said, glancing at Chen Tianhao as he corrected himself. At once Chen Mei's furious curses exploded through the receiver. You bastard, how dare you kidnap my son? You've got a death wish, put him on the phone. Chen Mei roared. The crown prince, sensing the situation, obediently handed the phone to Chen Tianhao. Brother, how it's for you. Chen Tianhao took the call. Hello, Uncle Mei. Immediately a furious bellow came from the other end. You bastard, are you treating my Hongtai like nothing? You dare to kidnap my son? After a brief pause, Chen Tianhao said, Uncle Mei, there's no need to lose your temper like that. Weren't you the one who plotted against me first? Here's the deal, if you want the crown prince's life, send 5 million in cash to Shenzhen Bay and Yuan Long immediately. Otherwise I can't guarantee he'll come back in one piece. With that he hung up. In the villa at Hongtai's headquarters in Wang Taisan, the sound of the call ending made Chen Mei so furious that he slammed the phone to the floor with a bang and shouted, you bastard, this isn't over between us. He then barked about arrange for someone to deliver 5 million to Shenzhen Bay and bring the crown prince back first. We'll settle accounts with him slowly afterward. Back at Chen Tianhao's place, after he assigned Fizai to take men to collect the money, he began pondering what he should do in the future. Ever since his memories had awakened, he understood that he could not let his big brother keep dealing in drugs or they would inevitably be wiped out. Chen Tianhao not only intended to soar to great heights himself, he also wanted to pull his big brother up with him and would never allow him to repeat the same mistake and die at the hands of Chen Haonan. While he was deep in thought, Fizai and the others returned. Seeing him come and carrying 2 bulging bags, Chen Tianhao knew that the old fox Chen Mei had not gone back on his word. He opened the bags, and at the sight of the stacks of crisp banknotes a sense of reassurance rose within him. This would be the capital with which he could firmly plant his feet in the underworld of Hong Kong Island. He immediately took out 500,000 and handed it to Fizai. Take this down and divide it among the brothers. After all, even the underlings he had summoned were flesh and blood who needed to eat and drink. He naturally could not treat them poorly. Then he looked toward Adong. These 100,000 are yours, he said, tossing another stack over to him. Adong, get ready. In a while you're coming with me to see big brother. As for the crown prince, keep him locked up for another 2 days, I still have use for him. All right, brother, how? Adong replied, then turned and went downstairs. Adong called out, how good, the car is ready. Shall we head out now? Let's go. After saying that, Chen Tianhao walked toward the sea lion van outside the factory. Sitting in the car, Chen Tianhao looked at the money that Chen Mei had just sent over. He gave 500,000 to his little brother, 100,000 to Adong, leaving him with 4 million. He then thought in his heart, Tongzi Ge, recharge 4 million for me in exchange for 10 points of free attribute points. Ding, recharge completed, gold coin balance 410 attribute points exchanged successfully, deducting 100 gold coins. Intelligence increased by 2 points with the rest allocated to physique. As the operation was completed, he felt a surge of power within him, and even the injuries on his body had nearly healed. His physique had now reached 16 points and his intelligence was also at 15 points. With his current physique, handling 3 to 5 opponents was no problem. After integrating the memories and skills, he felt that taking on 20 should be manageable. At just 17 years old, even without adding points, his attributes still had significant room for improvement in the future. As the car drove, he unknowingly arrived at the crow's base. During usual times, he would hang out with a group of crow's subordinates here. Getting out of the car and walking inside, he saw Desang playing cards with a few little brothers. Chen Tianhao casually asked, Desang, where's my big brother? Seeing that it was Chen Tianhao, Desang smiled and stood up. Aha, you're here. Brother Crow is practicing boxing on the 2nd floor. You can go right up. After hearing Desang, Chen Tianhao went directly upstairs and saw Brother Crow throwing punches at a sandbag. Brother Crow had become the decision-maker of Dongxing Yuanlang through hard-earned strength. His fierce determination meant that few dared to defy him in the Yuanlang base. Therefore he often practiced boxing in his spare time. Big brother. Hearing the voice, Brother Crow immediately stopped. Turning around, he said, Aha, you're here. He then approached and punched Chen Tianhao playfully, who pretended to be in pain, and said, Wow, big brother, you don't know I'm injured. Startled Brother Crow quickly came over to check on Chen Tianhao. How are you? Are you okay? Haha, just a minor scrape. Look how worried you are. You little rascal, are you itching for a beating? This made Chen Tianhao reminisce about the past when he used to get beaten for being disobedient. But now who would dare to hit him? He chuckled. Hey big brother, has Camel been causing you trouble? What can Camel say? It's the same old routine, respect your elders, be harmonious for profit. Speaking of which, I must say you've done well to deal with the prince so quickly and gained a lot from it. Well, it's not too much. Speaking of which, this time it was because of the Dutch line that they set me up. Relying on drugs is not a long-term strategy, it will eventually be settled. Have you thought about doing something else, big brother? Brother Crow looked at him, feeling that Chen Tianhao seemed like a different person. But after thinking it over, he decided to just let it be since he was still his brother. He continued, I want to cut ties too, but my brothers rely on this for a living. If you can't pay them, who will stick with you? That will scatter the hearts of the people. Hearing Brother Crow say this, Chen Tianhao thought of how Hong Tai just happened to have a dock in deep water port which could be used for smuggling. Since he was already planning to deal with Hong Tai, he decided not to hesitate. He said, but that's not the solution, big brother. How much stock do you have left? Just transfer it to other bosses at a price 20 lower than the market. Collect the money first and stabilize the little brothers below. We will only keep the elite and establish a security company following all legal procedures. That way we become taxpayers and even the governor can't do anything about us. That's only a temporary fix, it's not a long-term solution. Have you considered what to do next? Brother Crow responded and asked. Big brother, don't you have a line in Holland? We can definitely get into smuggling. All those big shots in Hong Kong Island made their fortunes through smuggling. After Chen Tianhao finished speaking, Brother Crow, who had been deep in thought, knew that he was interested. He just needed to add a little more fuel to the fire. At that moment, Brother Crow suddenly said, smuggling is possible, but we don't have a suitable port to ship from. Hearing him say this, Chen Tianhao knew this matter was secure. He then shared his thoughts, I'll handle that. Doesn't Hong Tai have a dock in deep water port? Since they set me up first, don't blame me for planting my flag on their territory. You just go find someone to set up the company and I'll take care of the rest. Brother Crow also recognized the feasibility of this plan. Cutting off the drugs now was better than being wiped out later. Even if he were to be settled afterward, he could find another place to live. He continued, okay, I'll arrange for someone to set up the company. Since you want to do this tomorrow just happens to be the monthly Dongqing meeting. You can come with me, and as long as you can take the territory in deep water port, I'll definitely have the boss open a hall for you. Also, I'll clarify the matter with Sang Biao colluding with outsiders and framing the same sect. This time I want to see how that little bastard Sha Meng resolves this. Hearing this, Chen Tianhao remembered that there was still the issue with Sang Biao, but he didn't know if Sha Meng was involved since he was also in the drug trade. Even if this matter isn't discussed at the conference, I will still seek them out to resolve it. I will not just endure this. Brother Crow listened to Chen Tianhao and immediately responded, alright, then you'll come with me to the main hall tomorrow and see what those old guys have to say. With the matter settled, Chen Tianhao prepared to go downstairs to arrange for his little brothers to handle things. He then said, since that's the case, I'll go prepare now. Also send people out to probe into Hong Tai's background. With that, Chen Tianhao stood up and went downstairs to find a Dong who was playing cards with Desang and the others. Brother Crow continued practicing his boxing. When he reached downstairs, he saw a Dong and the others having a good time. Chen Tianhao gently called out a Dong. A Dong, seeing Chen Tianhao calling him, immediately dropped the cards in his hand and asked, how go, what's the matter? You should go back now and scatter the little brothers. Find out how many people Hong Tai has in deep water port and how many venues they control. A Dong excitedly said, how go are we going to take action against Hong Tai? Chen Tianhao casually replied, since we've already offended them, we might as well strike first. You go arrange them to get to work. Alright, how go, I'll go arrange it right away, a Dong said, striding out. Watching a Dong leave, Chen Tianhao began to think about how to maximize benefits at tomorrow's Dongqing meeting. As the morning light broke, Chen Tianhao recalled that he was supposed to attend a meeting at the main hall with the Crow, so he slowly got up, dressed, and stepped out of his room. He glanced at Desang, who was sitting on the sofa, and asked, Desang, where's my elder brother? Just as he finished speaking, a grumbling voice replied, what the hell? Which legitimate little mule holds a meeting so early in the morning? Once I become the leader, I'll have meetings at night. Fortunately, it was only Chen Tianhao, and Desang present otherwise with those words people would accuse him of betraying his master. However, it was evident that the Crow was an ambitious individual, albeit a bit foolish. But now that I, Chen Tianhao, am here, things are different. After all, who doesn't want to be the boss? With that thought, Chen Tianhao smiled and said, haha, don't worry, elder brother, that day won't be far off. After speaking, he saw the Crow staggering over and asking Desang, are the things ready? Hearing the Crow's question, Desang immediately picked up the box beside his feet and said to the Crow, it's all here, brother Crow. Looking at the box that Desang was holding, the Crow turned to Chen Tianhao and said, then let's go, I will take you to meet the bosses of our East Star. With that, they headed downstairs towards a Ford sedan. Seeing the 7 or 8 younger brothers waiting at the entrance, Desang shouted, get in the car. After he shouted, the Crow had already quietly seated himself in the car. Chen Tianhao followed the crow into the back seat. Desang took the passenger seat while another younger brother drove and the rest of the younger brothers boarded the van behind. As the car started and began to move slowly, watching the houses retreating behind, the crow suddenly said to me, "Here, take this." Chen Tianhao quietly looked at the large black star he handed over, and since he already had one at his waist he casually accepted it, saying, "Is this really necessary, elder brother? Aren't we all on the same side?" The crow slapped Chen Tianhao on the head and said, "You foolish boy, is there anyone good in this line of work? Do you still want to entrust your life to others?" Chen Tianhao chuckled awkwardly and replied, "On a day like today surely no one would be so blind." The crow looked at Chen Tianhao and said, "What about Sang Biao? Aren't you afraid he'll act out of desperation? Betraying one's own is a serious offense." Upon hearing what the crow said, Chen Tianhao silently placed the large black star at his waist and then stored it in his system space. In such an atmosphere, time passed quickly. After about 30 minutes they saw a building resembling an ancestral hall standing before them. They had arrived at the East Star main hall. As the car stopped, Chen Tianhao followed the crow out with Desang slowly trailing behind us. Looking at the cars parked at the entrance, it seemed many bosses had already arrived. Just as we were walking in, a voice suddenly interrupted our steps. Crow. Turning around they saw a smiling man approaching. This person was Wu Jiwei, the Smiling Tiger, one of the 5 tigers of East Star. At this moment the crow said, "Smiling Tiger, you've struck it rich," smiling so happily. Smiling Tiger responded with a grin, "If I don't smile, how can I be called the Smiling Tiger?" After finishing he looked at Chen Tianhao and said, "How you're looking more handsome than ever. I heard you were schemed against by the Hong Tai people. Are you all right?" Since the crow often associated with Smiling Tiger, Chen Tianhao was also familiar with him. Chen Tianhao replied, "I'm fine, just a minor injury." "By the way, Tiger brother, you're joking again. How could I compare to you?" The crow glanced at Chen Tianhao and Smiling Tiger, who were still busy exchanging compliments, and interrupted, "Let's go inside and start the meeting. We can talk more afterwards." With that they headed inside. Chen Tianhao and Smiling Tiger exchanged glances and followed suit. Upon reaching the conference hall they saw that only Camel and Uncle Ben were absent. Seated at the conference table were the leader of Yuan Long, the downhill tiger crow, the leader of Kun Tong, the Smiling Tiger, Wu Jiwei, the leader of Causeway Bay, the capturing tiger, Sito Haonan, the leader of Wan Chai, the thunder tiger, Lei Yaoyang, the leader of Sha Tin, the golden hair tiger, Sha Mantis, the leader of Kowloon Kola, Uncle Ben's right-hand man, the leader of Central, the Emperor, and also De Dong from Taipa. As for the others, they were the lower ranks from various halls, such as the Red Stick, the White Paper Fan, and the Grass Shoes, along with some old acquaintances. Among them Chen Tianhao spotted an old acquaintance, Sang Biao. Upon seeing Chen Tianhao he slowly turned his head away. Using his true eye to scan the room he found that only Smiling Tiger and the Emperor had a favorability rating above 80, while others ranged from 50 to 60. There were also 2 with a favorability rating of 0. Sha Mantis and Sang Biao, as Sha Mantis, Kola, and Lei Yaoyang were all part of Uncle Ben's faction, which resulted in their low favorability. Looking at the scene before him he realized that Sha Mantis would be a formidable rival in the future, as a single misstep could lead to a fierce conflict between the 2 factions. As the crow and Smiling Tiger sat down, the Emperor was about to say something when they heard a series of greetings. Leader Uncle Ben. As the greetings continued, Camel and Uncle Ben arrived at their seats. Camel said, "Since everyone is here, let's get started." As Camel finished speaking, Lei Yaoyang took out a box and said, "I'm still the same, 1 million. Following him was De Dong. "I'll put in 1.5 million. The Emperor 1.6 million. Smiling Tiger 2 million. Then it was the crow's turn. "I'll stick to my usual 1.8 million. Situ Haonan 2 million. Kola 800,000. Sha Mantis, recently the cops have been strict and the younger brothers have no job, so I'll contribute a bit less, 500,000. From the regulation fees it was clear that Uncle Ben's faction members were all trying to get away with paying less. Even Lei Yaoyang only paid 1 million just to make a point, which was a waste given his territory in Wan Chai. Looking at the people seated after paying their fees, Camel slowly said, "It seems everyone is doing well in business. That's good. Keep it up. Now that we're holding a meeting, does anyone have anything to say?" Just as Camel finished speaking, the Emperor stood up and said, "Camel, you've always taught us to respect our teachers and uphold brotherhood, yet I've heard that someone is colluding with outsiders to betray their own." Smiling Tiger also chimed in, "Such a person deserves to be punished according to the rules of the gang." He occasionally glanced towards Sha Mantis. Seeing this scene, Chen Tianhao realized that his elder brother the crow had likely tipped them off to observe Sha Mantis' reaction. At this moment Sha Mantis slammed the table and stood up, saying, "Who the hell is spreading rumors outside claiming my little brother Sang Biao is betraying our own? Do they have any proof? If a little mule is still talking about evidence, what are you even doing in society? Why don't you go work at the cop shop?" said the Emperor. Upon hearing this, Sha Mantis yelled, "You bastard, what are you talking about?" The Emperor, not to be outdone, retorted, "I'm talking about you, idiot. You bastard, be careful or I'll chop you down." Sha Mang shouted. If it weren't for Lei Yaoyang holding him back, he would have rushed in to fight. The camel tapped the table and stood up, saying, "What good does all this shouting do? Can it solve the problem? Do you want to put on a show in front of me? Since the camel has spoken, I will also stand up and say we are all brothers in this together. Why create an unpleasant situation? Let's sit down and talk this over. I believe Sha Mang is not that kind of person. Let the parties involved explain what really happened." Seeing how earnest I was being, one could tell that Sha Mang hadn't told me the truth at all. Now I would be the one to face embarrassment. It seemed it was my turn. Just as Chen Tianhao was about to say something, he heard his brother Wu Ya say, "You brainless fool, you can't even do it cleanly. When you make a mistake you don't even dare to admit it. You're making it hard for me." Does Sha Mang have the strength to flip the table? Yes, but he is not Wu Ya. Why is it now fashionable for the smaller ones to make mistakes and have the big boss take the blame? Why is the shouting never ending? If that's the case, even if we had 10 lives it wouldn't be enough. Kula said, shifting his gaze to Chen Tianhao. Seeing that the conversation had reached this point, Chen Tianhao slowly walked towards Sha Mang and said, "Brother Sha Mang, don't you know what your top horse Xiao Biao has done?" "What? Do they have to report everything they do to me? I would be exhausted." Sha Mang glared at Chen Tianhao. Seeing the murderous look on his face, Chen Tianhao chuckled. "What if one day the little brother wants to kill the big brother and you don't even know how you died?" Upon hearing this, Sha Mang grabbed the ashtray on the table and hurled it at Chen Tianhao. Without hesitation, Chen Tianhao dodged and threw a punch at him, sending Sha Mang flying back faster than he had come. Watching Chen Tianhao and Sha Mang fight, Tisang and Xiao Biao also stood off against their little brothers, ready to clash at any moment. Sha Mang shook his head and was about to charge forward again when Kula pulled him back, saying, "We are all brothers of the same sect, why not sit down and talk this through?" Lei Yaoyang then extended his hand to Chen Tianhao, saying, "Not bad, you should practice more. Since brother Yaoyang is so interested, why not try it now?" As Chen Tianhao reached out to shake his hand just as they were about to engage in a contest of strength, the camel spoke up, saying, "Let's leave it at that for now. Let Ahao explain what the matter is." Once the camel had spoken, Lei Yaoyang had no choice but to reluctantly withdraw his hand. Seeing everyone looking at him, Chen Tianhao pointed at Xiao Biao, who was standing next to Sha Mang, and said, "Xiao Biao, he is the top horse of our Sha Tian gang, and it was he who colluded with Hong Tai's people to set me up at the casino. As for why, I believe he knows best." "You're talking nonsense. I don't even know why they would target you. Didn't you offend someone yourself? I was kind enough to bring you to make money," Xiao Biao exclaimed. "Oh, who among the bosses here doesn't know that the casino is run by Sha Mang and Hong Tai's uncle Abao? Do you think you're so kind as to let me take money from your own casino?" Upon hearing Chen Tianhao's words, Xiao Biao stuttered, "You little bastard, you're framing me. I absolutely don't know any prince." "Ha, what are you panicking about? Did I mention a prince? Or are you feeling guilty for being a thief?" As soon as Chen Tianhao finished speaking, Xiao Biao charged at him, yelling, "I'll kill you, you little bastard." As he got closer to Chen Tianhao faster than Xiao Biao grabbed his hand and forcefully pushed it to his chest, followed by a shoulder throw, causing the chair where Kolo had just been sitting to shatter into pieces instantly. At this moment, Sha Mang, realizing what was happening, began to charge in, but Wu Ya suddenly pulled out a gun and pointed it at his head, grinning, and said, "Let the little ones handle the small matters, okay?" "You bastard, you have no manners," Sha Mang said, eyeing the gun in Wu Ya's hand cautiously. "Rules are for brothers. When have you ever seen me, Wu Ya, follow rules with others?" Wu Ya scoffed. At that moment, Ben Shu shouted, "Wu Ya, put the gun down. Are you trying to rebel? Oh, it seems like the fun is over." After saying this, he put the gun away and turned to Chen Tianhao, saying, "I'll continue. If there's trouble, your big brother will handle it for you." Chen Tianhao looked at Xiao Biao, who was writhing in pain on the floor, and knew it was time to get down to business. He tossed a recording pen onto the table, which he had arranged for Dong to record after receiving money from Chen Mei just for this moment. "Brother Hao, please spare me. This was all arranged by my dad, that old thing Chen Mei, for me to set this up with Xiao Biao. Xiao Biao said you were just a useless person living off your big brother, and taking you down would be a piece of cake. I'm begging you, brother Hao, whatever amount you want, I'll have that old thing send it over. Just let me go." As the recording played, the camel slowly stood up and said, "Since the evidence is conclusive, let's hold a family meeting to execute the house rules." Seeing the situation was dire, Ben Shu stood up and left. Muttering, "Useless thing." Kolo and Lei Yaoyang followed suit and left. Sha Mang glared viciously at Chen Tianhao as he looked at Xiao Biao lying on the ground and warned, "You'd better watch out." Watching the departing figures, no one paid them any mind. After paying respects to Guan Eri, the emperor eagerly said, "Let me handle this." With that, he ran over with a knife and brutally stabbed Xiao Biao lying on the ground 3 times. Watching Xiao Biao clutching his stomach and screaming on the ground, he called over a couple of people to drag him out. If his brother Sha Mang had informed Ben Shu in advance about this matter, allowing them to prepare even if they had to enforce the house rules, it wouldn't have led to such a miserable ending for him. He could only blame his bad luck. Seeing that the matter had concluded, the camel said, "With this incident our situation will become even more tense." The smiling tiger chimed in, "Sha Mang is a brainless brute, not worth much. As long as we can bring Lei Yaoyang down, just relying on Kowloon won't stir up much trouble. The camel sighed, saying as long as he doesn't act foolishly, let him be. By the way, how do you plan to handle the situation with Hong Tai? Wu Ye replied, boss, I was just about to say they took action against Ah Hao first and it gives us a legitimate reason to retaliate. Ah Hao also said he could handle it himself, but if he takes over the territory, can you give him a haul? The smiling tiger added, if Ah Hao can take a piece of meat from Hong Tai, it wouldn't be a bad idea to give him a haul. This way we can also check Ben Shu's expansion. How it's good for young people to have ambition. As long as you can take Hong Tai's territory, I will definitely promote you to Hall Master. The camel promised. Now that everything is settled, let's disperse. Just as the camel finished speaking, the emperor rushed over and put his arm around Chen Tianhao's shoulder, saying, Ah Hao, you've improved a lot since we last met. If you were really that capable, you wouldn't have been beaten into the hospital. Wu Ye mocked. Chen Tianhao chuckled, well, I still have my big brother. Enough of this, since everything is fine, how about we go to the Dragon and Phoenix restaurant for a drink? The smiling tiger suggested. Let's go. Alright, I have nothing going on. Chen Tianhao said, tiger brother, you and my big brother can go, but I still need to take down Hong Tai's territory first, and when I do I will treat you all to a celebration. Okay. If you need more people, call me and I'll have a Gue bring some people to help you. After the smiling tiger finished speaking, he called Wu Ye and the others to leave. Only Chen Tianhao was left at the scene. He took out his phone and called Ah Dong. Listening as the call connected, Ah Dong, send someone to pick me up at the main hall. On the other end of the line, upon hearing Chen Tianhao's voice, he replied, okay brother, I'll be there right away. Night fell. The darkness enveloped the land as if whispering untold stories. Chen Tianhao stood by the window looking down at the hundreds of his underlings and asked A Dong behind him, how is it? A Dong stepped forward, his eyes filled with determination, and said, boss, everything is ready. We're just waiting for your command. We will definitely give those guys from Hong Tai a harsh lesson. Chen Tianhao nodded, turned around and scanned the excited A Dong and the expressionless Li Wang in the room. Taking a deep breath, he said, tonight is our golden opportunity to make a name for ourselves. Li Wang, you take 50 men to seize Hong Tai's dock. As for A Dong and the remaining brothers, they will follow me straight into their deep water area, striking swiftly to take them down without giving them a chance to react. Let's go, set off. As soon as Chen Tianhao's words fell, he led Li Wang and A Dong downstairs. Looking at the bustling group of underlings and the more than 20 sea lion vans, he shouted loudly. Brothers, get in the cars. Watching as the underlings piled into the vehicles, Chen Tianhao walked towards the foremost one with A Dong while Li Wang led the underlings to another vehicle. Once Chen Tianhao and the others boarded, the convoy of vans began to roll out slowly. Inside the vehicles no one spoke, they silently awaited the impending battle. As they approached Hong Tai's territory, the last 5 vehicles veered off the convoy towards a different direction. The 5 departing vehicles were led by Li Wang and his 50 men, targeting the dock at Hong Tai's deepwater area. Some might say that 50 men is a bit few. In fact, if it weren't for needing someone to collect the bodies, just Li Wang alone would suffice. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the vehicle suddenly came to a halt. Chen Tianhao looked at the empty street ahead and knew that Hong Tai must have been prepared. He immediately signaled for the underlings to get out of the car. At this moment, A Dong said, tie those ribbons tightly, don't accidentally harm our own men later. Chen Tianhao directly walked towards the street and A Dong quickly followed with the underlings. Halfway across they saw that the other end of the street was already filled with people. Looking over, there were at least 300 opponents, even after some had been dispatched to Hong Tai's headquarters. As they approached, a bald man stepped forward. This man was Liang Ziyao, the head of Xiao Bao Wang's crew. He was originally a mainlander who, while trying to sneak in, encountered marine police. When his boat was searched, he jumped into the water to evade capture and lost consciousness when washed ashore, only to be picked up by Xiao Bao Wang. Later, during gang fights, he displayed remarkable skills and was thus valued by Xiao Bao Wang. Liang Ziyao then spoke, kid, is there no one left in Dongxing? You actually sent just a little brat like you out here. Get lost and go home to drink milk, I'm afraid you'll wet your pants looking for your mommy later. After finishing, he laughed heartily, and even the underlings behind Liang Ziyao joined in the laughter. As for why Xiao Bao Wang was absent, it was naturally because that old guy Chen Mei had summoned him to Hong Tai's headquarters. Looking at the laughing little mules across from him, Chen Tianhao showed no expression and simply said, kill them all. After saying that, he snatched the knife from A Dong and rushed forward. Seeing their boss charge, A Dong shouted and led the brothers into the fray. Brothers, kill those dogs from Hong Tai. Liang Ziyao watched as the Dongxing rascals charged towards them. Brothers, kill them. Whoever kills Chen Tianhao, I'll personally ask the boss to reward him with a promotion plus a bonus of $20,000. What's the point of being out here? Isn't it for money and power? Now as long as they kill Chen Tianhao, they not only get money but can also rise in status. Hearing Liang Ziyao's words, Hong Tai's underlings roared and charged forward. As the two groups closed in, the sounds of battle wails and the clashing of knives and steel pipes quickly echoed throughout the street. Especially around Chen Tianhao, who was being particularly targeted by Hong Tai's underlings. The cries were incessant. Whenever one was taken down, another would immediately take their place, resembling a rampaging bull. Seeing this, Chen Tianhao held nothing back. He targeted the arms and legs of the Hong Tai underlings that rushed at him, ensuring they lost their combat effectiveness. As more and more Hong Tai underlings gathered, Chen Tianhao began aiming for vital points. One newly charged Hong Tai underling, still unprepared, had his throat slashed in an instant. Then he moved on to the next target. At that moment he felt a chill at his back, rolled forward instinctively, and simultaneously took down two little mules in front of him. Seeing Chen Tianhao, who had been targeted by Liang Ziyao, the Hong Tai underlings no longer rushed forward. The main reason was that he was too ruthless and his ferocity intimidated them. "Kid, not bad. You could be my opponent," Liang Ziyao said. "Stop with the nonsense, watch me kill you." With that, Chen Tianhao swung his knife forward. Just as Liang Ziyao raised his knife to block, Chen Tianhao's downward strike suddenly changed direction and slashed horizontally towards his neck, scaring Liang Ziyao into retreat. Chen Tianhao would not let such a good opportunity slip away. As Liang Ziyao lost his balance, he slashed at the hand holding the knife. Liang Ziyao was caught off guard, hit squarely by the blade as if struck by lightning. The knife in his hand fell to the ground like a kite with a severed string. As he prepared to flee, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck as if bitten by a venomous snake, and his body slowly collapsed like a deflated balloon. Looking at Liang Ziyao, who died with his eyes wide open, Chen Tianhao crouched down and said, "If you lack the ability, stop talking so much. Practice more in your next life." Seeing Liang Ziyao cut down Hong Tai's underlings looked confused. Whoever led them seemed to panic, dropping their weapons and running away. This turned into an advantage for Adong and the others, who chased after them and beat them up. Chen Tianhao watched as they fled in disarray and said, "From now on I am in charge here. Go back and tell your Hong Tai leader, if he's not convinced, let him come and try." Looking at the blood-soaked street, he stood silently and lit a cigarette. Just as the smoke extinguished, Adong returned with a group of jubilant underlings. "Brother, how those bastards from Hong Tai have been driven out," Adong said excitedly. Chen Tianhao replied, "All right, let's clean up the battlefield and take care of the injured brothers." "Okay brother, how I'll arrange it right away." After finishing his orders, Chen Tianhao glanced at the nearby night bar and walked in, pouring himself a drink and quietly sipping it. Not knowing how much time had passed, Adong rushed in with two underlings carrying bags and said, "Ah brother, how we struck gold." Chen Tianhao looked at him, gesturing for him to continue. "Brother, how we just went to Xiao Bao Wang's turf and intercepted two Hong Tai underlings who were preparing to flee. It turns out Xiao Bao Wang knew we were coming to attack and sent them to collect money. We managed to seize over 7 million. Chen Tianhao looked at the two bulging bags and realized this was just what he needed. Even the summoned underlings required medical attention when injured, not to mention the dozens of underlings following Adong. He then said, "Take out 200,000 to arrange for the injured brothers. Make sure the settlement fees are sufficient." "Sure brother, how I'll take care of it right away," Adong replied, turning to leave when Chen Tianhao called out to him. "I'll go check on Li Wang. Keep an eye on the brothers for me. If anything happens, send someone to notify me." "Don't worry brother, how I'll keep an eye on them for you." After he finished speaking, Chen Tianhao walked towards the car at the entrance, preparing to check on the situation at the deepwater dock. The dock is not far from these two streets, just a few minutes' drive away. After getting out of the car, Chen Tianhao looked at the pale-faced younger brothers in front of him and stepped forward to ask, "What's going on? Why do you all look like that?" The younger brothers, seeing it was Chen Tianhao, hurriedly replied, "Brother, how you don't know we didn't lift a finger here, but any of Hong Tai's younger brothers who dared to charge and were either smashed in the head by Li Wang or found lying in their own guts. We couldn't take it anymore while cleaning up the battlefield." After hearing this, Chen Tianhao asked, "Where is Li Wang?" "He went to Hong Tai's warehouse with some men. We were left here to keep watch," one younger brother said. "You all stay here and keep an eye out, I'll go take a look," Chen Tianhao said, then walked into the dock. Meanwhile, not long after Chen Tianhao left, a younger brother ran over to Adong and said, "Brother Dong, it's not good, people from Hongqing are gathering towards us." Hearing this, Adong cursed, "Damn it, Hongqing can't sit still this fast. You go notify brother how immediately I'm taking some men to check it out." After saying this, he went to gather people and headed towards Hongqing's territory. When Adong and his men arrived, they saw a large crowd in front of them, at least 500 or 600 people. It said that one must not lose face, so he steeled himself and stepped forward to say, "What the hell is Hongqing doing here? Don't you know this is our Dongqing territory?" A stout woman and a short stout man with a long scar on his neck stepped forward from the crowd. The woman is Liang Ma, the leader of Hongqing's deep water section, and the short stout man is his right-hand man, Fei Go. Their territory is right next to the 3 streets that belong to Hong Tai. It's rumored that Liang Ma was dumped by Jiang Tiancheng because of her old age and physical decline, and to avoid being labeled as heartless, he allowed her to be the leader of the deep water section. Everyone knows Hongqing doesn't deal with powder, only Liang Kuan from Mongkok is secretly distributing it. However, Jiang Tiancheng has always been in the flower business. One could say he has a broad perspective, not personally getting involved, plus he has been preparing to clean up his act. Coincidentally, Liang Ma also knows she can't maintain her position in Jiang Tiansheng's heart forever, so she had to retreat to advance, taking over Jiang Tiansheng's flower business to secure her interests and position in Hongqing. As for why Liang Ma is here today, it is obviously because she needs Hong Tai's dock to receive goods. Seeing Hong Tai's territory taken down by Chen Tianha's younger brother, she thought to seize the opportunity while Dongqing was still unstable, hoping to catch the cicada unaware, but she didn't know if there was a little guy with a slingshot behind the cicada. Damn it, I only know this is Hong Tai's territory, I don't care about your Dongqing or Blue Star, Fei Go said arrogantly. A Dong looked angrily at Fei Go. It used to be Hong Tai's, but it isn't anymore. Are you trying to start a war with us, Dongqing? Liang Ma scoffed. You think you can decide that? What's wrong? The big shots don't dare to come out, so you let a small fry like you take the lead. Today Liang Ma states it clearly: either you obediently give up your territory and we can coexist peacefully, or I will ensure you can't leave here. As she finished speaking, the short thugs from Hongqing immediately followed suit. Dongqing's losers, our boss wants you to get lost. A bunch of street punks, be careful or he'll chop you to death. Stop wasting time, just kill them. Seeing the situation on the opposite side, a Dong pointed his knife at them and said, if you want the territory, come and take it, let's see if I can chop you down. Liang Ma saw that negotiation was not possible, so she whispered a few words to Fei Go and then turned to leave. Damn it, these Dongqing punks can't even understand the situation, just kill them. Fei Go waved his hand, leading the short thugs from Hongqing to charge over. Seeing the fierce charge from Hongqing's thugs, a Dong shouted, brothers, I have already sent someone to notify Brother Hao. Since they want to fight, let's kill them. After saying this, he led the charge towards Hongqing's men. With the clash of both sides, the chaos ensued. Damn it, I'll chop you down. My intestines, don't step on my guts. Let's kill these losers. I've lost my finger, help me find it. Seeing the situation, a Dong knew they were outnumbered and couldn't hold on, so he charged towards Fei Go in the crowd facing the Hongqing thugs. Damn it. He slashed down twice, knocking the thugs in front of him to the ground. His only target was to kill Fei Go, but he didn't consider that even if Fei Go died, there was still Liang Ma. Fei Go also spotted him and charged towards him with a group of men. As a Dong fought fiercely, the number of his Dongqing younger brothers gradually dwindled. Facing Fei Go, he said, Fei Go, I will chop you down. Get out of the way, let me handle him. Fei Go stepped out from the crowd. After a fierce fight, a Dong was also starting to tire. Fei Go, seeing this, raised his blade and swung it towards a Dong's head. A Dong parried but stumbled slightly, grabbing Fei Go's still extended blade. Fei Go was caught off guard by a Dong's action, and before he could react, a Dong slashed him across the face. He let out a scream and retreated, shouting, kill him for me, ah. I want to chop him up and feed him to the dogs. After Fei Go finished speaking, a group of Hongqing thugs charged up with blades drawn. A lone tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves, especially in a Dong's current situation. Soon he accumulated several knife wounds. Meanwhile, on our side, Brother Hao had just found Li Wang, who was rummaging through boxes with a group of younger brothers at the dock. A sharp-eyed younger brother hurriedly stepped forward and shouted, Brother Hao. Li Wang, hearing the voice, stopped what he was doing and came over. Big brother, we have taken the territory and we found 2 kilograms of flour and 5 million in cash in their warehouse. Take out 1 million and distribute it to the brothers. Chen Tianhao thought about how he was getting rich. They just found over 7 million in those 2 streets, gave 2 million to the younger brothers, and now with the 4 million from the dock, he had become a millionaire. Just as he was daydreaming, he heard a hurried voice, Brother Hao, it's bad. The people from Hongqing are attacking. Brother Dong sent me to notify you, he is holding them off with the brothers. Chen Tianhao didn't expect Hongqing would take action against them and immediately asked, how many are there? The younger brother replied, a sea of people, at least 500 or 600. Damn it, Li Wang, gather the brothers and come with me. Saying this, he headed towards the vehicle beside the dock. He got into the car and opened the system. Brother Tonzi, recharge me with 500 gold coins. Ding, recharge successful, gold coin balance 500. Give me a special summon. Ding, summon successful. Congratulations to the host for summoning Taishan from the movie Li Wang. The host can summon him at any time. Seeing that he had actually summoned him, this figure could rival Li Wang provided Li Wang did not use his hard chi skill. In Yuan Long, inside the Crow's Hall, just as preparations were being made to send a subordinate to inquire about a Hao's progress, a small brother rushed in and said, Brother Crow, it's not good. Hongqing's beautiful mother has gathered 500 to 600 subordinates and headed towards Brother Hao's side. Additionally, the little tyrant who lost territory to Brother Hao has also gathered 500 men to charge over there. Upon hearing this, Crow kicked the small brother. Why didn't you say it earlier? The small brother wanted to say something, but then the big boss Desang came over and asked, Boss, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Seeing Desang, Crow anxiously said, call me some people and let's head to Shamshuepa to support Hao immediately. With Hong Tai and Hongqing combined, there are over 1,000 people. Can he hold on? This damn kid didn't even send anyone to notify me. Boss, don't worry, we'll definitely make it in time. Understanding the severity of the situation, Desang immediately went to gather the subordinates. Crow got into the car outside the hall and instructed the small brother to rush to Shamshuepa. Meanwhile over at brother Chen Tianhao's side, just as they were nearing the night color bar, Chen Tianhao wondered in his heart, can I specify a summon brother Tongzi? Ding, as long as it is within 1 kilometer of the host it is possible. Then summon Taishan and all 400 ordinary subordinates to the entrance of the night color bar. Ding, summon successful. The host can go to the specified location to receive the subordinates. At the entrance of the night color bar a dense crowd suddenly gathered. Among the fighting crowd on the front street, a Dong who was being supported by several small brothers saw the situation ahead and thought to himself, damn it looks like today is a disastrous day. I just hope brother Hao doesn't come. With over 200 subordinates after the battle with Hongtai there are only about 180 left. With Hongxing coming in like this now there are probably less than 100 subordinates left. Now that so many people have come from outside there's no way to escape. Suddenly he saw 5 lion vans stopping in front of that group. A familiar figure got out of the car and then he heard the group at the entrance of the night color bar shout, brother Hao. Chen Tianhao got out of the car and hadn't yet looked at the attributes of the person in the crowd who resembled a small mountain Taishan when he saw a group of small brothers being beaten back by Hongxing's short mules. And a Dong who had just seen him was also knocked out due to severe injuries. Chen Tianhao glanced at the fat woman leaning against the car on the opposite street watching everything and immediately said, Li Wang, go grab the dead woman over there. Taishan, let's go chop down Hongxing's scum together. After finishing his words Chen Tianhao took the knife from the small brother's hand and shouted while rushing, brothers, let's chop them down. While Chen Tianhao was supporting a Dong, several small brothers were retreating towards him. You all hurry and take a Dong to bandage his wounds. Then he passed them and raised his knife, slashing at the charging short mules while Taishan followed suit, directly smashing the head of a short mule with a single slap. Then he picked up the person and threw them at the short mules beside him, instantly causing a wail with the heavier ones dying on the spot. The small brothers charging from behind followed Taishan the human tank, pushing through, directly scaring the courage out of Hongxing's short mules. At this moment a fat dog covering its face came out and said, brothers, hold on. Our reinforcements are coming soon. His words instantly stabilized the situation. It is said on the street that Hongxing fights boys and Dongxing powders boys united to produce chicken essence. This statement still has some weight. Just with Taishan slap, the short mule was fierce enough. They still dared to charge forward, which made one have to admire their courage. Chen Tianhao saw the fat dog less than 5 meters away from him, raised his knife and knocked down the 2 short mules blocking the way, took 2 steps to the fat dog's side and slashed at his neck. Just as the fat dog sensed it, all he saw was a headless corpse slowly falling down. Hongxing's small brothers, seeing that the fat dog was dead, were just about to run away when they heard a series of sounds of slashing from behind on the street. Brothers, let's chop down these scums of Dongxing. The little tyrant along with Hongtai's small brothers rushed in and started fighting with Chen Tianhao's small brothers. Caught off guard, a small brother from Dongxing was quickly chopped down by over 10 people. Seeing this situation, Chen Tianhao was also furious, so he opened the system. Brother Tongzi, recharge me with 300 gold coins. Ding, recharge successful. Gold coin balance 300. Summon me 200 ordinary small brothers and 1 special character summon. Ding, ordinary small brother summon successful. Special character summoning in progress. Congratulations to the host for having exceptional luck and successfully summoning the 3 Wuchang from the Great Journey. The host can summon them at any time. Brother Tongzi, specify the summon to the night color bar. Ding, summon completed. After the summon was completed, Chen Tianhao said to Taishan, flatten Hongxing's territory for me. After saying this, he charged at Hongtai's men, swiftly chopping down 2 short mules from Hongtai. The little tyrant, seeing him, shouted to the small brothers beside him, whoever manages to kill Chen Tianhao will make him a red stick in the hall and add a red envelope of 200,000. Upon hearing this, especially those short mules near Chen Tianhao saw that he represented status and money and instantly rushed up recklessly. Seeing this, Chen Tianhao was not afraid at all, wielding his knife with a fierce momentum, charging left and right among the crowd, making Hongtai's short mules dare not approach. Just as the little tyrant was about to say something, 2 tang knives were placed at his neck belonging to the black and white Wuchang that Chen Tianhao had just summoned. They didn't know when they had managed to sneak up to the little tyrant's side along with the grey Wuchang, who was wildly chopping down Hongtai's short mules. Feeling the coldness on his neck, the little tyrant instantly cowered. Bro, let's talk things over. Can you put the knives down first? The black and white Wuchang said nothing, and the small brothers beside the little tyrant didn't dare to act. Plus, with the grey Wuchang's deadly technique, some of Hongtai's short mules were already fleeing. Seeing the situation was hopeless, the little tyrant also gave up the thought of struggling. He signaled all the Hongtai's small brothers to stop, as there was no chance of winning anymore. Moreover, he himself was being held at knife point, so he looked towards Chen Tianhao and said, handsome, how the territory of Shamshu Weipa will be yours from now on. I will no longer have any designs on it. Also, I have over 6 million cash at home and I will give it all to you as long as you can spare me. Looking at the state of the little tyrant, Chen Tianhao sneered, killing you, the money will still be mine. Hearing this, the little tyrant hurriedly said, brother, how I was wrong. Please spare me. I still have my uses. I know that Hongtai has a flour warehouse in Wangtai Sin and there is still 20 million cash just recovered. As long as you spare me, I will take you there right away. Chen Tianhao looked at him. Oh really? Really, given the current situation, how could I dare to lie to you? Alright, since that's the case, I will let the black and white Wuchang accompany you for a trip. After Chen Tianhao finished speaking, he subtly gestured to the black and white Wuchang. He saw black and white Wuchang nodding and then took the little tyrant away. Watching the little tyrant being taken away, Hong Tai's short mules all fled in embarrassment amidst the curses. On Hong Xing's side, they had already been beaten to collapse by Taishan, desperately fleeing backward, as they had never seen short mules fighting like Taishan, where whoever got hit was dead. At this moment, Li Wang also returned holding a fat woman who was Hong Xing Shamshui Pa's leader, beautiful mother. When she first saw Li Wang, beautiful mother looked down on him, casually sending a few small brothers to deal with him. When she saw Li Wang punch and explode a short mule's head, she panicked. Just as she was about to get in the car and flee, Li Wang grabbed her by the hair and pulled her down. Seeing this, she tried to resist but was directly made unconscious by Li Wang's arm twist. Feeling the coolness on her face, beautiful mother slowly opened her eyes and saw Chen Tianhao slapping her face with a bloody knife. As she woke up, she instantly felt a wave of intense pain and screamed. "Ah! You bunch of ignorant dogs, let me go! Don't you know I'm Jiang Tiansheng's person? Do you want to go to war with us, Hongxing?" Looking at beautiful mother's face twisted in pain, Chen Tianhao said, "Now the territory of Hongxing and Shamshuipa has all been taken down by me. Do you think I would be afraid of you, Hongxing? Can't you see your current predicament? Can Jiang Tiansheng save you now? Do you know how many brothers I lost tonight because of you, you old hag? I would kill you 100 times and still feel it's not enough." Seeing the fierce Chen Tianhao before her, beautiful mother couldn't help but shrink her neck, knowing that this madman was truly capable of killing her. She immediately begged for mercy. "I was wrong. Please let me go. You can make any requests to Jiang Tiansheng and he will definitely agree. For a useless old hag like you, what use would Jiang Tiansheng have for you? Why do you think he would save you?" Chen Tianhao said coldly. Beautiful mother hurriedly replied, "I have evidence of his flower business. Whatever you want, he will give you." Hearing this from beautiful mother, Chen Tianhao understood that as long as they had this woman in their hands, Jiang Tiansheng would not take action against them. He said, "Take her down." Just as she said, Jiang Tiansheng will not leave her unattended. We will wait for him to send someone over. After finishing, he walked towards Hong Xing's hall in Shamshuipa, leaving the rest to his subordinates. At this moment, Chen Tianhao remembered the injured and unconscious Adong, so he found a small brother to ask about it and didn't go to Hong Xing's hall. Now it should be called Dongxing Hall, but he directly went to the hospital where Adong was. The crow, rushing over in frantic haste, gazed upon the gleamingly clean streets of Shamshuipa and the two armored vehicles parked at the intersection, immediately sensing something deeply amiss. Damn it, where is everyone? Did it end this fast? Just as Crow was about to order his men inside to search, a chubby young man came sprinting toward them. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" asked Fat Boy. "Where's Brother Hao? And what exactly happened? Where are the thugs from Hung Hing and Hung Tai?" Crow frowned in confusion. Upon hearing the question, Fat Boy replied, "Senior Brother Hao went to the hospital to visit Brother Dong. As for the Hung Hing and Hung Tai gangs, we drove them all out and even captured their 2 top lieutenants." Fat Boy's eyes lit up with pride at the memory. At that moment, several uniformed officers standing beside the armored vehicles noticed the sudden gathering of dozens of young men and strode over without delay. "What the hell are you doing here? I'll haul every last one of you off to Stanley Prison," the arrogant officer barked. Before Crow could respond, one of his underlings stepped forward and retorted. "Go ahead, arrest me. Wow, so mighty are you. Have we broken any law? Why threaten us with arrest?" Crow raised a hand calmly and fixed his gaze on the young officer. "I currently have over 500 men here, enough for you to arrest. If not, I'll summon more." As Crow spoke, his men began advancing toward the officer when an older seasoned officer approached with several others, clearly the team's commander. He said firmly, "Respected elder brother, please keep your men in line, or I won't hesitate to detain you for obstructing police duty and invite you to our station for a cup of judicial milk tea." "Oh officer, were we merely strolling down the street? Has that become a crime?" Crow turned to his men and added, "Let's go. No need to hinder their work." With that, Crow glanced coolly at the officers, gestured once and led his men toward the waiting vehicles. Seeing their leader's signal, the Tung Sing youths swiftly filed into the cars. Watching Crow depart with his entourage, the young officer muttered bitterly, "Who does he think he is? Sooner or later we'll lock every one of you up in Stanley." The senior officer clapped him lightly on the shoulder and said, "Why waste breath on these men, half dead already, half behind bars? Their arrogance won't last long." Inside a private clinic in Shamshuipa, Chen Tianhao stood beside Brother Dong, whose wounds had just been bandaged. "Can't you ever take it easy? If you're outmatched, just retreat." Brother Dong gave an awkward chuckle. "We finally carved out our own territory, on the verge of becoming true elders. Then Hung Hing scum showed up to smash our livelihood. How could I run? You're truly stubborn, don't you know when to yield to advance? Besides, I'm still here. Damn it. Rest well now. Once healed you'll be my right-hand man, my first lieutenant, and we'll rise together as elders. Chen Tianhao spoke those words just as a group burst into the ward. Several of his men moved to block them until a plainclothes officer stepped forward and declared, "Police business, bystanders step aside." The officer approached Chen Tianhao and said, "Hello. I'm Senior Inspector Li Yuhua of Shamshuipa, head of the Anti-Triad Task Force. We suspect your involvement in a recent gang shootout and request your cooperation in returning to the station for investigation." As he finished speaking, Tung Xingyu's outside tried to rush in only to be halted by a quiet wave of Chen Tianhao's hand. Chen Tianhao had long intended to go legitimate, so antagonizing the police was unthinkable. Though he operated within Triad circles, he saw no contradiction in cooperating with law enforcement. His ambition was to become a tycoon of Hong Kong Island, not a trafficker in narcotics or illicit goods, making such collaboration both pragmatic and inevitable. After a brief mental calculation, he replied, "Cooperating with the police is every citizen's duty. May I speak briefly with my man before we leave?" Inspector Li cast him a glance and uttered 2 words, "Make it quick." Seeing his consent, Chen Tianhao leaned close to Brother Dong Zir and whispered, "Once I'm gone, send word to Power King, have him assign loyal men to take responsibility for today's incident. Also secure our territory tightly, no action until I return." Brother Dong nodded solemnly. Once Chen Tianhao finished speaking, Inspector Li personally fitted him with handcuffs and a hood, then signaled the officers to escort him from the ward. Why did Chen Tianhao arrange for subordinates to take the fall? To offer Inspector Li and his team a dignified resolution, to satisfy media scrutiny and public expectation, and to foster smoother, deeper cooperation. Otherwise, why go to such lengths? He could simply have his men post bail and extract him immediately. In Wang Tai Sin district, beside a nondescript factory building resembling a food processing plant, several vehicles pulled up to the roadside, the occupants being the infamous black and white impermanents who had just retrieved money with Little Tyrant. "This is the place you mentioned?" Black Impermanence asked. Little Tyrant, glancing nervously between the 2 grim figures, nodded vigorously, "Yes, this is it. This morning Uncle May even sent me here to collect debts." Upon hearing this, Black and White Impermanence gestured for their men and Little Tyrant to disembark and approach the factory. As they walked, Black Impermanence leaned in and murmured, "Stay obedient or our bullets won't spare your eyes." He tapped the heavy black revolver holstered at his waist. Terrified Little Tyrant dared utter nothing, merely lowered his head and hurried inside. At the entrance, 2 Hung Tai lookouts recognized him and called out, "Brother Tyrant." Little Tyrant played along instantly, "Uncle May sent me to collect today's dues." He then led Black and White Impermanence inside. As dozens surged through the gate, 1 lookout started to raise his hand only to be silenced instantly by 2 swift lethal slashes across the throat. Inside the factory hall, several men were idly playing cards, while a dozen others stood guard nearby. Before Little Tyrant could utter another word, Black and White Impermanence drew their weapons and opened fire, the sharp crack of gunfire echoing violently throughout the vast space. Before the Hung Tai men could react, the confrontation was over. "Send a few men to find the cash, we're leaving," Black Impermanence ordered. His men rushed forward, overturning crates and cabinets, until several returned bags in hand. "Found it, boss, over $20 million plus several kilos of white powder. Take the money, leave the powder. Then burn it all." Black Impermanence turned, waved once, and as he prepared to depart, spotted Little Tyrant lingering nearby. Without hesitation, he raised his pistol and fired a single shot, ending the man's life before he could even cry out. Minutes after their departure, the entire factory erupted in flames. By the time police arrived, only charred ruins remained. Hong Kong Island is a place where secrets never stay buried. Here talent and ambition guarantee swift notoriety. No sooner had Chen Tianhao seized the Shamshuipa territories formerly held by Hung Hing and Hung Tai than word swept the underworld. Liang Zihao of East Star alone had withstood the combined might of Hung Hing and Hung Tai, planting his flag firmly in Shamshuipa. More astonishing still, he had eradicated their entire presence there, driving out their forces entirely and even capturing both of their top leaders. Overnight, Chen Tianhao, Liang Zihao, became the most talked about name on the streets. Young delinquents and street thugs flocked from all corners, desperate to swear allegiance to him. Wu Yu, just returning to the Yuan Long branch, burst into unrestrained laughter upon hearing the news. "Hey, he's truly my blood. If the younger brother delivers so brilliantly, the elder brother can't afford to fall behind." Without delay, he set off for East Star's headquarters with Desang and several underlings, clearly intending to collect on a long-standing promise from Luo Tuo. In Mongkok, Liang Quan, directing a Japanese actress on set, jolted upright at the sudden crash of the door swinging open, only to find the perpetually grinning, flustered Shim Chang standing before him. Furious, Liang Quan lashed out with a kick. Shim Chang didn't flinch, absorbing the blow full force, and blurted, "Boss. Great news. Great news. What now? Did Zhang Tiancheng get whacked? And no, it's Liang Ma. And so what? No, it's that Liang Ma's Shamshuipa territory has been seized, and he himself arrested. Chen Yao just called, summoning you to headquarters for an emergency meeting." Hearing that Liang Ma, the portly matriarch, had lost her turf and been taken captive, Liang Quan felt genuine exhilaration. After all, Jiang Tianshang had long targeted him and Liang Ma's domain bordered his own, her constant opposition a thorn in his side. Her downfall was effectively a weakening of Jiang Tianxing's grip. Who seized Liang Ma's territory? Do we know? And Liang Zai Hao of East Star, the younger brother of Wu Ya. You've met him before during Wu Ya's collaboration with us, Xin Chang replied. Ah, then it's time we deepened our cooperation with him. NGO, prepare the car. Let's see how the Hung Hing dragon will respond. Liang Quan, elated by Jiang Tianxing's humiliation, beamed with satisfaction. Nin Suan Wan at the residence of Didi of United Prosperity. Didi remarked to his wife, this Liang Zai Hao is formidable, bold indeed. His wife replied, we should consider bringing him into our fold, you're vying for the position of chairman after all. He might prove useful. NDAD frowned, but he's not even in our triad, how could he possibly help? He's just seized Hung Tai and Hung Hing's Shamshuepa territories. East Star will certainly elevate him. Moreover, his new domain borders ours directly. If Alok strikes first, we'll be left at a grave disadvantage. Hearing this, Didi paused thoughtfully, then let's arrange a meeting with this East Star prodigy. Nin Wang Tai Sin district at the Hung Tai headquarters, the elderly Chen Mei raged at the conference table. Damn it, I kept you useless lot for what? And you couldn't hold the territory, nor protect millions in assets. With that he hurled the ashtray across the room. Amid the tense silence, the veteran elder Bao Yi spoke up. This reeks of East Star. They've already seized our turf, torch our warehouses next, wouldn't surprise me. We demand answers from Luo Tuo immediately. At Bao Yi's words the room erupted. Yes, we must demand justice from East Star. And reclaim our territory. Just then a junior member rushed in. Boss, police are here investigating the food factory fire. Brothers are holding them outside. Shall we let them in? Chen Mei turned to Bao Yi. Bao, you handle it. Then sighing heavily at the assembled elders he added, you may all return. I'll speak with Luo Tuo myself. He knew well once East Star planted its flag reclaiming that ground would be no simple feat. This was Hong Kong where power alone commanded respect. Hung Tai ranked only as a second-tier syndicate, how could it possibly negotiate with East Star, one of Hong Kong's 4 great first-tier triads, even if East Star stood last among them? Then it struck him Hung Hing had suffered the same loss. And crucially, he'd once fought shoulder-to-shoulder with Jiang Tianxing's father Jiang Zhen. Even now Jiang Tianxing addressed him as Uncle Mei, though after Jiang Zhen's death Chen Mei had founded Hung Tai independently. Now with a shared enemy, solidarity was inevitable. With that resolve he resolved to meet Jiang Tianxing to learn Hung Hing's next move. As one of the 4 great triads, Hung Hing would never swallow such a humiliating defeat. Perhaps, just perhaps, they'd wrest back the stolen territory. He dialed immediately. And hello, who is this? A woman's voice answered. Nah, I'm Chen Mei of Hung Tai. Please tell Jiang Tianxing I need to speak with him. Chen Mei said. Moments later a rich resonant voice came through. Uncle Mei, what brings you to call? Na Sheng, didn't East Star seize our territory? What's your plan? Shall we join forces and take it back? Having grasped Chen Mei's intent, Jiang Tianxing replied, I'm convening a summit of all branch leaders right now. I'll give you my answer after. Stalling was the easiest course. He'd just begun his legitimate rebranding and Liang Ma's stubbornness had been a thorn in his side. East Star had unwittingly solved his problem and he almost wanted to thank them. He hung up. Chen Mei was taken aback. Why did Jiang Tianxing seem utterly unperturbed? His plan to leverage Hung Hing's prestige had collapsed. Reluctantly he resigned himself to negotiating directly with Luo Tuo. The next day in the Shamshuepa anti-triad unit's interrogation room, Chen Tianhao stirred awake, roused from sleep. Well, you've got nerves of steel, sleeping soundly here. And Chen Tianhao, exhausted from days of consolidating Hung Tai's affairs, looked up to see Inspector Li Yuhua entering. And Inspector Li ready to interrogate me. I'm a law-abiding citizen, you know. Li Yuhua nearly lunged forward to strike him, but steadied himself and said evenly, someone has already confessed on your behalf. You're free to go. Your men are waiting outside the station. With that he unlocked Chen Tianhao's cuffs. Yet Chen Tianhao made no move to rise, instead lifting his gaze and fixing Li Yuhua with a deliberate, meaningful look. Li Yuhua followed his glance straight to the surveillance camera tucked in the corner. Understanding instantly, he said, don't worry, the feed isn't live. Speak freely. Chen Tianhao rose slowly. Inspector Li, would you like a promotion? And what, trying to turn me? Not at all. My territory now falls squarely within your jurisdiction, and rest assured I won't traffic narcotics. Under my control Shamshuepa will be peaceful, orderly, prosperous. We could cooperate. Chen Tianhao held Li Yuhua's gaze. The inspector, intrigued, asked how exactly would this cooperation work? Seeing Li Yuhua's interest, Chen Tianhao pressed on, I'll supply you with precisely the intelligence you need, information that ensures your rapid advancement. In return you simply grant me discrete latitude. Guaranteed promotion and prosperity. Forget it. I have no desire to draw the ICAC's scrutiny. Leave and pray I never catch you red-handed. With that, Li Yuhua strode out. Chen Tianhao followed, stepping outside to find Gui Wuchang and Li Wang already waiting at the gate. Hong Kong's 4 great first-tier triads rank thus: United Prosperity 1st, Hunhing 2nd, Changyi Sun 3rd, and East Star 4th. Other near-first-tier organizations include the numbered gang United Society Hongji and Heji. Upon seeing Chen Tianhao emerging from the police station, Li Wang and Gui Wuchang approached with their subordinates and called out, "Boss. Let's go. Get in the car first." After Chen Tianhao finished speaking, he walked towards the car parked by the roadside. As the car started, he asked, "So no one came to cause trouble last night?" Gui Wuchang replied, "It's good that we didn't go looking for trouble. They wouldn't dare come after us now." Chen brought back the money, and by the way, he also burned down Hong Tai's warehouse. Looking at Gui Wuchang, Chen Tianhao checked his data panel. Name: Gui Wuchang. Physique 60, average person 10. Mental strength 10, average person 10. Skills 5, Tigers breaking doorblade master. Loyalty 100, die hard. Although Gui Wuchang's panel wasn't as intimidating as Li Wang's, he was still a rare expert in the Hong Kong island with no more than 10 people who could be considered his rivals. How about the casualties among the brothers this time? Has the compensation been issued? We had over 800 brothers this time, with more than 300 injured, over 40 seriously wounded, and 36 dead, including 21 who were with a dong. Because you were taken by the cops, we didn't touch the money, so the compensation hasn't been issued yet. Listening to Gui Wuchang, Chen Tianhao said, "Go back and immediately take out 10 million for the compensation. The brothers risked their lives for me, I can't let them feel neglected." After saying this, he closed his eyes in contemplation. Hong Tai's pier in Deepwater Bay and 2 streets along with Hong Xing's 4 streets had all been taken down by him and his men. In Deepwater Bay, apart from him, Hong Lu also occupied 5 streets. They had no territory elsewhere, and the other areas were controlled by Lianqing and Depu, with 3 streets plus 1 next to Wong Tai Sin district belonging to the Changlu gang. Now nearly half of Deepwater Bay was under his control. It was impossible to expand territory in the near future, otherwise it might provoke a united attack from everyone. The next step was to establish smuggling operations, recruit more subordinates, stabilize the territory, and most importantly ensure that the Crow's subordinates had work to do and didn't touch powder. While Chen Tianhao was still deep in thought, the car suddenly stopped, blocked by 2 large trucks in front with the road behind also sealed off. As soon as the car stopped, a swarm of people rushed in from all directions brandishing knives. Seeing this crowd, Li Wang immediately opened the car door and jumped out, saying to Gui Wuchang and the other subordinates, "Protect the boss and follow me, you'll clear the way." Watching Li Wang rush out, Chen Tianhao also got out with Gui Wuchang and the others, then said to them, "Stay close to Li Wang, remember to catch someone alive, I want to know who sent people to kill me." After saying this, he charged towards Li Wang. Upon getting closer, he heard a short man say, "The boss said whoever kills Liangzi Hao will be rewarded with 100,000. The crowd, already dense, became even more congested upon hearing this, as if fearing they'd be left behind and miss out on the reward. In an instant, Li Wang had already plunged into the crowd using a powerful Iron Mountain Slam, knocking down the short man in front of him. With each swing of his fists and feet, several unfortunate souls fell. At that moment, Chen Tianhao and Gui Wuchang arrived, following Li Wang closely with a flurry of slashes, causing the opposing side to feel fear within seconds. Li Wang took a step forward and they retreated a step back. Suddenly a voice shouted, "Get out of the way." Then came the sound of 3 gunshots aimed at Chen Tianhao, but Li Wang immediately blocked in front of him. Gui Wuchang, reacting quickly, threw his knife at the shooter just as the gunfire erupted. The reason he only fired 3 shots was that his shooting hand was severed by the knife thrown by Gui Wuchang. Seeing Li Wang take 3 shots, although in movies he could survive being shot in the heart, this was reality. Old Gui capture one alive, Chen Tianhao said angrily. He took out the big black star from his system space and fired 2 shots at the approaching short man. Just as Chen Tianhao was about to step forward to help Li Wang, he saw him suddenly erupt, punching the nearby short man, causing that person's head to explode instantly. Originally hoping to pick up the pieces, the short man was so frightened by this scene that he threw down his knife and scattered away. The shooter, wanting to flee, felt a chill at his neck as soon as he turned around and immediately halted his movements. Chen Tianhao walked towards Li Wang and asked, "How are you? Shall I take you to the hospital now?" Li Wang turned back and smiled, "It's nothing, boss, just a superficial wound. Did you forget that I practice hard Qigong? Haha, good to hear. Let's see who sent those people." Upon hearing Li Wang say this, Chen Tianhao also felt relieved. He then walked towards the captured shooter. Looking at his terrified face, he asked, "Tell me who sent you." "Brother, how spare me. My boss is Wu Go from the number gang money, brother. He took money from Sha Mang to send us to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Gui Wuchang grabbed his neck. "Boss, do you want me to capture that Wu Gu?" Li Wang asked. "Let's go. Go back and take care of your injury first. We'll settle this score later." After saying this, he saw that the cars blocking the way had been moved, and he ordered his subordinates to drive towards the temporary station, the night bar in Deepwater Bay Central District, inside the Hong Xing headquarters. 12 people were already seated at the 13 chairs around the conference table when Jiang Tianqing said, "Now that everyone is here, the meeting will begin." Before Jiang Tianqing could finish speaking, a sarcastic voice interrupted, "Is everyone here? Isn't Liang Ma from Deep Water Bay still not here? Does that mean she is no longer one of us in Hongxing?" Jiang Tianqing looked at Liang Kuan, whose gloomy expression faded, and smiled, saying, "What I'm about to discuss is related to Liang Ma. I believe everyone has received the news. Last night our territory in Deep Water Bay was taken by Dongxing's Liang Zihao and Liang Ma was captured. What do you all think? Should we fight back or negotiate?" At this point a big shot from Jiang Tianqing's faction B stood up and said, "We must fight back. Otherwise anyone can come and trample on us in Hongxing. I also support fighting back. Not only should we fight, but we must also demand that he return Liang Ma." 13 Mei expressed. The God of War Prince followed suit, saying, "If we fight, he'll be the first to go." The three brothers Shi Yan, Hanbin and Long Long, seeing that 13 Mei had taken a stance, also said, "We agree." Chen Yao then said, "If we fight, we should first think of a way to bring Liang Ma back." As for the others who had not expressed their opinions, one was Liang Kuan and the others supporting him were Fatty Li and a Chao. There was also a blabbermouth named Ji who was ignored. He was a fence-sitter supporting whoever had more people, a slippery old fox. Jiang Tianqing observed the group of leaders expressing their opinions, most of them quite enthusiastic. However, he understood that their efforts were merely for show. If a real war broke out with Dongxing, it would be they, the leaders, who would suffer the most. More importantly, they had no choice but to step up. With the head Jiang Tianqing watching from above and so many underlings below, any misstep could lead to a loss of morale, and among the seated leaders how many could escape unscathed? As for Jiang Tianqing, he remained unfazed. Though his wealth over the years couldn't be considered top tier in Hong Kong, he was still among the elite. Even if the gang couldn't sustain itself, he still had the capital to secure his own life. Since there are no other opinions, let's approach Dongxing with courtesy before resorting to force. Jiang Tianqing looked at them and continued, "So who among you is willing to help restore our Hongxing's reputation?" As soon as he finished speaking, the boss known as B suddenly stood up. "Mr. John, leave this matter to us from the Kowloon faction. We will definitely bring back Liang Ma." Hearing Boss B speak, Liang Kuan, who had been silent for a long time, sarcastically commented, "Don't take on every task yourself, be careful you don't end up losing yourself while trying to save others." "What do you mean, Liang Kuan?" "Hee, they say a dog that doesn't bark isn't a good dog. You're truly a loyal hound. Bastard, I'll take you down." After Boss B finished speaking, he grabbed the ashtray on the table ready to throw it. At that moment Jiang Tianqing forcefully knocked on the table, saying, "All right, Big B, sit down first." Then he turned to Liang Kuan and said, "Akun, do you not agree with everyone's opinion? Or do you have a better plan?" Jiang Tianqing fixed his gaze on Liang Kuan. "Haha, how could I disagree? I wholeheartedly agree. Since the matter has already been discussed, I will take my leave first. I have a large group of brothers waiting for me to lead them to make money." He stood up and walked outside. Seeing Liang Kuan leave, Big B angrily said, "Mr. John, Liang Kuan is becoming increasingly unruly. Don't mention him, the matter has already been settled. Then you will negotiate with the Dongxing people. If they refuse to release him, don't be afraid, you have the entire Hongxing backing you." Just as Jiang Tianqing finished speaking, Big B confidently assured, "Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. I will definitely bring back Liang Ma." "Well, if that's the case, everyone should go handle your own matters." After saying this, Jiang Tianqing stood up and walked out. Subsequently, Fei Lao, Lia Chao and Ji, who had poor relations with Big B, also left one after another. The remaining Chen Yao said, "Be careful, Big B, that Liang Zihao's brother is a Dongxing crow and not easy to deal with. Big B, if anything happens, just pin it on me. We should also go back and prepare, we might have to confront Dongxing this time." After saying this, Shirsan Mei and Han Bin Chen Yao also stood up and walked out, leaving only Boss B, his son Chen Haonan, and a few of his brothers in the hall. At this moment, Shan Ji excitedly said, "Boss, should we gather our men to flatten that Liang Zihao's territory?" "What Liang Zihao's territory? That was originally our Hongxing's territory." Chao Pai also spoke up. "Shan Ji, Chao Pai, don't talk. Dongxing is not easy to fight. Just listen to the boss. Anan is right, Dongxing is not a small gang that can be easily dealt with. Alright, gather the men and follow me to scout Liang Zihao's base. We will decide how to proceed based on the situation." After Boss B finished speaking, he drove with Chen Haonan and the others towards their territory in Kowloon. Deep Water Night Bar. Chen Tianhao had just returned here. He opened the system to check the panels of the black and white impermanence, and Taishan waiting for him. Name Taishan. Physique 99. Mental Strength 8. Skill innate Divine Strength. Loyalty 100 loyal. Taishan truly lived up to the reputation of someone who could match the Strength King in combat. His physique was just a notch below that of the Strength King. Name White Impermanence. Physique 56. Mental Strength 12. Skill 5 Tiger Breaking Door Knife Master Level. Loyalty 100 loyal. Name Black Impermanence. Physique 65. Mental Strength 10. Skill 5 Tiger Breaking Door Knife Master Level. Loyalty 100 Loyal. It was unexpected among the three impermanences Black Impermanence had the highest combat power. Boss. The little brothers at the door and the Black and White Impermanence and Taishan waiting for him shouted in unison. Let's go inside and talk. Chen Tianhao said, leading the way inside. Once inside, he casually found a booth in the hall and sat down while Black Impermanence had two little brothers bring over two large bags. Black Impermanence opened the bags and said all of Little Tyrant's belongings and that 20 million are here, combined it's 27 million. Looking at the money on the table, Chen Tianhao said to Grey Impermanence beside him, go inside and take out 10 million as a settlement fee for the brothers. The remaining amount Strength King Taishan, you three brothers and Adong from the hospital will each receive 500,000. Seeing Chen Tianhao's serious demeanor, no one declined and they all said in unison, thank you, boss. Then you may leave now. Strength King, go bandage your wounds. Watching the departing crowd, he thought to himself that today was truly dangerous. Had it not been for Strength King blocking for him, he would have surely been finished. Only Strength King's body could withstand what others would definitely find unbearable. Looking at the remaining money on the table, he calculated that after deducting the 13 million given to the little brothers and Strength King, there was still 14 million left on the table. Adding the 5 million he had in the system space, he now had over 16 million. This was his confidence in facing everything. It might even grow to 6 billion or 16 billion in the future. After a while, Chen Tianhao remembered his good brother Crow and immediately had a little brother bring him the phone to dial. Soon Crow's voice came through the phone. Hello, how are you doing? Hee big brother, I just came back from the police station. Do you have time? Come over so we can plan the dock and get our business up and running. Just as Chen Tianhao finished speaking, he heard Crow excitedly say, okay, I'm at the main hall chatting with the boss, he'll come over right away. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone emitted a series of beeps showcasing Crow's characteristic behavior. He had barely rested for less than an hour when White Impermanence walked over and said, Boss Liang Cohen from Hongqing is here, he's outside the bar. He says he has something to discuss with you. Should I let him in? Hearing that it was Liang Cohen looking for him, Chen Tianhao was somewhat surprised. He didn't know what their current relationship was with Hongqing. Since Liang Cohen came looking for him, he couldn't figure it out and decided not to think about it. Let him in. Before long, White Impermanence brought in two people, one of whom was the fiery Liang Cohen and the other was his head horse Sha Chang. Once they were brought in, White Impermanence quietly stood behind Chen Tianhao. Haha, little brother, I came uninvited, I hope you won't hold it against me. Liang Cohen said with a laugh, his expression incredibly comical. Brother Cohen, you're too kind, you're always welcome here. Then Chen Tianhao turned to White Impermanence behind him and said, old boy, go get some drinks, I'll have a couple with brother Cohen. Then I'll thank you for your hospitality, little brother. Liang Cohen also sat down beside him without any hesitation. Just as Liang Cohen and Chen Tianhao were still exchanging compliments, Bai Wuchang returned with the drinks and filled the glasses in front of them. Here, brother Cohen, I toast to you. After saying this, Chen Tianhao took a sip from his glass. Liang Cohen raised his glass and took a sip, saying to Chen Tianhao, how do you know why I came to find you this time? Oh, I don't know what matters brother Cohen has. Chen Tianhao asked with curiosity. This morning Zhang Tiancheng convened the Hongqing meeting and they are planning to rescue Liang Ma and then make a move against you. The person in charge of this matter, Boss B, should be bringing people over to find you shortly. So do you need me to help you navigate through this? Liang Cohen said after looking at Chen Tianhao, I heard that Boss B has always had a bad relationship with you, brother Cohen. Will what you say be effective? Besides, I am barefoot and unafraid of wearing shoes. Do you really think I would be afraid of you, Hongqing? After hearing this, Chen Tianhao pretended to be angry. Liang Cohen quickly said, how, don't misunderstand me. I came here this time with the intention of collaborating with you. Having more friends means more paths to take. It's certainly better than having enemies. After finishing, Liang Cohen waved to the silly Chang behind him, bring up what I prepared for Ahao. Seeing Liang Cohen calling him silly, Chang came over carrying a leather bag and casually placed it on the table. Brother Cohen, everything is inside. Ahao, take a look, this is my congratulatory gift for you securing the Deep Water District totaling 1 million. I believe you need money now that you've just established yourself there, right? After saying this, he pushed the bag on the table towards Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao thought to himself, Liang Cohen really knows how to handle things. Anyone with eyes can see that he wants to win me over. As for other intentions, it's probably just that he needs help distributing goods. However, I, Chen Tianhao, can accept the money, but whether to do the work is up to me. Thinking about this. Thank you, brother Cohen, for coming all this way to deliver the message and for being so generous. Alas, you're being too courteous. After all, I am also an old acquaintance of your elder brother, so let's skip the formalities. Then I won't be polite. After saying this, Chen Tianhao turned to Bai Wuchang, who was standing nearby. Lao Bai, go to Hongyun restaurant and book a private room. I want to drink with brother Cohen until we are drunk. Seeing Chen Tianhao arrange for Bai Wuchang to prepare food and drinks, Liang Kuan stood up and said how it might not work today, otherwise if Boss B finds out I'm here he'll accuse me of colluding with outsiders. Another day bring your elder brother along and I will treat. We can collaborate then. For today I must take my leave. After finishing as if afraid Chen Tianhao would keep him, he called Silly Chang and left. Haha, then brother Kuan, I won't see you off. Watching Liang Kuan leave, Chen Tianhao felt delighted. Without doing anything he received a windfall of 1 million. At Deep Water District, where Hongsing's territory Hanyun restaurant is located, 7 or 8 cars arrived. At a glance the figures getting out of the cars were Boss B and his little brother Chen Haonan along with dozens of little thugs. As soon as they entered the restaurant, Shan Ji shouted loudly, "We've booked this place today, please leave immediately, don't make me chicken, ye come to ask you." Boss B went straight to the second floor and just before going up the stairs he turned to Shan Ji, who was urging them to leave, and said, "Send out the message that I have an appointment with Liang Zihao at Hongyun restaurant to discuss business, those with guts can come." Understood boss, I'll arrange it right away. Shan Ji turned and instructed a few words to a nearby little brother before following Boss B up to the second floor. The night bar is not far from here and soon Chen Tianhao received the news. Bai Wuchang came to Chen Tianhao's side and said, Boss B has brought about 50 or 60 people, I've already had someone keep an eye on them. What do you think, should we go over? Chen Tianhao was just about to have a meal when someone else was paying the bill, so he naturally had to go. Call Taishan, we are going to meet the boss of Copper Gongwan. After saying this he walked towards Hongyun restaurant and soon dozens of people followed him, including Taishan and Bai Wuchang. Hui Wuchang was arranged to comfort the injured brothers and to prepare them in case the negotiations fell through to capture Boss B as well. Li Wang went to bandage the wounds and would come over as soon as he received the news. Even if they captured Boss B, Hongqing would engage in war with him, he was not afraid. Not to mention that his elder brother Crow wouldn't let him be beaten. Just the fact that he currently had over 17 million in hand was his confidence. In no time they reached the entrance of Hongyun restaurant and at that moment a Hongqing thug swaggered over and said, "You must be Liang Zihao. Our boss is waiting for you on the second floor, please come with me." Seeing that a little doorman dared to look down on his boss, Taishan rushed forward, grabbed his collar and threw him towards the door, then turned around and angrily said to me, "Boss, let me go and catch that so-called Boss B for you." Chen Tianhao stopped Taishan, who was ready to charge in, and glanced at the Hongqing thugs who had rushed out due to the commotion at the entrance. "Taishan, clear a path for me, let's see what tricks this Boss B wants to play." After saying this he walked inside. The Hongqing little thugs who originally wanted to stop Taishan and Bai Wuchang were easily pushed aside by Taishan, allowing them to walk unimpeded to the second floor. As Boss B sat at the main seat without saying a word, Shan Ji jumped out and said, "Liang Zihao, you were quite arrogant keeping us Boss B waiting for so long and even daring to hit our Hongqing people. Do you want to die?" Before he could continue, Bai Wuchang rushed over and knocked him flying with an elbow strike. Shan Ji, who stood up with a few teeth missing, tried to charge over but was stopped by Chen Haonan. "Liang Zihao, do you know what you are doing? Why is the boss not coming out, so you come to take his place?" Chen Tianhao looked disdainfully at Boss B. Seeing the current situation, Boss B stood up and said, "Are you looking down on us, Hongqing young man?" "Oh, so Boss B can speak, I thought you were mute." "My eyes cannot tolerate sand, how could I overlook you, Hongqing?" Chen Tianhao joked. Boss B, who originally had a violent temper, was provoked by this and immediately shouted, "You don't want to negotiate at all? Do you want to start a full-scale war with us, Hongqing? Since Boss B says so, can I take all of you away? You must understand this is my territory now and all outside are my men. You're not following the rules." Boss B shouted angrily. "When Liang Ma made a move against me, why didn't you talk about rules? Now you want to talk about rules with me? I am the rule." Big Brother B said, "Today I will walk out of here. I don't believe you dare to keep me here. When the time comes, the entire Hongqing will come after you." As he finished speaking he prepared to take Chen Haonan and the others with him. Suddenly an untimely voice came from the stairs, "Oh Big B, you look so imposing. If one didn't know better they might think you are the leader of Hongqing." At that moment they turned around and saw Crow walking down the stairs. Chen Tianhao didn't expect his big brother to make such an entrance. He was just about to take action against Big B. "He'll call you Big B out of respect, but without that respect you're just a big fool," Crow declared confidently. "I can represent Dongqing, can you represent Hongqing? You want to start a war? Why don't you get out of here first? Aha, what do you think? Didn't I arrive just in time?" Crow came over and put his arm around my shoulder. "Ha, big brother, it's all thanks to you," Chen Tianhao flattered. At this moment Chen Tianhao turned to Big B and contemptuously said, "So Big B, can we have a proper discussion now? I won't beat around the bush, I know you're here for Liang Ma. Since you want to take her back you need to show some sincerity. I won't ask for much, just 10 million. Give me 10 million and I'll let her go right away." Upon hearing Chen Tianhao's request, Big B said, "I don't have the money. I can only guarantee that once you release Liang Ma, Hongqing won't bother you anymore, and well acknowledge that this is your territory from now on. This place is already my territory, do I need your acknowledgement?" Chen Tianhao was almost laughing in anger. "You're making it difficult for me, Big Brother B. At this point Chen Tianhao no longer showed him any respect. Crow leaned in and said, how should we take action? As he spoke he pulled out a big black gun aiming it at Big Brother B. Just as Chen Haonan reached for his waist to grab his gun, Bai Wuchang swiftly disarmed him and snatched the gun from his waist, pointing it at Chen Haonan's head. So now my request isn't too high, right? 10 million for you and the dozens of people present, you're still profiting. Chen Tianhao said. Big Brother B looked at the dark muzzle of the gun and immediately softened, saying, give me some time, I'll contact Mr. Jiang right away, he will definitely agree. He then took the phone from the bag and dialed. As soon as the call connected, a woman's voice came through. Hello, who is this? Ms. Fong, this is Big B. I have something to discuss with Mr. Jiang. As soon as Big B finished speaking, Jiang Tiansheng's voice came through. Whose call is this? Darling, you're here. It's Big B calling for you. Fong Ting said playfully. Hello Big B, what's up? Chen Tianhao didn't give Big B a chance to speak and casually took the call. Mr. Jiang, I am Chen Tianhao from Dongxing. It's normal that you've never heard of me, after all I'm just a minor character. Now I have a business proposal for you. I wonder if Mr. Jiang is interested. Mr. B, let him talk to me. What do you want? Jiang Tiansheng inquired without answering. Since you want engage, you'll be straightforward. If you want me to release Liang Ma along with Big Brother B, you need to send 10 million to Shinshuishi. Are you so sure that I will give you the money? Aren't you afraid of me making you unwelcome in Hong Kong? Jiang Tiansheng said in a deep voice. Big B is doing this for the gang. If he gets taken down just like that, I think your position as leader won't be stable either. With Big B in his hands, Chen Tianhao was not afraid at all. Not to mention anything else, if he didn't save Big B this time, Liang Cohen would not let him off easily. Liang Cohen had been coveting his position as leader for a long time and would definitely not let such a good opportunity slip by. Hearing Chen Tianhao's words, Jiang Tiansheng couldn't help but laugh on the phone. Good kid, you have guts. I'll arrange for someone to bring the money right away, but you need to release Big B and Liang Ma immediately. As long as the money is in place, I will release them right away. I do have some credibility, Chen Tianhao said, hanging up before giving Jiang Tiansheng a chance to respond. Hee Big B, your life and death are all in Jiang Tiansheng's hands now. Big B, however, had a sullen face and said nothing. At Repulse Bay inside Jiang Tiansheng's villa, looking at the hung-up phone, he muttered to himself with a dark face, this Chen Tianhao cannot be left alive, otherwise he will become a great enemy of Hongqing in the future. Although he said that he immediately arranged for someone to take 10 million to Shinshuishi to exchange for Big B and the others. About half an hour later, Jiang Tiansheng's men arrived outside Hongyun restaurant. Chen Tianhao had already notified his underlings outside. When they learned that he was the one bringing the money, one person immediately guided him to the second floor of Hongyun restaurant. As soon as they reached the second floor, Big B stood up and said, Chen Tianhao, the money has been delivered. Can we leave now? Where is Liang Ma? Don't rush, she'll be here soon. After saying that he had someone bring the money over and after confirming there were no issues, Chen Tianhao teased Big B, I must say Big Brother B is quite valuable. Just as Big B was about to say something else, he saw one of Chen Tianhao's underlings bringing in a disheveled person whose hand seemed to be broken. Seeing this situation, he didn't care about anything else and rushed to support Liang Ma, who was about to fall backward. From the looks of it, she was mostly done for. Even if she went back, who would care about a deadweight without a territory? Chen Tianhao looked at them and said, Big Brother B, I'm handing her over to you. Take care and don't send me off. He then signaled for his underlings to clear a path. Just as Big B and his entourage were leaving Hongyun restaurant, Chen Tianhao stood by the window and added, in the future, if such good things come up, Big Brother B, you should take care of your little brother. Upon hearing this, Big B truly wanted to go back and fight him, but after thinking about it, this was now Chen Tianhao's territory. He could only swallow his anger. There will be a day when Big B will reclaim this place. With that thought, he quickened his pace towards the car parked by the roadside. Watching Big B and the others leave, Crow asked, how, since they took the money, why not take them down? He then made a gesture of cutting his throat. Big Brother, I just took over the territory, I haven't stabilized my position yet. Letting Big B and the others go back gives us more time to develop ourselves. Now is not the time for an all-out war with them. What are you afraid of? Are we still going to be afraid of Hongqing? After hearing this, Chen Tianhao didn't say much more, arranging for his underlings to call the waiters to bring up another table of dishes, then said to Crow, Big Brother, let's go over and eat while we chat. As the waiter brought out the dishes, Chen Tianhao looked at the table filled with food and at the Crow, who seemed to have more to say. He quickly grabbed a large lobster and handed it to him. Brother, can we talk about this later? Without waiting for a response, he started eating. To be honest, he hadn't had a proper meal in days, having been embroiled in chaos since leaving the hospital. Although he was given a box lunch at the police station last night, it was hardly fit for human consumption and he certainly didn't want to eat it again. He had intended to treat himself nicely after leaving the police station, but trouble kept coming in waves and he nearly ended up getting taken out by a hidden gun. The crow watched as Chen Tianhao devoured his food without speaking, instead slowly enjoying his lobster. At the Qianshuiwen Villa, de Laobi had just left Chen Tianhao's territory and instructed Chen Haonan and the others to take their men back while he followed the bodyguards arranged by Jiang Tianqing to redeem someone to his villa. Upon entering the villa, he saw Jiang Tianqing lounging on a chair under the sun, while Fang Ting, who seemed to have just come out of the pool, had water stains on her clothes, making her already prominent figure even more alluring. De Laobi swallowed hard, lowered his head and approached Jiang Tianqing, calling out, "Mr. Jiang. De Bi, you're back. Come sit over here." He gestured to the chair beside him. As De Bi sat down, he continued, "So what do you think of this pretty boy, Hao?" "Mr. Jiang, if you give me another chance I will definitely take care of him," De Bi replied eagerly. "First answer my question. In considering whether to let you go or not." Looking at Jiang Tianqing's not so good complexion, De Bi calmed himself and said, "Chen Tianhao is just a reckless brat with a bit of brute strength. He isn't afraid even when we Hongqing pressure him. He's just a lucky brainless little mule." "Oh, you really think so? If he had no brains, how could he have so easily walked out of the police station? You know, at least dozens of people died last night. So when assessing people in situations, one must not only look at one side," Jiang Tianqing said earnestly. Understood, Mr. Jiang. I get it. So are we still going to take action against him?" De Bi asked next. "You send someone to keep an eye on him. When the opportunity arises, bring people to take him out and I will arrange for others to assist you." Hearing Jiang Tianqing say this, De Bi stood up and said, "All right, I will arrange it right away." Watching De Bi leave, Jiang Tianqing smiled to himself, thinking if only everyone in Hongqing were like De Bi, who would dare to touch Hongxing's whiskers then. After dinner, Chen Tianhao and the crow were discussing what they should do next at the night bar. "Brother, did you manage to set up the security company I asked you about?" Hearing Chen Tianhao's question, the crow slowly replied, "As soon as you told me, I arranged for Desang to handle it. Our company will just be a front for the security company. With a bit of money it can be easily done." "Why do you ask?" Hearing the crow say it was done, Chen Tianhao replied, "From now on all protection fees in our territory should be signed under the name of the security company, whether for shops or street vendors. This way, if others come to our territory to set up shop, we can retaliate reasonably, as we are protecting the interests of our partners. The police will have no way to deal with us." "Haha, you really have a good mind." After laughing, the crow asked, "What should we call the security company?" "Let's call it Longting Security. From now on all our companies will start with Longting." After deciding on the name, Chen Tianhao continued, "Now we have the dock and there are also a few ships from Hongtai that I had detained, which should be enough for our current needs. Now we just need you, brother, to open up your channel." The crow knew it was time for him to bring out something real and immediately said, "Since you told me that day I transferred all the goods I had to Zani Ixin. After getting the money I contacted over in Holland. Things like color TVs and phones are selling very well there. I've even prepared the goods just waiting for you to take over the dock and start working." Chen Tianhao didn't expect the crow to be so reliable at times like this and replied, "All right, let's arrange for people to set sail right away. You can take charge of things over in Holland, brother. I heard these items are also quite popular on the mainland, so I'm planning to open another line on the mainland." As he spoke, he took out the ransom he received from De Bi. "Brother, take this 10 million, prepare the goods. Next it's our time to shine." The crow looked at Chen Tianhao pushing the money over and said, "Ah, you just established your territory, it is the time to use money. You keep it. I still have some savings from these years." Seeing the crow being so reserved, He Wuchang, who was standing beside them, said, "Boss, just take it. Our leader has gained a lot of benefits from Hongtai this time." "Yeah. Brother, just take it. There's no way we will let you bear all the costs alone." Hearing them say this, the crow was no longer polite and directly had Desang take the money. "In that case, I'll go prepare. I'm itching to get started." Just as the crow was about to get up, he seemed to remember something and added, "When you called me earlier I was talking to Luatu about you. He plans to hold a meeting soon and will give you a position. He also wants to invite all the major gangs to witness it." After saying this, he stood up, took Desang, and as he was leaving he turned his head and added, "Once the time is set I'll call you. Just wait patiently." Chen Tianhao watched the crow leave and shook his head, saying to He Wuchang, "Call by Wuchang. We need to hurry up and establish our connections on the mainland." "Okay, I'll handle it right away," He Wuchang replied before leaving. A week later. Everything was progressing smoothly when Hongqing started to get uneasy. De Laobi, after leaving Jiang Tiansheng's villa, sent people to gather information on Chen Tianhao. He even prepared a team ready to strike at any moment. But Chen Tianhao was playing by his own rules, turning the formerly lowly mule into a businessman and even signing contracts with those bosses. The police were left clueless about his intentions, sending people to keep watch every day, leaving De Laobi with no chance to act. De Laobi was nearly driven to madness. Unlike the incompetence and fury of the big shot, Chen Tianhao's situation was different. His measures after taking control of Xinshuishi completely made Li Yuhua drop his prejudice against the little man and accept him as a friend. In a private room of the Hongyun restaurant in Shinshui, Chen Tianhao was toasting with a refined gentleman who was none other than the senior inspector Li Yuhua.
Li Guo, how's it going? Did I disappoint you?
Li Yuhua beside him said, how you truly are an enigma to me.
People like you and the gang usually prioritize benefits.
How can your subordinates agree with you doing this?
What does it matter if they agree or not? I'm doing this for their better future. Chen Tianhao said.
Li Yuhua shook his head. I won't say much more. As long as you can maintain this, I'll support whatever you do. You should know that your territory is now Shinshui. No, even the entire Hong Kong island has the best public safety now. After he finished speaking, Chen Tianhao raised his glass and said, then I will need your guidance more in the future, Li Gu.
Li Yuhua also raised his glass and clinked it with him.
After sending Li Yuhua off and returning to the night bar, it was already open for business. In the hall, a Dong who was serving guests saw Chen Tianhao return and ran over directly. How Gu, you're back.
How's it going? Everything all right? Chen Tianhao looked at a Dong, feeling quite helpless himself as the stitches on his injuries hadn't even been removed yet.
He refused to rest for a longer period, saying that as the elder brother he was busy inside and out. A Dong had no reason to rest. Chen Tianhao had no choice but to let him manage the night bar for now, since it was his stronghold and no one dared to cause trouble here. A Dong scratched his head and smiled foolishly. What could happen? I just need to say a few words and the brothers will take care of it. By the way, Wu Yago asked me to inform you that there will be a meeting at the headquarters tomorrow specifically for you.
Okay, I got it. A Dong was excited when he heard Chen Tianhao mention he would take him along. Alright, how go, I understand.
You should go rest too. We will go to the headquarters together tomorrow. A Dong, hearing that he could go with Chen Tianhao, was overjoyed. After speaking to him, Chen Tianhao directly went up to the newly renovated office on the third floor and asked one of the younger brothers outside to call the Wuchang three brothers over. In no time they arrived at the office, and Bai Wuchang immediately asked, boss, what's up?
Looking at them now dressed in suits, Chen Tianhao said, it's nothing much, just wanted to tell you that you'll accompany me to the headquarters meeting tomorrow. Hearing this, Bai Wuchang leaned forward and asked, is it that the higher-ups are preparing to give you a position, boss? That should be about right.
Seeing Bai Wuchang's demeanor, Chen Tianhao added, you all go prepare the brothers, it should not be too peaceful tomorrow. Understood, boss, we will prepare right away. After saying that, Hui Wuchang and Bai Wuchang left, leaving only Bai Wuchang behind. Looking at his troubled expression, Chen Tianhao smiled and said, what's wrong?
Do you have something to say?
Bai Wuchang awkwardly smiled and said, boss, can I skip the meeting tomorrow? You know, I just got a girlfriend these days and I have plans to deepen our relationship tomorrow.
But if you insist, boss, I will accept it.
To be honest, Bai Wuchang looked quite handsome in his black suit, otherwise he wouldn't have hooked up with someone so quickly.
That's it. Alright, I approve it. You can take a day off tomorrow. Hearing Chen Tianhao's words, Bai Wuchang's expression of joy was uncontrollable as he repeatedly said, thank you, boss. I won't disturb you anymore.
After saying that, he hurriedly ran out. Seeing his demeanor, Chen Tianhao smiled and got up to prepare for a shower, wondering what awaited him tomorrow. The next day, as soon as Chen Tianhao stepped out of his room, he saw a Dong and Hui Wuchang and Bai Wuchang already waiting at the door with a group of suited men, and without saying much he simply said two words. Let's go. When he reached the bar entrance, he saw several business cars and a Mercedes parked by the roadside with several suited men standing beside them. These cars were obtained after doing smuggling business bought from Holland for their cost effectiveness. He managed to get 2 Mercedes and 10 business cars for just over $1 million. These suited men were elite younger brothers summoned through the system, and one could say all the money earned from the 2 smuggling operations was spent on them. 50 people cost him $5 million, and when he checked their stats he found they had a firearms proficiency skill, so he spent $8 million to procure a batch of weapons. He bought 100 Black Stars along with 100 AK-47s bulletproof vests, 2 boxes of grenades, and most importantly he managed to get his hands on 10 RPGs and over 80 rockets. These items were enough to take on the governor's office, but for now only the Black Star pistols had been distributed to the younger brothers while the rest remained in the system space. This time he brought along elite younger brothers totaling 20, with the remaining 3 being a Dong and the other 2. Seeing the display before him, Chen Tianhao directly got into the car and headed towards Dongqing headquarters in Yuanlong. Half an hour later, outside the headquarters, just as Chen Tianhao got out of the car and was about to lead the younger brothers inside, he was stopped by a piercing voice.
Yo, who is this?
Such a grand display, if one didn't know better they might think Dongqing was his family's. A man with a dramatic expression, Shaman, walked over, followed by his newly promoted bald-headed horse and a group of colorful-haired little men looking undernourished. The bald-headed man behind him continued, big brother, after all he has just taken such a large territory and has done great service for the gang, it's normal for him to show off a bit, otherwise fear that he won't have a chance to show off later. A Dong beside Chen Tianhao heard their sarcastic tone and directly retorted.
What are you talking about? You little punk. Look, it's just different, even a small punk that popped out of nowhere is so bold.
Do you know that your boss has to call me Sha Mengu? Sha Meng said fiercely. At this moment Chen Tianhao pulled a dong and said to Sha Meng, don't think I don't know what you've done. I haven't looked for you yet and you're barking here. If you want to die I don't mind sending you down right now. Just then Ben Shu walked over with Lei Yaoyang and Kowloon asking what's going on. How can it be that we haven't even started and you're already talking about death? Seeing Ben Shu, Sha Meng walked over and exaggeratedly said I don't know, I just said a few casual words and they want to die. After all he is a great contributor to the gang so I can't say anything. Then let's go. Why are you standing here? Letting others see a joke. After Ben Shu said that he took the lead and walked inside and Sha Meng followed. Just as Adong wanted to say something Chen Tianhao stopped him. It's fine, we can take our time settling this, no need to rush. Just as Chen Tianhao was about to enter he was stopped by the newly arrived Crow and Smiling Tiger. Ah, how you're here so early. Smiling Tiger continued, today is a big day for you, how? How could you not come early? Since you're here why don't you go in? Looking at Smiling Tiger Chen Tianhao said, Big brother Wei Gu, I ran into Sha Meng and was delayed for a bit. Hearing this Crow immediately said, is that rascal causing you trouble again? It's nothing, just a small issue. Let's go in. After saying that he called them to walk inside. When they entered they saw that everyone had already arrived and was waiting for them. Crow and Smiling Tiger went to their seats. Chen Tianhao originally had no seat but at that moment Camel shouted, how come sit over here? Pointing to the empty seat beside him, it seemed Camel had specially prepared it for him. Not wanting to be polite he walked over and sat down comfortably while Adong and the other two sat on the nearby bench. As he sat down Camel said, now that everyone is here let's talk about why we gathered today. I'm sure everyone has heard the news. A week ago Ahao led a group and took over the territory of Hongqing and Hongtai in Deepwater City. The purpose of today's meeting is to discuss how to arrange for Ahao. Upon hearing Camel's words Crow immediately expressed, we Dongqing have our own territory in Deepwater City. Since Ahao has the ability to take it down, why not give him a territory? Camel replied, that's not impossible, but let's hear everyone's thoughts. Seeing that it was clear they intended to support Chen Tianhao's rise, how could Ben Shu agree? Lei Yaoyang immediately stood up and said, I want to ask how aren't you still under 18? Not caring about Lei Yaoyang's motives, Chen Tianhao nodded and said, I will only turn 18 after the new year. Seeing Chen Tianhao acknowledge this he continued, how can you expect a child who hasn't even turned 18 to be the hallmaster? How will other gangs perceive us? Following Lei Yaoyang's words the elder faction standing with him also responded, Yao is right, selecting a hallmaster cannot be taken lightly. How can I explain this outside? Should I say our Dongxing's hallmaster is just a kid? I think he should give up his territory and the gang can provide him some compensation. He can take charge once he is capable later on. I also think this approach is viable. Looking at the agreement among the elders, Chen Tianhao said nothing. Crow could no longer sit still and said, what's this? Do we have to consider age in the gang? Should we set an age limit when recruiting? Now you're preaching to me about principles here. We are in a rough world where it's about ability, whoever has the capability rises. If you have the ability, go take it. Also, I give you face as elders of Dongqing, but if I don't give you face you're just a bunch of old sticks. Seeing Crow getting more heated, Smiling Tiger stood up to mediate saying, let's all sit down and discuss this together, no need to make things unpleasant. The Emperor, as if wanting to make the situation even worse, said, I think Brother Crow is right. Should I also give my position as hallmaster to you? I'll go practice a bit more. Dadong also chimed in, if Ahao took over such a vast territory for the gang, isn't that ability? What more do you want? Sha Meng, oblivious to the danger, said, taking it down isn't enough, we also need to manage it well. If it turns into chaos the cops won't let us off easily. Oh. Then I need to consult Brother Sha Meng well. I wonder if Brother Sha Meng has time, Chen Tianhao said, staring at him. Ben Shu, fearing Sha Meng might say something wrong, quickly said, we're all on the same side, we can discuss this slowly. No need for any unpleasantness. Since everyone has differing opinions, I suggest we resolve this with a vote to avoid further arguments. The group of old sticks and Lei Yaoyang immediately agreed to Ben Shu's suggestion, and Ben Shu then looked at Camel. Oh, since that's the case, let's vote by raising hands. Camel sighed helplessly and raised his hand. Crow, Smiling Tiger, Sito Hanan, the Emperor, and Dadong followed suit and raised their hands. However, their votes were still not enough. With Ben Shu's side plus Ben Shu they had 4 elders, and with Lei Yaoyang, Kowloon and Sha Meng they totaled 7 votes. Seeing this, Ben Shu chuckled and said, in that case why don't we elect a new hallmaster? It wouldn't be bad for Ahao to take the role of Red Stick. Hearing Ben Shu say this, Crow, disregarding everything, directly cursed, what nonsense. Are you saying Ahao can just hand over the territory he fought for? Chen Tianhao coughed slightly, signaling Crow to stop so he could speak. Since you all want it so much, let someone come take it. I want to see who can take the territory from my hands. At this moment Sha Meng said, handsome, how mind your attitude? This is a vote by everyone. What do you not agree? Seeing Sha Meng repeatedly looking for trouble and remembering the attempts on his life, Chen Tianhao directly kicked him in the face across the table. Seeing Chen Tianhao attack and put Sha Meng underfoot, the people from Ben Shu's side surged forward. A Dong and Bai Wuchang didn't hesitate and drew their guns at the big bald head who was reaching for Chen Tianhao. It must be mentioned that Chen Tianhao spent 160 gold coins to increase his physique by 10 points, bringing his physique to 26 points. After 20 points, gold coins double. Instantly, the big bald head was riddled with 7 or 8 bullet holes. Those who were about to make a move also halted, shocked by the scene. Actually, there was no need to use guns. The people in the room were not enough for Bai Wuchang and Hui Wuchang to cut down. Chen Tianhao had specifically instructed this upon arrival, saying it would be more intimidating. Seeing the situation, Ben Shu shouted, Chen Tianhao, are you trying to rebel? Allowing your underlings to open fire and kill in the hall. Do you know that harming fellow sect members requires serious consequences? Since Ben Shu has stated that harming fellow sect members has serious consequences, can I now kill him? After saying that, Chen Tianhao stepped down hard on Sha Meng's foot. Ben Shu was stunned upon hearing this. Chen Tianhao didn't care and continued, do you know he paid someone to come at me on my way to the police station? Hearing Chen Tianhao say this, Sha Meng, who was being stepped on, shouted, Ben Shu, he's framing me. I didn't do anything. Looking at the sand grasshopper on the ground, Uncle Ben said, even if the sand grasshopper is at fault, you cannot allow your subordinate to kill. Are you getting old and confused? Didn't you see they were just fighting with their hands and feet? This is a matter between me and the sand grasshopper. If he dares to interfere, it's good enough that I didn't kill him. Chen Tianhao thought carefully. He just wanted to establish his authority and wasn't foolish enough to let his subordinate kill in front of so many people. As his words fell, the big bald man convulsing on the ground was carried away. If they hurried to rescue him, they might still save his life. If one were to blame, it could only be for his bad luck, who told him to acknowledge the sand grasshopper as his big brother. In the future, no one would dare to be the sand grasshopper's right-hand man. After all, just a week ago one had been killed and now another just promoted had become useless. The sand grasshopper was simply a jinx. Looking at the big bald man being carried away, Uncle Ben asked, do you have evidence that the sand grasshopper hired someone to attack you? At that moment the crow said, we are not the police, we need evidence to act. But there must still be rules. Lei Yaoyang said, knowing that the sand grasshopper was guilty but he had to help him. I don't have evidence, but I know who he hired. Hearing Chen Tianhao say this, Uncle Ben replied, in that case let's wait until you bring the person before we talk. Luotu also spoke up, I'll let them go first. We can sit down and discuss it slowly. Hearing Luotu speak, Chen Tianhao rubbed his foot hard on the sand grasshopper's chest, and upon hearing his muffled grunt he finally moved his foot and stood behind Luotu. Seeing Chen Tianhao move his foot, Uncle Ben thought he had softened. Now let's discuss the matter of the Shinshuishi Hall and see who is suitable to be the hall master. Luotu interrupted at this moment, don't rush. Let's wait until everyone is here to discuss it. Uncle Ben asked in confusion, is there anyone from Dongqing who hasn't arrived yet? As soon as he finished speaking, a female voice came from outside the door, what's wrong? Are we not from Dongqing? Do you not regard us? At this time 2 women walked in dressed in neat tang suits, perfectly showcasing their graceful figures. Uncle Ben looked at the newcomers, a shadow flickered across his sullen face, and then he smiled and said, Jin Feng, Yin Feng, why didn't you notify me when you returned? Yes, they are the Jin Feng and Yin Feng sisters from Dongqing. Originally there were 3 Feng, but only 2 are written here. Jin Feng's name is unknown, so only Jin and Yin Feng will be mentioned in the future. They had always been responsible for the Dutch territory. It's unclear why they returned this time. Looking at Uncle Ben, they ignored him, snorted coldly and walked straight towards Luotu, then asked him, Uncle Luo, how are you? Is your health good recently? Everything is good. Luotu said with a smile. Jin Feng asked Uncle Luo, we heard something about Shinshuishi and the hall master outside. What's going on? Isn't it that Ahao's guys defeated Hongqing and Hongtai in Shinshuishi's territory? Now they are discussing the hall master. Luotu explained while gesturing for them to look at Chen Tianhao behind him. What's there to discuss? Whoever defeats it owns it, Yin Feng said. Jin Feng echoed, yeah, if you can take it down you don't have to worry about holding it right. Hearing this, Uncle Ben subtly signaled to Kalu beside him, who understood immediately and said, we've already voted and everyone agrees to let Ahao practice. The club will definitely not forget his contributions. Hearing this, the crow directly said, when did you see me agree? Can you make decisions for me? The smiling tiger and the others chimed in, right, we never said we disagreed with Ahao becoming hall master. After all, the territory was fought for by him, if you want it you can just take it. Isn't this obviously just picking up something already there? Just as Uncle Ben was about to say something, Jin Feng and Yin Feng spoke up, since you say it's a vote, we weren't here just now. Let's do it again. As soon as they finished speaking, Luotu said, in that case let's do it again. Those in favor of Ahao becoming the hall master of Shinshuishi, please raise your hands. After Luotu finished speaking, he slowly raised his hand. Jin Feng and Yin Feng followed closely, and with their support Chen Tianhao's votes surpassed Uncle Ben's. Looking at the situation before him, Luotu continued, it's clear now. As they say, the minority must yield to the majority. In that case, Ahao is the hall master of Shinshuishi.
You have no objections, right? He then looked at Uncle Ben with a gloating expression. Uncle Ben's old face darkened, remaining silent, while Kowloon and Lei Yaoyao nodded in response. Well, in that case, let's set the date for 3 days from now. You all go inform the major clubs and I'll personally install a hrough in office. Luotu said happily.
After Uncle Ben agreed, he took Kowloon and the others away, not even mentioning Chen Tianhao's indulgence of his subordinates harming others. Seeing the elders and Lei Yaoyan leave, the crow smiled and approached, saying how you'll be just like the big brother from now on. Work hard. Whatever happens, the big brother will be there for you. After saying this, the crow patted my shoulder. The smiling tiger and the others also chimed in, congratulations, how take care of us in the future. Chen Tianhao smiled and said, I also want to thank the leader and all the bosses for their strong support. If you ever need my help, just let me know. In truth, anyone with eyes could see that Jin Feng and Yin Feng were called back by Luotu for this matter. He had gone to great lengths to support his brother the crow in rising to power. Although he seemed a bit old-fashioned in the movie, overall he still took good care of the crow and the smiling tiger. With him around, that ending might not repeat itself. As everyone finished exchanging pleasantries, they left one by one. Before long, only Chen Tianhao and his brother along with Luotu remained in the hall. At this moment, Chen Tianhao called out to Adong, who was standing aside, Adong, bring me the things I prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, Adong walked out from behind carrying a small leather bag. Then Chen Tianhao looked at Luotu and said, Old Ding, there's 1 million inside. Just consider it my respect for you. Seeing Chen Tianhao's gesture, Luotu felt he hadn't misjudged him, but he didn't slow down at all. With a smile, he had someone take the bag. Then he smiled and said, how work hard in the future. When we grow old, this world will inevitably belong to you young people. At this moment, Jin Feng interrupted, saying, Uncle Luo, aren't you going to introduce us to the crow? After all, we've helped a lot. Jin Feng said with a smile. Luo Tuo slapped his forehead. Oh my, look at this old man, I've completely forgotten about you all. Then he pulled Chen Tianhao and said, these two are the twin phoenixes of the Taoist sect, Jin Feng and Yin Feng. They manage the club's business in Holland. This time I specifically called them back, otherwise how could you easily become the hall master? At this point the crow added, how our smuggling business in Holland relies entirely on their connections. That's right. That's right. I wonder how little brother will thank us. Yin Feng said playfully, her expression resembling that of a friendly big sister lacking the ferocity associated with the Taoist sect. But it was indeed enough. Then he'll thank the two sisters first. If you need anything, just let me know at any time. Chen Tianhao then added, since the two sisters rarely come back, let me personally arrange things for you. While they were chatting animatedly, Adong walked over and whispered in his ear how Hei Wuchang just called and said that Hong Tai's people are gathering and it seems they are coming for us. Hong Lu and the people from Liansheng Depu are also converging on our territory. Seeing Adong whispering in Chen Tianhao's ear, the crow asked, is there something going on, how? Hearing the crow's question, Chen Tianhao replied to her in Luo Tuo, my subordinate just called and said that Hong Tai is up to some small tricks, they probably want to make a move against me. Before Chen Tianhao could finish, the crow interrupted, how about it, do you need help? Hearing the crow's concern, Chen Tianhao reassured her, it's nothing, I don't take Hong Tai seriously. Then he looked at Luo Tuo and the crow continuing, I just need you guys to keep an eye on Hong Xing for me. The crow immediately responded, don't worry, with big brother around we definitely won't let a single person from Hong Xing step into Shinshuishi tonight. Luo Tuo also said, I'll notify Xiao Mianhu and Hanan to keep watch over Hong Xing, so just focus on what you need to do. With the crow and the others handling Hong Xing, Chen Tianhao felt his pressure reduced by half. He immediately stopped talking, said goodbye to them and took his little brothers back to Shinshuishi. However, he was taken aback when he inquired about the situation and found out about the people pulled in by Hong Tai. At first he had planned to join forces with Hong Xing to reclaim their territory but was turned down by Jiang Tiancheng. Afterward, when he saw Luo Tuo, he also couldn't obtain a reasonable explanation, causing Chen Mei to become anxious and directly take out 20 million to seek help from the leaders of various gangs. Surprisingly, this tactic worked. Within a few days he managed to contact the money brother from the number gang, Piaoge from Hong Le Depu, He from Liansheng, Fei Hong from Chang Le Gang and Yaowen from Hongji and Yamati. The condition reached was that each of them would send 500 people to aid Hong Tai, but whoever took the territory would claim it as their own. Chen Mei would pay them 3 million as a reward. Hong Tai would also contribute 3,000 people. Since Hong Tai was willing to invest both money and manpower, who wouldn't agree? You might ask what happened to the remaining 5 million from the 20 million he offered. Of course that was a tribute to Jiang Tiancheng. When he realized that Hong Xing was also preparing to give face to reclaim their territory but was hindered by the police and fearing that Dong Xing might intervene, he sought Jiang Tiancheng again. In the end, Jiang Tiancheng agreed, stating he wouldn't give Dong Xing a chance, but his only condition was to capture Chen Tianhao alive and hand him over. When Chen Tianhao learned of this, he calculated in his heart and realized he would soon have nearly 6,000 people. Although his territory had been recuperating for the past few days and he had been recruiting a lot of little brothers, he had only managed to gather around 500 plus the ordinary and elite little brothers summoned by the system, totaling just over 1100.
Additionally, he had 100 little brothers to take with him tonight for the smuggling business managed by Wu Chang. However, he could also choose not to go. Money can be made any time. After considering all this, Chen Tianhao calculated his money. After deducting the 10 million from Hongxing that was used as startup capital, he still had over 17 million left. He made over 12 million from 2 rounds of smuggling. Of course, it's not that 10 million in capital would yield 10 million in goods. Taking over the turf from Hong Tai and Hongxing, he earns over 800,000 daily, adding up to just over 6 million. Of course, there are protection fees, but it's not due yet, so he can only think about it for now. He summoned little brothers, spending 5 million, bought a car for 1 million and spent 8 million on weapons, plus he recently offered Luo Tua 1 million as a tribute. Now he has 20 million left with over 500 ordinary little brothers, and he needs to save enough for settling down. At least 5 million should be kept as reserve, leaving him with only 15 million available. He can summon more little brothers through the system later. After thinking about it, he communicated with the system saying, "System brother, recharge me with 1500 gold coins." Ding, 15 million deducted successfully, gold coin balance 1500. Looking at the gold coins credited, Chen Tianhao knew that if a fight broke out tonight he would still need to rely on high-end combat power. Currently, aside from Wu Chang who were assigned to handle the shipment, he also needs Li Wang, Taishan and Wu Chang. They are simply not enough, and he doesn't know how they will come at him. If they come from different directions, it would be troublesome. He then realized what he needed to do. System, summon me 1300 ordinary little brothers. Also give me 2 special summons. Ding, ordinary little brother summoned successfully. Host can summon at any time. Ding, special summon in progress. Congratulations, host, on successfully summoning the cold-faced killer Abu from the movie Wolf Tooth. Host can summon at any time. Ding, congratulations, host, on successfully summoning the suited thug Gao Jin from the movie SPL2. Host can summon at any time. Seeing that he had summoned these 2 deities, Chen Tianhao excitedly said to the system, "System brother, for the ordinary little brother summoning, first summon my Abu and Gao Jin." Ding, ordinary little brother summoned successfully. They will report within half an hour. Ding, Abu and Gao Jin summoned successfully. Just as the system finished its operation, 2 people walked in from outside calling out in unison, "Boss." Looking at the 2 in front of him, he said 3 times good. After that, Chen Tianhao checked their panels. Name Abu. Physique 80. Mental strength 12. Skills 12, paths of Tan Leg Master, Gecko Skill Master. Loyalty 100, devoted. Name Gao Jin. Physique 75, you should know he has a heart condition. Mental strength 16. Skills, Ame Stab Master, Thai Boxing Master, Bagua Fist Master, proficient in firearms. Loyalty 100, devoted. After reviewing their panels, Chen Tianhao said to them, "You guys can go rest now. We still need you to help tonight." After that, he called a dong to take them to rest, as a major battle awaited them at night and they definitely needed to rest well. Now he has a total of 2400 little brothers, of which over 500 were recruited from the real world. Chen Tianhao had just sent a dong to take Gao Jin and the others down when he remembered Li Yuhua. He felt it necessary to inform him about tonight's event, as it would be significant, and being informed would allow Li Yuhua to provide him with more support. He quickly made a call to Li Yuhua explaining the possible events of the night. Upon hearing this, Li Yuhua encouraged Chen Tianhao to proceed, assuring him that he would assist with the aftermath. With Li Yuhua's affirmative response, Chen Tianhao promptly took action. He went downstairs to find Gray Wu Chang and Li Wang chatting, while Wu Chang had already gone to prepare for the night's activities. Seeing that everyone was present, Chen Tianhao said, "Old Gray, Li, gather the brothers together." After Li Wang and the others acknowledged him, they went off to take care of their tasks. A dong in Taishan, who had just organized Gao Jin and the others, looked at him expectantly. "A dong, send some of your subordinates to investigate how they plan to act tonight." Upon hearing his turn had come, a dong excitedly replied, "Okay brother, how I will arrange it right away." Taishan, sitting all alone while everyone else was busy, asked in a deep voice, "Boss, have you forgotten about me?" Chen Tianhao looked at the big guy and smiled, saying, "What's wrong? Can't you stay here with me at headquarters?" No, it's just that everyone else is busy and I'm just sitting here idle." Taishan sounded as pitiful as a 500-pound child when he said this. "You just stay here and keep watch, there will be a time for you to contribute tonight." Chen Tianhao felt helpless as well. "Alright, I'll listen to the boss." With everything arranged, Chen Tianhao went upstairs, now waiting for Hong Tai and the others to make their move. At the Hong Tai headquarters, discussions were underway. "So is everything arranged?" Chen Mei inquired. "Everything is set. As soon as you give the order, we will charge into Xinshui." Bao Rong spoke. The Crown Prince continued, "The other bosses have also sent word they are waiting for our signal tonight." "Good, in that case we must take down Liang Zai Hao in one go. We have gathered all our forces for this." Chen Mei expressed his concerns. Although it wasn't absolutely necessary to fight, Hong Tai relied on their connections. Not having their own territory meant putting their lifeline in the hands of others. This situation made Chen Mei uncomfortable, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to such lengths just to reclaim a territory. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, night descended. At the Nightshade Bar, Chen Tianhao and Li Wang were listening to a Dong report the news gathered by their subordinate's brother how according to our sources Hong Tai will approach from the west of Shinshui to launch an attack on us. Meanwhile the Nine Dragons gang and Awu will come from the southwest street together with the Changlu gang to attack us. The territory of Lianqing Dapu lies to our north bordering ours. Han Le's brother Piao will also send people to join him in the attack. Lastly we must be wary of Han Ji Yao when if we engage the other three fronts they will move south and strike our backs. Moreover our eastern side borders with Han Bin's territory in the Kuiqing district we cannot let our guard down. Considering all this we simply do not have enough manpower. How go? After hearing Adong's report they realized they were facing 3 times the number of enemies tonight attacking from 4 different directions with Hong Tai having the largest force of over 3,000 men. The other 3 fronts were weaker with Yao Wen having around 500 men while the remaining 2 had over 1,000 each. We don't need to worry about Kuiqing Luo Tua Lao Ding and my brother promised me they would hold back Hong Xing. What we need to consider is how to subdue Hong Tai. After a brief moment of contemplation Chen Tianhao continued, Li Wang, I leave Yao Wen's side to you tonight. He'll give you 200 men, can you handle it? Li Wang stood up patting his chest in assurance, don't worry boss, with me here not a single one of them will set foot in our territory. In fact 1 person is enough for Li Wang, sending 200 subordinates is merely to clean up the battlefield. Chen Tianhao continued to arrange, alright I leave the 9 Dragons gang and Changlu gang to you too, hey by Wuchang I will give you 500 men. They both responded immediately, brother how you can count on us. Seeing their agreement Chen Tianhao continued, Dapa He and Honglu will be handled by Gao Jin, Abu and Adong. Likewise I will only give you 500 men. In truth Chen Tianhao felt a bit apprehensive, although Gao Jin and Abu were both skilled fighters they would only be taking ordinary subordinates with them. He worried whether they could manage against double the enemy's forces. They expressed no doubt, don't worry boss, we've got this. In that case the remaining men will follow me to face Hong Tai. Alright everyone go prepare. They should be here soon. After saying this Chen Tianhao left with the unassigned Grey Wuchang and Tai Shan. At Hong Tai just as night fell they were already prepared with dozens of buses and trucks parked out front filled with people each wielding gleaming watermelon knives. At the Crown Prince's command the vehicles slowly started moving towards Chen Tianhao's territory. Chen Mei also promptly notified the other bosses. Half an hour later the first to arrive were Dapa He and Hong Les Water Buffalo and Fei Quan from the movie The Top of the Gold List. They saw Gao Jin and Adong who had been waiting for a long time and Dapa He spoke first. What's going on? Is there no one left in Dongqing? You've only sent this few people. What are you saying, we don't have enough? Let me tell you, you won't even be able to handle the 200 of us. Adong retorted. However, why did Adong only have over 200 men? And where was Abu? The reason was surely that Abu had taken them away, and you will find out why soon enough. Hongla Fei Quan, known for his violent temper, immediately interrupted Dapo He, who was about to say something more, saying, why waste words with him? Just go up and kill him, let's see if his mouth is still so tough. Brothers, charge. Kill these scoundrels from Dongqing. After saying this Fei Quan rushed forward, followed by Hong Les subordinates who shouted as they charged. Dapo He silently cursed Fei Quan's entire family in his heart before reluctantly directing his subordinates to follow suit. Watching Hong Lu and the short mules from Lianqing charging towards them, Gao Jin said nothing, twisted his neck and rushed out. Adong looked at Gao Jin, who had already dashed out, and shouted loudly, brothers, let's chop them down. In an instant the sounds of fighting spread throughout the street. Occasionally some bold shop owners peeked out to see what was happening, while some unfortunate ones found the short mules crashing into their shops, and closing the doors was futile. Each punch and kick from Gao Jin sent a short mule crashing down. Fei Quan watched as Gao Jin knocked his underlings to the ground as if he were chopping vegetables, and he charged over with Xue Niao and a few loyal subordinates. Seeing the fierce individuals charging towards him, Gao Jin fought while moving closer. Just as he approached, Fei Quan shouted, "Get out of my way!" With his shout the underlings nearby immediately scattered. He raised his knife and swung it towards Gao Jin's head. Gao Jin sidestepped his blade, delivering a swift elbow to his underarm that sent him flying. Xue Niao and his crew, seeing Fei Quan getting beaten, rushed over in a swarm. Although they were quite capable among ordinary people, they couldn't withstand even a single move from Gao Jin. They fell to the ground faster than they had come. Fei Quan, seeing that his men couldn't defeat Gao Jin, shouted to the nearby underlings, chop him down. Whoever kills him will reward them 50,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, the underlings nearby suppressed their fear and charged at Gao Jin with their knives. Adong, armed with a watermelon knife tightly wrapped with tape around his hand, saw the opposing group and swung wildly, driving them back in defeat. Dapo He, who arrived later, also saw Fei Quan's crew suffering losses against Yao Jin and decided not to rush in and make things worse. Instead, he led his underlings directly towards Adong, thinking to himself, no matter how powerful you were once I deal with all your underlings, let's see how strong you truly are. With their arrival, Adong and his crew suddenly felt overwhelmed, being pushed back. At that moment the rumbling of motorcycles echoed from the nearby alley. Abu was seen leading the charge on a motorcycle, wielding a long tang knife over a meter in length, followed by over 100 motorcycles, each carrying 2 people, the second person holding their own extended machete.
As they approached on their bikes, the short mules on both sides were instantly devastated. Screams and cries of anguish filled the air as people fell with severed limbs scattered everywhere. Dapu He, seeing this situation, wanted to rally his underlings, but Abu rode right in front of him. With a swing of his knife, Dapu He saw a headless corpse slowly toppling backward. Seeing Dapu He's headless body, the short mules around panicked, dropping their knives and scattering. Fei Quan also noticed the situation and immediately fled with Xue Niu. Watching the short mules beaten and fleeing, Dong shouted, "Brothers, charge! Let's seize Liancheng's territory." He then led a group of underlings shouting as they charged towards Dapu He's territory. The swift resolution of the battle tonight was largely due to Dong. Had he not used the money given to him by Qin Tianhao to buy a motorcycle shop, they wouldn't have found so many motorcycles tonight and the fight wouldn't have been so easy. At the same time, on the side of Heibai Wuchang, just as they were growing impatient waiting, the dim street ahead suddenly lit up. Looking across the street was blocked by dozens of vehicles of various styles. Fei Hong along with Jia Qiangu and A Wu led the way, followed by a dense crowd of their underlings. Heibai Wuchang remembered what Hui Wuchang had said before, that the last time they sent someone to deal with Chen Tianhao it was a guy named Jia Qiangu. He immediately asked, "Hey, you over there, who the hell are you calling Jia Qiangu?" Hearing Heibai Wuchang insulting him, A Wu immediately retorted, "I am your grandpa. So it's you, you brat. I hope your bones are as tough as your mouth when the time comes," Heibai Wuchang replied. Impatient, Bai Wuchang said, "Why bother wasting time with him? Just kill him. Brothers, chop them down." After saying that, he charged directly at A Wu and Heibai Wuchang quickly followed. Fei Hong and his crew, seeing they were outnumbered yet still daring to attack, rushed forward with their underlings. As both sides clashed, several underlings from the number gang and the Changlu gang fell to the ground wailing in pain. Bai Wuchang easily dispatched the short mules, blocking his way, moving closer to A Wu. Seeing Bai Wuchang charging towards him, A Wu was undaunted and fought back as he charged at Bai Wuchang, demonstrating impressive skill. "It's no wonder they say, as long as you dare to pay, I can solve any problem for you." Before long, the two collided, sparks flying as their blades met. Just as A Wu was pondering how skilled his opponent was, he was struck in the stomach. Realizing what had happened, he pulled his blade and slashed at Bai Wuchang's leg. Using the momentum from that kick, Bai Wuchang gracefully sidestepped, turning with a flourish and landing a blow on A Wu's shoulder. Had he not intended to take him back to his boss, that blow could have taken A Wu's life. Seeing blood pouring from his shoulder, A Wu became furious and recklessly swung his knife at Bai Wuchang, but Bai Wuchang easily evaded, leaving A Wu with several new wounds. Just as he turned to flee, Bai Wuchang struck him in the back, knocking the knife from his hand, then swiftly slashing at his leg, rendering him unable to move as Chen Tianhao's underlings captured him. Seeing their leader captured, the underlings from the number gang wanted to rush in to save him, but were blocked by Bai Wuchang, who wielded his knife effortlessly, preventing them from advancing even a step. On Heibai Wuchang's side, things were much simpler. Fei Hong was just a useless drunkard, easily knocked unconscious by Heibai Wuchang in 2 moves. His head horse, a towering figure, attempted to rush over to snatch Fei Hong, but was swiftly cut down by Heibai Wuchang, lying motionless on the ground, departing this world in peace. Seeing both leaders captured by the opposing side, their underlings lost the courage to continue fighting. It was unclear who took the lead, but soon the ground was crawling with people. Looking at the ground strewn with the lackeys of the Changlu gang and the Haomai gang, Hei Wuchang shouted, "You all get the hell out of here right now, this place is our territory from now on. If any of you dare to come over, I'll break your legs." Upon hearing Hei Wuchang's command to leave, they immediately scrambled to run in the direction they came from. Some even tried to escape by car, but were met with a couple of slaps from the nearby lackeys and left in a huff. Thus the Changlu gang was seized on a street in Shinshushi. As Hong Ji Yaowen and his group stepped into the street of Shinshushi, they saw a figure standing there. "What? You think you can stop hundreds of us all by yourself?" Li Wang looked at Yaowen and the few hundred of his short lackeys, remaining silent as he slowly approached them. Seeing Li Wang walking over as if nothing was wrong, Yaowen became enraged and waved his hand, "Kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, his lackeys rushed forward while he calmly stood there lighting a cigarette. When a Hongji lackey swung a knife toward Li Wang, he glanced at the lackey and casually slapped him, causing his head to explode. The surrounding lackeys were momentarily stunned, but then continued to swing their knives at him, leading to a scene they would never forget. Li Wang surged through the crowd, and anyone he touched either had their head smashed in or was pierced through by his strikes, their intestines spilling onto the ground without even a sound of wailing escaping to the northwest. From behind, Yaowen watched everything unfold, only reacting when the cigarette burned his lips, realizing this was undeniably a human-shaped reaper. In the time it took him to smoke one cigarette, dozens of corpses lay on the ground. Seeing Li Wang handle them with such ease made it clear that taking him down was merely a matter of time. He immediately lost the will to continue fighting and shouted, "Brothers, retreat. This murky water isn't something we can wade through." The already terrified Hongji lackeys heard their leader's command and instantly turned to flee. As Li Wang pursued and attempted to capture Yaowen, there was no one left. Just as he shouted to retreat, they jumped into the cars behind them and sped away. Thus 3 out of the 4 groups attacking Chen Tianhao were dealt with. In the Shatian district, within the hall of Sha Mang, when he learned that Hong Tai had gathered 5,000 to 6,000 men to attack Chen Tianhao, he was extremely excited and immediately called all his capable lackeys to assemble. "Do you think Chen Tianhao can win this time?" A tall thin lackey in front of Sha Meng immediately replied, "Brother Sha Meng, Chen Tianhao is opposing you at every turn now. I believe this is the best time to deal with him." Upon hearing this, Sha Meng's eyes lit up. "Oh, continue." The lackey, seeing Sha Meng's interest, went on, "With so many people gathered by Hong Tai to attack him, his rear must be weak and undermanned. We just need to pretend to support him and take over his territory completely. Even if he wins in the end, he will be left with nothing but remnants of defeated soldiers. We can easily take him out and pin the blame on Hong Tai." After hearing this lackey's words, Sha Meng felt as if a light bulb had gone off in his head, and he immediately made arrangements. "In that case, gather the lackeys immediately, leave 1,000 to guard the territory for me, and take everyone else with me to attack." It's important to note that over half of Shatian district belongs to Sha Meng. Over the years he has recruited quite a number of people, his subordinates numbering more than 4,000. He could single-handedly contend with Hong Tai's second-rate gangs, and now pulling over 3,000 men who could withstand that. Meanwhile, Chen Tianhao had just begun fighting with the Hong Tai crew, initially wanting to quickly resolve the situation by taking down the leaders Taizi and Bo Rome. But to his surprise, those two scoundrels didn't even come out to fight. Instead, they sent their lackeys to charge in while they hid far away in their vehicles. This made things quite troublesome to deal with them. They had to get past the 3,000 lackeys blocking the way. Taishan felt a shiver down his spine just looking at the situation ahead. Chen Tianhao and Taishan were charging too aggressively, and the surrounding East Star lackeys were nowhere to be seen. They were surrounded tightly by Hong Tai's lackeys. After cutting down a rushing short lackey, he turned to Taishan and said, "We need to break out. If we don't get killed, we'll be worn out." After saying this, the two of them made their way back down the path they had come. When Sha Meng arrived at Qinshushi, he heard that Liang Zihao had engaged in combat with Hong Tai's crew. He rushed toward the battlefield with his lackeys, and those unaware might have thought he was worried that Chen Tianhao couldn't hold on and was going to provide support, but in reality he was heading there to kick him while he was down. Just as Chen Tianhao, who had just fought his way out of encirclement with Taishan, saw a massive short lackey surge out from the street behind, he thought to himself, "This is bad. Why is that scoundrel here?" "Sha Meng, what the hell are you bringing so many people here for?" Chen Tianhao asked. Sha Meng surveyed the scene. If he didn't intervene, Hong Tai's crew would not win against Chen Tianhao today. Realizing this, Sha Meng was determined to keep Chen Tianhao here no matter what. Afterward, he could just take his lackeys to join another gang. Someone would surely take him in. "Liang Zihao, you've embarrassed me time and again, and now you're asking what I'm here for. Isn't it obvious?" After saying this, Sha Meng shouted to the lackeys behind him, "Today whoever kills Chen Tianhao, I will reward them with 500,000 and make them my right-hand man." Hearing this from Sha Meng, the short lackeys instantly became excited. They had initially worried that such actions might incur punishment from their gang, as killing fellow members is a major taboo in the underworld. But once they heard Sha Meng's promise, they cast all worries aside. Chen Tianhao was now a moving pile of cash. Seeing the excited lackeys, Sha Meng continued to shout, "Kill Chen Tianhao." With the addition of Sha Meng's lackeys, Chen Tianhao's side, which was already at a disadvantage, was further pushed back. If not for the fact that the lackeys he brought today were all summoned by the system, they would have long been defeated. Seeing more and more short lackeys rushing towards him, Chen Tianhao felt a bit intimidated. He had already dulled several of the blades in his hands. Even as he aimed his strikes at their vital points, there were still those who charged relentlessly at him. Within just a few minutes he had already sustained 2 visible wounds, and this was while Taishan and He Wuchang were blocking most of the attackers. Meanwhile, as Gao Jin and He Bai Wuchang were cleaning up the battlefield, they received news that Sha Meng had already taken the route behind Chen Tianhao. Abu was the first to rush over to provide support as he was riding a motorcycle, while Gao Jin and the others were much slower but still headed towards the location of the battle. In Yuan Long, outside, the Crow's hall cars filled the streets, and Crow's younger brothers stood around smoking and chatting. Inside the hall, Crow was anxiously pacing back and forth. The younger brother he sent out to gather information had not yet returned, leaving him uncertain about Chen Tianhao's situation. If it weren't for the fear that Hung Hing might also get involved, he would have already taken his brothers to help. At this moment, Desang rushed in. "Boss, it's bad. The Sand Lizard has gathered over 3,000 people and headed to Ahao's territory." "Damn it, why didn't anyone notify me sooner?" Crow cursed. Desang explained. "The younger brother we sent out just received the news and came back. Tell the brothers to get in the cars. That bastard from Sand Lizard is definitely not coming to help. We need to support Ahao." As Crow spoke, he headed towards the door while Desang hurried outside to gather the more than 2,000 younger brothers to get into the cars. Just as they got into the car, Crow called Luatu to briefly explain the situation. Luatu assured him that he would send the leaders of the various halls to support Ahao. Crow's convoy set off towards deep water, and as they passed the intersection of Suanwan and Shatin, they saw the road blocked by 2 large trucks. Just as he was about to send his younger brothers to investigate the situation, a throng of people surged from both sides of the road, led by Hung Hing's Han Bin and the 2 brothers the dinosaurs. They had received news from Jiang Tiancheng that they could not allow a single person from Dongqing to go and support Chen Tianhao. Upon learning that the Sand Lizard was bringing people over, they had already arrived. Initially they planned to intercept the Sand Lizard, but Jiang Tiancheng stopped them. They thought that no one would go to support Chen Tianhao tonight and were about to leave when they saw a long line of vehicles approaching. Seeing Crow get out of the car, the dinosaur jested, "Oh, isn't this our brother Crow? Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry?"
Crow, not wanting to waste words, replied directly, Han Bin Dinosaur, you'd better let me pass. If something happens to Ahau, I will not let you off.
Crow, you won't be getting past today, don't waste your energy, Han Bin said, extinguishing the cigarette butt in his hand. Seeing that it was impossible to get through tonight without a fight, Crow immediately pulled out a 1-meter-long machete and shouted, brothers, let's charge in. He dashed forward with the knife, leading the charge, and Desang followed closely behind with the younger brothers.
Crow, eager to save his brothers, swung his knife with fierce momentum. None of Hung Hing's younger brothers could withstand his strike.
As he was about to carve a path with his brothers, Han Bin and the dinosaurs charged at him with their knives. Crow saw Han Bin rushing towards him, swung his knife to knock down the Hung Hing younger brothers in his way, and used the advantage of his longer weapon to swing it around towards them.
Han Bin raised his knife to block but was instantly pushed back 2 steps.
Seeing this, the dinosaur slashed down and severed the hand of a Dongxing younger brother nearby, then disregarding the man's screams raised both hands to smash down towards Crow. Crow, seeing this, aimed his knife at the younger brother the dinosaur was attacking, readying to pierce through them. The dinosaur, noticing Crow's reckless intention, threw aside the Dongxing younger brother and retreated. As he was about to pursue the retreating dinosaur, Crow completely forgot about the Han Bin he had just pushed back, only feeling a shove from behind. Turning around, he saw Desang, who had been struck in the shoulder by Han Bin's knife, gripping the weapon lodged in his shoulder tightly. At that moment, Crow realized that if Desang hadn't blocked for him earlier, he might have been finished tonight. Without losing a moment, he executed a powerful slash towards Han Bin, who was being held back by Desang. Although Han Bin dodged swiftly, Crow's knife still left a long gash on his chest.
Crow, damn you, how dare you injure my big brother?
Suddenly, the dinosaur appeared out of nowhere with a more than 1-meter-long iron rod, lifting it high and fiercely striking towards Crow.
Crow raised his knife to block but was immediately pushed back several steps.
Shaking his numb hand, Crow realized he couldn't drag this out any longer. He still had no idea how Ahau was doing. He needed to hurry over. With that thought, he reached behind his waist and pulled out the big black star he had prepared in advance, aiming a shot at the dinosaur's foot, who was still trying to charge up. Seeing the dinosaur half kneeling on the ground from the hit, Crow rushed up, pressed the gun against his head and shouted, everyone stop.
Your boss is in my hands.
Han Bin, looking at the dinosaur being held at gunpoint by Crow, cursed, Crow, you are such a rule breaker. You better let the dinosaur go, otherwise I will make you pay. Hearing Han Bin still being stubborn at this moment, Crow raised his hand and struck the dinosaur's head with the gun, but instantly causing him to bleed profusely. I'm not going to waste words with you, tell your people to clear the way and I will naturally let him go. Looking at the dinosaur in Crow's hands, Han Bin had no choice but to relent. You better keep your word. Send a few people to move the cars.
Hearing Han Bin's orders, Hung Hing's younger brothers immediately ran to move the large trucks blocking the road.
Seeing that the road was clear, Crow turned to Desang, who was clutching his shoulder, and asked, how are you holding up, Desang?
Boss, don't worry. I'm fine.
Good, then you take the brothers and go first. Desang knew what to do, calling Dongxing's younger brothers to get into the cars and drive forward. About 3 to 4 minutes later, seeing the cars almost gone, Crow pushed the dinosaur aside and kicked him out of the car. The younger brothers, who were already prepared, stepped on the gas and charged out. The other hall leaders of Dongxing, after receiving news from Luotu, did not move except for those under Ben Shu. The Smile Tiger and others gathered their men and rushed towards Deep Water, but they were somewhat blocked by Hung Hing, though not to the extent of a major conflict like Crow's side.
Deep Water. After Chen Tianhao was injured, Gui Wuchang took charge of protecting him, while Taishan went completely berserk.
Even when knives struck him, he showed no fear. Anyone daring to rush in, especially the short mules from Hung Tai, was met with a punch that crushed their skulls. He stood bloodied in front of Chen Tianhao, and the bodies of the sand lizard and the short mules from Hung Tai lay strewn before him, causing no one to dare approach. Having participated in many smaller skirmishes, they had never encountered such a fighting style. Even the younger brothers were astonished. Even if they lost a hand, as long as they could stand, they would rush up to bite, which truly frightened them. The grasshopper standing at the back and the prince sitting in the car watched as a group of younger brothers confronted Liang Zai's gang. The grasshopper shouted at the younger brothers, what the hell are you looking at?
With so many of you, you could wear them out. Inside this bag there are 2 million.
No matter who it is, as long as you kill Chen Tianhao, this money will be yours. Seeing the money in the grasshopper's hands, they began to stir again. The earlier empty promise had made them rush forward recklessly, not to mention the colorful bills now laid before their eyes. As one of them took the lead and charged towards Chen Tianhao, the previously calm scene erupted into chaos again, with both sides fiercely clashing. Taishan directly tore apart a short mule who had just charged in, using its legs as a weapon to swing at the attackers. Before long, all that remained was one leg. Prince Hongtai watched the bloody fight from the car, wanting to encourage Hongtai's younger brothers to add fuel to the fire, when he saw a group of short mules with machetes riding motorcycles charging from the other end of the street. As they approached, the grasshopper's younger brothers suffered a setback, being swiftly cut down in droves. However, upon entering the crowd, the motorcycles couldn't move, so they jumped off the vehicles under Abu's lead to slash at the nearby short mules.
Indeed, Chen Tianhao's first wave of reinforcements had arrived.
Seeing this situation, the prince knew they could no longer wait and immediately shouted to the younger brothers outside.
Let our people retreat.
After finishing, he instructed the prepared younger brothers to drive away from this place he had barely left when Hong Tai's younger brothers had not completely evacuated the battlefield. A group then rushed in, hacking at them fiercely, led by a fierce figure known as the Power King, who smashed through anyone in his path with a single punch. Though Black and White Impermanence and Gao Jin were not as ruthless as the Power King, every short mule daring to approach them had their throats slit. Chen Tianhao felled a charging short mule and noticed the sounds of battle coming from behind the grasshopper. He realized that Gao Jin and the others had come to support. As Hong Tai retreated, they were no longer caught in a pincer attack, and the pressure instantly lessened. Under Taishan's leadership, the grasshopper's younger brothers surprisingly began to falter and retreat, especially with the Power King slaughtering left and right. Signs of a collapse were imminent. Seeing this situation, Chen Tianhao immediately shouted, "Brothers, the reinforcements have arrived, block them off. We cannot let them escape." In the crowd, the grasshopper looked at the fleeing Hong Tai short mules, cursing inwardly, "A bunch of useless fools. I came to help you fight Chen Tianhao and you just run away mid-fight." Though the grasshopper was cursing their entire family in his heart, his legs did not slow down at all. In just a moment, he had already grabbed the money and ran towards the car at the back. He jumped into the car, turned on the ignition, and drove off in one go. He no longer cared about the younger brothers he had brought, because he knew that if he couldn't take down Chen Tianhao tonight, he would be the one to die. The grasshopper was now focused on escaping. He planned to grab the money and flee immediately, knowing there was no place left for him in Hong Kong. With that thought, he drove straight ahead, ignoring whether there were people in front. As he navigated through the crowd thinking he had escaped, dozens of cars suddenly blocked the street ahead. Seeing this scene, he immediately turned the car around, intending to weave through the crowd to find another route. However, as the grasshopper was just about to drive away, his younger brothers spotted him. They had already been frightened by Chen Tianhao's reckless fighting style. Now that even their leader had abandoned them to flee, who would still be willing to fight? Some ran off in all directions, while those who couldn't escape simply dropped their weapons and lay down on the ground. The grasshopper turned around to see that a row of motorcycles had blocked the way behind him. He knew he couldn't escape today, but he was unwilling to simply give up and floored the gas pedal, crashing forward. Abu and the others saw the oncoming car, immediately tossing aside their motorcycles and running to the side. Chen Tianhao watched the smoking vehicle but saw no one get out just as he was about to send someone to check the situation. The car door opened and a big black star emerged, firing a shot towards them, followed by the grasshopper's voice. "Chen Tianhao, I admit defeat today. As long as you let me go, I promise I won't oppose you again. I will give you all my money and leave Hong Kong immediately." "Oh. Now you know fear. Why didn't you think about it when you wanted my life?" Chen Tianhao retorted. Seeing Chen Tianhao's expression, the grasshopper realized today was not a day he could escape. He raised the gun in his hand, preparing to shoot at Chen Tianhao. At that moment, a loud bang sounded and the gun fell to the ground, followed by a scream resembling that of a dying pig. After the gunshot, they saw a figure casually strolling towards them, blowing on the gun barrel, accompanied by a blood-drenched figure known as Big Sang. At that moment, the figure looked at Chen Tianhao and said, "How's it going? Did I arrive too late, big brother?" Chen Tianhao observed the still wet bloodstains on both the figure and Big Sang, especially the makeshift bandage on Big Sang's shoulder, indicating how they had arrived. "Brother, you really didn't need to come," Chen Tianhao said, pointing to the battlefield. "Look, I already resolved it myself. Damn it, I was just worried about you dealing with those punks." The figure responded, "By the way, what do you plan to do with the grasshopper?" Chen Tianhao walked over and whispered to the figure, "Of course I will find out where he hid the money and send him to buy salted duck eggs." Hearing the grasshopper's screams, Chen Tianhao approached and said, "Grasshopper, it's not impossible for me to let you go." Upon hearing Chen Tianhao mention he could spare him, the grasshopper immediately stifled his cries and excitedly asked, "As long as you let me go, I will agree to any conditions you propose." "Alright, then give me all your money and immediately inform Ben Shu and the others that you will hand over the territory to my brother Big Sang." The grasshopper immediately agreed, Sure, I'll notify them right away." Upon hearing the grasshopper's agreement, Chen Tianhao instructed a younger brother to hand him a phone. The grasshopper dialed Ben Shu's number, conveyed Chen Tianhao's demands, and without waiting for agreement hung up, then looked at Chen Tianhao. "So can I be released now, how?" "Alright, since that's the case, I will have Black and White Impermanence take you back and also bring back the money for me." After Chen Tianhao finished speaking, he signaled Black and White Impermanence and the grasshopper was taken away. As for why Chen Tianhao didn't instruct Black and White Impermanence to deal with him, it was because they didn't need to be told. Watching the grasshopper being taken away, Chen Tianhao looked at his younger brothers still cleaning up the battlefield and prepared to lead the figure and others back to his headquarters, the night bar, when the figure spoke up. "How, since everything's fine, I will head back first. I still need to keep an eye on those scoundrels from Hongqing. After all, I had a fight with Han Bin and Dinosaur from Hongqing tonight." Hearing the figure's words, Chen Tianhao did not stop him. Originally he was here to help him and the settling and fee should have been on him, but currently he had no money, so his brother would cover it first and he would repay him later when he had it. Watching the figure leave, Chen Tianhao also led his younger brothers towards the night bar. Back at the bar, Chen Tianhao saw his underlings escorting two people inside. "Boss, these are Fei Hong and brother Jia Qian. Boss Wu Chang said to bring them back for you to deal with." Looking at the two men before him who seemed like dead dogs, Chen Tianhao stepped forward and stomped on brother Jia Qian's wound. Pain immediately coursed through him, eliciting a scream. Chen Tianhao dug at his ear and then kicked him in the stomach, saying, "You're so noisy, can you be quiet for once?" Brother Jia Qianao Wu hunched his body, his face turning red, afraid to make another sound lest Chen Tianhao strike him again. Meanwhile, Fei Hong was pretending to be unconscious. Seeing this and with Chen Tianhao approaching, he immediately crawled up and knelt on the ground, saying, "Brother Hao, just show some mercy and let me go. I was also misled by Hong Tai's influence. As long as you let me go, I will give you all my money and territory." Chen Tianhao looked at him and smiled. "If I kill you, your money will still be mine." "No, if you kill me, you won't get a single cent. I've hidden all my money and no one knows where it is except me," Fei Hong said anxiously. "Oh, then tell me, how much is your life worth?" Chen Tianhao asked mockingly. "I have over 15 million. If you let me go, I will give it all to you," Fei Hong pleaded. "All right, in that case, Ah Dong, go with him to retrieve the money." After Chen Tianhao finished speaking, Ah Dong took a few elite underlings and took Fei Hong away. Brother Jia Qianao Wu slightly moved his body and said to Chen Tianhao, "I don't have that much money, but if you let me go, my life is yours." Chen Tianhao looked at Brother Jia Qian before him. For the first time, he had sent someone to attack him and arranged for a shooter who nearly took his life, yet he hadn't sought revenge. This time he even dared to meddle in his affairs with Hong Tai. He immediately spoke, "Hand over your money and he'll make your death swift, ensuring your sister won't be harmed." After he sent someone to attack Chen Tianhao, he didn't simply sit idly by. He had sent someone to investigate and learned that Brother Jia Qian had a sister whom he had arranged to stay in Kowloon and had enrolled in a prestigious school there. He also found out that he would send money to his sister every month, enough to support her even if Ah Wu was dead. Hearing Chen Tianhao's words, Ah Wu sighed and said, "All my money is at my mahjong parlor in Oilseed Village. Go up to the second floor in my room, there's a hidden compartment behind the nightstand. There are a total of 8 million, take it all. I just hope you keep your word." After he finished speaking, Chen Tianhao waved his hand and Ah Wu was dragged away by two underlings. As for what he would face next, it was no longer Chen Tianhao's concern. Gao Jin watched as Ah Wu was dragged away. He stepped forward and said, "Boss, we have taken over the territories of Lianqing, Depuhai and Changle Gang in Shamshui Pa. And we also found over 8,000,000 in Depuhai base plus another 1.2 million from various venues. Fei Hong's territory in Xiyun Mountain yielded about 2,000,000, which my underlings have already brought back." At this moment, Chen Tianhao was in need of money to pay his underling settlement fees. Hearing Gao Jin's report, the frown on his face eased a bit and he said, "How are our casualties in this Dragon and Phoenix incident?" "We lost over 200 underlings and there are over 300 seriously injured. The remaining underlings all have some injuries." Hearing this casualty figure, Chen Tianhao rubbed his forehead and said, "First, distribute the settlement fees to the brothers. Ensure that the injured brothers are taken care of." "Understood, boss. I'll arrange it right away." After agreeing with Chen Tianhao, Gao Jin turned and left. Watching Gao Jin leave, he instructed Li Wang and the others to keep an eye on their territory. He then turned and went upstairs to treat his wounds with disinfectant and bandages before collapsing into bed. Little did he know the underworld of Hong Kong had already been thrown into chaos because of him, Chen Tianhao. Tonight's clash involving nearly 10,000 people led to over 800 deaths. The entire Shamshui-Pa was put under curfew with armed police and patrol cars seen everywhere on the streets. The police department had also warned the leaders of various gangs not to stir up trouble again, stating that any disturbances would lead to the annihilation of their entire organization. In the main hall of Lianqing, Wanchai Dangbo held an emergency gang meeting, glancing at the big shots seated around the conference table, including Da Luba by Chuan Bao and Long Zhen. Dang Bo spoke, "As you all know, Depuhai has been taken down by Dongxing's handsome Hao and their territory has also been seized. Now the police have warned us not to continue fighting. What do you all suggest we Lianqing should do?" "Bai foolishly replied Dang Bo, "To be honest, Depuhai brought this upon himself. Are we really going to oppose the police now?" Di remained silent, unaffected by Depuhai downfall. The main concern was that this scoundrel had always supported Alu. With him gone, the pressure on a less election to leader had lessened, which made Di quite pleased. Dang Bo shot a glare at Ba by saying, "Regardless, he is still our fellow brother. We must demand an explanation and reclaim his territory." After a long pause, Ella finally spoke, "Now that the police are involved, if we take action, we will certainly be targeted. Moreover, we aren't the only ones suffering losses. Why don't we unite with other gangs and pressure Dongqing together, forcing them to hand over the territory?" Hearing this, Di begrudgingly said, "With so many people, we haven't managed to hit them even once. Do you think they'll be afraid if we unite now? Just because Chen Tianhao isn't afraid doesn't mean Dongqing isn't afraid. After all, this way they would be facing two of the four major gangs." Alu continued, "And we don't necessarily have to go to war with them. We could challenge Dongqing to a boxing match. Whoever wins gets the territory. Under pressure, they are likely to agree." "But how can you be sure we can win?" Bai asked. Dang Bo glanced at Di, who looked like he wanted to say something, and interrupted, "Since there are no better proposals, let's go with a less plan. After the meeting, Alu, you will be responsible for negotiating with the leaders of the other gangs.
well arranged to meet with Dongxing to discuss.
Hearing that Deng Bo had made a decision, Di and the others left in succession to return to their respective bases. Lu went directly to consult with the leaders of the other major gangs regarding this matter. Upon returning to the territory, Fei Quan immediately went to see his boss Piao Gu. He recounted the fierce battle he had just experienced. When he heard that over 1,000 members from their two factions had been defeated by just 500 from the other side and that even De Pu He from Lianqing had been slain, he was utterly shocked. Fei Quan was regarded as his prized fighter. He had never suffered such a significant loss while dealing with other gangs. Upon understanding the situation, Piao Gu quickly summoned the remaining younger brothers and even called his big brother the influential Pan. After learning about the incident, Big Brother Pan recognized the severity of the matter. If things went poorly, they could lose their territory in deep water, so he immediately stated he would send reinforcements to help Piao Gu. With Big Brother Pan's support, Piao Gu felt a bit more secure. He then notified his remaining brothers, including Hua Ji, who also agreed to send help.
After exchanging pleasantries, he hung up the phone.
Fei Quan, have the brothers keep a close watch on Dongxing. Notify me immediately if anything happens.
Fei Quan replied, understood boss. I will arrange it right away.
At Huangdaxian, within the headquarters of Hongtai, the atmosphere was anything but calm. The Crown Prince was fiercely kicking a man lying on the ground, showing no signs of stopping even as the man was on the verge of losing consciousness. Chen Mei then spoke up, all right Crown Prince, let's discuss the specifics.
Upon hearing Chen Mei's question, he seemed to still be unsatisfied, spitting out a curse before responding.
It's all this idiot's fault. Isn't he our Hongtai's top fighter? But you don't know he was too scared to join the fight and was the first to run away. If not for that, we could have captured that brat Liang Zihao.
Saying this, he kicked the unconscious Wei Jisheng on the ground twice.
After listening to the Crown Prince, Mei Shu thought for a moment and said to the crumpled Wei Jisheng, since this was your failure, you will be responsible for dealing with Chen Tianhao. Wei Jisheng struggled to get up, crawling towards Chen Mei.
He raised his head and said, no way.
Mei Shu, I would die if I did that. Beside him, Bao Rong interjected, if you don't go, we'll send you down with your son right now.
Hearing that they were threatening him with his son, Wei Jisheng had no choice but to nod in agreement.
Seeing his consent, the Crown Prince ordered two younger brothers to drag him out, and before leaving he said to Wei Jisheng, if you want your son to live, bring me Chen Tianha's head in exchange. At Yuma-di within the Hongji Hall, upon learning that the 500 men brought by Yaowen had been driven back by a single individual and that even Yaowen, the ruthless man capable of taking down their entire territory, was too scared to act, Mingo was quite alarmed. He said to Yaowen, Awen, this incident was arranged by the company after accepting payment, so it must be resolved. In that case, take 5 million to apologize.
Given the current situation, we cannot get involved. The company will cover the expenses, so handle it quickly.
Upon hearing Min Ge's proposed solution, Yaowen felt it was indeed the wisest choice. After all, the person he had seen might not even be someone they could handle.
All right boss, I will make sure to handle this matter properly.
After saying this, Yaowen went off to prepare the money, intending to apologize immediately. Not long after he left, Mingo received a call from Lu of Lianqing. After understanding the purpose of the call, he tactfully declined.
Of course, he wasn't the first to receive a call. Layla had previously notified the leaders of Hongxing, Zheng Tiansheng, Hongtai's Chen Mei and Hongles Big Brother Pan and Piao Gu. As for the Chang Lo gang, since Fei Hong was captured, he had simply instructed his underlings to notify his trusted grey dog. They agreed to meet at the Kowloon Rongji restaurant, stating they were preparing to unite against Dongxing. They all agreed, and even Zheng Tiansheng was prepared to come in person. At Nightshade Bar,
Chen Tianhao had barely fallen asleep when he was awakened by a knock at the door from Li Wang.
He got up to let Li Wang in, who said, Boss Hung Jis Yaowen is here and wants to see you.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Isn't he afraid I won't let him leave?
Chen Tianhao replied with confusion. I don't know.
Li Wang scratched his head.
Take him to the private room on the second floor. I'll see what he wants.
After saying this, Chen Tianhao went down to the second floor with two younger brothers at the door. After waiting for 2 to 3 minutes in the private room, they saw Li Wang bringing someone in. As soon as Yaowen entered, he was about to say something, but when he saw the bandages on Chen Tianhao and the cheerful expression on his face, he didn't know what to say and just stood there. Seeing his reaction, Chen Tianhao joked, I wonder what brother Yao has to teach me by coming to this small place of mine.
Yaowen, disregarding any pretense, immediately replied,
Brother Hao, please stop joking. I came specifically to apologize.
Oh. I wonder what your method of apology is.
Seeing that Chen Tianhao wasn't angry and instead was curious, Yaowen placed the bag he was holding on the table and continued, this time we at Hongji overstepped. Our boss Mingo specially arranged for me to bring 5 million as a gesture of sincerity. I hope brother Hao can be magnanimous and not hold it against us. Chen Tianhao looked at him and smiled, saying, go back and tell your boss I accept the money, but how this matter is handled will depend on what you all do next. After Chen Tianhao finished speaking, he didn't pay him any more mind and got up to leave. Yaowen, watching Chen Tianhao leave, quickly followed him out to find his boss Mingo. When Chen Tianhao returned to the third floor, he found Gao Jin already waiting there.
Boss, all the money has been brought back, totaling 45 million. Upon hearing Gao Jin's words, Chen Tianhao's eyes lit up. He was in desperate need of money right now, and with this amount he could better cope with what lay ahead. He was still stunned after learning that Xia Meng alone had contributed over 22 million. Now with the 5 million from Hong Ji, he had over 50 million. Immediately he instructed Gao Jin to take out 10 million. After all, many younger brothers were injured or killed, and just over 12 million wouldn't solve the issue. If he didn't take out money, he might struggle to recruit younger brothers from Adong in the future. He couldn't allow his reputation to be tarnished over a small sum of money. He couldn't summon his younger brothers for every little trouble. Chen Tianhao planned to hand over the task of managing the venue to younger brothers recruited by Adong, while the summoned younger brothers would have other arrangements. Of course, he wouldn't be taking just anyone. At the very least, he wouldn't recruit gamblers or punks. After considering all this, Gao Jin was sent to handle matters concerning the younger brothers. Chen Tianhao, who had just been awakened, was now wide awake and pondering what to do next. The authorities would surely keep a close watch on him. Any actions would have to wait until the storm passed. He thought he could finally develop properly from now on, especially since the authorities were keeping an eye on him, making it unlikely that anyone would attempt to stir up trouble. At the entrance of the Rongji restaurant, a burly man was seen waiting for someone with a few younger companions pacing back and forth. This man was the head of the Changle gang, Fei Hong, known as the Grey Dog. The Changle gang originally had only a few members, and after the losses incurred from the attack on Chen Tianhao led by Fei Hong, he couldn't help but start planning for his own future, especially since their leader Fei Hong had been captured, leaving his fate uncertain. After receiving a call from Lin Huayue of the Lianqing group, he hurriedly brought his younger brothers to the Rongji restaurant, hoping to make a good impression and possibly align himself with the powerful Lianqing. At that moment he noticed a few business cars parked by the roadside. The first to step out were several younger companions and a muscle-bound man. If Chen Tianhao were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this person. After ensuring there was no danger around, one of the younger brothers opened the door of the middle vehicle, and the first to step out was the organizer for the evening, Lin Huayue. Next he turned and assisted a plump old man with a wealthy appearance out of the car. This man was the elder of Lianqing Dangbo. Seeing Lin Huayue, the Grey Dog immediately rushed over, excitedly shouting, "Brother Lu! I am the Grey Dog from Changle." Lin glanced at him, casually responding, "Let's go, come in with us." After saying this, he helped Dangbo lead the way inside, and the restaurant staff immediately welcomed them to the private room that had been reserved. As soon as Lin helped Dangbo settle into his seat, the Grey Dog approached with a smile and said, "Brother Lu, I want to switch over to join you. Oh, now that Fei Hong has been captured, you are effectively the boss of Changle. Why are you still thinking about switching sides?" Upon hearing Lin's response, he quickly continued, "Brother Lu, let me be straight with you. I'm a rough person. Aside from fighting and managing territory, I can't handle these trivial matters. If this continues, our territory will eventually be swallowed up by other gangs. I think it would be better for me to bring my men and align with you, Brother Lu. Since you have this intention, when we discuss matters later, I will tell them that you are now one of ours in Lianqing, and we can arrange the formalities after dealing with the Dongqing issue. This is our elder Dangbo from Lianqing," Lin concluded, also introducing Dangbo to the Grey Dog. Upon hearing Lin's words, the Grey Dog immediately reacted and respectfully addressed Dangbo, saying, "Hello, Elder Dang. Please feel free to give me any orders in the future." Dangbo had no objections to his previous attitude and said with a smile, "From now on we are brothers sharing the same pot. Work hard with Brother Lu. Rest assured, Elder Dang. I will work hard alongside Brother Lu," the Grey Dog happily replied. At that moment the waiter entered with 4 others. As soon as they walked in, they noticed Dangbo seated in the main position and immediately approached to greet him. "Elder Dang, still going strong. It's quite late and we appreciate you coming to preside over things," the big boss Pan and Brother Pal both said, while the others stood silently aside. Dangbo also smiled and said, "Let's not dwell on these pleasantries, please sit down. Zhang Tianqing and the others should be arriving soon, let's wait a while." After Dangbo finished, Brother Piao and the others sat down and began chatting with Lin about the people expected to arrive tonight, specifically mentioning the Number Gang. Lin explained that due to the recent incident with the money guy Awu, there was no other leader among them, so they hadn't notified the Number Gang. After all, the current Number Gang was disorganized like a pile of loose sand, making notification unnecessary. After a while, a younger brother arranged outside rushed in to inform Lin that Zhang Tiansheng had arrived. He then stood up to personally welcome him, and Brother Piao and the others followed suit, knowing they had to show respect to the head of the Hongqing Gang. As they stepped outside, they saw Zhang Tiansheng approaching, accompanied by Chen Mei of Hongtai, along with the princes of Tsimsha Sui and Causeway Bay, as well as the Hongtai Prince and Bo Rong. The group moved forward together, and upon seeing the approaching individuals, Zhang Tiansheng politely remarked, "I apologize for being late, everyone." "What are you talking about, Mr. Jiang? We just arrived not long ago ourselves." As they spoke, they entered the room. Upon seeing Dangbo seated there, Zhang Tiansheng and Chen Mei exchanged a few pleasantries with him. Afterward, Lin took the opportunity to mention the Grey Dog switch, and everyone had no objections, simply offering some compliments.
Looking at the crowd after their conversation, Dang Bo slowly spoke up. Now that everyone is here, let's discuss how we view tonight's matters. Hearing Dang Bo speak, Lin, who had previously discussed with him, took the lead and said, before we arrived here we had already discussed matters. Now that the police are involved, it's impossible to act against Dongqing in the short term. Before Lin could finish, he was interrupted by Brother Piao, who was feeling the most awkward, unable to fight back and unable to leave, saying, then what do the bosses propose we do now? We can't just sit and watch them. Does anyone have a good plan? Zhang Tiancheng looked at the anxious Brother Piao, smiling as he said, Brother Piao, take your time. Since Lin has raised this, he must have thought of a way. Let him finish speaking. Lin, seeing Zhang Tiancheng's support, continued, just because we can't fight doesn't mean we don't have other options. Although we can't engage in conflict, we can still unite to pressure Dongqing and propose a solution that benefits everyone. I think they can't be foolish enough to prepare for a war with several of our gangs, right? Lin's reasoning was sound. Even if they couldn't act against Dongqing now, the prohibition zone would eventually be lifted. If they didn't resolve things now, how would Dongqing defend against them later? If they launched a joint attack against Dongqing, other gangs wouldn't just stand by, they would surely jump in. By then Dongqing could be utterly defeated and no one would be negotiating with them. Realizing this, Chen Mei spoke up, so what method can we use to reclaim our interests? It's simple. As long as we unite to challenge the Dongqing gang to a boxing match, we can negotiate the stakes with them. Plus we can pressure the old-timers of Dongqing from several major gangs. I don't think they can refuse. As long as they agree, we just need to ensure they can't win. Would they dare not honor their word if they lose? Upon hearing Lin's proposal, all the bosses pondered for a moment and found the plan feasible. The big boss Pan and Brother Piao were the first to express agreement. Alright, we agree. We have no other demands. As long as they can compensate us for our losses this time, that's enough. Zhang Tiancheng remarked, looking at the two ineffectual individuals. In that case, let them hand over the territory from Shenshuish. All we need from Hongqing is our previous territory and docks. The rest can be split between you and Lianqing and Hongtai. How does that sound? Hearing Zhang Tianqing, Chen Mei slammed the table, saying, the docks were originally ours in Hongtai. We can't let you Hongqing take them. I don't agree. Zhang Tiancheng retorted, what do you propose? Without us, how can you recover your territory? Alright, let's all calm down. Everything can be negotiated. Why don't you all just listen to what I have to say? Dang Bo intervened to mediate. Upon hearing Dang Bo, they ceased their arguments and turned to listen to him. Since Sheng wants the docks, Chen Mei, you can give them to him. Chang'e has a street right. That can belong to you in Hongtai. All we need is to reclaim the territory of Tepuhai, and for the rest you can negotiate with Dongqing during tomorrow's talks. After Dang Bo spoke, seeing everyone nod in agreement, he continued, since everyone has no objections and things have been settled, let's finalize it this way. Tomorrow let's arrange for the Dongqing's camel to come here for discussions. I'm getting old, my age is catching up with me. Let's go. Hearing Dang Bo's words, Lin immediately stood up to help him and they slowly walked out while Zhang Tiancheng and the others followed behind to see Dang Bo off. Once Dang Bo left in the car, they exchanged farewells and gradually departed, leaving only the grey dog and his few younger brothers. He also got into a car and left the place. After Dang Bo and the others left, he called Dongqing Luotua to arrange a negotiation at Rongji restaurant tomorrow. Having been in the underworld for so many years, Luotua knew that they would not let this matter pass easily and would definitely seek to regain their status. However, with the police now involved, he was unsure how they planned to act. He did not hesitate and immediately called the various hall masters of Dongqing to inform them to come to the main hall for a meeting, mentioning the matter of Sha Meng as well to discuss the specifics. After receiving Luotua's call, Chen Tianhao agreed to attend the meeting, knowing that he was the one who had caused this situation. He needed to show the right attitude. After hanging up, he got dressed and went downstairs. He called Abu Li Wang and the 20 senior brothers who were idling below, then drove directly towards the main hall. When he arrived, he saw that only 3 chairs were still empty. One was for Sha Meng, who had gone to buy salted duck eggs, and the other was for Wu Jiwei, the smiling tiger from Kuntong district, who was delayed due to the distance. While Chen Tianhao was still pondering, he heard Luotua calling him, "How, come over and sit." Chen Tianhao did not hold back and went over to sit beside him. The nearby crow gave him a glance, and following the crow's gaze he saw Ben Shu's darkened face, which looked worse than his own, who had just experienced a fierce battle and was injured. Ben Shu's eyes were glaring at him. "Ben Shu, why does your face look so bad? If you're not feeling well, just say it. I think the dragon head will let you go back to rest." Chen Tianhao didn't spare him and spoke sarcastically. Ben Shu was about to reply when Luotua interrupted him, for Wu Jiwei had just arrived as Chen Tianhao was speaking. Luotua cleared his throat and began to speak. "Now that everyone is here, let's discuss why I called everyone here tonight. About an hour ago, Dang Bo from Lianqing called me inviting Dongqing to negotiate at Rongji restaurant in Kowloon tomorrow. The participants include Zhang Tiancheng from Hongqing, the big boss Pan and Piao Go from Hongla, as well as Chen Mei from Hongtai, and finally the organizer of this negotiation, Dang Bo. What do you all think? Should we go tomorrow?" As soon as Luotua finished speaking, Ben Shu, who was already irritable, spoke up. "I believe everyone knows why Dang Bo is looking for us at this time, right? In my opinion, we haven't gained any benefits from this, and whoever caused the trouble should resolve it themselves. The hot-tempered Sito Haonan immediately chimed in. Damn it, isn't a Hao one of us from Dongxing? A Hao only confronted them to expand our territory for Dongxing. If we don't stand up for a Hao now, others will think we are afraid of them.
But we didn't ask him to chase them away.
Now that he killed the Hall Master in deep water, it's reasonable for them to come looking for trouble. He had already offended Hongxing. Does he want us to go to war with Lianqing for him? Lei Yaoyang straightened his clothes and stood up, saying, damn it, then I suppose you all arranged for Sha Meng to ambush Hao.
Crow also stood up and retorted at Lei Yaoyang, don't slander us.
Who knows what that idiot Sha Meng was thinking?
Lei Yaoyang replied anxiously, as he could not bear that blame.
If it was laid on him, he wouldn't be able to leave here today. Smiling Tiger looked at the situation and smiled as he separated the almost clashing Crow and the others, then spoke up. A Hao is still doing this for the good of the gang. Now that Lianqing is ready to intervene, we should support him. As for the Sha Meng matter, a Hao has already dealt with it. The fact that he turned against his own people is something the gang cannot allow. He deserved to die. After hearing Smiling Tiger's words, Crow and Sito Haonan agreed with him, but Ben Shu remained silent, his face dark. Seeing that they had discussed enough, Luotua slowly said, Smiling Tiger is right, a Hao is working for the gang and we should step up to help him. If any of you encounter trouble in the future and the gang doesn't help, is there any point for Dongxing to exist?
Let's settle this matter. Who will go with me tomorrow? Discuss among yourselves. Huang Di and Crow immediately stood up in unison, saying, boss, I'll go with you tomorrow. Sito Haonan also added, old Ding, my territory is nearby.
I'll go with you, so if they pull any tricks I can have my brothers come to support. If we're talking about proximity, who is closer than me?
Let me go with the boss. Seeing Kola speak up, Chen Tianhao was surprised.
He scanned him with his true sight and saw that his favorability had increased from 20 points to 70, unsure of what his intentions were.
Chen Tianhao didn't care anymore and stood up, saying, have you all forgotten about me?
I'm the one directly involved.
I should definitely go with the boss.
Seeing the crowd about to argue again, Luotua knocked on the table. Stop arguing, tomorrow a Hao and Kola will go with me. Get ready, if the negotiation fails we might have to face the siege of several gangs.
Since we've finished discussing, everyone should go back and prepare.
Ben Shu, seeing that Luotua was not going to mention that matter, darkened his face and said, wait, after Luotua finishes I have something to say. Looking at everyone focused on him, he continued, Sha Meng leading people to attack and kill a Hao was a self-inflicted wound, but we cannot ignore the territory of Shatian. I suggest that since everyone is here tonight we should recommend a new leader for Shatian district. Chen Tianhao, hearing Ben Shu's words, glanced at the big loss behind Crow and said, Ben Shu, I almost forgot this matter. Before Sha Meng left, he specifically instructed me that Shatian district would be handed over to Big Sang. Chen Tianhao deliberately paused, looking at Ben Shu's long face, and continued, he even called you to inform you.
You haven't forgotten, have you?
After Chen Tianhao finished speaking, Luotua then said, since you brought it up, do you have any other candidates? Before Ben Shu could respond, Smiling Tiger and Huang Di all voiced their support for Big Sang to manage Shatian.
Even Kola from Ben Shu's faction spoke up, while Lei Yaoyang stared at Kola with an intent to devour. Since everyone supports Big Sang to be the leader, let him manage Shatian district for now. The inauguration ceremony can be held together with a Hao. Luotua quickly finalized this matter. Only Ben Shu, like a resentful wife, left with a dark face alongside Lei Yaoyang. Watching the two leave, no one cared about them. After hearing Luotuo's few words, everyone dispersed. Chen Tianhao also left with his brothers. He hadn't rested all day and was injured, planning to go back and rest well, as he needed to come back tomorrow to pick up Luotua for the negotiation. The next day, in the deep water bar, Chen Tianhao was seen sitting in a booth in the hall, dressed in a black suit. He looked at the figures of Gao Jinbu, Tonglin, Li Wang and the 50 elite underlings behind them, preparing to accompany the camel to the meeting. Are you all ready? Upon hearing Chen Tianhao's question, Gao Jin immediately stepped forward and replied, boss, everything is ready. We can set off right away. All right. Let's go first pick up the boss. After Chen Tianhao finished speaking, he led the way to the prepared vehicles outside. Li Wang was in the same car to ensure his safety, while Gao Jin and Abu took positions, one in front and one behind. As they all got into the cars, 8 business vans surrounded Chen Tianhao's vehicle, guarding it in the middle as they headed towards Yuanlong. He was already prepared for the negotiation to fall through. The 50 elite underlings he brought along were all armed. Coupled with Li Wang and the others, there should be no one who could threaten his personal safety. He had also stored the leftover 40 million from last night into the system space, so even in the event of an emergency he could summon his underlings for support. Heibai Wuchang were waiting for his command on the turf. If the negotiation fell through, Heibai Wuchang would handle Hong Lu in deep water, while Taishan and Hui Wuchang would take their men to wipe out Hong Tai at Wang Tai Sin. After contemplating his plans for a moment, they soon arrived at the main hall. He didn't delay and quickly got out of the car, walking into the courtyard where he saw Camel practicing boxing with 4 bodyguards standing nearby. He immediately approached Camel to greet him. Boss, are you training? Ha ha ha, how has arrived. Just practicing some moves. Are you ready? Upon hearing Camel's question, Chen Tianhao immediately replied, don't worry. Boss, everything is ready. We just need to meet up with Kowloon directly. After Chen Tianhao finished speaking, Camel took the towel from the bodyguard to wipe away the non-existent sweat and said, let's go then, first let's meet up with Kowloon. Upon hearing Camel call for departure, Tian picked up Camel and got him into his vehicle while the bodyguards drove separately behind. On the way to Kowloon, Chen Tianhao learned from Camel that Kowloon and Ben Shu had fallen out over the matter with the sand locust, which was why he had turned to Camel. Camel also told Chen Tianhao that this negotiation was not just aimed at him but at the entire Dongxing. They were relying on their numbers, confident that Dongxing would not dare to fight back, planning to take a piece of meat from them through the negotiation. He also advised Chen Tianhao not to act impulsively and let him handle the negotiations. After hearing Camel's words, Chen Tianhao realized the pros and cons of the situation. He only thought that if they couldn't reach an agreement, they would have to engage in battle to see who would ultimately prevail. He hadn't considered that Dongxing had more than just him but also the crows and others. As they were talking, they arrived at the territory of Kowloon. The vehicles entered the street and he saw over a dozen cars parked by the roadside. Just as their car came to a stop, Kowloon stepped out of the middle vehicle and ran towards them. Boss, should we go straight in? Camel nodded at him and Chen Tianhao signaled his underlings to continue driving. Kowloon and his group quickly followed as Kowloon's territory was adjacent to Dongxing's. Just as they reached the border, they saw that the area was already filled with people and the opposite street was similarly crowded with several police cars parked at the intersection maintaining order. Seeing the cars approaching, the crowd instinctively parted to clear the way. In the rearview mirror, they also saw them greeting Kowloon and the car behind, presumably all gathered here for him. After all, they were negotiating on the territory of Dongxing today, so it was not surprising to see such preparations. The Dongxing short mules watched the approaching vehicles without attempting to block them, but their gazes were not particularly friendly. After walking forward for several hundred meters, they finally saw that the entrance of the Rongji restaurant was already filled with cars and several factions of short mules were standing at the entrance. As the vehicle stopped at the entrance of the restaurant, Li Wang and the others were the first to get out of the car. As the doors opened, Chen Tianhao also helped Camel out, at which point all the short mules nearby turned their attention to them, yet no one paid them any mind. Chen Tianhao followed Camel directly into the restaurant and Kowloon quickly led his group to follow. When they reached the entrance, Gao Jin and Abu, who were leading the way, were stopped. Someone came up wanting to search them, but before their hands could touch them they were already knocked down. Seeing the commotion at the entrance, the short mules surrounding also rushed over, but they were blocked by Kowloon's men. Chen Tianhao's group instinctively reached for their waists. Just as it seemed that a fight was about to break out on both sides, a group of people emerged from the restaurant led by Dongxing Xiaoyan, who was also considered the host since this was his territory. What's going on? Don't you know they are our honored guests? After saying this, he glanced at the short mules at the door and then walked towards them. Seeing his demeanor, Chen Tianhao immediately said, what? Are you not welcoming us from Dongxing? No, my brothers are just conducting a routine check. After all the big shots are here today. It wouldn't be good to offend anyone. Xiaoyan stepped forward and said, if we don't allow a search today, are we not negotiating? Chen Tianhao stared at him. How could that be? Please go ahead. Damn it, you better let me through. After finishing, Xiaoyan kicked the few underlings at the door. Seeing his attitude, Camel coughed lightly and Chen Tianhao selected 10 elite underlings and followed Li Wang and the others into the restaurant. The underlings brought by Kowloon, except for his trusted horse Hui Xiong and a few confidants, were all left outside the restaurant. Xiaoyan led the way and our group followed him upstairs to a banquet hall. The tables inside had been cleared, leaving only a large round table in the center, which at this time already had 4 parties seated, with one seat still empty on the side facing the entrance. Seated at the main position was Dang Bo with a Lu and a burly man with long hair standing behind him. To his left was Jiang Tianqing and behind him were the prince and a short dark-skinned man. On Dang Bo's right were Chen Mei and his son the prince and Bao Rom, while Pao Gu and the big boss Pan sat beside them, followed by Shi Jiao and Fei Quan. Seeing Camel walk in, they all stood up with smiles to greet him, but it was hard to tell if it was genuine or just an act. Camel. It's been a long time. Camel ignored Dang Bo, who was speaking, and walked directly to the empty seat to sit down. Chen Tianhao and Kowloon stood behind him with their men. After sitting down, Camel looked at everyone and directly stated, what do you all want to discuss by inviting me here today? We all know the stakes, so let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. Upon hearing the rude words from the Camel, Dang Bo's earlier good humor vanished. Zhang Tiancheng also did not hold back, stating directly, since Brother Camel has said it, I will not waste any more words. We summoned you here for the territory of Deep Water, and as long as you hand over both the territory and that Chen Tianhao, we will have no further issues. Zhang Tiancheng continued, moreover, regarding the crow, let him compensate for the losses we incurred from the Dragon Phoenix incident. I won't ask for much, 5 million will suffice. Just as Camel was about to respond, Chen Tianhao interjected, the territory was taken by my own efforts. I am here today, so if you have the ability, come and take it from me.
Furthermore, your two hall masters from Hongqing couldn't even defeat my elder brother. It is they who are incapable, so logically it should be you who compensate us for the medical expenses. After all, you were the ones who lost. After hearing this, the big shot Pan stood up and said, young man, do not be too arrogant, be careful lest the wind blows and you slip up. Chen Tianhao stepped forward looking at his old face and said, what the hell, if I am not arrogant then what does it mean to be young? You old stick, why are you glaring at me? If you are not convinced, just make a move. Standing behind Pan, the hot-tempered Shizhou immediately swung a fist at Chen Tianhao, but Chen Tianhao easily caught it. With a punch from the rushing Li Wang, Shizhou was sent flying, landing on the ground and spitting out blood, struggling to get up as his limbs refused to obey, seemingly crippled, and was carried out by a few of Hong's short mules. Seeing this scene, Big Shot Pan and the younger brothers brought by Piao Gu immediately drew their guns and aimed at them. Li Wang stood protectively in front of Chen Tianhao while Kowloon and Gao Jin also drew their weapons. Chen Tianhao swiftly broke Big Shot Pan's hand that was about to pull out his gun and pressed it onto the table. Ignoring the shouting and cursing from Piao Gu and Fei Quan beside him, Chen Tianhao addressed everyone present, is this your attitude towards negotiation? Then there's no need for further discussion, let's just start fighting. Watching Chen Tianhao clearly trying to intimidate them, Deng Bo was also unfazed. He stood up and looked at Chen Tianhao saying, when we used to roam the underworld we adhered to rules. As long as you can represent Dongqing you may leave now and let's see if Dongqing can hold its ground. Seeing that things had come to this point, Camel said to Chen Tianhao and Kowloon, have your men put their guns away and let's see what they have to say. With the boss having spoken, Chen Tianhao had no choice but to comply, ordering his men to put their guns away. He then slammed Big Shot Pan's head against the table before letting him go. As Big Shot Pan just got up and wanted to charge, he was held back by Piao Gu, who whispered in his ear, big brother, hold on for now. After today there will be good rewards for him. Chen Tianhao raised his hands in a playful gesture and looked at the seated Big Shot, saying, you all talk. Don't let me influence you, I'm just the sidekick of the boss. With that, Chen Tianhao disregarded their murderous glares and directly stepped back behind Camel. Since we've come this far, outline your intentions clearly, we Dongqing will respond accordingly. Besides, we are all being watched by the police, right? So don't try to scare us with threats of war. If it comes to it, we might as well be taken down together by the police, Camel said to them. Zhang Tiancheng looked at Camel and the arrogant Chen Tianhao, saying directly, fine, since that's the case I will speak plainly. We can forego the compensation for the Dragon Phoenix incident. The reason we summoned you is for the territory of deep water. It's impossible to fight now as the police would never allow a large-scale conflict. We cannot withstand the wrath of those British. Instead, why don't we change our approach to determine the ownership of the territory? Let our four families join forces with you Dongqing to organize a boxing match. Whoever wins takes the territory. What do you think? I wonder if Dongqing dares to accept. Zhang Tiancheng raised an eyebrow after saying this. Seeing Zhang Tiancheng's provocative expression, I was about to step forward to say something, but Camel interrupted me, slamming the table. What the hell, you want to use the territory that our brothers fought tooth and nail to seize as a wager? Do you really think Dongqing is afraid of you? Chen Mei, who had been silent, heard Camel's words and was about to speak when the arrogant prince behind him declared loudly. So what do you want? We are clearly taking advantage of you Dongqing now. What can you do about it? Hearing the arrogant words from Hongtai's prince, Camel was extremely enraged. I stepped forward and patted Camel's back, directly retorting, what the hell are you? Just because they call you prince, do you really think you are one? If no one helps you Hongtai, I could single-handedly send your entire family down to buy salted duck eggs. Observing the hungry gazes of the prince and Chen Mei, Chen Tianhao paid no mind and continued, since the situation is clear, let's not waste any more time. Didn't you want me to hand over deep water? All right. No problem. As long as you bring out 50 million, I will gamble with you. If we lose, the territory of deep water will be handed over willingly. If we win, we take the 50 million and from then on deep water will belong to us Dongqing. Camel also supported Chen Tianhao, saying what Ahao said represents our position in Dongqing. If you disagree, feel free to show us what you can do, we will respond in kind. Seeing that the conversation had reached this point, Deng Bo realized that going to war was not their intention. Not to mention they couldn't take down Dongqing in a short time, the police wouldn't allow it either. He then spoke, alright, since you Dongqing agree, we cannot fall behind. We will prepare the money as long as you Dongqing can win, take the money, and we won't interfere with the territory of deep water anymore. After Deng Bo finished speaking, Zhang Tiancheng added, since it's settled, let's do it tomorrow. Tomorrow we will resolve this in the underground boxing arena at Simsha Sui. At that time we will have 5 matches, and as long as you Dongqing can win 3, the territory of deep water will belong to you Dongqing from then on. Everyone present had no other opinions and clearly agreed to proceed this way. Seeing that the deal was settled, Camel was not inclined to linger, and after greeting them he stood up and led us out. As they left, Chen Tianhao glanced at the people present, none of whom had pleasant expressions, especially Big Shot Pan and Hongtai's prince. If looks could kill, he would have died 100 times by now. He didn't pay them much mind, thinking maybe they could live a bit longer. He then followed along with Li Wang and the others, catching up with Camel. With no incidents along the way, Chen Tianhao and his group returned to the Yuanlang headquarters. Chen Tianhao thought to himself, after all the theatrics he displayed at the negotiation table, surely Deng Bo and the others would find some trouble for him on the way back. But the reality was that none of them came looking for trouble, not even the big boss Pan, who had suffered a significant loss. It seemed they believed they had firmly dealt with Chen Tianhao this time. Chen Tianhao did not concern himself too much. It was a good thing that no one was causing trouble. He rarely had free time, and anyway he was confident in his strength for the upcoming boxing match. What he needed to think about now was how to gain more benefits from the boxing match. Once tonight's news about Dongqing and Hungheng's major clubs taking to the ring spread, there would surely be many eager to make money from this opportunity. Chen Tianhao also planned to exploit this situation and prepare for a significant score, thinking to himself as they had already arrived at the entrance of the hall. Everyone had already arrived and were just waiting for them. As for the two empty chairs, they were of course reserved for Ben Shu and Lei Yaoyang. When he called, Ben Shu mentioned he was unwell and would not be coming, and Lei Yaoyang would not come either as he needed to take care of him. Upon hearing this, Luotua did not mind and planned to deal with him after this matter was over. Just as we sat down with Luotua, Wu Ying came over to pat my shoulder, preparing to say something. I heard Kailei boasting loudly about how today I showed no respect for Deng Bo and the others, even directly incapacitating Boss Pan's head horse No. 19 right in front of everyone, which instantly stirred everyone's blood. Luotua looked at the scene before him, laughing as he patted the table. All right, everyone quiet down. Although we did not suffer losses in this negotiation, it is not so easy to secure the territory of Deepwater Cove. After all, we are facing two of the four major gangs of Hong Kong Island, as you just heard Kailei mention. We need to send 5 people to fight 5 matches, and we must win at least 3 to firmly hold Deepwater Cove. So what do you all think? Who is prepared to go this time? As long as you can win, you will all share in the 50 million promised by Deng Bo. They listened quietly to Luotua, each one stirred with excitement. Just as they were about to say something, Chen Tianhao spoke up directly. Boss, leave this matter to me. I promise to bring them down. Upon hearing Chen Tianhao say this, the leaders present were instantly in an uproar. Even Wu Ying, who was sitting beside Chen Tianhao, spoke up. How you can't be having a fever and losing your mind? Are you planning to take them on alone? He reached out to feel Chen Tianhao's forehead. Chen Tianhao laughed and swatted his hand away. You can trust me with this. Jiang Tiancheng and the others are preparing to send us money. How could I possibly refuse? Moreover, Deepwater Cove is something I fought hard to establish. Would I just hand it over to them? As soon as Chen Tianhao finished speaking, Kailei chimed in. You guys have no idea how subordinates are truly fierce. Just with one punch they took down that No. 19. Alright, since Hao is confident, then this task is entrusted to you. Luotua said with a smile, his mood exceptionally good today, his smile never fading. Seeing that Luotua had already made up his mind, no one said anything further. They all agreed and told Chen Tianhao to make sure to put up a good fight. To show Dongqing's strength and such, Chen Tianhao did not act all high and mighty, smiling and nodding in response to each of them. Watching everyone chatting and joking around, Chen Tianhao decided it was time to leave. He made an excuse that he needed to prepare for tomorrow's boxing match, said goodbye, and no one stopped him. As he drove back to Deepwater Cove with Li Wang and the others just after leaving Yuanlang and entering Tsuanwan, he noticed the road ahead was blocked. Seeing the cars piled up ahead, Chen Tianhao was about to tell his younger brother to take another route when before he could say anything the car behind them crashed into them. Chen Tianhao steadied himself against the forward lurch caused by the impact. Just as he was about to open the car door to check the situation, he heard the sound of intense gunfire coming from ahead. He realized someone didn't want him to go back. Without a second thought, Chen Tianhao went into his system space and pulled out 3 AKs, handing one each to Li Wang and the driver. He opened the car door and unleashed a barrage at the approaching gunman. Rat-a-tat bang bang. Rat-a-tat bang bang. 2 unfortunate gunmen had their heads blown apart instantly, and with Gao Jin and Abu leading their subordinates in a fierce charge, the gunfire from both sides decreased significantly in no time. To be honest, the attackers surely did not expect that Chen Tianhao's subordinates were all armed. This was why they found themselves in such a dire situation. When Chen Tianhao and his men arrived at Abu's location, he initially wanted to leave a survivor. But when he rushed there, he saw that the gunman had actually committed suicide. Just from this, it was clear that the attackers were not ordinary folks. These are definitely assassins. They did not deliberate long and headed over to Gao Jin's side, but the situation was the same. Upon witnessing the scene, they quickly tucked away their weapons and left. After all, such a commotion would surely attract the police. They needed to leave immediately. The car was no longer drivable, so on the way to evacuate, he called a dong and asked him to send someone to pick them up. By the time they returned to Nightshade Bar, the sky had already darkened. He initially wanted to send someone to reclaim their territory, but upon further thought he realized he didn't even know who had sent the attackers. However, the more Chen Tianhao thought about it, the more confused he became. He ordered He Wuchang and his 3 brothers along with Gao Jin to pay a visit to Hung Hing, Lianqing, Hung Tai and Hung Les establishments.
This led to the following scene when Jiang Tiancheng returned with his girlfriend Fong Ting to have dinner. Just as they arrived at the restaurant's entrance, his car was suddenly riddled with bullets. The unfortunate driver who had just stepped out was turned into a sieve, but Jiang Tiancheng and the others in the car were fine. They were simply startled. The tea house of Liansheng's Deng Bo was directly blown up by several grenades engulfed by flames, fortunately without Fat Deng inside. Boss Pan and Shan Mei from Hung Lu and Hung Tai were gathered at a restaurant on Hung Tai's turf discussing something. Just as they emerged, they were met with a wave of gunfire. The first to come out, Bao Rong and Cao Gu, fell to the bullets, while Chen Mei and the others were lucky to have been delayed, otherwise they too would have perished. With Chen Tianhao causing such an uproar, several major gangs faced gunman attacks and they quickly turned their anger towards each other. Just as they were about to take action, they were all invited to the police station. It was uncertain if it was intentional by the police, but they ended up being arrested together. When Jiang Tiancheng and the others saw Chen Tianhao, they immediately began to curse at him. Chen Tianhao, looking innocent, turned to the nearby officer and said, "Sir, you need to protect me. I'm also a victim here." Though he said this, Chen Tianhao also wanted to see who had made a move against him. However, they all had good temperaments. After being scolded by the police a few times, they returned to their respective seats. In the interrogation room, the officers looked at the various underworld bosses who displayed an attitude of indifference as if they were unbothered by the heat of boiling water. They were unable to do anything to them, especially since they were also victims. After their respective organizations paid bail, they were released. Although the assailants of Chen Tianhao were all dead, it was deemed self-defense. Furthermore, thanks to Li Yua's recommendation, he found a way to secure connections at a higher level and spent 2 million to acquire 10 gun permits. Damn it, Chen Tianhao had killed all those who attacked him and it was still considered legal. Watching Chen Tianhao swagger out of the police station, Jiang Tiancheng glanced at Deng Bo and the others before getting into a car and leaving. Only the boss Pan approached him, grabbing his collar. "Chen Tianhao, damn it, I will definitely kill you and make your brothers and adopted son 19 pay the price." Chen Tianhao looked at Boss Pan with a bemused expression and said, "You are utterly lawless, openly threatening me in front of so many police officers. Aren't you afraid they'll take action?" As soon as Chen Tianhao finished speaking, 2 officers rushed over and pulled him away. Chen Tianhao simply waved at him and got into his car to leave. The news about the boxing match had barely spread for an hour when an even more explosive message came in. Chen Tianhao was attacked by gunmen on his way back to Shinshuishi, and after returning to his turf he sent his underlings out to take action. Soon after, news came that Jiang Tiancheng and Deng Bo had been attacked simultaneously and 2 of the bosses, Hong Tai and Hong Lu, were shot dead. Everyone knew that this was the doing of Chen Tianhao. It was a blatant act of revenge. After all, they didn't need evidence like the police did. The big bosses who received this news warned their underlings not to provoke Chen Tianhao. He was known to be a madman nicknamed Mad Tiger in the underworld. If you have good nicknames, feel free to comment here and I'll consider changing it. Just as Chen Tianhao returned to the Nightshade bar from the police station, a Dong ran up to him and said, "Brother, how regarding the boxing match with the other major gangs tomorrow? The betting lines are already open. Our Dongqing and Helian Shang have odds of 1-4. Should we place a bet?" After hearing a Dong's words, Chen Tianhao took him upstairs and brought him to the safe, pretending to open it, but in reality he was placing the money from the system space inside. Once he opened the safe, he pulled out 2 bags. "There are 40 million inside, take it all and bet on us winning Dongqing." A Dong took the money with a few underlings and went to place the bets. Seeing that there was still over 1 million left in the system space, he planned to take advantage of each match tomorrow. This amount of money is hardly enough. Chen Tianhao immediately called his big brother Crow and discussed the money issue with him. Crow quickly agreed, saying he would bring the money to the underground boxing arena tomorrow, which reassured Chen Tianhao. The next day, Chen Tianhao woke up early. This time he planned to let Li Wang, Gao Jin, Bu Tai Shan and He Wuchang participate in the fight. This lineup was more than sufficient to deal with them. The only slight trouble was the short guy brought by Jiang Tiancheng and the long-haired man brought by Deng Bo, which would be a bit difficult to handle. Using his true eye, he clearly identified who they were. Name Feng Yuxiu. Physique 80. Intelligence 10. Name Tachibana Masanori. Physique 75. Intelligence 12. Skills are not displayed except for summon characters. Feng Yuxiu from the movie A Man's Martial World is the ruthless person who decides life and death as well as ranks. Tachibana Masanori is currently the only dual flower red stick in Hong Kong. It is said that he was issued a kill order by local Japanese gangs and fled to Hong Kong to join Helian Shang. Due to his high combat strength, he secured many territories for Helian Shang and resolved many issues, and was nominated by Deng Bo and the previous Hongqing leader Jiangjin as one of the double flower red sticks of 426. Aside from those 2, the others posed no problem. He planned to leave these 2 tough nuts to Li Wang and Gao Jin to handle, which already showed his high regard for them. Seeing that Li Wang and the others were eager to crush the opposition, he instructed Bai Wuchang to keep an eye on the territory, then set off with Li Wang and 100 underlings towards Tsim Sha Sui. This underground boxing arena had considerable backing. The current betting lines were set up by this force, and basically the entire Tsim Sha Sui was under their control, with only the Hongqing prince having a street to himself. They were the largest underworld family in Hong Kong, the Ni family. Given that Chen Tianhao had bet so much this time, the opposition would surely suffer heavy losses. Who knows, he might end up offending someone again. When Chen Tianhao and his crew arrived at the underground boxing arena in Simsha Sui, they saw that at least a few hundred people had gathered, including members from various gangs, with even some from other organizations participating. After all, such grand events were rare in the underworld, and they brought their underlings to broaden their horizons, hoping to avoid provoking the wrong people and perhaps earn some extra money. As soon as Chen Tianhao got out of the car with his underlings, he saw about 200 people ahead calling out to him, "Brother Hao." Given their excitement, they probably hadn't shown such respect to their own leader. Seeing so many Dongqing underlings on sight, it seemed some had arrived before him. He nodded at those underlings and walked through them with Li Wang into the boxing arena, where many discussions erupted around them. "Isn't this Dongqing's rising star, the handsome Hao?" Upon hearing this, someone quickly pulled him back. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Be careful not to be overheard by Dongqing's people. Don't you know he's been nicknamed Mad Tiger in the underworld?" As Chen Tianhao entered the boxing arena, he noticed the organizer's platform where Zhang Tianqing, Luo Tuo and Dang Bo were chatting with an old man beside them. In the corner, the inconspicuous Chen Mei and Boss Pan saw Chen Tianhao arrive and immediately stood up. "Damn, we thought you little brat wouldn't dare to show up." Hearing this, Crow, who had arrived earlier, kicked Boss Pan. "What the hell? Are you implying that I am also a brat? Damn." After speaking, he attempted to kick again, but nearby Hong-less underlings rushed in and Crow's underlings were equally unyielding. Even the heavily bandaged Desang joined the fray, leading to a scuffle between the two groups. Chen Tianhao walked past the two groups without anyone daring to stop him. Crow then said to Mia, "How have your people step aside? I'll teach him how to speak today." Chen Tianhao patted his shoulder, saying, "Big brother, leave it to me to handle." He then turned to Boss Pan and said, "Don't say that Dongqing is bullying you today. We will fight 5 matches, and if you can win even one, I will concede." Upon hearing Chen Tianhao's words, not only was Boss Pan shocked, but even Zhang Tianqing and Dang Bo behind him were astonished. Zhang Tianqing immediately spoke up, "Huh. I like young men like you." To ensure that no one could claim they were bullying him later if he lost, "I will ask Elder Ni to witness this for us." After Zhang Tianqing spoke, he looked at the old man sitting between Luo Tuo and Dang Bo, who was the current head of the Ni family in Kowloon. Luo Tuo wanted to say something, but upon seeing Chen Tianhao give him a look, he sighed and sat down. Beside him, Kowloon smiled and said, "All right, the young man has spirit. I will act as your witness." Seeing that there was someone to testify, Chen Tianhao's mouth curved into a smile. With 5 matches, he could take advantage of them 5 times. Thinking this, he turned to Zhang Tianqing and the others and said, "In that case, call out your participants for this match and let's get started." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Wang and the others stepped forward, with Tai Shan being the most imposing due to his nearly 2.5-meter height, standing there like a small mountain. Seeing Chen Tianhao's actions, Zhang Tianqing and Dang Bo exchanged glances and shouted to the back, and soon 5 people walked out. The first was the Hongqing Prince, followed by Feng Yuxiu and Tachibana Masanori. The 2 people who came out right after them were scanned by Chen Tianhao with his true eye. Name: Tan Zhangyao. Physique 50. Intelligence 12. Name: Wang Jia. Physique 45. Intelligence 11. These 2 were the North Leg King Tan Zhangyao and the grappling expert Wang Jia, both killed by Feng Yuxiu. Watching the 5 individuals step onto the stage one by one, Chen Tianhao couldn't help but admire Zhang Tianqing and the others. Not only did they manage to bring Feng Yuxiu, but they even invited the 2 who were destined to be defeated by Feng Yuxiu. Thinking about it, he felt quite excited. This time he would deal with them all. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Tianhao immediately addressed the seated gang leaders. "Since everyone is here, shall we begin?" Upon hearing Chen Tianhao's words, Zhang Tianqing turned to Kowloon and said, "Uncle Kowloon, it's your turn to host from here on out." Kowloon had come here at the invitation of Zhang Tianqing and Dang Bo with the intention of dragging him into their plan to deal with Dongqing. "All right, I will arrange for the referee to take the stage now." After Kowloon finished speaking, someone stepped towards the arena behind him and he continued addressing the 10 people in front of him. "Who do you want to send up first for this first round?" Hearing Kowloon's question, the master of grappling Wang Jia immediately stepped forward. He had been found by Lianqing and promised 1 million as long as he could defeat Dongqing's representative. He was eager to resolve this matter quickly and get the money. "I'll take the first round. Who among you is ready to experience my fists?" He provocatively glanced at Li Wang and the others. Li Wang and the others ignored him, instead looking at Chen Tianhao sitting aside, who then said, "Hey Wu Chang, you go up. Teach him a lesson and let him know not to underestimate others." Upon hearing Chen Tianhao's words, He Wu Chang immediately turned and walked towards the stage, completely disregarding Wang Jia, who was still standing there. This display of indifference made Wang Jia furious, as it was clear he was being looked down upon. He quickly followed onto the stage, but as he saw He Wu Chang facing away from him, he threw a punch. The crowd, witnessing this sneak attack, erupted in shouts of indignation. Just when he thought he had the upper hand, He Wu Chang slightly shifted his body, causing Wang Jia's punch to pass harmlessly under his armpit. He Wu Chang didn't even bother to glance at him, as if he didn't exist at all. He executed a scorpion tail strike, swiftly kicking out a leg.
That kick packed with tremendous force landed squarely on Wang Jia, who was preparing to sneak attack. Caught off guard, he was sent reeling backward like a kite with its string cut, completely losing control. However, He Wuchang gave no chance for recovery. As Wang Jia struggled to regain his footing, He Wuchang's fist struck him like a tempest. Under He Wuchang's relentless assault, Wang Jia could only desperately defend himself, finding himself wholly at the mercy of the blows. While he contemplated how to counterattack, he made a mistake and received a solid punch to the neck from He Wuchang. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and blood immediately gushed from his mouth. He opened his mouth to surrender, but before he could utter a word, He Wuchang closed in and didn't give him a chance to speak. He raised both hands and struck down on Wang Jia's temples with lightning speed. The heavy blow to his throat left him already on the brink, and with the impact to his temples he fell to the ground, blood oozing from all 7 orifices. As the referee pulled He Wuchang away, he reached over to check Wang Jia's nose, finding no breath. This person had been beaten to death, and he quickly stood up to announce, "Mr. Nye, this person has already passed away." Upon hearing the referee's declaration, Ni Koan and the others turned to Chen Tianhao, who was sitting aside confidently rubbing his fingers. Deng Bo was the first to speak up, saying, "Young master, how don't you think your man went a bit too far? Since this is a competition, shouldn't it be controlled to a certain extent?" Luotu directly replied to Deng Bo, "In a fight there are no rules. If someone gets too aggressive, who can hold back?" Chen Tianhao, looking at Deng Bo, who was about to speak again, retorted, "If you lack the ability but dare to step onto the stage, you deserve to die." Deng Bo and the others were infuriated by his words. Jiang Tiancheng immediately said to him, "Fine, since you and your subordinate are so bold, be prepared for the consequences." Uncle Koan called the referee down. "Let them fight freely." After speaking to Chen Tianhao, he added a word to Ni Koan. After Ni Koan called down the referee, he looked at the corpse that had been taken away from the stage and continued to ask Li Wang and the others, "For the next match, who will step up?" Tan Zhangyao looked at the body of Wang Jia being removed. He knew Wang Jia and had a decent relationship with him, often sharing tea and sparring after retiring from the underworld. Seeing him tragically die in the arena despite being paid to do the job, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow for the dead. Even when looking at Chen Tianhao, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, his murderous intent was met by Li Wang, who emerged from the heap of corpses, a blatant provocation. Taishan immediately stepped forward and said to him, "Dare you step onto the stage to fight me?" Facing Taishan's challenge, Tan Zhangyao showed no fear, knowing that his title as the Northern Leg King was earned through countless battles, unlike Wang Jia, who was a newcomer. Without even glancing at Taishan, he directly walked towards the stage. Seeing him step onto the stage, Taishan followed suit and asked as he stood opposite Tan Zhangyao, "Are you ready?" "I'm ready to take your head off." Upon hearing this, Tan Zhangyao could no longer hold his temper. He charged towards Taishan, using his momentum to unleash a powerful kick aimed at Taishan's head. Just as he was about to land the kick, Taishan effortlessly swatted it away with one hand, and Tan Zhangyao nearly lost his balance as he landed. He looked at Taishan, who seemed completely unfazed, and his expression turned grave. The man's strength was terrifying. His full-force strike had been easily blocked. He immediately decided against a direct confrontation and began circling Taishan, quickly relying on his agility to evade Taishan's pursuit, occasionally darting in to land a hit, planning to slowly wear down this hulking brute. The idea was beautiful, but reality was harsh. As he aimed another kick at Taishan's head, he never anticipated that Taishan would come crashing towards him, causing his kick to miss entirely. Seizing the opportunity while Tan Zhangyao was midair and unable to adjust, Taishan reached out and grabbed his ankle, slamming him down onto the ground. In that instant of falling, Tan Zhangyao attempted to struggle, but Taishan gave him no chance, grabbing his other foot and twisting both legs together like a pretzel, instantly dislocating them, leaving him unable to even scream in pain. With a wide grin, Taishan said to him, "When I say I'm going to take your head off, I'm going to take your head off." With that, Taishan grasped his head and body tightly, and with a forceful pull he separated the two. On the spectator platform, a short, stocky man watched the scene unfold on the arena floor. Several spectators with weak constitutions immediately covered their mouths and vomited. Even seasoned veterans like Ni Koan shook their heads in disbelief. Jiang Tiancheng frowned as Mount Tai descended from the arena unscathed, yet his face still bore fresh undried blood, forcing Jiang to swallow whatever remark he had intended. Chen Tianhao meanwhile stood utterly unruffled, counting money and grinning foolishly. The moment Mount Tai had subdued his opponent, a subordinate assigned to place bets rushed over, clutching a heavy sack of cash. "Boss, the odds for our first match were 2-1, we wagered 3 million and won 6 million. For the second match, when Mount Tai stepped up, the odds dropped, but I followed your orders and staked all 9 million. This time we earned another 9 million. Our total now stands at 18 million. Having delivered his report, the subordinate handed over the money bag. Chen Tianhao casually withdrew a thick stack from it and tossed it to the young man, roughly 20 or 30,000 yuan, sending the subordinate into instant euphoria. Ignoring the man's elation, Chen Tianhao counted out 5 million more and handed them directly to Wu Ya, who had only requested repayment of his original 2 million investment. Chen insisted, pressing the money into his hands. "We're brothers, no need for formalities." As Mount Tai approached, Chen Tianhao pulled out another 2 million, handing 1 million each to He Wuchang and Mount Tai himself. Once the distributions were complete, he turned toward Deng Bo and his entourage and addressed them with icy disdain. "Well,
Do you wish to continue?
They bristled at Chen Tianhao's smug expression, furious yet powerless. Suddenly Jiang Tiancheng seemed to recall something and smiled faintly as he spoke. Young master, how I have a proposal, dare you accept it?
Seeing Jiang's insincere smile, Chen Tianhao knew trouble was brewing and retorted without hesitation, what?
Are you backing down because you can't bear to lose? Sorry, I don't recognize any rule about surrendering halfway and keeping half your stake. Chen's exaggerated mockery enraged Jiang Tiancheng so thoroughly that he abandoned pretense altogether. Bare-handed brawling is dull.
Dare you let them fight armed in the next round? Dang Bo and his men chimed in, goading Chen Tianhao, challenging him to accept. Seeing their masks finally slip, Chen replied coolly. Fine.
Then tell me, who will you send forward to meet their end? Jiang Tiancheng, observing Chen's nonchalant demeanor, turned instantly to Tai Zi and commanded, you heard our terms, this round is yours.
Any objections? Tai Zi struck his chest emphatically in reply, rest assured, Mr.
Jiang, no one from Dongxing will walk off this arena alive. He ordered a subordinate to bring him his blade, a massive Kaishan Dao over a meter long, its hilt deliberately extended for greater leverage. Clutching the weapon, he strode onto the arena and confronted Li Wang and his two companions. Who dares step up and face me? Chen Tianhao, unfazed by Tai Zi's arrogance, turned to Abu and said simply, Abu, you go spar with him.
Without hesitation, Abu seized the Tang Dao handed to him moments earlier and ascended the arena.
Facing Tai Zi, he remarked calmly, yield now, otherwise you won't leave under your own power.
Too much talk.
Victory and defeat are decided only in combat. With that, Tai Zi charged forward, raising his blade. Abu met him heeding, no longer wasting words. Steel clashed against steel, sparks erupting like scattered stars. After a dozen exchanges, Tai Zi slipped. Abu's blade sliced cleanly across his shoulder. Only a swift parry with his own weapon saved his arm from severance. Using the recoil of the blade's impact, Tai Zi leapt backward, catching his breath as he faced Abu, calm, unwinded, unshaken. He recalled Jiang Tiancheng's earlier warning, if you cannot win, yield, do not throw away your life in vain. He knew now victory was impossible. To linger was to risk death with a single misstep. So he shouted, voice ringing across the arena. I yield. And without glancing back, he strode off the platform. The short, stocky spectators erupted, accusing Tai Zi of throwing the match. Chaos flared instantly. Those who had lost money shoved and jostled Hongxing subordinates still defending Tai Zi. Without intervention, the brawl would have escalated into full-blown triad warfare. At that moment, Jiang Tiancheng's voice cut through the din. Enough. Tai Zi yielded on my order. To persist knowingly against superior strength is the folly of a brute, not strategy. The crowd fell silent. Though resentment simmered beneath the surface, none dared defy the dragon head of Hongxing. Their fear was absolute. Of all present, Dongxing's underlings were undoubtedly the most jubilant. As kin, they rallied wholeheartedly, reaping handsome profits. Even Luo Tuo watched with quiet amusement, clearly having profited handsomely himself. Jiang Tiancheng conferred in hushed tones with the wily old Dangbo. Chen Tianhao waited patiently, unconcerned. He knew they could not win. Just then the subordinate he dispatched to place bets returned, his expression grim. Chen Tianhao asked, eyebrow arched, what's wrong? Did someone steal your money? Boss, you told me to wager 10 million, but the bookmakers refused outright. They capped it at 5 million. Chen Tianhao laughed softly. Ha! Is that all? If they'll only accept 5 million, place it on the next round instead. We still profit. The subordinate hurried off with the 5 million. By then Jiang Tiancheng and Dang Bo had concluded their deliberations, and Dang Bo stepped forward to speak. For the next round, our joint enforcers, one from Honghing, one from Lianshang, will face your Dongxing. Who will you send to oppose them? That was the outcome of their consultation. Feng Yuxiu had been invited as their anchor, widely regarded as their strongest fighter. While Li Hua Zhengren and Tai Zi were formidable, they ranked slightly below him. Had Chen Tianhao not boldly declared victory, Dongxing would already have claimed triumph today. Before Chen Tianhao could respond, Gao Jin stepped forward. Boss, I'll take this one. Let's see what this little Jap has got. With it he strode onto the arena, twin MA piercers already in hand. Li Hua Zhengren, incensed by the slur, drew his katana and followed close behind. No pleasantries were exchanged. Li Hua Zhengren unsheathed his blade and lunged, yet Gao Jin, the wielding shorter weapons, matched him blow for blow. Though it is said longer reach brings advantage, shorter reach invites peril, Gao Jin defied convention entirely, parrying every strike with masterful precision while scoring shallow cuts across Li Hua Zhengren's body with unnerving frequency. Amidst flashing steel and clashing shadows, they traded over 100 blows each, searching relentlessly for the decisive opening. When Gao Jin landed a telling strike and retreated, Li Hua Zhengren surged forward, slashing viciously at his throat. Trapped with no room to evade, Gao Jin did not retreat, he advanced instead, crossing his MA piercers to block the descending blade and driving straight at Li Hua Zhengren. Though the block was imperfect, leaving a shallow wound on his shoulder, Gao Jin used the momentum to wrench the katana aside, then drove both piercers toward Li Hua Zhengren's hands. That suicidal ferocity stunned Li Hua Zhengren motionless. For an instant he stared at the twin points bearing down upon him, then abandoned his sword and staggered backward.
Before Gao Jin could press his advantage, Li Hua Zhangrun declared defeat and walked calmly unhurriedly from the arena.
Seeing Tachibana Masahito concede so readily was within reason. After all, they were not fools and would not risk their lives on a lost cause.
Gao Jin descended the stage and immediately approached Chen Tianhao.
Noticing his still bleeding shoulder, Chen Tianhao called over 2 lackeys to tend to his wound.
Thankfully it wasn't too deep, otherwise Tachibana Masahito might have been the one to win. On Zhang Tianshang's side, things were far from calm.
With the final round approaching, they knew that the powerhouse Chen Tianhao had placed last would not be easy to handle. Zhang Tianshang turned to Feng Yuxiu and asked, "Do you think Master Feng has any confidence against the opponent?" Feng Yuxiu, looking grave, replied to Zhang Tianshang, "The opponent's strength is formidable. I can't be sure of victory before we engage in combat." Hearing Feng Yuxiu say this, their expressions darkened. They were uncertain whether challenging Dongxing was the right move.
Luotu didn't care about any of that. The conflicts between the various gangs were beyond reconciliation now.
He wouldn't utter platitudes about harmony in the underworld. What he needed to do was support Chen Tianhao.
"Old demon Deng, what are you whispering about over there? If you know you can't win, just admit defeat.
If it weren't for Rahao giving you a chance, you would have rolled up your mats and left long ago."
Deng Bo and the others were infuriated by Luotu's arrogant words, retorting, "Luotu, don't get too cocky. The outcome is still uncertain.
Be careful or you might trip over your own tongue." Seeing the commotion, Chen Tianhao joined in, addressing Deng Bo and the others, "I'm just afraid that even if I give you a chance, you won't be up to it." Deng Bo was at a loss for words, finally managing to say, "Young people shouldn't be so reckless."
Chen Tianhao scoffed, "If you can win 4 matches, you'll be even more reckless than I am." "Alright, enough of this useless chatter, let them begin.
Don't slow down my earnings." The impatient powerhouse, upon hearing Chen Tianhao's words, directly stepped onto the stage. Seeing this, Chen Tianhao chuckled and said to them,
"So what's it going to be? Are you going to fight or will you concede?"
Looking at the exceedingly arrogant Chen Tianhao, Deng Bo and the others turned their gaze toward Feng Yuxiu. Being a martial arts fanatic and with so many eyes on him, Feng Yuxiu leaped onto the stage with 2 swift bounds.
Despite his physical defect, his agility was unimpaired. As he climbed onto the stage, Abu, standing beside Chen Tianhao, leaned in and remarked, "This person is a master. So do you think you can beat him?"
After pondering Chen Tianhao's question, he replied, "If it were a life-and-death battle, even if I can't defeat him, he wouldn't fare well either." While Chen Tianhao and his companions were conversing, the 2 fighters on the stage had already begun to engage. Noticing that the powerhouse had entered without weapons, Feng Yuxiu also refrained from employing underhanded tactics. After exchanging a punch, the powerhouse stood still while Feng Yuxiu took 4 or 5 steps back to dissipate the force. His expression shifted to one of grave concern. The powerhouse did not continue to attack but instead cracked his neck and said to Feng Yuxiu, "Go get your weapon.
It's no fun fighting you like this." Feng Yuxiu, incensed by the humiliation, did not hesitate and prepared to leave the stage to retrieve his weapon.
At this moment his wife was still alive and he lacked the resolve for a battle that would determine life and death. The reason he decided to help Hongxing was that Zhang Tianshang had promised him that if he could assist them in winning this boxing match, he would cover his wife's medical expenses. Seeing Feng Yuxiu's movement, the prince threw over the broadsword he had previously used. As Feng Yuxiu was about to descend to retrieve his weapon, he caught the sword in midair with a front flip. With the sword in hand, he looked at the powerhouse opposite him and said, "Be careful," before launching a slash. The powerhouse, seeing the sword coming at him, simply punched to meet it.
The crowd believed the powerhouse was overly arrogant for daring to engage unarmed in such a situation.
What followed was an unbelievable scene. The sword struck the powerhouse's fist, leaving only a red mark as if it had only slightly broken the skin. Most shocked was Feng Yuxiu. He felt a tremendous force hit him, causing intense pain in his hand, and he almost dropped the sword. Glancing at the powerhouse's hand, which had only suffered a minor scrape, he realized he had lost. Yet he still wanted to fight back. The powerhouse merely relied on his tough physique for protection. If he could find an opening, victory was still possible. With this thought, he slashed at the powerhouse from various angles, but all his attacks were effortlessly parried. After exchanging dozens of blows, the powerhouse seemed to have had enough. He struck Feng Yuxiu's sword with a punch, instantly numbing his hand, and the sword flew out of his grip. As the powerhouse's fist was about to hit his chest, he halted and whispered in his ear, "Our boss has high hopes for you. What do you say?
Are you interested in joining our boss? Don't worry, your wife's situation is known to our boss.
He has promised that if you join him, he will find a way to help you treat your wife."
Feng Yuxiu did not respond.
He looked up at the powerhouse and said, "I concede," before stepping off the stage. At that moment his hand had yet to regain feeling, and he knew that had the powerhouse not held back, he would have already perished on the stage. He began to contemplate the words the powerhouse had just spoken. Below the stage, Zhang Tianshang and Deng Ba's faces darkened upon hearing Feng Yuxiu concede. They wished for nothing more than for Feng Yuxiu to perish on the stage. That way, even in defeat, they would have some semblance of dignity.
However, Luotu and Chen Tianhao were unconcerned, bursting into laughter. Chen Tianhao remarked, "See,
I told you, even with a chance you're useless." After mocking them, Chen Tianhao continued, "It's time to fulfill the previous conditions, Mr.
Jiang. Luotu added, you wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? After all, these were two major heads, surely they wouldn't be unable to produce this sum of money. Listening to Luotu's words, the ones with the darkest expressions were Chen Mei from Hongtai and Pan the Big Shot from Hongla. They had each contributed 7.5 million to the total of 50 million, and now they were watching their money evaporate, causing them great distress. After Jiang Tianqing finished speaking, he had 2 bags brought over confirming that all the money was inside before leaving the underground boxing venue with a dark expression and his lackeys. Jiang Tianqing and Uncle Deng had already left, and Chen Mei along with Senior Pan also had no intention of staying any longer, yet as they departed their glances toward Chen Tianhao were distinctly hostile. Chen Tianhao, utterly unfazed, responded by dragging a finger across his throat, a gesture that in earlier days would have provoked immediate confrontation. What do you mean by that? Are you declaring war? But now they dared not even flinch. Against him the two of them stood no chance whatsoever. They could only slink away in disgrace. As members of the major Triad societies withdrew, Nikuan departed in grim silence, his face clouded with fury. Why? Naturally, it was about money. Of course, it was all about money. The off-track betting operation had been run exclusively by the Ni family. Just from Chen Tianhao's single wager they had lost nearly 200 million Hong Kong dollars, factoring in the other Dongxing members' bets. This event yielded not profit but losses amounting to tens of millions. With only Dongxing members remaining in the arena, Luo Tuo approached Chen Tianhao, exchanged a few words, reminded him not to miss his formal induction ceremony at the main hall 2 days hence, then departed with Wu Yet and De Sang. Chen Tianhao, calm and unhurried, gathered his underlings to collect his winnings. Having placed 40 million Hong Kong dollars on Dongxing's victory at odds of 1/4, he stood to receive 200 million Hong Kong dollars total, adding 25 million Hong Kong dollars from 5 additional matches. His net gain from the Ni family exceeded 190 million Hong Kong dollars. Though he anticipated resistance in claiming the sum, when Chen Tianhao and his men presented their vouchers, the operators paid out without hesitation. Chen Tianhao gave it little thought. Their reputation hinged on integrity. Word that they reneged on payouts would spell ruin for their entire enterprise. He immediately departed with Li Wang and the others, cash in hand, heading back toward Sham Shuipi. Yet barely had they left Sim Sha Sui when disaster struck. As Chen Tianhao's vehicle approached an intersection, 2 dump trucks barreled in from opposite directions. Only thanks to his driver's lightning reflexes, swerving violently into oncoming traffic and overtaking the car ahead, did they narrowly escape certain death. The second vehicle, however, was not so fortunate, crushed instantly beneath the twin impacts. Chen Tianhao and his men leapt from their car, each brandishing a pistol. At the sight of the mangled wreck, fury ignited within them like wildfire. The dazed truck drivers, knocked unconscious by the collision, were dragged from their cabs by Li Wang on Chen Tianhao's order. Then with a sharp cock of the hammer, Chen Tianhao fired once, straight into one man's foot. Agony jolted the man awake, unleashing a guttural animal scream. Ignoring it entirely, Chen Tianhao stepped forward, took a dagger from Gao Jin standing nearby, and drove it deep into the fresh gunshot wound. As the man shrieked again, Li Wang clamped a brutal hand over his mouth. Chen Tianhao studied his contorted features, twisted the blade slowly, and spoke. Speak, tell me who sent you. The man wavered, clinging to silence, until Chen Tianhao added one quiet sentence, after which he nodded frantically. You may refuse to speak, but I will find out regardless. And if I do, neither you nor your family shall draw another breath. Having secured his nod, Chen Tianhao signaled Li Wang to release him and said, now speak. Boss, I swear it was the Ni family. Please spare me. I had no choice, they would have killed me if I refused. At these words, Chen Tianhao offered a cold, mirthless smile and turned to Gao Jin. Dispose of him. Deliver the body to the Ni family. Even as he climbed back into the car, suspicion coiled in his mind. The Ni family, among Hong Kong's most formidable narcotics syndicates, would never rely on mere dump trucks to eliminate a target. Before the thought fully formed, a deafening barrage erupted like firecrackers on Lunar New Year, rattling the street with relentless crack crack crack. Bullets slammed into the vehicle with dull thuds. Glass exploded inward, pinning them low beneath the shattered windows. The underlings who'd followed Chen Tianhao out were caught completely off guard, dropping where they stood. Only Li Wang managed to dive behind a nearby car for cover. Gao Jin fared less well while directing his men to handle the corpse as a bullet struck his already injured shoulder. Had several underlings not thrown themselves in front of him, shielding him long enough to scramble into a street corner, he would not have survived. Black Wu Chang and Abu were pinned down elsewhere, unable to reinforce in time. Enraged by the carnage before him, Chen Tianhao drew a rocket launcher from his system space and fired directly into the thickest cluster of gunfire. A thunderous boom shattered the chaos, leaving stunned silence in its wake. Seizing the lull, Chen Tianhao retrieved 2 AK-47s from his system space, leapt from the vehicle and opened fire. Rat-a-tat. Rat-a-tat. A merciless hail of bullets turned several hapless attackers into riddled husks. Li Wang and the others wasted no time, firing relentlessly, harvesting lives with chilling efficiency. Within moments, all resistance ceased. By then, Abu and his men had subdued their own assailants and rushed to the scene, only to stare speechless at the smoldering ruins of the street. Gao Jin, cradling his wounded shoulder, limped forward. Brother, we must leave now. If the police arrive, we'll be trapped. Without hesitation, Chen Tianhao ordered his men to withdraw immediately. Scarcely had they vanished when armored police flooded the street, followed swiftly by the elite flying tigers. Firearms were strictly forbidden in Triad conflicts, yet upon seeing the overturned blast-shredded vehicles strewn across the asphalt, the officers' composure evaporated. They radioed urgently upstream and received unequivocal orders to apprehend the perpetrators at all costs. Thus, just as the aftershocks of the prior day's massive gang war still trembled through the city, an even greater conflagration erupted. By the time Chen Tianhao's group reached Shamshui, Hong Kong Island was under full lockdown, armed patrols blanketed every district. Fortunately, they abandoned their vehicles and dispersed on foot, converging later at headquarters. Surveying the unrest beyond the window, Chen Tianhao knew the scale of the crisis and instructed Abu to orchestrate a controlled provocation, ensuring lower-tier members publicly claimed responsibility. He then contacted Li Yuhua, who warned gravely, this cannot be buried with sacrificial pawns. The governor intends to use this incident to purge the underworld entirely. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianhao immediately set out with Li Wang, Black Wuchang and White Wuchang, driving straight to the main hall to confront Luo Tua and Wu Ya. Chen Tianhao arrived at the headquarters with his men, and both Crow and Camel were present. He also saw Jin Feng and Yin Feng here, but was unsure what they were discussing. Crow looked at the anxious Chen Tianhao rushing in and teased, "Ah how? You're a big brother now, what has you so agitated?" Seeing Crow still joking, I was about to say something when Camel interjected, "No need to say more, I know why you've come this time. You've stirred up quite a commotion this time, and it's not something that can be easily suppressed. This time you've even alarmed the governor. The British have already said they want to arrest the person involved no matter what." Crow, still confused, directly asked, "Boss, why does it matter to how if they are arresting people?" Camel replied impatiently, "If you pulled out a rocket launcher on the street, do you think they would let you go?" Crow was stunned by Camel's words. He hadn't expected Chen Tianhao to have done something so significant in just half a day since they parted. He gave a thumbs up to Chen Tianhao and laughed, saying, "Haha. No wonder he's my brother." Seeing Crow like this, Camel immediately kicked him, saying, "Damn it, what time is it? You still have the mood to laugh." Chen Tianhao stepped forward to pull Crow, who was about to continue speaking. This was not the time for jokes, and he said to Camel, "Boss, as soon as I received the news, I sent someone to create some noise and turn myself in. I came here to see if there's a better way to cover this up." Listening to Chen Tianhao, Camel's furrowed brow relaxed a little as he looked at Jin Feng and Yin Feng beside him and said, "There's no better way now. If you stay on the island, the British will definitely not let you go. After all, they are afraid you might blow up the governor's office. Coincidentally, Jin Feng and her team are preparing to return to Holland. You should go with them to avoid the storm. Once this matter settles, you can come back." Seeing Camel's demeanor, it seemed he had already considered a way out for Chen Tianhao after receiving the news. Chen Tianhao didn't hesitate and thanked Camel, saying, "Boss, thank you for your concern." He then handed over a bag he had prepared containing 5 million. Camel smiled and said, "Aha, when you get to Holland, don't be so impulsive. It's different there. You must consider the consequences when doing things. As for your territory, let Crow manage it for you for now. When the storm passes, you can handle it again upon your return." At this moment, Jin Feng, who had been silent, spoke up, "How? Once you reach Holland, you might not want to come back, you know." Chen Tianhao paid no heed to her words and turned to Camel, saying, "Boss, I'll go back and inform my brothers. Then I'll join Jin Feng and the others." Camel, hearing Chen Tianhao, said directly, "There's no need for that, let them go with you. You can leave directly from the deep water port." Crow wanted to say something else, but Camel interrupted, saying, "You should go too. Hurry up and leave." With Camel urging them to leave, Crow pulled Chen Tianhao out and Jin Feng and her team followed suit. On the way back to Deepwater Port, Crow looked at Chen Tianhao and said, "How I won't stop you from going out this time, but remember you still have me as your big brother. If you can't stay out there, come back and find your big brother. The money we earn now is enough for us. At worst, we can just change places to live." Looking at Crow's overly sentimental attitude, Chen Tianhao felt a moment of discomfort, saying, "Big brother, what are you talking about? Are you sure I won't be able to make it out there? Also, I plan to take over the entire Hong Kong island." Sitting in the back, Jin Feng and her team couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. "Huh? You're planning to run away now, yet you still want to take over Hong Kong island?" Chen Tianhao was completely unfazed, saying, "I'm not going to be unable to return. This time I'll just take the opportunity to broaden my horizons. If I get the chance, I might even learn from the 14 Burmese Chatsi Zhong and become a crime boss myself." Hearing this, Jin Feng and her team looked at him differently. This kid really dared to dream. Just establishing a foothold with Dongqing over there would be impressive enough, and yet he thought about being a crime boss. For others this might be a realizable ambition, but for Chen Tianhao it might just be a stepping stone. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the night color bar, Chen Tianhao's temporary base in Deepwater Port. Chen Tianhao wasted no time and immediately had his subordinates gather everyone, even calling in the injured Gao Jin. Once everyone was present, he addressed to Dong, Gao Jin, Abu and Taishan, saying, "This incident has caused quite a stir and I'm planning to lay low for a while. While I'm away, the territory will be managed by you guys. If anything arises that you can't handle, you can find my big brother Crow, he will help you." After Chen Tianhao finished speaking, he introduced them to his big brother Crow.
Besides Adong, who had previously worked with Crow, most of Chen Tianhao's subordinates had only seen Crow and were not familiar with him. Once Chen Tianhao had arranged everything, he took Gao Jin and Crow upstairs and said to Gao Jin, Jin, from now on the territory will be managed by you. I've left 50 million in the safe, it should be enough to support you for a while. Once I reach Holland and we resume our smuggling business along with the income from our territory and the profits from our own venues, we won't have to worry about money anymore. Gao Jin originally wanted to discuss with Chen Tianhao about going with him, but seeing how much confidence his boss had in him, he felt he shouldn't let him down. He could only agree and promised in his heart to keep the territory safe for his boss. Chen Tianhao also took out some weapons from the system space and handed them to Gao Jin, instructing him not to take them out casually. After arranging everything, Gao Jin and Crow led the team to the deep water port. Jin Feng and her team had already made arrangements they could leave as soon as Chen Tianhao arrived. He hugged Crow and the others before stepping onto the boat leaving Hong Kong Island with Li Wang and the three brothers of He Bai Hui. Chen Tianhao gazed at the slowly disappearing horizon, lost in thought for a moment before turning around and leading Li Wang and the others into the cabin. This was a merchant ship from the Netherlands, specifically operating between the harbor island and the Netherlands. This time it was arranged through Jin Feng's connections, otherwise they might have faced some minor troubles before leaving. As Jin Feng chatted with the captain, she noticed Chen Tianhao entering and said to him, "Ahao. This is Captain Zach. We owe our departure from the harbor island to him." Zach, who frequently traveled to the harbor island, had a good command of Chinese. He extended his hand to Chen Tianhao and said, "Hello, Mr. Chen." Chen Tianhao shook his hand and replied, "Thank you, Captain Zach. Once we arrive in the Netherlands, I'll treat you to a few drinks." Seeing the two of them in pleasant conversation, Jin Feng smiled and said, "Ahao. We will be spending the next half-month on the ship. Come on, let me take you to your room." Hearing Jin Feng's words, Chen Tianhao politely bid farewell to Zach and followed Jin Feng. Jin Feng arranged a multi-person dormitory for them, which was vacated by workers that Zach had arranged as the ship was filled with cargo, otherwise they would have had nowhere to stay. After the room was arranged, Jin Feng left, informing them that there was a cafeteria nearby exclusively for the crew where they would also handle their meals during this time. Chen Tianhao and the others were not too particular. After watching Jin Feng leave, they placed their belongings and Chen Tianhao found a spot by the window to lie down while Li Wang and the others each found a place to sit. With nothing to do, Chen Tianhao opened the shop in the system and began to browse out of boredom when he suddenly noticed a change in the system level. System level 125005000. Seeing this change, Chen Tianhao inwardly asked the system, "Is this the experience bar?" Ding. Yes, host. When you accumulate a total of 5,000 gold coins, the system will upgrade. Damn, why didn't you tell me earlier? Ding. Host, did you not know you are broke? Even if I told you, you wouldn't have the money to upgrade. Chen Tianhao was left speechless by the system's retort. He glanced at the remaining 150 million Hong Kong dollars in the system and instantly regained his confidence, saying to the system, "Damn it, who said I have no money? Recharge me with 5,000 gold coins." As soon as Chen Tianhao finished speaking, he heard the system's flattering voice, "All right, dear host." Ding. Congratulations, host. Recharge successful, gold balance 5,000. As he looked at the shiny 5,000 gold coins, Chen Tianhao prepared to spend generously. He first spent 80 gold coins to increase his physique to 30 points. Noticing that the gold cost would double after 30 points, Chen Tianhao didn't mind. He then spent 400 gold coins to increase his physique to 40 points. Feeling an explosive power surging within him, he momentarily felt capable of taking down a bull, though it was merely an illusion from the rapid increase in strength. Without hesitation, he directly spent 2,400 gold coins to raise his physique to 60 points. Instantly, he felt as if he were about to burst. He sat up abruptly, accidentally breaking the headboard due to his lack of control over his newfound strength. Li Wang and the others looked at him in astonishment, as if questioning when their leader had become so powerful. Chen Tianhao ignored their gazes, and seeing that he still had 2,120 gold coins left in the system, he planned to spend it all. Just then he heard the system's voice. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully accumulating a total expenditure of 5,000 gold coins. The system has met the upgrade conditions. Upgrading the system, estimated time 2 minutes. Looking at the large countdown on the screen in front of him, he remained silent, quietly waiting. In his anticipation, 2 minutes soon passed. Ding. Congratulations, host, the system upgrade has been successful. Now opening the character panel for the host. Host Chen Tianhao, nickname Mad Tiger. Identity Dongxing Deep Water Association leader not officially appointed. System level 2538-010-0000. Age 17. Physique 60. Mental strength 15, normal person 10. Item storage space 5 AKs, 10 black stars, 10 rocket launchers, 79 rockets, 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Gold coins 2120. Skill special integrated combat, major shooting, major driving skills, major street fighting, major. Skill levels range from low to high, beginner, proficient, minor achievement, major achievement, master. Character summoning shop.
Ordinary Lackey Ordinary Shorty 1 gold coin Elite Lackey 1 against 510 gold coins Special Character Summoning 100 gold coins Random summoning of film characters. The Character Summoning Shop has added a new feature. The host can choose from different races according to their needs with complementary proficiency in Chinese for easier communication. Attribute Exchange Shop 1 attribute point for 10 gold coins. The required gold coins will increase with the attributes. With the system upgrade, the Arms Shop is officially open to the host. Arms Shop Desert Eagle 5 guns for 1 gold coin Type 54 Black Star Pistol 10 guns for 1 gold coin Beretta 92F Pistol 10 guns for 1 gold coin AK-47 Assault Rifle 5 guns for 1 gold coin AMR-2 Anti-Material Sniper Rifle 2 guns for 1 gold coin. Looking at the long list of weapons still to be reviewed, Chen Tianhao was stunned. He realized that he could make a fortune just by selling arms in the future. In his excitement, he accidentally broke the bedboard. Noticing Li Wang and the other's strange looks, he decided to challenge the weakest among them, Bai Wuchang, to a sparring match. After Bai Wuchang was left bruised and begging for mercy, Chen Tianhao finally adapted to the strength of his body. He then felt a wave of hunger and took Li Wang and the others to eat next door. To be honest, they really couldn't get used to the food from abroad. Chen Tianhao just ate a little to fill his stomach and prepared to head back. At that moment he saw Jin Feng and Zack approaching, so he went to inform them about the broken bed and asked them to arrange for someone to fix it. Zack and Jin Feng checked their room after hearing this. Although they agreed, when they returned they looked at him and Li Wang with a strange gaze. This made Chen Tianhao hurriedly explain that he accidentally broke it while practicing martial arts. They simply smiled and said they understood before heading off to eat. This instantly inflated Chen Tianhao's ego. To alleviate his gloomy mood, he let Li Wang and the others return first while he went alone to the deck for some fresh air. 11 days later. The ship remained the same, but the person was no longer the same. Chen Tianhao leaned against the side of the deck gazing at the vast ocean before him, which had lost its former glory. He appeared considerably haggard with stubble on his face. Even when one approached they could smell the faint scent of seawater mixed with sweat. When he first boarded the ship, Chen Tianhao was actually quite excited. Coupled with the newly enhanced attributes of his body, he felt as if he were brimming with energy. Captain Zack, fearing they might get bored, specifically arranged several sets of fishing equipment for them, allowing them to experience the joy of sea fishing. In the first few days they indeed had a lot of fun catching various sea fish every day, but as time went on that excitement began to wane. Every day they were served all sorts of seafood without a hint of green vegetables. The only green thing was some seaweed, and Chen Tianhao was on the verge of vomiting. Now merely seeing seafood made him nauseous, yet he had no choice but to eat it as there was no other food on the ship and every day consisted of either fishing or lying around. Initially he would spar a bit with Li Wang and Bai Wuchang each day, but over time he felt somewhat malnourished with a persistent heaviness in his chest and he often felt like vomiting. Yes, Chen Tianhao had gotten seasick. As for why he didn't feel this way when he first boarded, it might have been due to his excitement from the recent attribute boost. While he was lost in thought, Li Wang emerged from the cabin with a tray in hand, saying to Chen Tianhao, "Brother, how it's time to eat." Chen Tianhao looked at the seafood on the tray, which included a large Australian lobster, but he felt no appetite and asked Li Wang to set it aside. He weakly said to Li Wang, "Did you ask about what I told you to?" "What did they say?" Li Wang looked at the despondent Chen Tianhao and replied, "Brother, how Sister Jin Feng told me to have you hang in there, well, be there soon." It was no wonder Li Wang had that expression, as this was already the third time Chen Tianhao had asked him to find out how many more days it would take to arrive. At that moment Chen Tianhao suddenly sat up, startling Li Wang beside him. Following Chen Tianhao's gaze, Li Wang saw several speedboats suddenly appear on the horizon, racing towards their merchant ship. About 7 or 8 minutes later they could clearly see the people on the 4 speedboats. Each boat had 7 or 8 individuals, all wearing headscarves, each armed with an AK-47, clearly a band of pirates. Upon realizing this, Chen Tianhao immediately told Li Wang, "Go notify Captain Zack and Sister Jin Feng. I'll go find Bai Wuchang and grab some weapons." With that, Chen Tianhao dashed into the cabin and Li Wang wasted no time sprinting towards the cockpit. Upon returning to his room, Chen Tianhao woke up the still sleeping Bai Wuchang. He noticed a bit of bruising on Bai Wuchang's face, a remnant of their first sparring match. To be fair, Chen Tianhao hadn't meant for it to happen, he simply hadn't adapted yet and had lost control of his strength, causing Bai Wuchang some discomfort. He said nothing more and retrieved 5 AKs, a rocket launcher, 7 or 8 grenades and 2 rocket shells from the system space. He slung an AK over his back, carried the rocket launcher and turned to Bai Wuchang and the others, saying, "Pirates are coming. Grab your weapons and follow me." With that he dashed out and Bai Wuchang quickly grabbed a gun and stuffed 2 grenades in his pockets, following closely behind. When they reached the deck, Captain Zack and Jin Feng had also arrived. When they saw the equipment in Chen Tianhao and Bai Wuchang's hands, they were utterly astonished, as they hadn't had such gear when they boarded the ship. This raised the question, where did they get those things? But Chen Tianhao paid no mind to such questions and went straight to the edge of the deck. Li Wang took the gun from Bai Wuchang and joined him, watching the 4 speedboats approaching rapidly. Chen Tianhao raised his AK and fired a burst of bullets in their direction. The pirates on the speedboat, seeing someone on the merchant ship daring to shoot at them, immediately retaliated, unleashing a hail of bullets towards Chen Tianhao and the others. Watching this unfold, Chen Tianhao quickly dropped to the deck, hearing the bullets impacting the side of the ship with loud bangs. Determined, he shifted back slightly, feeling safe from the bullets, and stood up with the rocket launcher. He aimed, fired, and in one smooth motion 2 seconds later a loud bang echoed as the leading speedboat was destroyed, flames erupting from the explosion, and everyone on board met their end. Their formidable firepower stunned the pirates, who hadn't expected that such a small merchant ship would possess a rocket launcher. As they contemplated retreating, Chen Tianhao had already reloaded another rocket. He raised it and gently squeezed the trigger. Boom! Another speedboat was destroyed. This commotion snapped the pirate leader out of his daze, who immediately shouted at the other pirates to retreat. Just as Chen Tianhao was about to load another rocket to give them another round, he saw that the remaining 2 speedboats had already fled, so he reluctantly set down the rocket launcher. Zack, watching Chen Tianhao, who still seemed pumped from the fight, was momentarily rendered speechless, fearing that if Chen Tianhao took offense he might end up meeting his maker. It was Jin Feng who finally spoke to Chen Tianhao, saying, "Aha, not bad. You've kept it hidden well. How did you manage to bring those big weapons on board?" Chen Tianhao, seeing her curious expression, lit a cigarette and smiled, saying, "I just brought them on board like this. You didn't say it was not allowed when we boarded." Hearing this, Jin Feng and the others were left speechless. Who would bring such things on board as a good person? But upon reflection, Chen Tianhao didn't really seem like a good person after all. Who would run away if they were a good person? However, these thoughts were only kept to themselves, as they dared not voice them. Captain Zack, finally recovering, said to Chen Tianhao, "Mr. Chen, thank you for your help. You all should go back and rest. I will have my men increase the patrols." Chen Tianhao didn't take it to heart. They were wholly reliant on their ship this time. Otherwise they wouldn't even know if they could leave Hong Kong Island. He nodded in acknowledgement and led Li Wang and the others back to the cabin, thinking to himself that it would be great if more of them came, then he could really enjoy himself. However, fate had other plans. 2 days passed in peace with no sign of pirates daring to cause trouble, leaving Chen Tianhao quite disappointed. As he looked at the darkening sky outside, just as he was about to get up and go out on deck for some fresh air, there was a knock on the door. Hei Wuchang opened the door to find Jin Feng standing there, and he immediately called out, "Sister Jin Feng." Jin Feng nodded and walked directly towards Chen Tianhao, who asked curiously, "Is there something you need, Sister Jin Feng?" "Ah, how? In 2 hours we will arrive at our destination. You need to handle those weapons to avoid unnecessary trouble," Jin Feng told Chen Tianhao. Seeing that she had come for this matter, he immediately responded, "Okay, I understand. I'll have them throw these things into the sea right away." After Jin Feng heard his response, she left. Chen Tianhao then instructed Li Wang and the others to pretend to go out for a run while he stored all the weapons in the system space. Excited at the thought of soon returning to city life, Chen Tianhao could hardly contain his enthusiasm, as he had long since tired of the days spent at sea. 2 hours later the ship docked, and Chen Tianhao along with Li Wang and the others followed Jin Feng and her group off the ship. After walking for 2 or 3 minutes, they saw several cars parked by the roadside. When the younger brothers leaning against the cars saw them, they immediately rushed over, calling out to Jin Feng, "Sister Jin Feng." Jin Feng waved to them and walked towards the cars. Many foreigners by the roadside looked at them with strange expressions. After getting into the car, they drove for half an hour and arrived at a street with a bit of Hong Kong style, where the entrance had the words Chinatown written in large characters. The car stopped in front of a restaurant. Jin Feng came over to say a few words to Chen Tianhao, mentioning that she had some matters to attend to. She would have her younger brothers arrange their accommodation and specifically advised them to stay indoors these few days. She said that once she used her connections to get their identities sorted out, she would arrange for them to start working. After Jin Feng left, Chen Tianhao learned from the younger brother who was arranging their accommodation that they were in Amsterdam, the capital of the Netherlands, and they were currently in the Chinatown area. After Chen Tianhao and the others settled in their residence, they eagerly took a refreshing bath, as they had nearly suffocated from the humidity on the ship. Feeling invigorated after their bath, they went down with Li Wang to enjoy a hearty meal before each returning to their rooms to rest. 2 days passed like this, and during this time Chen Tianhao was not idle. Although their current identities were not suitable for wandering around, he had the shopping system. After the upgrade of the shopping system, it opened up 2 new features for him. He could now summon people of different skin tones, and the system would arrange suitable local identities for them, which happened to benefit him greatly. Since he had time on his hands, he summoned 5 black men and 5 white men from the system. When Chen Tianhao saw their robust physiques and heights averaging over 6 feet, their imposing presence alone was enough to create a sense of pressure. Without delaying, Chen Tianhao took out 500,000 Hong Kong dollars from the system to give to them, instructing them to exchange it for US dollars while they were out gathering information. Of course, he also prepared a Type 54 pistol for each of them. After all, 500,000 Hong Kong dollars was no small amount. Once exchanged to US dollars, it would be over $1 million, which posed a significant temptation for many, and thus he had to take precautions. After gathering information over the past 2 days, Chen Tianhao had a rough understanding of the various factions in Amsterdam. Amsterdam, as the capital of the Netherlands, is a symbol of prosperity, yet this glamour is merely a facade, for it is a place rife with violence and bloodshed, hiding countless corpses beneath its vibrant surface. Through his inquiries, he learned that the city was divided by its rulers into 4 major regions: northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest, with Chinatown located in the heart of the northern district.
He discovered that the Dongqing Society's influence in the northern district was unparalleled, the only rival being the Agong Gang, a Chinese gang formed by the remnants of Yi Zhong's faction led by his subordinate Lei Jun. The Dongqing Society and the Agong Gang were the two largest gangs in the northern district, sharing a boundary at the center of Chinatown and occupying approximately 60% of the lucrative areas. The remaining territory was held by a local white family known as the Smith family and the Mexican drug dealers from the Bay Group, as well as a local gang composed of black members called the Black Brotherhood. The Smith family occupied the two northernmost streets and a small port led by their head, a man named Smith Aubrey. Their family names typically included a prefix and a suffix, where the prefix often denotes a place, occupation, item, or personal name. The Mexican drug dealers from the Bay Group occupied a dock near the eastern district. Having no other territory, they mainly engaged in the sale of narcotics, and anyone who underestimated them because they only had one dock would surely find themselves at the bottom of the North Sea the next day. The Black Brotherhood was the only organization in the northern district apart from the Agong Gang that bordered the Dongqing Society. They occupied the last three streets, deriving their income primarily from assisting the Mexican drug dealers with distribution alongside protection fees, which often led to conflicts with Dongqing. The Western District was quite chaotic, with over 20 various gangs occupying the area, where practically every street was under a different faction's control. The Southern District was ruled by the Italian Mafia, Japan's largest gang organization, the Yakuza, including the Yamaguchi-gumi, and a local family known as the Bakers. The remaining Eastern District was dominated by the local largest family, the Hills, which was the most formidable force in Amsterdam, with even other gangs having to pay tribute to them monthly. It is said that they have deep political connections, making them nearly untouchable. After learning all this, rather than feeling a sense of urgency, Chen Tianhao felt a thrill of excitement. He believed that conquering such a place would yield the greatest sense of achievement, and he wanted to become a man like Yi Zhong, even surpassing him. While he was lost in his thoughts, Li Wang interrupted him, coming over to say that Jin Feng's people had arrived. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianhao immediately instructed Li Wang to bring them in. From this subordinate, he learned that Jin Feng and her group were currently negotiating with members of the Black Brotherhood due to a conflict involving their underlings, and they had no time to come. So they sent him to deliver their residence permits to Chen Tianhao and to escort them to the venue arranged for them. During the conversation, Chen Tianhao also learned that this subordinate's name was Zhang, who had always followed Jin Feng on Hong Kong Island. Upon hearing that Jin Feng was negotiating with the Black Gang, he lost interest in taking over the venue she arranged for him, directly instructing Zhang Hu to take him to the negotiation site. Zhang Hu, seeing Chen Tianhao's resolute expression, hesitated for a moment before leading him and the others down. When he noticed that 10 foreign men were following them, he wanted to ask what these people were doing. Chen Tianhao explained, "They are all my newly recruited subordinates here, they are coming with us." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu was instantly dumbfounded, thinking to himself, hasn't he only been here for 2 days? They turned to face the 10 burly men. Chen Tianhao, seeing Zhang Hu's naive reaction, urged, "Let's hurry up. We can't waste any more time." His urgency caused Zhang Hu to react immediately, leading their group out of the restaurant, but an awkward situation occurred outside. Zhang Hu brought over an old-fashioned jeep which simply couldn't fit so many people. Seeing this, Chen Tianhao instructed a white subordinate named Xiao Gu beside him, and not long after, Xiao Gu returned with 3 identical jeeps, just enough to accommodate their group. He had asked these subordinates to prepare in advance with the money he had given them over the past 2 days, and the reason they all had the same jeep was that they were cheap. He bought 3 for $10,000. Without wasting time, Chen Tianhao climbed into the car and directed Zhang Hu to lead the way, speeding towards the location where Jin Feng was negotiating. After more than 10 minutes under Zhang Hu's guidance, they arrived at the site, located at the intersection of 2 gangs. From a distance, he could see that both sides had gathered around 70 to 80 subordinates. Unlike abroad and on Hong Kong Island, where numbers mattered, conflicts here typically involved firearms right from the start. Thus, even with a large number of people, if they lacked guns, they couldn't survive, which suited Chen Tianhao just fine. They got out of the car and walked over. As they approached, Chen Tianhao heard the leading black man on the opposite side chattering away at Jin Feng and her group. Chen Tianhao couldn't understand what was being said and noticed that Jin Feng and her group's expressions were not pleasant. He turned to Xiao Gu behind him and asked, "What is that black guy rambling about? Can you translate for me?" His lack of cultural knowledge was evident. That black man said that if the 2 ladies accompany him for 3 days, this matter will be settled, otherwise he will ally with the Smith family to drive us out of the northern district. To be honest, Jin Feng and Yin Feng had impressive figures, and in their 30s they were in their prime, even causing Chen Tianhao to feel a stir. However, allowing a black man to take advantage of them was intolerable for him, so he immediately walked over with Li Wang and the others. Just as the leading black man was about to say something, his companion reminded him, and he saw Chen Tianhao approaching with a group of people. Looking at Chen Tianhao, the black man bared his big yellow teeth and began to mumble at him, accompanied by gestures which immediately drew laughter from the nearby black gang members. Although Chen Tianhao couldn't understand seeing the barely contained smiles on Jin Feng and the others, he realized that the black man wasn't saying anything good, so he turned to look at Xiao Gu beside him. "Boss," he said, "you're a pretty boy and that you're ready to offer your backside to him. He also said that as long as you agree, this matter will be forgotten." Hearing Xiao Gu finish, Chen Tianhao couldn't help but shiver. Damn it, this black man actually wanted him to sell his backside, and anger surged instantly. Before the black man opposite could react, Chen Tianhao dashed forward and delivered a kick to his groin. The males present seemed to hear the sound of an egg cracking and instinctively covered their groins, while the black man let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. The black gang member beside him also reacted, shouting in a language Chen Tianhao couldn't understand. Some pulled out guns while others grabbed makeshift weapons, yelling at Chen Tianhao. While gunfights are popular abroad, not everyone has a gun, otherwise it would be complete chaos. However, they were still a step behind. While they were drawing their guns, Chen Tianhao had already dragged the black man, who was kneeling on the ground like a dead dog, up with a gun pointed at his head. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Li Wang and the others also drew their guns towards the opposite side. Although Jin Feng and the others didn't want to fight, they had to back Chen Tianhao, who came to help them and also pointed their guns at the opposition. In terms of firepower, Chen Tianhao's side had the advantage. After all, he was a man with a system store that no one could compare to. At that moment, the black man Chen Tianhao was holding shouted at his gang, "Fuck you. Fucking bastards, shoot and kill them." Although Chen Tianhao didn't understand much English, he could grasp the word bastard, but he was a bit puzzled by the rest. But who is Chen Tianhao? He is known as the Mad Tiger in Hong Kong Island. If he weren't mad, how could he have such a nickname? Even though he was being pointed at by over a dozen guns, he showed no hesitation. He raised his gun and hit the black man's head twice, blood instantly gushing out, and the black man screamed even louder. Seeing Chen Tianhao's reckless actions, Jin Feng was afraid the situation would spiral out of control, so she stepped up and told him to let her handle it. After hearing Jin Feng's words, Chen Tianhao loosened his grip and took a half step back, but the gun in his hand remained pressed against the black man's head, showing no intention of moving it. The black man wanted to back away, but Chen Tianhao pushed the gun harder against his head, making him not dare to move at all. Seeing this, Jin Feng stepped forward and began to communicate with him in fluent English. While speaking, she occasionally nodded in response, seemingly also afraid of Chen Tianhao. After 2 minutes of relentless effort from Jin Feng, or rather under Chen Tianhao's threat, the black man nodded in agreement to everything as he had no choice. Just as he was about to resist again, Chen Tianhao gave him another hit with the gun, but once the terms were settled, the black man instructed his gang to put their guns down, and Jin Feng signaled Chen Tianhao, who waved to Li Wang and the others. Li Wang and the others also put down their guns, but they didn't holster them, keeping them in hand so they could easily create chaos if needed. Chen Tianhao was unsure of what Jin Feng had said to him. He saw the black man straighten up, glare at Chen Tianhao with malice, and then limp away with his gang. Seeing the black man leave so easily, Chen Tianhao was curious about what Jin Feng had told him and asked Sister Feng, "What did you say to that black man?" "What else could I say? I just told him about your glorious deeds and the current situation, along with a few conditions that were within his limits, and he agreed," Jin Feng said with a grin as she looked at Chen Tianhao. Yin Feng chimed in, saying, "Don't celebrate too early. Elon is not so easy to deal with. You've already offended him tonight and he won't let you off that easily, so be careful." At this point, Jin Feng also remembered and continued, "By the way, didn't I ask of who to take you to take over the territory? How did you end up here?" Chen Tianhao looked at the two of them seriously and said, "Sister Feng, you don't need to worry about the territory. I'm afraid of being called a freeloader. I can't stand that." Yin Feng, who wanted to ask Chen Tianhao why, thought for a moment and then exclaimed, "You aren't planning to take action against Elon, are you?" Looking at her expression, Chen Tianhao smiled and said casually, "Since I've already offended him, what else is there to worry about? It's better to just eliminate them directly to avoid leaving any trouble behind." Jin Feng looked at Chen Tianhao seriously and said, "We don't have the strength to ensure we can take them down. Plus, with other gangs lurking nearby, we might end up disbanded here in Dongxing." Seeing Jin Feng's anxious expression, Chen Tianhao reassured her, "Don't worry. You don't need to get involved, I can handle it. Just keep an eye on the other gangs so we don't get underestimated." Watching Chen Tianhao's confident demeanor, Jin Feng was about to persuade him some more, but Yin Feng spoke up, "Sister, since he has confidence, let him give it a try. Besides, we Dongxing are not some soft persimmons. How could we let them easily remove our banner?" Seeing Yin Feng supporting Chen Tianhao, she shook her head helplessly and sighed. "Since you have an idea, go ahead and try. It's been a while since we Dongxing made a move." With Jin Feng agreeing to his plan, Chen Tianhao winked at Yin Feng, who also said, "Since we've come to an agreement, let's head back. It's a great chance for how to experience the charm of this place." After returning, Chen Tianhao asked Jin Feng and the others for specific information about the Black Brotherhood and sent a few ordinary gang members to keep watch. He planned to take action against them tonight to avoid any prolonged issues. After returning with Jin Feng and the others, Chen Tianhao was forced to patrol their territory, which was essentially a shopping trip. He was dragged along as a laborer for a day, but the benefit was that most of Dongxing's little brothers got to know him. Although he was exhausted after an afternoon, Chen Tianhao did not forget the task at hand and quickly found Li Wang and the others, who had just experienced a full service session. After contacting the little brother sent to monitor Elon, Chen Tianhao summoned 500 ordinary little brothers through the system, half of whom were black and the other half white. Just as Jin Feng and the others were watching him prepare to deal with Elon, a large crowd suddenly gathered on the street. Jin Feng and the others thought it was Elon's people coming over, and as they prepared to gather their little brothers, they saw hundreds of people gather in front of them shouting at Chen Tianhao. "Boss!" Jin Feng and the other Dongxing little brothers were instantly shocked by this scene. Yin Feng asked Chen Tianhao, "Are you sure this is your first time in the Netherlands?" "Ha, perhaps my fame has already spread abroad and they came to seek me out." Chen Tianhao joked, then turned to Jean Feng and said, Sister Jean Feng, I still need your help, otherwise we can't just go over like this. Jean Feng immediately understood his meaning and sent her little brothers out. Shortly after, dozens of SUVs and pickup trucks drove in from the other end of the street. Next, they witnessed a dramatic scene that left them bewildered. Chen Tianhao spoke a few words to Li Wang, who then brought out a large box from their previous room. When the box was opened, it was surprisingly filled with black stars. Chen Tianhao waved to the little brothers standing in front, and they stepped forward to each take one, sticking it at their waist, and directly got into the nearby vehicles that had just arrived. Looking at the box full of weapons, Jean Feng asked the little brothers guarding the scene, Do you know where these things came from? Sister Feng, we have no idea. We didn't even see them bring such a large box, and replied a little brother with dyed yellow hair, looking bewildered. A few minutes later, seeing the prepared little brothers, Chen Tianhao got into the front vehicle, waved goodbye to Jean Feng and the others who were standing at the door, and charged towards the Black Brotherhood's territory. The Black Brotherhood's territory, while appearing calm on the surface, was already filled with hidden danger. After Elon returned, he summoned all his little brothers to their headquarters except for those who were on guard. Inside a scrap buying station in the northern district, over 200 people were gathered, and their common feature was that they were all black. This was the headquarters of the Black Brotherhood. As for why they gathered here, it was of course due to their leader Elon notifying them. After suffering such a huge loss at Chen Tianha's hands, he certainly wouldn't let it go. Looking at the nearly assembled little brothers, Elon stood on the second floor platform overlooking the little brothers below and spoke. Brothers, the reason I gathered you here today is to drive those yellow-skinned monkeys out of the northern district. I've also contacted the Smith family, and they will join us in the attack on Dongqing tonight. The boss has also sent a team of mercenaries to assist us. Today we will make those yellow-skinned monkeys understand our power. Elon's words ignited the passion of the little brothers below, who were eager to rush over right away. Seeing the fighting spirit of the little brothers, Elon quickly instructed to distribute the weapons he had prepared. There were over 30 handguns, 5 Uzi submachine guns, and about 10 AKs. The firepower was quite luxurious compared to other gangs. Those who did not receive guns had shiny large knives in their hands, clearly well polished. Chen Tianhao learned from the little brother monitoring Elon that they had gathered most of their members at the scrap buying station, so he rearranged his little brothers. This time he aimed to quickly take down the Black Brotherhood's territory, and since the weapons he had were not enough, he exchanged for 100 AKs in the system. He then assigned 200 people to Bai Wuchang to eliminate the remnants of the Black Brotherhood outside, taking away 10 AKs. Chen Tianhao led Li Wang and the remaining little brothers directly towards their headquarters, having the little brothers holding AKs sit in the pickup truck at the front to lead the way. Looking at the scrap buying station ahead, under Chen Tianhao's arrangement, the first vehicle charged directly at the gate, and with a loud crash the rusty gate fell down, allowing the vehicle to drive straight in. The little brother responsible for lookout duty just reacted when he was covered by a hail of bullets. Rat-a-tat. Rat-a-tat. Before they could figure out what was happening, they were already sent to meet their Jesus by Li Wang and the little brothers. After eliminating all the little brothers guarding outside, they all got out of the vehicle and spread out, using cover to quickly push inside. Elon, who had just mobilized his little brothers, was lying on the sofa smoking a cigarette, preparing to launch an attack on Dongqing once the mercenaries arranged by the boss arrived. Suddenly a burst of intense gunfire came in, and he immediately grabbed the Uzi submachine gun from the table and rushed outside with his little brothers. When he reached the window and saw the area filled with vehicles along with little brothers approaching with AKs, Elon swept a burst of fire outside, ready to say something. But he was pushed back by the fierce counterattack from Chen Tianha's little brothers, and several black little brothers nearby who reacted slowly were directly turned into sieves. Seeing that the other side was not giving him a chance to negotiate, Elon also became ruthless and led his little brothers into a fierce counterattack. Those little brothers without guns also sprang into action, moving everything in the room to block the door, and thus a fierce battle ensued between the two sides. Bai Wuchang, upon hearing the gunfire, also began his clearing operation. With each place he passed, a few gunshots rang out, accompanied by the end of lives. Just as they were quickly occupying the Black Brotherhood's territory like a hot knife through butter, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly over 10 pickup trucks arrived, and every person on them was fully armed. Wearing bulletproof vests, helmets, and armed with M4A1 assault rifles, they were the reinforcements Elon had been waiting for. Bai Wuchang's little brothers hadn't even had time to react before they were caught off guard, and in just a few breaths' time over 20 little brothers fell. Seeing the situation before him, Bai Wuchang led his little brothers to resist with difficulty against the buildings on both sides of the street, clearly trained professionals, their assault formation executed to perfection. In an instant they were forced to the ground, with little brothers falling at every moment. If it weren't for the few AKs provided by Chen Tianhao, they might not even have had a chance to resist. Chen Tianhao looked at Elon, who was inside desperately struggling with his subordinates. He had no time to waste with him and directly retrieved 2 rocket launchers from the system space, handing them to the subordinate beside him. Inside the warehouse, Elon had just finished firing a burst of bullets when he saw 2 people carrying rocket launchers, which left him completely stunned. If he didn't know this was merely a gang conflict, he would have thought he had crossed over to a battlefield. After seeing the situation, Elon didn't hesitate for a second. He ran straight inside, and just as his subordinates were still confused, an explosion made them understand why Elon had run. Several unfortunate souls were blown to pieces, unable to even piece themselves back together. The remaining people witnessing the scene before them lost all desire to continue fighting and followed Elon inside. By the time they caught up to Elon, he was already carrying a large bag and had opened the escape route they had prepared in advance. It was actually a connection to an abandoned sewer outside, slightly modified by them, which proved useful in such situations. As for the bag, it contained Elon's savings. Seeing no resistance inside, Chen Tianhao led his subordinates through the large hole created by the rocket explosion, looking at the injured black men lying on the ground moaning in pain. He embodied the traditional virtue of young people doing good deeds, directly sending them a bullet to spare them from the torment of suffering. This scared the remaining black men into inaction. They wanted to run with Elon, but the entrance was only so big, allowing only one person in at a time. By the time Chen Tianhao and the others broke in, it wasn't their turn yet. Chen Tianhao learned from them that Elon had just escaped down the sewer. A duck that was right within reach could not be allowed to fly away. This was not Chen Tianhao's character. He immediately ordered He Wuchang to lead people in pursuit. Suddenly, fierce gunfire erupted from the street managed by Wuchang, and Chen Tianhao knew they were in trouble there. Without hesitation, he hurried over with the remaining subordinates. When Chen Tianhao arrived, he was shocked by the scene before him. If it weren't for the armed police on the side of the street who didn't intercept him when he arrived, he would have believed these people were a regular army. He saw Bai Wuchang struggling to fend off the assault from the opposing side and immediately joined the battle. With their involvement, the disparity in firepower was equalized, leading to a stalemate. At that moment, several cars suddenly drove into their combat zone. The opposing side immediately ceased firing and ran towards the vehicles to protect them. Seeing this situation, Chen Tianhao realized that the people in the cars were likely the leaders of the opposing side. He prepared to pull out the rocket launcher to give them a surprise. The people in the car rolled down the windows and seemed to say something to them. One person walked towards them, and Chen Tianhao wanted to see what they were up to, so he let him come closer. That person was surprised to see their leader was a young Chinese man, but he quickly remembered his purpose for being there and approached Chen Tianhao directly. Chen Tianhao couldn't understand what he was saying at all, so he casually called over a subordinate to act as a translator, ask him what he's babbling on about. The subordinate replied, "Boss, he says he was sent by their boss to invite you to discuss cooperation with him." Chen Tianhao pondered for a moment and said to his subordinate, "Ask them who they are and what kind of cooperation we could possibly have." The subordinate conveyed Chen Tianhao's message to the person. After a short conversation, he turned to Chen Tianhao and said, "They are mercenaries from the Gulf Group, and the person inviting you is the regional manager. He doesn't know what specifically they want to discuss." Upon hearing the name Gulf Group, Chen Tianhao instantly understood what they were about. They were Mexican drug dealers. Even a fool could tell what kind of cooperation they wanted to discuss. It was obviously about how he had taken over Elon's territory and wanted Chen Tianhao to distribute their goods. Chen Tianhao did not refuse. He led Li Wang and the others to follow the person, as this was not the right time to completely fall out with these people. As Chen Tianhao approached the car, someone came up to take his gun away, but Li Wang kicked him away. Both sides raised their guns and the atmosphere instantly became tense. At this moment, the people in the car couldn't sit still anymore. If the two gangs started fighting, even if he was in the car, it would be impossible for him to leave here unscathed. He opened the car door and got out, and the mercenaries immediately surrounded him, fearing that Chen Tianhao's group would make a move. He pushed aside the mercenary, blocking his way, smiling as he walked towards Chen Tianhao, giving him a big hug and slinging his arm around Chen Tianhao's shoulder, beginning to speak. Chen Tianhao was taken aback by his action. Shaking off the arm draped over his shoulder, he asked the subordinate, who translated for him what he was saying. "Boss, he says his name is Amor, and he is the Gulf Group's regional manager in the Netherlands, hoping to reach an agreement for this cooperation with you." As soon as the subordinate finished speaking, Amor realized that this yellow-skinned kid actually didn't speak English, so he turned to the subordinate, who translated for Chen Tianhao, and started speaking. Chen Tianhao didn't interrupt him and watched him perform. Once he finished, the subordinate addressed Chen Tianhao. "Boss, he said that as long as you become their agent, he won't pursue this matter further and will provide us with weapons and send people to help us continue to expand our territory." After listening to the subordinate relay the message, Chen Tianhao glanced at Amor, who was staring at him, and said to the subordinate, "Tell him we don't deal in flour. We have our own weapons. If he intends to use this incident to threaten me, let him come." Watching the subordinate convey his words to Amor, the expression on Amor's face suddenly turned grim as he fixed his gaze on Chen Tianhao as if he wanted to devour him. As Chen Tianhao prepared to leave with his subordinates, He Wuchang came over with his men. Noticing the situation before him, he ignored everything else and directly approached Chen Tianhao. He was holding a bag in his hand, and behind him a subordinate was carrying a person whose legs had been crippled. Chen Tianhao took a look and realized it was Elon, who had managed to escape. "Boss, we've caught the person. How do you want to deal with him?" He Wuchang asked as he stepped forward. Chen Tianhao looked at Elon, who was being dragged back like a dead dog by his subordinates, and had no intention of sparing any face for Amor. He directly walked over and took an AK from a nearby subordinate, emptying the magazine towards Elon, sending him off to meet Jesus. Amor stared at Elon, who was beaten to a pulp, glanced at Chen Tianhao and thought even though Elon was just his dog, one should still consider the owner's feelings when beating a dog. He immediately stepped forward and started chattering to Chen Tianhao. Seeing him like this, Chen Tianhao helplessly looked at the subordinate beside him. "Boss, he says you don't know that Elon is his man. Are you trying to go against the Bay Group? Tell him that this is now our territory and we ask them to leave quickly or we will force them out." Watching the subordinate relay his message to Amor, Chen Tianhao felt he needed to learn English quickly, otherwise every time he spoke with others he would have to rely on someone else to translate. While he was thinking about this, the subordinate said to him, "Boss, he says to remember your current attitude and not to beg him later." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianhao's temper flared. He pulled out his gun and fired a few shots at Amor's feet since he had already offended him. What was there to fear? This action startled Amor. He looked at Chen Tianhao in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this Chinese man dared to shoot at him. Although it was aimed at his feet, it was a blatant provocation. Amor stopped his rushing subordinates, pointed at Chen Tianhao and left with a grim face. Chen Tianhao lit a cigarette, quietly watching them leave. Once they were gone, he asked Bai Wuchang, "How much did we lose this time?" "And brothers, this time we were caught off guard by the Bay Group and the losses are considerable. Over 20 of our injured subordinates are seriously hurt, no light injuries, and more than 40 dead. However, they also suffered losses, at least over 20 of theirs." Listening to Bai Wuchang's report on the losses, Chen Tianhao was shocked. He had expected deaths, but not this many. Luckily their support arrived quickly, otherwise the loss would have been even greater. Thinking about it, he felt relieved. After all, the mercenaries of the Bay Group were professionally trained. For ordinary subordinates to achieve a death ratio of 2 to 1 against them during a surprise attack was already quite impressive. Realizing this, Chen Tianhao said to Bai Wuchang, "All right, you arrange for the wounded brothers. I will handle the compensation. Even though they were summoned by the system, they are still living people who need to survive. We don't need to care about those who died, but Chen Tianhao still has to take responsibility for the injured." After Bai Wuchang left, He Wuchang said to Chen Tianhao, "Boss, this is all of Elon's savings, all in this bag." Chen Tianhao took the bag from He Wuchang, unzipped it, and saw it was filled to the brim with dollars. He counted it roughly and exclaimed, "Damn it, these drug dealers really make money. Even a small gang boss occupying a few streets has this much wealth." He then looked at the curious He Wuchang and Li Wang beside him. "Do you know? There are over $800,000 here, equivalent to over 40 million Hong Kong dollars. Without hesitation, Chen Tianhao gave Li Wang, He Wuchang and Hui Wuchang each $100,000, while Bai Wuchang's share would be given to him when he returned. Then he took out $1 million for Hui Wuchang to distribute as compensation to the injured brothers and asked him to stay behind to clean up while he left with the others. At this point he remembered that they did not have a place to settle. Since Bai Wuchang was the one who handled matters on Elon's turf, none of them were informed, so they had to wait for Bai Wuchang to return for further plans. Left with no choice, Chen Tianhao took Li Wang and the others to a junkyard. Although the environment was not great, there was enough space for the hundreds of people to settle. As the gunfire ended here, members from other gangs and families also sent people to gather information. When they learned that Elon was dead, their hopes of taking advantage vanished. Until they clarified the situation, they even instructed their subordinates not to offend Chen Tianhao. After all, everyone knew that Elon was supported by the Bay Group. If these people could easily eliminate Elon, either they were also part of the Bay Group or they possessed strength not to fear the Bay Group, making them not someone to provoke. Upon returning to the dock, Amor sent people to investigate Chen Tianhao's background. When he found out that Chen Tianhao was just a small-time thug who had fled to Hong Kong after causing trouble, his anger intensified. He ordered the subordinates standing nearby, "Spread the word, anyone who dares to cooperate with this yellow-skinned monkey is going against our Bay Group. Also send someone to keep an eye on him. If there's a chance, kill him. I want to see how much trouble he can stir up." After giving his orders, the person behind him left to carry them out. He then smoked a cigarette, gazing at the sea view outside, seemingly deep in thought. When the other gangs and families received the Bay Group's warning, they started to plot against the one who dared not to give Amor face. After investigating and learning that he was from Dongqing, they looked down on him even more, all wanting to tear off a piece of flesh from him, considering Dongqing was at the bottom among the major forces in Amsterdam. The first to take action was the Smith blacksmith family, who bordered Chen Tianhao's territory. That night, upon realizing that Elon's territory was taken by a yellow-skinned monkey from Dongqing, they sent people to attack Bai Wuchang, who had just arranged for the injured to go to the hospital. Before Bai Wuchang and the others could react, they were ambushed with firearms. Fortunately, a subordinate shielded Bai Wuchang from most of the bullets, but he was hit in the shoulder. Although Bai Wuchang was injured, he immediately fought back, drawing his gun and firing back at them. Subordinates nearby also rushed over upon hearing the gunfire. Seeing that people were gathering, the Smith family did not linger and quickly drove away. Their goal was to weaken Chen Tianhao's strength, but what they did not know was that this method would not only be ineffective but would also completely infuriate him. Bai Wuchang watched as the assailants fled. He instructed the supporting subordinates to collect the bodies of the few who had been shot, then returned to the hospital to have the bullet removed. The doctor looked at Bai Wuchang's freshly stitched wound and wanted to advise him to rest more, but dared not speak, just watching him leave with his men. Yet they were all deeply impressed. After all, Bai Wuchang had not flinched even a bit during the bullet extraction without any anesthetic. Bai Wuchang exited the hospital, glancing at the still bleeding wound. Without hesitation, he drove with a few subordinates to the junkyard to find Chen Tianhao. At the moment White Impermanence was attacked, two pickup trucks suddenly drove over to the scrap collection station. Chen Tianhao's underlings were about to step forward to drive them away when the people in the truck bed opened fire on them. Seeing their comrade lying in a pool of blood, they hesitated not at all, picking up the prepared gasoline bottles and throwing them inside after igniting them. The scrap collection station was already filled with waste paper, plastic and plenty of wood, and with a few crackling sounds a great fire instantly ignited within. Their series of actions flowed seamlessly. From parking to setting the fire took just over 10 seconds. By the time Chen Tianhao and the others heard the gunshots and rushed out, they saw the taillights disappearing around the street corner. Chen Tianhao looked at the raging flames before him, mirroring his current emotional state, and had the body of his fallen comrade dealt with. He also recalled White Impermanence, who was still outside, and immediately instructed Black Impermanence to lead 20 or so underlings to support him. After all, someone had come looking for trouble here, and it was unlikely that White Impermanence was safe, possibly even worse than the situation here. Chen Tianhao lit a cigarette, watching his underlings extinguish the fire, and said to Grey Impermanence and Li Wang, "Who do you think is behind this attack on us?" Li Wang scratched his head, looking at me with embarrassment. "Boss, if you want me to cut someone down, I'd do it without hesitation, but I really don't know about this matter." Looking at the foolish Li Wang, Chen Tianhao felt a bit dazed himself. Why was he asking him this question? At this moment Grey Impermanence stepped forward and said, "Boss, I think it might be the Haiwan group, but they just clashed with us a few hours ago and warned that anyone who dares to cooperate with us would be opposing them. They shouldn't resort to such despicable tactics." Chen Tianhao listened to his analysis and nodded, urging him to continue. "Then the remaining suspects are those who seek to curry favor with the colossal Haiwan group. This narrows down the possibilities significantly, as there are only a few gangs and families in the North District. The Ugon gang and the Smith family could both be involved." After Grey Impermanence finished speaking, he quietly watched Chen Tianhao, waiting for him to decide what to do next. Chen Tianhao thought for a moment. For those buying powder, as long as they performed well and caught the Haiwan group's attention, it could mean endless profits. However, Chen Tianhao was not someone to be trifled with. He immediately gathered his underlings, looking at the 200 or so that remained after the fierce battle. Chen Tianhao divided them into 25 small teams, each consisting of 10 members, and equipped each team with 2 vehicles, dispersing them out. Chen Tianhao did not want them to seize territory, but aimed to stir up more chaos. He specifically instructed them not to linger in battle, to shoot and change locations so that those wanting to mess with them would understand the power of Dongxing. Just as Chen Tianhao arranged his underlings and was preparing to head over to Jin Feng and the others with Grey Impermanence, and Li Wang, Black Impermanence returned with the injured White Impermanence. Chen Tianhao looked at White Impermanence, whose shoulder was still bleeding, and stepped forward to ask, "How are you, Lao Bai? Are you okay?" White Impermanence shook his head, but his lips had already turned pale from excessive blood loss. He opened his mouth to speak but fainted before he could. Seeing White Impermanence faint, Chen Tianhao quickly supported him and had Black Impermanence take him to the hospital. Before leaving, Black Impermanence said to Chen Tianhao, "Boss, there are over $200,000 in cash that White Impermanence collected at Elon's place. When I got there, he was leading his underlings this way." After saying that, Black Impermanence took the people and drove White Impermanence to the hospital. Chen Tianhao opened the car door, looking at the bloodstained cash. This was earned at the cost of White Impermanence's life. Chen Tianhao immediately made a decision. He opened the system and saw that he had 1,540 system coins remaining. He directly summoned 1,000 ordinary underlings. This time he didn't choose their type, as they were randomly assigned by the system. With people gathered, he couldn't neglect the weapons either. He spent 200 coins to exchange for 1,000 Black Stars and 500 AKs. Seeing he had 340 coins left, he decided to go all in. His system, "Give me 3 special summons." Ding received. Special summons in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully summoning CF SWAT. The host can summon them at any time. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully summoning King Huanquan from the movie Li Wang. The host can summon him at any time. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Longgun Xiaodu Du Yufang from the series Great Expectations. The host can summon them at any time. Chen Tianhao looked at the characters he summoned, just what he needed, and immediately summoned them while only summoning 10 ordinary underlings. As the summoning succeeded, 13 individuals suddenly appeared before Chen Tianhao, calling out, "Boss." Chen Tianhao waved at them and looked at the 3 opening their character panels. Name: SWAT. Physique 60. Mental Power 12. Skills: Mastery and Special Operations Mastery and Mixed Martial Arts Mastery and Shooting Mastery and Driving. Name: Huangquan. Physique 70. Mental Power 13. Skills: Mastery and Xianmen Evil Techniques Mastery and Acupoint Striking. Name: Du Yufang. Physique 80. Mental Power 13. Skills: Mastery and Pear Blossom Gun Mastery and Hung Kun.
Chen Tianhao called SWAT and the 10 ordinary underlings over, looked at SWAT wearing a mask, explained his thoughts to him and took out the weapons he had prepared from the system space, looking at the 7 or 8 large boxes before him. SWAT stepped forward and opened one, finding it filled to the brim with firearms. Even though he was summoned by the system, he was still shocked. Chen Tianhao had his underlings bring over 2 vehicles and move everything onto the cars. SWAT said seriously to Chen Tianhao, "Boss, you can trust me with this. I will ensure that I handle the matters you entrusted to me beautifully." After saying that, SWAT drove away with 10 underlings. Chen Tianhao then summoned all the remaining ordinary underlings and instructed them directly through the system to find SWAT. Watching SWAT leave, Chen Tianhao was just about to go with Li Wang and the others to check on Jin Feng and the others, while also sending a bodyguard to them, when Jin Feng's phone call came in. Chen Tianhao answered the phone and he heard gunfire slashing sounds in Jin Feng's anxious voice. "How, you need to leave Amsterdam quickly. The Yagon gang's Lei Jun has allied with the Yakuza from the South District and several small gangs from the West District to attack our territory. We can barely hold on." When Chen Tianhao heard that Jin Feng and the others were being besieged by several gangs, he didn't hear anything else, just said, "Sister Feng, hold on, I'll bring people to support you right away." After finishing, Chen Tianhao hung up the phone and immediately had Li Wang inform the underlings who were out running errands to head over to support Jin Feng and the others. He drove over with the remaining 40 or so underlings and Li Wang. Jin Feng and the others were barely holding on and still thinking of him who said Chen Tianhao would run away. The 10-man team sent out by Chen Tianhao was having a great time playing in the territory of the Smith family and the Yagon gang. After receiving Chen Tianhao's message, the 10-man team quickly dealt with the underlings in front of them and headed towards Jin Feng and the others' territory. Originally, the Smith family was also supposed to participate in this attack, but their territory was being heavily guarded by the underlings Chen Tianhao sent, and hearing the gunfire ringing out on the street, their family was currently overwhelmed. Chinatown. At this moment, Jin Feng and her men had retreated to their base while Lei Jun and his followers kept pressing forward. Yin Feng watched as one of the younger brothers guarding the door occasionally fell down. In a panic, he said to Jin Feng, "Elder sister, let me take some people out to fight them." The younger brothers beside him echoed, "Elder sister, let us charge out and fight. If you don't go, I will go alone. I don't want to die in such a pathetic manner." Some hot-tempered younger brothers were ready to rush out but were stopped by others. Frustrated, one of them smashed the wall with his gun. It wasn't that Jin Feng and the others were weak, rather this time their gang was up against 2 others of equal strength, and the Yakuza had an even stronger influence. With a few small gangs in the West District, it was already a miracle they could hold out. At this moment, Jin Feng stood up and said to the chaotic younger brothers, "Brothers, I will go out to hold off Lei Jun and the others. If you have a chance, escape." She didn't want all her brothers who had fought alongside her to perish here. At this moment, Zhang Hu stepped forward to stop Jin Feng, saying, "Elder sister, how can we let you face them alone? Today we will fight to the death to get you and second sister out." The remaining younger brothers all agreed. Jin Feng and her group had always taken good care of them, and as a bunch of men, how could they just watch Jin Feng and the others go to their deaths? Yin Feng looked at the determined younger brothers and spoke, "Elder sister, since the brothers are not afraid, let's fight them together." With that, Yin Feng grabbed 2 guns and charged out. Seeing the younger brothers at the entrance struggling to hold the line, she began firing wildly at the approaching members of the gang of Kong and the Yakuza. Seeing this, Jin Feng no longer hesitated. She snatched a submachine gun from a younger brother and went to the second floor, firing a spray of bullets at the attackers surrounding the house. Yin Feng was in the heat of battle when suddenly an object flew toward her. One of the younger brothers beside her reacted quickly and pushed her aside, but he lost his lower half in the explosion. Yin Feng didn't fare any better. A fragment of the bomb hit her left shoulder, causing her to drop her gun. Just when she thought she was about to die, she suddenly heard the sound of brakes and a much fiercer gunfire at the entrance. On the upper floor, Jin Feng saw that Yin Feng was injured and jumped down, directly rolling to Yin Feng's side. There she saw Chen Tianhao spraying bullets at the enemies with an AK in each hand. With the addition of Chen Tianhao's younger brothers arriving to provide support, the gang of Kong and Yakuza were caught completely off guard. Seeing how fierce Chen Tianhao was in supporting Jin Feng and the others, Lei Jun decided to retreat. However, Jin Feng and her territory were left with only Chinatown, which they were desperately trying to defend. Watching the retreating crowd, Chen Tianhao jumped out of the car and ran towards Jin Feng and the others. Seeing the injured Yin Feng and the remaining dozens of Dongxing younger brothers, he blamed himself, saying, "Sister Feng, it's all my fault for not considering the consequences. Don't worry, I won't let any of the forces involved this time get away, they will pay in blood." Yin Feng managed to squeeze out a smile at Chen Tianhao, saying, "This time our lives were saved by you. Who would blame you?" Jin Feng also added, "They have long wanted to strike at us in Dongxing, they just lacked a suitable excuse. This time you just happened to run into their guns." Chen Tianhao could not swallow this anger. He said to Jin Feng and the others, "Sister Feng, arrange for the injured brothers. Also see if there are any brothers outside who managed to avoid disaster. Leave the rest to me." After saying this, Chen Tianhao stepped out and dialed a number. When the call connected, he said, "We can start the operation. First, wipe out the small gangs that attacked Dongxing tonight. Call me if you need anything." After hanging up, Chen Tianhao had not been stationed here for long.
He left Huang Quan and Hui Wuchang to protect Jin Feng and the others and then led his younger brothers to reclaim the territory seized by the gang of Kong. As Chen Tianhao drove, he saw police lights flashing along the way and ambulances collecting bodies. His anger reached a boiling point, prompting him to order the younger brother driving to accelerate. At the same time, in a bar in the West District, SWAT received Chen Tianhao's call. He said to a younger brother beside him, "Notify the brothers to take action and wipe out the small gangs that attacked Dongxing." Watching the younger brother go out to relay the message, SWAT pulled out his gun and fired 2 shots into the ceiling. The beautiful men and women who were having a good time were instantly scared and scattered. SWAT learned that most of this gang had gone to attack Dongxing with their leader. Since his leader was also from Dongxing, he came directly here. With the gunshots ringing out, the henchmen guarding the place rushed in from the door and upstairs, but they were quickly turned into sieves by SWAT's already prepared younger brothers. SWAT left a few men to clean up the battlefield and walked out of the bar. Looking at the empty street, he found a stool and sat down while a few police officers in the distance could only stand and watch. After SWAT waited a few minutes, more than 10 cars drove over from the other end of the street. When they saw SWAT and his group blocking the road, they immediately stopped. The leader got out of the car and yelled at SWAT, "Bastard, don't you know this is our Tiger Gang's territory? If you don't want to fight us, get out of here." SWAT stood up, looked at the speaker with a smile and replied, "Sorry, I really haven't heard of your Tiger Gang. I only know that this territory will now belong to our Blood Gang." Hearing this, the leader on the opposite side became furious, cursing "fuck you," and raised his gun to shoot SWAT. At that moment, windows on both sides of the street suddenly opened and black muzzles emerged, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at them. The people in the cars hadn't even reacted to what was happening before they were turned into sieves meeting their maker. Watching the cars that were smoking from the gunfire, SWAT waved his hand in front of his nose as if trying to disperse the smoke. He said to the younger brother beside him, "Leave 100 men to guard the territory and clean up the battlefield. We can't add to the country's burden." After SWAT finished speaking, he left with the others heading towards the next territory. Thus SWAT dealt with 5 small gangs in the West District in one night, suddenly showing the intention to monopolize the area, causing panic among the other gangs. The name of the Blood Gang resounded throughout Amsterdam, and he even gave Chen Tianhao a round of publicity, saying that all his weapons were purchased from Chen Tianhao. As Chen Tianhao's vehicle entered the territory of Dongxing, numerous people emerged from both sides of the street. "Baka Yaru. You guys are dead meat." They shouted in a foreign tongue, raising their guns and preparing to shoot at Chen Tianhao and his men, but his subordinates would not give them that opportunity. The moment they saw the attackers, they raised their AKs and opened fire, leaving no chance for survival as the assailants were turned into bloodied corpses in an instant. Once the gunfire ceased, Chen Tianhao spotted a trembling little thug cowering in a corner. He stepped out of the car and walked towards him, with Li Wang quickly following. Perhaps preparing for a desperate struggle, upon seeing Chen Tianhao approach, he mustered his courage to raise his gun against him. However, Chen Tianhao was much faster. In the instant the thug lifted his weapon, Chen Tianhao accurately shot his hands twice. The gun fell to the ground, and as he clutched his wounded hand, he let out a scream akin to a dying pig. Chen Tianhao approached and stepped on his hand, asking him, "Hey little thug, can you understand what I'm saying?" Hearing Chen Tianhao's question, the thug stifled his pain, pushed against Chen Tianhao's foot and nodded. Observing his actions, Chen Tianhao pressed down harder with his foot and said, "This time I'll let you go. Go back and tell your boss to clean his neck and wait for me. I will come to find him soon." After finishing his words, Chen Tianhao lifted his foot off the thug's hand. Li Wang, seeing him still lying on the ground, stepped forward and hoisted him up, shouting at him, "You can scram now, and don't forget what our boss said." After Li Wang threw him away, seeing that Chen Tianhao and his group were truly letting him go, the thug scrambled to his feet and fled, fearing that Chen Tianhao might change his mind. Chen Tianhao glanced at the dozens of little thugs lying dead in the street, but did not mind. After all, the police would come to collect the bodies. He and Li Wang got back into the car and drove to the next street. Just as they returned to the territory they had just seized, Lei Jun had not yet caught his breath when he heard a barrage of gunfire coming from the neighboring street occupied by the little thugs. Lei Jun originally planned to secure the territory they had seized before preparing to strike Dongxing again, but with a madman like Chen Tianhao in Dongxing, he felt compelled to retreat while being relentlessly pursued. Given the forces Chen Tianhao had brought, Lei Jun realized he could not resist and soon contemplated abandoning the area. However, seeing the current situation, he feared that Chen Tianhao might directly invade his territory. Lei Jun asked his brothers, "What do you think we should do now?" One of the younger thugs stood up and said, "Boss, if we can win against them once, we can win against them a second time." However, another voice countered, "Boss, I think we should conserve our strength for now and see how things unfold before making any plans." "Yes, boss, with the firepower Dongxing has now, engaging them directly would result in significant losses for us." Instantly, Lei Jun's subordinates split into 2 factions, arguing in front of him, giving him a headache. He shouted loudly enough, "Shut up and listen to me." With his shout, the arguing thugs fell silent, all turning to look at him. Seeing the situation calmed down, Lei Jun spoke, "Engaging them hidden is the least wise choice. We might end up both suffering losses and letting someone else reap the benefits. Let's return to our own territory and observe the situation. If we could seize this place once, we can do it again. For now we are doing this to minimize our brother's losses. The subordinates present agreed with Lei Jun's reasoning, but little did they know reality was far harsher than their optimistic imaginations. Seeing that his brothers had agreed, Lei Jun led them to load the plundered goods onto the car and left the area while Chen Tianhao had not yet arrived. When Chen Tianhao and Li Wang arrived, they found the street empty. Even the bloodstains from the recent skirmish had been cleaned up. Just as Chen Tianhao was about to leave, suddenly two doors swung open and over a dozen people rushed out. Just as Chen Tianhao and his group were about to open fire, they heard the shouts. "Brother Hao, we are from Dongqing, don't shoot, we are on the same side." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianhao halted his men from firing. Once they approached, he recalled that Jin Feng had indeed introduced him to them, and he spoke. "How did you end up here? Are there any others?" A supposed leader among them replied, "Brother Hao, the Agong gang came too suddenly and the brothers were caught off guard and scattered. We managed to escape through the back door. We intended to regroup and assess the situation before returning, but then we ran into you, Brother Hao." Seeing the bloodstains on their clothes and a few injured, Chen Tianhao instructed them, "You should go find Feng Jie and the others first. If there are any other brothers returning, have them come to secure the street." The thug asked, "What about you, Brother Hao?" Chen Tianhao's face revealed a sinister smile as he replied, "Blood debts must be paid in blood." After that he ignored them and led Li Wang towards their next destination. In the streets nearby, all the little thugs had been called back by Lei Jun. Even a small gang that had heard of Chen Tianhao's approach abandoned the territory they had just seized, but they too faced dire consequences as SWAT was still waiting for them. The three streets close to the territory of the South District were now completely in their hands after they received the news of the little thug Chen Tianhao had let go. The local gang leader in Tian quickly organized a large number of men on the route Chen Tianhao was likely to take, preparing for a fierce confrontation. Fearing he was no match for Chen Tianhao, he contacted Amor from the Bei Group, promising that in exchange for $2 million he would use his territory for the Bei Group's distribution. And Tian successfully borrowed over 100 mercenaries from the Bei Group and was now waiting for Chen Tianhao's arrival. Chen Tianhao received a call on the road learning that in Tian the bear had hired outside help and was waiting for him to make his move, prompting him to instruct his underlings to stop the car. Chen Tianhao stepped out of the car looking at his underlings who had fought alongside him all night, already showing signs of fatigue. He didn't want them to sacrifice themselves in vain, so he instructed Li Wang to take them back to guard their territory. Upon hearing that he was to take the underlings back to defend their territory, Li Wang immediately exclaimed, "Boss, if you don't take me, who will shield you from bullets? Let Xiaodu go back instead." Xiaodu, who had been fighting with a long gun, heard Li Wang shift the responsibility onto him and instantly protested, "Li Wang, are you saying I can't protect the boss? I can shield the boss from bullets, can you?" Li Wang retorted quickly. Xiaodu, not one to back down, replied, "Why? Are you the only one who can do it? Why can't I?" Seeing the two ready to continue their argument, Chen Tianhao helplessly said, "Since it has come to this, I will make the decision for you. The simplest solution is to let you two play rock paper scissors, whoever wins goes with me." Li Wang and the others stared wide-eyed at Chen Tianhao, unable to believe that he would come up with such a solution. Seeing their expressions, Chen Tianhao spoke with a serious tone, "The territory must have someone to guard it, and I am doing this for your own good. If you don't start, none of you will go." Under Chen Tianhao's pressure, the two big men reluctantly began to play rock paper scissors, but both had agreed beforehand that it would be best of three. Who would have thought Li Wang wouldn't win a single round? Li Wang looked at Chen Tianhao with pleading eyes. Chen Tianhao smiled and shook his head, saying, "This isn't my fault. You didn't put in the effort, so just take your brothers back. Next time I will definitely take you." After Chen Tianhao finished speaking, Li Wang reluctantly took his underlings back, leaving the car for Chen Tianhao and the others. Chen Tianhao looked at the excited Xiaodu, recalling his performance in the TV series, and decided to get him some decent weapons. He then opened the system, checking that he still had over 95 million Hong Kong dollars and over 800,000 US dollars. Chen Tianhao directly charged 5,000 system coins and said to the system, "Brother, summon 400 elite underlings for me." Ding, elite underling summoning successful. Host can summon at any time. Seeing that he had 1,000 coins left, Chen Tianhao spent 100 coins to exchange for 50 Wild Bull submachine guns and 450 AKs, and also spent 500 coins to exchange for over 500 sets of bulletproof vests and helmets. Chen Tianhao also exchanged 2 Thompson submachine guns specifically for Xiaodu as his weapons. Once everything was ready, he felt a surge of excitement and decided to make a special summon. System, let me do a special summon. Ding, special summon in progress. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Gun God Mengbohui from the movie Black Panther. The host can summon at any time. Chen Tianhao looked at the summon character and without hesitation he summoned him. He then heard a voice behind him say, "Boss, hello. I am the Gun God." No way for me to change his nickname, seems to be Gun God. Chen Tianhao turned around to see him, noting the rose he was holding in his mouth, which was very much in line with Meng Bohui's style. Even his entrance was unique. He glanced at his status panel. Name Meng Bohui. Constitution 60. Mental strength 15. Skills perfect accuracy, master gun fighting technique, master comprehensive fighting technique, great accomplishment. Looking at his skills, Chen Tianhao was a bit shocked, but he didn't forget what he needed to do, quickly exchanging a set of equipment for him and saying, "Alright, enough playing around. Your weapons are in the car, go get them yourself." After saying that, Chen Tianhao ignored him and summoned all 400 elite underlings, distributing all the weapons from the system space. Looking at the fully armed underlings, Chen Tianhao briefly outlined the goals for the evening. He waved at them and they quickly got into their vehicles. Chen Tianhao observed their obedience, thinking this was practically an army. Although Chen Tianhao was shocked, he took Xiao Du and the others into the front vehicle, and the long line of cars revealed their sharp fangs towards the Yakuza's territory. While the Yakuza leader in Tian the Bear was still fantasizing about how he would crush Dongqing, his nightmare was about to begin. Chen Tianhao and the others watched as the road ahead was blocked. He took out the heavy weapon rocket launcher and handed it to an underling. With a loud boom, 2 explosions echoed. The obstacles and vehicles blocking the road were blown apart, and the foreign officers who had been ready to watch the show on the street were so frightened that they turned on their lights and fled. Not wanting to waste time there, Chen Tianhao drove straight into the Yakuza's territory, directly dealing with anyone who resisted. The elite underlings with their proficient shooting skills momentarily made the little bastards forget to resist. Chen Tianhao pursued them in his vehicle, and just as they were about to clear the street, Chen Tianhao and the others encountered reinforcements of little bastards and mercenaries from the Gulf Group led by Tian the Bear. It was here that Chen Tianhao truly witnessed Meng Bohui's extraordinary shooting skills. They saw Meng Bohui pull out an MP5 submachine gun and unleash a flurry of fire. With a magazine containing 28 bullets, he killed at least 30 little bastards and mercenaries. This demonstrated that he could pierce through 2 or 3 targets with 1 or 2 shots. Seeing this, Chen Tianhao realized the terror of Meng Bohui. If the distance was sufficient, even Li Wang wouldn't be his match. Chen Tianhao noticed that Meng Bohui finished 1 magazine in less than 5 seconds, and while he was reloading, the gunfire erupted again. The enemy was surprisingly suppressed by Meng Bohui alone. Chen Tianhao wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. Although his shooting wasn't as good as Meng Bohui's, he had many underlings. He took his underlings and drove forward. And Tian the Bear, witnessing his little bastards and mercenaries being easily taken down, was instantly terrified, no longer as arrogant as before, and jumped into the nearby car to escape. However, Chen Tianhao, who had been paying attention to him, would not let him have his way. He raised his gun and fired 2 shots at his tires. Although his shooting wasn't great, he successfully blew out a tire, shattering and Tian the Bear's hopes of escaping. At this point, Chen Tianhao was no longer in a hurry. After all, as long as he captured Tian the Bear, he could dictate his desires. After a few minutes of clearing, all the little bastards and mercenaries under Tian the Bear were dealt with, and he was brought before Chen Tianhao by Xiao Du, now kneeling and begging for mercy. And Tian the Bear, not even knowing Chen Tianhao's name, kept pleading, "Please let me go, please let me go." Chen Tianhao, worried about not being able to communicate, noticed that he spoke decent Chinese and said to Tian the Bear, "Little bastard, if you want me to let you go, you need to tell me what value you have." Though Tian the Bear was dissatisfied with Chen Tianhao's attitude, he was in a precarious situation and had to swallow his pride. After all, one must live to have a chance for revenge. Thinking this, he immediately said to Chen Tianhao, "I have money, a lot of money. If you let me go, I will give you all of it." Chen Tianhao looked at his fearful expression and smiled, saying, "So how much do you think your life is worth?" And Tian the Bear immediately replied, $5 million. Seeing Chen Tianhao raise his gun toward him, he quickly closed his eyes and changed his tune, $10 million. Hearing this number, Chen Tianhao pressed the gun against Tian the Bear's head, letting him hear the sound of the safety being disengaged, which terrified Tian the Bear so much that he lost control of his bladder, shouting out, $20 million, that's my limit. Chen Tianhao, hearing this, rubbed the gun against him and asked, "How do you plan to give it to me?" And Tian the Bear, seizing the opportunity, quickly replied, "I'll have someone send it over, its cash on delivery." Looking at the wilted and Tian dog bear, Chen Tianhao handed him a phone and said, "Since it's what you said, have someone bring it over now." And Tian dog bear took the phone and quickly dialed the number. As soon as the call was answered, he spoke in Japanese. "I've been captured by Dongqing. You need to take 20 million from the company's account to rescue me. When I return to the company, I will make it up to you. I'm currently at the border between Dongqing and our territory." After finishing, Tian dog bear returned the phone and said to Chen Tianhao, "Sir, I have done as you instructed. Someone will be bringing the money shortly." The reason he was so obedient was undoubtedly because he was intimidated by Chen Tianhao. His pants were still wet. If any of Chen Tianhao's group understood Japanese, he would be doomed if he tried any tricks. Chen Tianhao took the phone and had a few of his underlings keep an eye on Tian dog bear while he returned to the car with Meng Bohui and Xiao Du. Once in the car, Chen Tianhao made a call. After a short while, he heard Swat's voice on the line, "Boss, you looking for me?" Chen Tianhao replied, "Get ready, the Yakuza will be bringing the money to ransom him. At that time, just take the money they bring." Upon hearing this, Swat immediately responded, "Okay boss, I'll arrange it right away." After giving his instructions, Chen Tianhao hung up. Why was he going through all this trouble? Of course it was to better seize control of the Yakuza's territory. One must know that the Yakuza is an international gang. Simply killing Tian dog bear and sending people over would not be so easy, not to mention the Hill family would not agree.
However, if Chen Tianhao did not receive the money and brought in Tian Dogbear to collect it, the justification would be quite sufficient. What could they do then? At worst, Chen Tianhao could say he took the money and left. As for whether he would leave after taking the money, that was his business. If they were unhappy, they could come and confront him, but at that time he might just smash their skulls. For this matter, Chen Tianhao even specifically called Li Wang, who was watching over their territory, to come along, bringing his underlings. Half an hour later, several cars appeared on the opposite street. Just as they were about to enter the Dongxing territory, suddenly several cars emerged from the side and blocked the road. Chen Tianha's underlings immediately confronted them, and two individuals stepped out to speak with Chen Tianha's men. One of the underlings quickly ran back to Chen Tianhao, shouting loudly outside the car as if afraid, and Tian Dogbear wouldn't hear. "Boss, they say they are from the Blood Gang and told us not to interfere." Chen Tianhao nodded to the underling and replied, "Ignore them, we just need to collect the money." Meanwhile, Tian Dogbear, being watched by several underlings, overheard this and realized someone was trying to take his ransom. He immediately spoke anxiously, "Sir, please help. The money has already been sent over, we can't let them steal it." Chen Tianhao replied indifferently, "I only handle collecting the money and releasing you, everything else is not my responsibility." Just after Chen Tianhao finished speaking, gunfire erupted on the Little Devil's territory. Because it was too dark, Chen Tianhao couldn't see the situation across the street. He could only see flashes of blue flames whenever gunfire erupted. About 4 or 5 minutes later, the gunfire on the other side stopped and Chen Tianhao's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Swat's voice again, "Boss, we have the money, should I bring it to you now?" Chen Tianhao replied over the phone, "I'll have someone come to collect the money, you guys withdraw first. Their reinforcements might be on the way." After finishing, Chen Tianhao hung up the phone and the vehicles blocking the intersection left at that moment. Not long after they left, a large group of people arrived on the opposite street. Seeing this situation, Chen Tianhao knew it was their turn to take action. He had Tian Dogbear tied to a pickup truck and drove towards them with his underlings. Both sides were very tacit, stopping their cars at the intersection. Chen Tianhao got out and looked at an old devil wearing a kimono, saying, "You'd better not play any tricks, your boss is still in my hands." After saying this, Chen Tianhao pointed at Tian Dogbear tied to the truck. Upon hearing this, the old devil was stunned and replied slowly, "Sir, aren't you being a bit excessive? Didn't we agree to exchange money for a person? Are you not planning to keep your promise?" Chen Tianhao retorted boldly, "Damn it, I'm still waiting for your money. Why would I release him without receiving the payment?" Hearing this, the old devil was even more bewildered, saying, "Sir, the money was sent over more than half an hour ago. Are you trying to breach the contract? Aren't you afraid of our Yakuza's retaliation? You must know that Tian Dogbear's brother is a high-ranking member of our Yakuza." Listening to the old devil's slightly threatening words, Chen Tianhao smiled and replied, "Old devil, I said I haven't received the money, so I haven't received it. If you don't believe me, ask your Tian Dogbear." The old devil immediately looked at the tied-up Tian Dogbear as if seeking confirmation. Tian Dogbear felt utterly humiliated under that gaze, bowing his head and saying they indeed haven't received the money was stolen by the Blood Gang. Chen Tianhao looked at the old devil's incredulous face and said mockingly, "How about that? Didn't I tell you I wasn't lying? Now what are you going to do? If you don't bring the money, your Tian Dogbear's life won't be guaranteed." Chen Tianhao spoke while pointing his gun at Tian Dogbear in the pickup truck. The old devil was frightened by Chen Tianha's action. If Tian Dogbear died, his older brother would definitely not spare him. He quickly said, "Sir, I'll have someone bring the money right away." Hearing the old devil concede, Chen Tianhao replied, "I think it's better to forget it. What if the money you send over gets stolen? I'll personally take my men over to get it." Chen Tianhao revealed his true intentions, but the old devil was still unaware. He followed Chen Tianha's lead and said, "Then I'll trouble you to accompany us for a trip." Seeing the fish biting the hook, Chen Tianhao said, "For my personal safety, I need all the people from these streets to withdraw. Wait until I get the money before you send people back." Upon hearing this, the old devil immediately hesitated. He was worried that Chen Tianhao would take the money and swallow the territory, but Tian Dogbear had different thoughts. He only wanted to escape from Chen Tianha's clutches as soon as possible, so he shouted at the old devil, "Baka, why aren't you arranging their withdrawal? Do you want me to die?" After Tian Dogbear shouted like this, the old devil no longer worried and immediately went to arrange for a retreat. Chen Tianhao also followed along. Each time they withdrew people from a street, Chen Tianhao had Li Wang arrange for his underlings to guard the street while he continued to chase the little devils. Chen Tianhao followed the group of little devils for over an hour before finally arriving. He saw that the old devil had stopped in front of a 7 or 8-story villa which also came with a spacious courtyard. Chen Tianhao instructed his subordinate to stop the car, looking at the house ahead, thinking, isn't this just the perfect opportunity? He had been troubled about where to set up the headquarters. They had delivered it right to Chen Tianhao, who whispered a few words to Xiaodu and Li Wang, and they immediately rushed forward with their men. The little devils blocking the way were quickly knocked down with a few rifle butts. Those who attempted to fight back suddenly found themselves facing several guns. Do the little devils not have guns? They do. But not as many as Chen Tianhao. Each of his subordinates was armed with an AK. With only over 100 handguns and a few automatic weapons in their hands, how could they dare to confront Chen Tianhao and his men? Watching the little devils being pushed aside, Chen Tianhao ordered someone to carry Tian Dexiong down. The old devil felt a bad premonition seeing their actions and said to Chen Tianhao, "Your Excellency, now that we are here, shouldn't we release Mr. Bear? With so many of you here, are you still afraid we won't pay?" Chen Tianhao immediately agreed. "All right. We'll go in and collect the money." And Tian Dexiong was released by Chen Tianhao's men, but he dared not move an inch as two of Chen Tianhao's subordinates had their guns trained on him, safeties off. Chen Tianhao saw his dazed expression and showed no mercy, kicking him and saying, "Hurry up. Don't waste my time. Otherwise it'll cost you more." And Tian Dexiong and the old devil could only suppress their anger and led the way inside with Chen Tianhao and Meng Bohui following behind along with dozens of subordinates. Once they entered the courtyard, Chen Tianhao's subordinates immediately began driving people out. As they reached the hall, they rushed into every room to check. As long as there was someone inside, they would be forced out. And Tian Dexiong, seeing this scene, boldly asked, "What exactly are you doing, Your Excellency?" Chen Tianhao casually replied, "We're doing this to prevent any unnecessary trouble." Just after Chen Tianhao finished speaking, his subordinates rushed upstairs, seemingly preparing to drive everyone out. And Tian Dexiong wanted to say something but was interrupted by Chen Tianhao. "Mr. Bear, the elevator has arrived, let's not waste time. Let's go." Chen Tianhao gestured for them to head to the elevator. And Tian Dexiong had no choice but to comply, though his face was stormy. When the elevator door opened, Chen Tianhao along with Meng Bohui and two subordinates entered with Tian Dexiong. This time Chen Tianhao didn't have to worry much as Tian Dexiong directly pressed the button for the 7th floor. After waiting for a while, the elevator doors opened, revealing that Chen Tianhao's subordinates were already waiting outside. Chen Tianhao stepped out first and said to Tian Dexiong, "Lead the way, Mr. Bear." Depressed, Tian Dexiong had no choice but to comply, leading Chen Tianhao to the innermost room. Upon entering, Chen Tianhao was astonished. He casually looked around. This one room took up a quarter of the entire 7th floor, featuring a gym, lounge, game room, office, and a small karaoke room along with a large reception area. The shelves behind the desk were filled with various artworks and there was a wine cabinet beside it. Chen Tianhao glanced over and saw that he hadn't recognized any of them. However, when he spotted something next to the wine cabinet, he couldn't take his eyes off it. There was a safe over a meter tall. He didn't understand the value of the other items, but judging by the size of this safe, it must contain at least tens of millions. Chen Tianhao eagerly gestured to Tian Dexiong, signaling him to open the safe. However, Tian Dexiong hesitated, unsure if Chen Tianhao would keep his promise after receiving the money, since the whole building was filled with Chen Tianhao's men. While he was lost in thought, Chen Tianhao had already decided how he would die. But hearing the old devil say he had an elder brother, he realized this matter could not be handled personally. With that thought, Chen Tianhao spoke to him. "Don't worry. I always keep my word. If I say I'll let you go, I will." Upon hearing Chen Tianhao's assurance, Tian Dexiong regained his senses, glanced at Chen Tianhao and stepped forward to input the password into the safe. With a click, the safe opened and Chen Tianhao rushed over to find it only half filled. He felt a bit disappointed, but remembering that the entire Yakuza territory was now under his control, he felt happy again. Chen Tianhao smiled and turned to Tian Dexiong and the old devil, saying, "All right, you can leave now." Upon hearing this, Tian Dexiong and the old devil were instantly dumbfounded. Surely they had not misheard. This Huagua person actually let them go. Did he not know this was their territory? And Tian Dexiong asked in confusion, "Your Excellency, did you misspeak? This is our territory, it should be you asking us to leave." Chen Tianhao ignored him and Meng Bohui stepped forward, gun pointed at Tian Dexiong, saying, "You claim this is your territory, but can you even see one of your own here?" And Tian Dexiong realized that Chen Tianhao and his men were planning to turn the tables and take over. However, looking at the fierce-looking gunmen around him, he instantly wilted. But the old devil was different. He pulled out a handgun and pointed it at Chen Tianhao, stating, "Leave immediately or I'll blow your head off with a single shot." Chen Tianhao looked at him disdainfully and smiled. The old devil was enraged by Chen Tianhao's expression and was about to pull the trigger. But Meng Bohui was faster. They didn't even see how he shot and the old devil's gun fell to the ground. Seeing this, Tian Dexiong stepped forward to drag the old devil away, but Chen Tianhao didn't give him the chance, drawing his handgun and shooting the old devil in the head, blood splattering all over Tian Dexiong's face. Looking at the old devil lying on the ground, Tian Dexiong was once again terrified, while Chen Tianhao ignored it, instructing his subordinates to deal with the body. He said to Tian Dexiong, "Mr. Bear, take care and don't let the door hit you on the way out." The Yakuza's underlings watched as Tian the Bear emerged, looking utterly dejected. They wanted to rush over immediately, but Chen Tianhao's subordinates pushed them back and some were even ready to charge, and only to be met with 2 peanuts. Just as the conflict was about to escalate, Tian the Bear spoke up, "Stop." And Tian the Bear noticed that both sides had halted. He weaved through the crowd, glanced back at the towering building behind him, and then said to his underlings in a dispirited tone, Let's go, we need to leave here. Upon hearing Tian the Bear's words, some of the more radical underlings couldn't contain themselves and retorted. Berkin, do you even know what you're saying? Are you really planning to hand over our Yakuza territory? I must report you to the headquarters, you will face their punishment. Another more straightforward underling started cursing at Tian the Bear. Baka. Tian the Bear, you are a coward, a disgrace to our Yakuza. Tian the Bear glared at the cursing underling, snatched the gun from Chen Tianha's subordinate and shot the underling, turning him into a pincushion. Then he addressed the others. I don't care if you're going to report me to the headquarters or have other schemes in mind, as long as I have no orders to the contrary. I am the boss of the Yakuza branch here. I command you now to leave this place immediately. The underlings watched as Tian the Bear, who was subservient to outsiders yet fierce internally, and they dared not say anything further, complying with his orders. After all, Tian the Bear with his family background was not someone they could afford to offend. Chen Tianhao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor, taking in everything happening below. He was surprised to see this decisive side of Tian the Bear and wondered how much fear he harbored towards Chen Tianhao. As he watched Tian the Bear leave with his underlings, Chen Tianhao was curious about their destination, but it was not his concern. He then turned his gaze to the stacks of dollars in the safe, and a grin spread across his face. Not only did Tian the Bear contribute a significant territory to Chen Tianhao today, but he also delivered over $42 million plus an additional $20 million from SWAT. Chen Tianhao first stored all the money in the system space, then called Jin Feng and the others to update them on the situation, reassuring them not to worry and to strengthen their vigilance. After chatting with Jin Feng and the others, Chen Tianhao called Haiwuchang, and after learning that Biochang had awakened, he advised them to stay safe before hanging up. Since the extermination of the Black Brotherhood began, Chen Tianhao had been on edge. After finally handling everything, relaxation washed over him and he lay back on the sofa, falling asleep instantly. While Chen Tianhao enjoyed a moment of peace, he was unaware of the uproar his actions had caused in Amsterdam this evening. Now let's return to Tian the Bear. Left with no choice, he had to lead the Yakuza to the West District, where he remembered that the blood gang responsible for his lost territory also resided. According to intel gathered by Tian the Bear's subordinates, they had taken the territory tonight while the smaller gangs were distracted attacking Dongxing. With this news, Tian the Bear's fury found an outlet as he led his underlings towards the blood gang. At first, Tian the Bear and his men caught the blood gang off guard. However, under SWAT's arrangement, the blood gang did not let down their guard. After a brief chaos, they quickly organized a counterattack against the Yakuza. Upon receiving news of the Yakuza's attack, SWAT immediately became excited. Had it not been for his boss Chen Tianhao telling him to hold back, he was ready to seize half the West District. Now that Tian the Bear had taken the initiative to attack, it suited SWAT's plans perfectly, and he hurriedly brought his underlings along. To SWAT's disappointment, by the time he arrived, Tian the Bear and the Yakuza had already fled. Frustrated, SWAT fired a shot into the sky. Just after escaping the blood gang's territory, Tian the Bear and his Yakuza subordinates had no idea that a newly emerged gang could possess such strength. Had they not caught the blood gang off guard, they surely wouldn't have made it out tonight. Tian the Bear felt quite frustrated. Everything seemed to be going wrong today as he looked at the severely depleted Yakuza members. Tian the Bear felt a growing urgency. If the headquarters learned he lost territory and suffered such heavy losses, no matter his connections up there, he could not escape punishment. Thinking this, Tian the Bear shouted to his disheartened subordinates, "You need to pull yourselves together. There are so many gangs in the West District, not every one of them is like the blood gang. I will lead you to seize new territory." Aside from the supporters of Tian the Bear who responded positively, the other underlings ignored him. Seeing this, Tian the Bear spoke again. "I promise, as long as we seize new territory, I will give each of you $10,000. Hearing of the monetary incentive, the dispirited underlings quickly regained their former arrogance and began to cooperate. Tian the Bear, seeing this change, wasted no time and immediately led them to attack other gangs. After 2 hours of fierce fighting, Tian the Bear and his crew finally secured a foothold in the West District, having sent the members of the two selected smaller gangs to meet their end. Tian the Bear observed that the Yakuza had suffered several severe losses, now left with only about 100 members. He had to seek help from the headquarters. Even if he faced punishment, it was better than losing his life. After the ruckus caused by the blood gang and the Yakuza, the remaining smaller gangs in the West District turned skittish, forcing them to band together. This resulted in a tripartite stalemate in the West District, with the blood gang led by SWAT being the strongest and the Yakuza being the weakest. The next day, when various factions received the news, they looked at the reporting underlings in disbelief, for they had witnessed the Agong gang and Yakuza teaming up to attack Dongxing. Their astonishment did not stem from this. What truly left them incredulous was what followed. The once advantageous Agong gang and Yakuza were actually driven back by Dongxing, with the Agong gang forced to retreat and the Yakuza losing all their territories to Dongxing. The Hill family and members of other gangs were also surprised that Tian the Bear, instead of trying to reclaim lost territories, led his men to the West District to trouble the blood gang, ultimately achieving nothing and only taking over two smaller gangs' territories. Moreover, they received news that the blood gang's weapons were all sold at Dongxing, which instantly piqued their interest, prompting them to send people to Chen Tianha's territory to investigate. Only the Italian mafia in the South District remained silent as if plotting something. Their sudden quietude left the residents in their territory unaccustomed to the absence of harassment from the violent clan. In yesterday's battle, the only force in Amsterdam that remained unaffected was the Hill family. In the Eastern District, within a vast manor, there were stations every 10 steps and guards every 5 steps. Only the Hill family could possess such security in the Eastern District. In a study within the manor, a young man was speaking to a middle-aged man who was reading a newspaper. Father, shouldn't we be concerned about the major actions of the Eastern Star? The entire Amsterdam is, after all, the foundation of our family. The middle-aged man seemed engrossed in the newspaper and casually replied, as long as they don't interfere with our plans, it doesn't matter. A bunch of yellow-skinned monkeys can jump around all they want escape our grasp. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately ceased to disturb him, quietly retreating and closing the door behind him. However, from their conversation it was evident that they were not simple characters. They clearly held no regard for other gangs and families, as if they were plotting something significant. In the Southern District, at the entrance of a mansion recently seized by Chen Tianhao, a familiar face appeared. After explaining his purpose, a subordinate quickly rushed inside to notify Meng Bohue, who was on the first floor. After hearing the subordinate, Meng Bohue instructed him to bring the person to the reception room while he went upstairs to find Chen Tianhao. Inside the room, Chen Tianhao was sleeping soundly when a sudden knock on the door shattered his beautiful dream of embracing someone. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and called out, "What is it? Don't you know that disturbing someone's sweet dreams is a bad habit?" Outside, after knocking for a long time, Meng Bohue finally heard Chen Tianhao's voice and promptly responded, "Boss. An outsider is looking for you. He claims to be your acquaintance and I have arranged for him in the reception room. Will you meet him?" Chen Tianhao, upon hearing Meng Bohue's words, walked over and opened the door, asking, "Who is it? When did I meet an outsider in the Netherlands?" After a moment of thought, aside from Elon, who was sent to meet Jesus, the only foreigner he knew was Amour. However, considering their relationship, Amour wouldn't come looking for him, which piqued his interest, and he went downstairs with Meng Bohue. When Chen Tianhao saw the foreigner sipping tea in the reception room, he approached and said, "Oh, it's Captain Zach. You could have just had Jean Feng notify me directly." Zach, upon hearing this, quickly stood up and politely replied, "I came to find Mr. Chen on behalf of my family. Why would I trouble Miss Jean Feng and the others?" Chen Tianhao looked at him and asked, "I still don't know which family Captain Zach is from." To clarify, Zach speaks Chinese. Hearing Chen Tianhao's inquiry, Zach smiled and said, "Ha, I was careless. Mr. Chen, I forgot to introduce my family. We are the Baker family, responsible for maritime business in the Southern District." After he finished introducing his family, Chen Tianhao asked, "What does Captain Zach's family want with me? It seems like there's nothing here that your family would be interested in." Seeing Chen Tianhao's demeanor, Zach quickly said, "Mr. Chen, don't joke. Our family heard from the Blood Gang that their weapons are purchased from you. We also want to buy some weapons. You know, my livelihood depends on running boats and I occasionally encounter pirates. After learning about this, I told my family head that I know Mr. Chen and I took on this task." After hearing his explanation, Chen Tianhao realized he was being offered business and deliberately maintained his composure, saying, "What does your family plan to acquire? We don't need much, just 100 AKs. If you have some on the ship, it would be even better if you could arrange a few for us." Hearing that he only wanted such a small amount, Chen Tianhao instantly lost interest but couldn't show it. He replied, "I can provide you with the AKs immediately. As for the rocket launchers, I don't know how many you need, so let's see if it's enough. 5 rocket launchers will be enough, but how about the price?" After hearing that Chen Tianhao had them, Zach immediately asked about the price. Upon hearing Zach's question, Chen Tianhao instantly replied, "Haha, just in time. I happen to have rocket launchers here. As for the price, the AKs are $1,000 each and the rocket launcher is $3,000 including 1 rocket. If that's not enough, you'll have to buy more at $1,000 each." After Chen Tianhao finished speaking, Zach took out 125000 from his bag and handed it over, saying, "Just send me 10 rockets for now." Seeing Zach's eagerness, Chen Tianhao immediately went into the system to exchange the weapons he needed, placing them in the adjacent room while leaving the remaining matters to Meng Bohue. Chen Tianhao then calculated how much he earned from his first deal. In the system, 1 gold coin equals 10 AKs. For 100 it was just 10 gold coins, and 1 rocket launcher cost 1 gold coin. Each rocket was 5 rockets for 1 gold coin, so he spent only 17 gold coins. Converted to dollars, he only spent a little over 30,000. Chen Tianhao was initially worried that the price was too high, but unexpectedly Zach paid him directly, allowing Chen Tianhao to earn a whopping $90,000. When Zach saw the weapons, he immediately notified his family. As they loaded the weapons, everyone outside saw the boxes being loaded onto the car, which indirectly advertised for Chen Tianhao. After Chen Tianhao met with Jean Feng and the others for the next few days, the entrance of his mansion was nearly trampled as people incessantly came to buy weapons from him. One wave left only for another wave to arrive, and even people from other regions came seeking him, drawn by the fact that his weapons were cheap. On the market, a moderately used AK costs $1,500 while Chen Tianhao sold them for 1,000 brand new. Naturally, they chose Chen Tianhao.
This allowed Chen Tianhao to earn over $10 million in just 5 days. After sending off a batch of clients, he couldn't wait to return to his room because just as he exchanged the weapons, the system voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating a total expenditure of 150,000 gold coins, achieving a hidden achievement, and hereby rewarding the host with a skill gift pack. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Tianhao forcefully suppressed his excitement. After the people left, he hurried upstairs and said to the system, open the skill gift pack for me. Ding! Opening skill gift pack. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Iron Fist Master 8 Extremes Fist Master and proficiency in global languages, which has been automatically integrated for the host. Looking at the awarded skills, Chen Tianhao hadn't even had time to feel excited before he felt as if he was being pricked by needles, accompanied by waves of tearing pain, instantly causing him to wince in agony. In his mind he cursed, damn system, why does it hurt so much? You could have warned me so I could be prepared. Damn host, I told you, would you still dare to integrate? After hearing the system's insults, Chen Tianhao passed out from the pain. Chen Tianhao shook his slightly swollen head, opened his eyes and saw that it had already turned dark outside. He silently complained about the system in his mind, then stood up feeling a clear enhancement of his strength. He immediately opened his personal panel. Host Chen Tianhao, nicknamed Crazy Tiger. Identity Hall Master of the East Star Deep Water Association, not yet in office. System level 21500, 010, 0000. Age 17. Physique 80. Intelligence 15, average person 10. Item storage space 5 AKs 10 black stars $54 million. Gold coins 1200. Skills hard Qigong Master 8 Extremes Fist Master Special Combined Fighting Great Accomplishment Shooting Great Accomplishment Driving Skills Great Accomplishment Street Fighting Great Accomplishment Fluent in global languages. Chen Tianhao looked at his physique, which had reached 80 points due to the fusion of hard Qigong and 8 Extremes Fist. He thought to himself that if he unleashed his full power, no one except for the King of Strength would be able to rival him. Just as Chen Tianhao was imagining kicking a kindergarten and punching a nursing home, the door was suddenly knocked on, snapping him back to reality. Chen Tianhao approached and opened the door only to see King of Strength standing outside. He asked, "What's up, King of Strength?" King of Strength scratched his head and replied, "Boss, did you forget? Sister Jean Feng and the others invited you to dinner at the Michelin restaurant tonight." With King of Strength's reminder, Chen Tianhao suddenly remembered that Jean Feng's group had indeed sent someone to mention it at noon. He immediately slapped King of Strength, who was leaning against the door. "Then why aren't you hurrying up? What are you waiting for?" King of Strength, upon being slapped by Chen Tianhao, also reacted and said, "Boss, the car is already ready. I just don't know how many people you plan to bring." Hearing his question, Chen Tianhao replied, "Where is this Michelin restaurant located?" "It's right in Sister Jean Feng's territory," King of Strength said. Upon hearing that the restaurant was in his territory, Chen Tianhao responded, "Then what is there to be afraid of? I don't believe anyone would dare to cause trouble in our East Star territory. Just you and I will go." After saying that, Chen Tianhao entered the elevator and King of Strength followed him, heading off to their appointment. When they arrived at the restaurant entrance, they saw Jean Feng and Yin Feng waiting outside with several younger brothers. As soon as the car came to a stop, Chen Tianhao got out and said to Jean Feng and the others, "Sorry for keeping you two waiting." Upon seeing Chen Tianhao get out of the car, Jean Feng and Yin Feng walked over, and upon hearing Chen Tianhao's words, they immediately replied, "It's not late, not late. Let's go inside." As they spoke, each of them linked arms with Chen Tianhao. He did not refuse and followed them straight into the restaurant. Seeing it was empty inside, Chen Tianhao knew they had booked the place for the night. Although it was said that Michelin restaurants wouldn't serve individuals, that was only applicable to ordinary people. As long as you paid well, what could they do? As soon as Chen Tianhao sat down, a nearby waiter approached and asked, "Dear sir and madam, may we serve the dishes?" Jean Feng nodded to the waiter, who then left. Before long, the same waiter returned with a few people pushing several dining carts. They served the dishes in order, lit the candles on the table, and then left. Chen Tianhao looked at their uniquely arranged dinner and did not hold back, personally pouring a glass of red wine for Jean Feng and the others. He clinked glasses with them and downed it in one go. Seeing Chen Tianhao drink so boldly, Jean Feng and Yin Feng burst into laughter. Chen Tianhao, watching them, smacked his lips and said, "It doesn't taste like much, not even as good as the old bygone." Yin Feng remarked, observing Chen Tianhao's demeanor, "This wine needs to breathe. Not everyone drinks red wine like you. What a waste of this bottle of Romanée-Conti." Hearing Yin Feng's comment, Chen Tianhao scratched his head awkwardly. It was Jean Feng who helped him out, saying, "All right, little sister, it's just a bottle of wine. If it comes to worst, we can just have the waiter bring another one." Jean Feng was about to call the waiter when Chen Tianhao stopped her, saying, "No need, Sister Feng, I truly can enjoy this." Hearing Chen Tianhao say this, Jean Feng did not insist and replied, "Since that's the case, let's skip the wine and enjoy the dishes. Let's taste the 5-star chef's skills." Thus the three of them chatted and ate. Suddenly, while eating, Yin Feng raised her unfinished glass of red wine and said to Chen Tianhao, "Last time, thank you for saving our lives. Thank you here, brother."
After saying that, she tilted her head and finished the wine. When she put down the glass, she even burped and looked like she might faint. Chen Tianhao glanced at her and then at Jin Feng. He saw Jin Feng holding her forehead and sighed, "Sorry, Howing Feng gets drunk from just one sip." Hearing Jin Feng say this, Chen Tianhao understood. Normally fearless Jin Feng had such a low tolerance for alcohol. Because of this, the dinner ended. Outside, King of Strength and Huang Quan walked in. Since besides Jin Feng, Huang Quan was the only woman Chen Tianhao and the others entrusted Jin Feng to her. Chen Tianhao and the others stepped out of the restaurant first. Due to his enhanced physique, his five senses had also improved. As soon as he walked out of the restaurant door, he felt a cold sweat break out on his back. Without hesitation, Chen Tianhao directly pulled Jin Feng, who was still confused about what was happening, and rolled behind a nearby pillar. He also took out a black star from the system space. He wanted to grab an AK, but with Jin Feng around, it would be hard to explain if she saw. Just as they left, the restaurant's main door was suddenly shattered by a hail of bullets. King of Strength and Grey Wuchang also locked onto them and immediately launched a counterattack. But the opponents were not easy to deal with either. They quickly concentrated their fire on them, aiming to take them out first. As for the ordinary younger brothers brought by Jin Feng, they had been sent to buy salted duck eggs just as the gunfire erupted. Chen Tianhao quietly counted the number of opponents from behind the pillar. There were at least 20 of them, all skilled shooters, leaving them temporarily unable to retaliate. At that moment, several cars suddenly drove over and stopped beside the restaurant about 10 meters away from Chen Tianhao and the others. Due to his heightened senses, he overheard everything the people said after they got out of the cars. There are actually people who moved first. It seems that this yellow-skinned monkey won't be the only one to die. Upon realizing they were not just a bunch of fools, Chen Tianhao instructed Jin Feng to hide there. As the people across the way were still caught off guard, he spoke fluently in English. "Fuck you. Kill them." After finishing his words, Chen Tianhao immediately activated his hard chi, charging towards the assassins who had just arrived from the side. Seeing this, the people across thought he was trying to escape and raised their guns to spray bullets in his direction. The newly arrived assassins were bewildered by Chen Tianhao's actions, and several of them were shot down. Left with no choice, they retaliated against the assassins across from them, resulting in a chaotic melee. Leaning against a car by the roadside, Chen Tianhao watched as a few foreigners approached him with guns. He quickly crawled down and shot at their feet from beneath the car, finishing them off the moment they fell. Their leader, seeing his men dispatched so easily by Chen Tianhao, erupted in anger, shouting, "Fools, a bunch of absolute idiots." After cursing, he fired a barrage at the assassins across from him, reloaded, and charged toward Chen Tianhao with a few of his men. To prevent another ambush from Chen Tianhao, he tossed a grenade towards the car. As Chen Tianhao stood up, he immediately jumped aside, hearing a loud explosion as a wave of heat washed over his back. As soon as Chen Tianhao landed, he rolled to the side while a barrage of bullets struck the spot he had just occupied. Fortunately, there was a flower bed there, otherwise he would have been riddled with bullets. However, Chen Tianhao was not unscathed. The residual blast from the grenade explosion had also affected him. Now crouching behind the flower bed, he felt a searing pain in his back and turned to see that his clothes were scorched. Fired up and undeterred by the pain, Chen Tianhao decided to take them out first. He retrieved 2 grenades from the system space and threw them, followed by 2 Uzi submachine guns. Taking advantage of the chaos from the grenade explosions, Chen Tianhao stood up with a Uzi in each hand and pulled the triggers at the rushing assassins. A few slow-reacting assassins were instantly taken out, and once his bullets were spent, Chen Tianhao dashed into the restaurant, having smashed the nearby glass. He rubbed his aching shoulder and thought to himself that this glass was clearly not made in Longbois. The assassins across the street finally realized what was happening and realized they had been outsmarted by Chen Tianhao. They immediately rushed toward the restaurant. As they prepared to cross the street, Li Wang tossed aside his empty handgun and picked up a motorcycle by the roadside, hurling it forward. Several assassins charging ahead were crushed by the motorcycle. While they were still in shock, Li Wang charged towards 2 assassins, delivering a brutal blow that splattered brains everywhere, leaving him with 2 headless corpses in his hands. Li Wang used their bodies as shields against incoming bullets, continuing to slaughter others, directly exploding skulls of those he caught. Such a bloody scene terrified the assassins across the way, who instinctively began to retreat. However, a bloodthirsty Li Wang would not let them escape easily and unleashed a vicious attack. With his physical body resisting bullets, the assassins watched as Li Wang, riddled with blood from bullets, continued his assault as if nothing had happened. Their minds shattered with fear, they turned to flee. As they ran, they shouted, "Monster! Run!" But how could they outrun Li Wang? In their terror, they were completely wiped out by him. Grey Wuchang, rushing over from behind, surveyed the bloody scene and the blood-soaked Li Wang and asked, "How are you? Are you okay?" "I'm fine, you go help the boss." Seeing Li Wang in such a state, Grey Wuchang questioned whether he was really alright. As he was lost in thought, Li Wang shouted at him, "I told you to help the boss. Why are you dazed?" Startled by his shout, Grey Wuchang immediately picked up 2 guns from the assassins and rushed towards the restaurant. In fact, when Li Wang had charged out, the assassins next to the restaurant had noticed him, but their target was Chen Tianhao, so they ignored him and chased after Chen Tianhao instead.
Just as Chen Tianhao smashed the glass inside, he suddenly froze, remembering that Jin Feng was still behind the pillar, forcing him to fight desperately against the pursuing assassins. He took out 2 more Uzis from the system space and began to spray bullets. The pursuing assassins were instantly bewildered, suspecting that Chen Tianhao had a small arms depot on him given the sheer volume of weapons. The standoff persisted for a while as they couldn't get in and Chen Tianhao couldn't get out. But soon Gray Wuchang charged in from behind, swiftly taking out 3 of them. Whether those 3 were dead or not was irrelevant. What mattered was that Chen Tianhao's little brother had come to support him. At least dozens of vehicles could be seen approaching from the south with a heavy machine gun mounted on the front of the leading pickup. The north was no different, as the entire street was densely packed with people effectively blocking it off, each armed with AKs. The assassins looked at the mass of people, realizing that even 1 year's worth of their phlegm could drown them, let alone their firearms. At this moment the assassin leader regretted deeply, realizing that he had underestimated Chen Tianhao, thinking he was just a minor figure from Dongqing, not knowing he was this formidable with so many underlings. Under the double assault of Chen Tianhao and Gray Wuchang, after losing 4 more men, the assassin leader surrendered with the remaining 4.
Chen Tianhao instructed Gray Wuchang to disarm them. He then ran over to find Jin Feng, relieved to see she was unharmed, and said to her, "It's all over, come out."
Jin Feng approached and saw the charred patch on Chen Tianhao's back. She rushed over and grabbed him, exclaiming, "Why risk your life like this? We could just wait here for our little brothers to come to our aid. Do you think they would allow us to wait for reinforcements?" After Chen Tianhao said this, he led Jin Feng towards the 5 surrendering assassins. By this time the area was crowded with people, with Meng Bohui, Heibai Wuchang and their leader Ma Zhenghu Jiaolong leading the charge. The most eye-catching was Li Wang, who even made the onlookers sweat for him. When Gray Wuchang and the others suggested he go to the hospital, he declared that they were just minor injuries and questioned why he would need to go to a hospital. This left everyone speechless. With at least 20 bullet wounds on his body, how could he still call them minor injuries? As Chen Tianhao watched them in silence, Jin Feng looked at the heavy machine gun on the vehicle and asked, "Aha, where did you get this big guy?" Seeing her astonished expression, Chen Tianhao laughed and replied, "This is nothing.
I have even bigger ones. I'll arrange one for you next time.
But first let's deal with the matter at hand." After saying this, Chen Tianhao cast a fierce glare at the kneeling foreigners. A group of assassins noticed Chen Tianhao looking at them, and they instinctively shrank their necks in fear at his gaze. Behind them, the Gray Wuchang immediately understood Chen Tianhao's intent and directly brought their leader before him. Chen Tianhao squatted down to look at him as if he was not the one who had just been attacked, and calmly said to him, "Let's talk.
Who sent you to kill me?"
The leader of the assassins heard Chen Tianhao's question, and his expression instantly became a mix of fear and uncertainty, as if he wanted to speak but dared not.
Chen Tianhao signaled to Li Wang with his eyes. Li Wang immediately understood and walked over to the remaining 4 assassins, grabbing one of them by the head.
Despite his screams and struggles, Li Wang brutally tore his head off. The leader of the assassins looked at the blood splattering everywhere and Li Wang's terrifying face, and he was so frightened that he lost control of his bowels. Chen Tianhao took several steps back and disdainfully said, "With your cowardice, how can you call yourself an assassin?" Not only was the leader of the assassins frightened, but even Jin Feng and her subordinates turned pale, with some even running to the side to vomit. Chen Tianhao merely found him a bit repulsive. In his past life as a special forces soldier, he had seen many great scenes and was already immune to such sights. He continued to say to him, "So are you willing to talk now?" The leader of the assassins nodded vigorously, saying, "Yes, I will tell you everything right away." Just as he finished speaking, the sound of police sirens rang out, indicating that those who sent the assassins were not simple. They could even mobilize the police. However, they would not be able to enter for a while, as Chen Tianhao's hundreds of subordinates were not to be trifled with. He directly instructed Bai Wuchang to handle it. As soon as the police got out of their cars, Chen Tianhao's subordinates rushed forward in droves, brandishing their guns and confronting them. One person, who appeared to be a high-ranking officer, stepped out of the police car and said to the subordinates blocking the way, "I am Senior Officer Amides. Please clear the way and do not obstruct our mission, or I will arrest you all." Bai Wuchang, who had just emerged from the crowd, heard this and walked over, extending his hands towards Amides, and said, "Come on, arrest me."
At that moment a voice suddenly rang out, "Hey, I'm here, Chen."
But before he could finish, he was silenced by Gray Wuchang covering his mouth. Hearing the commotion, Amides immediately prepared to rush in with his men, but was blocked by Bai Wuchang and his crew, and the 2 groups immediately started shoving each other. Seeing the police outside grappling with his subordinates, Chen Tianhao stepped forward and stomped on the assassin leader's foot, gradually applying pressure. Everyone held their breath as they watched Chen Tianhao's actions, the sound of bones cracking echoing in their ears, sending chills down their spines. The leader of the assassins, with his mouth covered by Gray Wuchang, felt his eyes bulging from the pain.
Chen Tianhao did not break his foot immediately, but let him experience the endless suffering.
Just as he was about to faint from the pain, Chen Tianhao applied a bit more pressure, instantly waking him up with agony. Chen Tianhao crushed both of the assassin leader's feet like this before speaking to him, "Are you still planning to hold out? Or do you think the police can save you? Of course, if you choose not to speak, I can just kill you and hand you over to the police, then go find your family.
If you don't have any family, then that's just your bad luck."
After Chen Tianhao finished speaking, the assassin leader, whose mouth was still covered by Grey Wuchang, struggled and nodded. Grey Wuchang slowly released him, but if he made even the slightest move, Grey Wuchang would certainly break his neck. The released assassin leader gasped for breath and, using his hands for support, weakly said, "We were sent by young Master Roberto of the Shansu family. He said to solve you in order to avoid future troubles." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianhao thought for a moment. He had no connections with the Shansu family. How could this Roberto have targeted him? Just then a gunshot rang out outside, snapping Chen Tianhao back to reality. To prevent the situation from escalating, Chen Tianhao took Jin Feng and the others and left, leaving the matters here to Hei Wuchang. Just after Chen Tianhao and his group left, Hei Wuchang looked at the 5 assassins and directly gave each one a peanut, sending them to meet Jesus. Then he sent someone to notify Bai Wuchang, who was blocking the police. Bai Wuchang, who was grappling with the police alongside his subordinates, heard one of his men say it was resolved, and he immediately called for everyone to stop clearing a path. When Amides led the police inside, he saw 5 corpses lying in a pool of blood, one of which had clearly undergone inhumane torture with deformed feet. Seeing this, Amides feared that young Master Roberto would be exposed, implicating him. He angrily said, "You assholes, what did you do to them?" Hei Wuchang shrugged and helplessly replied, "Officer, you can't accuse us. They committed suicide out of guilt. It has nothing to do with us. I even tried to persuade them just now." The surrounding subordinates chimed in, adding to the chaos, causing Amides' head to spin. He shouted and, facing the unfriendly gazes around him, said to Hei Wuchang, "Then I would like to ask this gentleman to come with us." Hei Wuchang instantly replied, "I have so many brothers here. If we're going, we all go together. I wonder if your police station can accommodate so many people." After Hei Wuchang spoke, Bai Wuchang surrounded him with his subordinates, and the heavy machine gun on the vehicle also aimed at Amides and his men, startling Amides immensely. He hurriedly changed his tone, saying, "Haha, sorry, I misspoke just now. Since the gentleman is unwilling to visit the police station, we shall leave." After saying that, Amides turned to leave, clearly afraid that Hei Wuchang would leave him behind. However, seeing the subordinates blocking their way, he had no choice but to glance back at Hei Wuchang. Seeing him like this, Hei Wuchang waved his hand to his subordinates, who immediately cleared a path. Amides forced a smile that was more painful than crying as he led his men away from this troublesome place without looking back. Watching the police cars drive away, Hei and Bai Wuchang exchanged smiles and let their subordinates disperse. Then they went to find Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao did not let Jin Feng and the others return to Chinatown, but instead directly brought them to the South District mansion. As soon as they returned to the mansion, Hui Wuchang immediately called for a doctor to clean the wounds on Chen Tianhao's back, while Jin Feng and the others watched from the side. Chen Tianhao felt a sharp sting as the antiseptic touched his wounds. To distract himself, he asked Jin Feng and the others standing by, "Why do you think the Hill family sent someone to kill me?" Hearing Chen Tianhao's question, Jin Feng, who had just sobered up, said, "What else could it be? It's because your power is growing too fast, threatening their position." Jin Feng had barely finished speaking when Jin Feng reprimanded her, "Don't speak nonsense. If you don't talk, no one will think you're mute." Annoyed by Jin Feng's words, Jin Feng stuck out her tongue at her and turned her head away. Seeing Jin Feng quiet down, Jin Feng turned to Chen Tianhao and said, "How? I feel this matter is not simple. We need to think long term, as the Hill family is not as simple as it appears." Although Chen Tianhao had heard bits and pieces about the Hill family from his subordinates, he truly did not know what made them complicated. He asked Jin Feng, "Oh, in what way is it not simple?" Upon hearing Chen Tianhao's question, Jin Feng immediately responded, "As far as I know, the Hill family does not only have territory in Amsterdam, they have a foothold in several major cities in the Netherlands and are currently the undisputed #1 gang in the country." Chen Tianhao initially thought the Hill family relied solely on their official background in Amsterdam for their power, but hearing Jin Feng's words made him realize he had underestimated them. Chen Tianhao mused silently, not interrupting Jin Feng as she continued. Aside from being the uncrowned king of the underground world in the Netherlands, the Hill family also possesses considerable power in official circles. How should I put it? If their family wanted to act against us, they wouldn't even need to do it themselves, just their police force could handle us. Hearing this, Chen Tianhao narrowed his eyes, realizing why the police had clashed with them today over a few assassins. After Jin Feng finished speaking, everything became clear. It seems it was all the work of the Hill family. However, it was unknown whether it was the Hill family wanting to act against them or just Roberto's personal intention. If it were the latter, it could be managed, but if it were the entire Hill family, then Chen Tianhao would have to proceed with caution. During the conversation between Chen Tianhao and Jin Feng, the cleaning of the wounds on his back was nearly finished. Just as he sat up, Meng Bohui walked in. "Boss, your phone." Chen Tianhao took the phone from him and said, "Hello, who is this?" "Boss, it's me, Swat. I've found out the information you asked me to investigate." As soon as Swat finished speaking, Chen Tianhao asked, "So do you know who sent the assailants?" Swat without any hesitation replied, "According to the information gathered by my subordinates, one of the groups involved in the attack on you today is from the Gulf Group." Indeed, Chen Tianhao had asked Swat to investigate those who attacked him. The Hill family had too much power and he wasn't ready to confront them head-on. Now that Chen Tianhao learned that the group dealt with by Li Wang was from the Gulf Group, it made sense, since Amor from the Gulf Group had been deeply offended by him and sending someone to attack him was within reason.
However, Chen Tianha's tiger's lair was not something just anyone could touch. He told SWAT, "Alright, I understand. Have your people keep an eye on Roberto from the Hill family? I want to know if he plays around with a few women." After hanging up, Chen Tianhao instructed Meng Bohui to gather everyone. Shortly after, Chen Tianhao looked at the black, white and grey Wu Chang Du Yufan, Little Du, Meng Bohui, Huang Quan and Li Wang, who was wrapped in bandages, as well as Jin Feng and the others, and said, "I think we should truly demonstrate our strength to the outside world. Otherwise any random person can come and urinate on our Dongxing." Upon hearing Chen Tianha's words, the warlike group instantly became excited, shouting loudly, "Boss, just tell us who to kill and we'll take care of it right now. Boss, my big gun is already itching for action. Boss, just give the order, we will definitely complete it." Chen Tianhao looked at them and without further ado said, "I have received accurate information that one of the groups that attacked me is from the Gulf Group. I want you to eliminate them. Can you do it?" Upon hearing that Chen Tianhao was going after the Gulf Group, Jin Feng and the others all breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't against the Hill family. Currently, Dongxing in Amsterdam fears no one except the Hill family. After learning the target, Li Wang and the others began to scramble, fearing they would be left behind to guard the house. Seeing them argue, Chen Tianhao raised his hand and decisively settled the matter. This assault on the Gulf Group would be led by the black and white Wu Chang and Meng Bohui with 300 elite subordinates, while Hui Wu Chang and Little Du would keep watch against the Ye Gong gang and the Smith family to prevent any sneak attacks. As for Li Wang, due to his severe injuries, Chen Tianhao kept him behind to help guard the headquarters. He also called SWAT to monitor the other gangs, instructing him to push back anyone who tried to interfere. After everything was arranged, the black and white Wu Chang led their men out under the cover of darkness. Chen Tianhao looked at the dim sky, realizing that tonight would again be a night of blood and storm, destined to cause many sleepless nights for others. In the East District at the Hill family's estate, in a luxuriously decorated room, Roberto sat on the sofa, flanked by two voluptuous foreign women who were vying for his attention. However, Roberto completely ignored them and quietly watched the kneeling amaids, a cruel smile creeping onto his sickly face. "Amada, you have greatly disappointed me this time." Amada was so frightened by his tone that cold sweat poured down his back. He knew that the man before him was a ruthless killer, and with his drug-induced mood swings he was even more unpredictable. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back for Amada. He crawled to Roberto's feet, pleading, "Young master, please give me another chance. I will definitely handle this matter well and ensure it doesn't implicate you." However, Roberto seemed to have not heard his words at all. He picked up a bottle of wine from the table and took a sip before smashing it onto Amada's head. Watching Amada scream in agony as his head bled, Roberto directly pulled up one of the foreign women next to him and started dancing. The woman, frightened by his actions, trembled and could only obediently comply with Roberto. At that moment, the room door suddenly opened and Roberto's father walked in. Seeing the mess on the ground, he glanced at his useless son and struck him with his cane. "Bastard! Didn't I tell you not to cause trouble? You sent people to attack them and you didn't even realize you left evidence behind. How could you be such a worthless son to me?" His father, looking at Roberto, who was still in a daze, helplessly said, "All right, during this period you stay home and behave. I will send someone to handle this matter." With that, he turned to leave, and the bodyguards he brought took a maid who was lying on the ground with them. As for what faced him, it seemed no one would care. In the northern district outside the Bay Group's dock, under the cover of the silent night, Heibai Wuchang and his men had arrived with 10 pickup trucks armed with heavy machine guns. They were just waiting for Meng Bohui, who was infiltrating inside, to take care of the guards outside. Then Heibai Wuchang would lead his fully armed elite subordinates to storm in and bloodily cleanse the entire Bay Group branch. As Heibai Wuchang awaited the signal to attack, they looked at the dock before them and couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, these guys in the powder business are really wealthy." Before them, a cluster of 3-story villas built by the sea was scattered around a luxurious castle with about 10 yachts and a large cruise ship docked on the east side of the pier. If one didn't know better, they might think this was a naval base. At that moment, a signal flare soared into the sky. Seeing the scene, Heibai Wuchang exchanged glances, and Bai Wuchang issued an order to the eager subordinates behind him: "Charge and proceed as planned." After saying that, he and Bai Wuchang got into a pickup truck ready to personally experience the power of this beastly weapon. It should be noted that this was a Browning M2 heavy machine gun obtained through the system exchange at the exorbitant price of 10 gold coins paid by Chen Tianhao, with a caliber of 12.799 millimeters. To ensure that no accidents would occur during tonight's assault, Chen Tianhao had specially equipped each heavy machine gun with 2,000 rounds of armor-piercing ammunition. The Browning M2 is a nemesis to light armor and can also be used as a low-altitude air defense weapon. With the armor-piercing rounds prepared by Chen Tianhao, it was uncertain what the Bay Group could use to defend against it. The headlights turned on and Heibai Wuchang smoothly drove into the dock. As they approached the first villa, a figure suddenly appeared on the rooftop, preparing to raise his gun to attack, only to be shattered by Haiwa's machine gun fire. With the gunfire ringing out, the mercenaries inside the villa who had been resting were immediately startled awake. They scrambled out of bed, grabbing their weapons placed by their bedside. As they just stepped outside, they were blinded by the car lights.
Before they could assess the situation ahead, they were torn apart by the M2 machine gun with body parts scattered everywhere. Some mercenaries regaining their senses hoped to use the villa as cover to engage Heibai Wuchang, but the walls crumbled before the 12.7mm armor-piercing rounds like paper, creating large holes, and the mercenaries hiding behind were all dismembered. Some were fortunate, suffering only from blown-off heads. After this round of conflict, other mercenaries on the dock reacted as the searchlights on the castle were turned on, illuminating the area as bright as day and revealing the figures of Heibai Wuchang. In the castle, Amor, who had been sipping red wine while awaiting news from the assassination team, immediately chided the bodyguards outside upon hearing the commotion.
"What the hell are you doing?"
Hearing his voice, the bodyguard rushed in to report to Amor, "Boss, a group of armed men is attacking the dock.
Captain Jack has already gone to handle it. Damn it, you are all useless.
What do you think I pay you for? Only now do you realize the enemy is at our doorstep." Amor was furious upon hearing the bodyguard's words, throwing the red wine from the table at him. The bodyguard dared not dodge, and the wine splashed all over him.
At that moment, even more intense gunfire erupted outside, startling Amor.
He decided not to stay any longer and headed to the nearby monitoring room. Looking at the heavy machine guns spewing fire from the pickup trucks, Amor realized that the visitors were no ordinary foes and instructed the people in the monitoring room. "Get those heavy machine guns taken care of."
After issuing his command, someone took out a walkie-talkie and said something.
Then gunfire erupted from the castle's rooftop, signaling the start of their counterattack. As Heibai Wuchang exposed themselves to the mercenaries' line of sight, they were met with a fierce counterattack. In the two hidden bunkers atop the castle, after receiving Amor's orders, they immediately opened fire on Heibai Wuchang with long flames shooting from the firing holes. The two leading vehicles were instantly blown apart, igniting a fierce blaze accompanied by the sizzling sounds of burning bodies.
Heibai Wuchang, witnessing the scene before them, did not hesitate.
They arranged for two subordinates to operate the heavy machine guns to suppress the enemy's firepower while leading the others to continue their assault inside. Instantly, the entire dock was filled with gunfire, occasionally accompanied by violent explosions. Meng Bohui, who had already infiltrated inside despite seeing Heibai Wuchang's assault being hindered, did not easily reveal their location. Instead, he led his men to evade the mercenaries coming to reinforce and continued advancing toward the castle, planning to capture the king first. With most of the guarding mercenaries and bodyguards rushing to intercept Heibai Wuchang, Meng Bohui quickly led over a dozen subordinates to the castle's exterior. Seeing the several bodyguards at the entrance, he made a gesture to attack and directly raised his silenced gun to eliminate those bodyguards. At the same time, his elite subordinates rushed out, swiftly seizing advantageous positions. Whether they were overly confident or believed that Heibai Wuchang couldn't break in, they managed to enter the castle after dispatching a few guards without resistance. However, they were unaware that Amor had seen them through the monitors and had called all his men to the second floor, preparing to guard there while waiting for reinforcements. As they saw Meng Bohui and his group heading upstairs, Amor stepped out of the monitoring room.
He grabbed two grenades from a nearby mercenary and threw them down. Just as Meng Bohui and his men prepared to go upstairs, two loud explosions echoed, sending the two front subordinates flying back.
Seeing his two subordinates spitting blood, Meng Bohui swiftly dashed to the corner of the stairs. Spotting the bewildered mercenaries across from him, he pulled the trigger. When Amor saw Meng Bohui, he immediately rolled to the side and let the rushing mercenaries block Meng Bohui, retreating back to the monitoring room and locking the door behind him.
Listening to the intense gunfire outside, Amor silently prayed that they wouldn't break in.
As time passed, the noise outside ceased, but he dared not open the door. At that moment, Meng Bohui stood at the door and one of his subordinates said, "The door has been locked from the inside." Knowing Amor was inside, Meng Bohui replied, "Then let's just break it down." After finishing his sentence, he pulled the trigger at the door.
In an instant, the wooden door was shattered into splinters, and seeing Meng Bohui's actions, his subordinates also sprang into action.
Before long, the wooden door blocking their path was reduced to rubble. Meng Bohui shielded himself with the corpse of a mercenary and charged inside. Seeing someone coming, Amor, who was leaning against the wall with his gun, immediately pulled the trigger, firing all his bullets. After Amor managed to get a clear view, he attempted to change his magazine to continue the attack but was shot in the hand by Meng Bohui.
Several incoming subordinates quickly subdued Amor.
Struggling in front of Meng Bohui, Amor said, "I am the president of the Bay Group branch.
You can't kill me. If you do, you won't escape either. Just wait for the endless revenge from the Bay Group."
Meng Bohui looked at the still struggling Amor and decided to show some mercy, stepping forward to say, "Do you really think we would fear the Bay Group?" After finishing his sentence, Meng Bohui shot Amor in the head, and even in death he couldn't comprehend who exactly wanted him dead. Meng Bohui glanced at the lifeless Amor, kicked him aside, and hearing the gunfire from upstairs did not linger here but led his men straight up. Outside, the mercenaries were desperately trying to hold off the Black and White Impermanents, still unaware that their master Amor had gone to meet Jesus, continuing to fight fiercely against Bai Wuchang and his team. Black and White Impermanents looked at the road blocked by Amor's subordinates' vehicles and to prevent them from moving the cars blew them all up. With no other options, everyone except the one operating the machine gun got out of the vehicle and charged towards Black and White Impermanents.
However, Black and White Impermanence did not engage in a direct confrontation, instead focusing on restraining the opposing mercenaries to prevent them from returning for support. From the beginning of the plan, their role was merely to attract fire. Their true trump card had always been Mengbohue. As long as Mengbohue successfully dealt with Amor, these people were no threat. After all, with their boss dead, who would still be willing to fight. Thus Black and White Impermanence's men were in a standoff with the opposing mercenaries. Their leader Jack sensed something was wrong, and after calling for help on the radio with no response, he felt the urgency to return for support. However, as soon as they retreated, Black and White Impermanence clung to them like a stubborn adhesive, causing Jack's side to suffer significant losses, leaving him in silent despair. At this moment, Jack vaguely felt that something had happened to Amor. He had to find a way to leave, as he did not intend to die alongside that fool Amor. Just then the machine guns atop the castle ceased fire, increasing the pressure on Jack and his subordinates, making it difficult for them to lift their heads. In places where the walls were thinner, they collapsed under fire, and mercenaries hiding behind were shredded by bullets. Seeing this, Jack cursed loudly. "Bastards! What are these dogs doing? I will definitely kill them when I return." As soon as Jack finished speaking, the gunfire in the castle erupted again, but the result was not what he wanted. He slowly lowered his head to see his body riddled with bullets, his life extinguished in the deafening gunfire. Except for the mercenaries hiding behind cover, everyone else was reduced to mere shreds of flesh, meeting their Jesus and God. Black and White Impermanence also witnessed this scene and immediately realized that Meng Bohue had succeeded, prompting them to stop slacking off. After all, their boss Chen Tianhao had ordered them to annihilate the Gulf group, yet so many remained alive. They immediately launched a fierce assault, and the remaining 8 heavy machine guns showcased their true power. No matter how thick the walls were, they could not withstand the concentrated fire. The overwhelming firepower left the opposing mercenaries without any will to resist, causing them to throw down their weapons and kneel obediently. However, Black and White Impermanence would not let them off easily. After all, the flower that had slipped through their hands had harmed countless people. Even if they killed them all, Black and White Impermanence would feel no guilt. If they surrendered, they could be spared. After all, they still had families. But how many families had been destroyed because of them? After Black Wuchang killed the last one, Wuchang immediately arranged for someone to take the injured subordinates for medical treatment and clean up the battlefield, while he and Black Wuchang headed straight for the luxurious castle in front of them. They planned to tally their gains from this operation and report back to Chen Tianhao. South District. The tranquility that Chen Tianhao desired was shattered as the sound of gunfire erupted, echoing like firecrackers and ringing in his ears. He stood quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window, observing everything outside the mansion. As his cigarette was about to extinguish, Chen Tianhao flicked the butt away, picked up 2 Uzi submachine guns that had long been placed on the table, and headed out. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Jin Feng and Yin Feng waiting outside. Chen Tianhao simply said to them, "Let's talk about it when I return." After finishing his sentence, he took the elevator down. Jin Feng and Yin Feng wanted to follow him, but their words were cut off by Chen Tianhao. It is known that Jin Feng and Yin Feng could manage the territory here for Dongxing, which indicated they were not simple characters. However, after Chen Tianhao arrived, they seemed to have turned into mere decorative vases, but to be honest, it felt quite good. When Chen Tianhao exited the elevator, he saw Li Wang waiting in the hall with a Gatling gun. Upon seeing him, Li Wang immediately rushed over. "Boss, let me go kill them." Seeing that Li Wang had a large ammo bag on his back containing at least 3,000 rounds, indicating his concern about running out of bullets, Chen Tianhao couldn't help but laugh. "Alright, let's go out and have a good fight today." After saying this, he discarded the 2 Uzi submachine guns he held, feeling they were beneath him, and exchanged for a Gatling gun from the system equipped with a 1,000-round ammo bag. The two of them swaggered out, guns in hand. As they emerged, they saw the street filled with chaos from both sides of combat and directly walked into the street, pulling the triggers at the opposing side. The Gatling gun's barrel spun, instantly unleashing bullets as if they were free, and with their addition, the opponents were completely bewildered. They witnessed a pickup truck charging towards them being blown apart, and due to inertia it crashed into several unfortunate souls nearby. Before they could comprehend what had happened, they were turned into meat patties, but Chen Tianhao would not let them off so easily. He charged forward with the Gatling gun, exchanging for more ammo from the system when it ran out and swapping out the overheating barrel for a new one, relentlessly suppressing the enemies. With Li Wang and other subordinates alongside him, the opponents who had previously been evenly matched with Chen Tianhao's men were now being pushed back. While Chen Tianhao was lost in the thrill of combat, he was completely oblivious to the fact that he had already become a target, with someone preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Just as Chen Tianhao was shooting with great fervor, a shadow silently darted out from a small alley beside him. This person was a hidden assassin from the opposing faction, lurking and waiting for the right moment. He held a sharp dagger, his steps light as a ghost, swiftly approaching Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao was focused on the enemy ahead, completely oblivious to the danger behind him. The assassin was only a few steps away from Chen Tianhao when he suddenly sprang up, leaping high, thrusting the dagger fiercely towards the back of Chen Tianhao's heart. Just as the dagger was about to touch Chen Tianhao, Li Wang, who was behind him, noticed this scene and roared in anger, rushing over without a second thought. However, there was not just one assassin this time. At that moment, 2 others rushed out, blocking Li Wang's path. Li Wang's roar alerted Chen Tianhao, who immediately turned around, swinging the Gatling gun he held towards the assassin.
Although his movements were not slow, he was still stabbed in the left hand by the assassin. Blood gushed from Chen Tianhao's arm, but he managed to shoot the assassin with the Gatling gun, sending him flying, and Chen Tianhao pulled the trigger again, instantly tearing him apart. The two assassins near Li Wang were also dealt with. Initially he wanted to leave one alive, but they had hidden poison sacs in their mouths, and as soon as Li Wang grabbed them they unhesitatingly bit down and perished from the poison. Seeing that the assassins had been eliminated, coupled with Chen Tianhao's formidable combat power, the enemy showed no hesitation and retreated while shooting, jumping into their vehicles and leaving the area. When Chen Tianhao and the others attempted to pursue, those people had already driven away from the street. This sudden and confusing attack left Chen Tianhao furious, especially since he had no idea who had sent them. He immediately instructed Li Wang to arrange for their subordinates to investigate who had attacked, while also calling SWAT to notify him to keep an eye on those gangs and families to see who had recently mobilized a large number of personnel. After arranging everything, Chen Tianhao was preparing to return to bandage his wound when he suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Li Wang, who was nearby instructing the subordinates, was startled and rushed to Chen Tianhao's side. Seeing Chen Tianhao's lips turn purple, he immediately realized he had been poisoned. Li Wang picked up Chen Tianhao and dashed into the mansion. As soon as they entered the hall, Jin Feng and the others rushed over. When they saw Li Wang carrying Chen Tianhao, they anxiously asked, "Li Wang, what happened to Ah Hao? The boss was ambushed by an assassin just now and was stabbed in the shoulder. They might have poisoned the blade." After speaking, Li Wang rushed into a room on the first floor where a highly skilled physician named Edward, whom Chen Tianhao had hired at great expense, was present. Jin Feng and the others wanted to follow in, but fearing they would disturb the doctor treating Chen Tianhao, they could only anxiously pace outside. Li Wang placed Chen Tianhao on the bed in the room and immediately said to Dr. Edward, "You need to check on my boss quickly. What poison has he been affected by?" Edward, upon hearing that Chen Tianhao was poisoned, did not dare to delay. He examined Chen Tianhao's wound and looked at his eyelids, then said to Li Wang, "I can temporarily control the poison from spreading, but I need help and there are no professional medical facilities here." "What do you need? Just tell me and I'll prepare it right away," Li Wang asked anxiously. After Edward listed the equipment and personnel he needed, he added, "Remember, you only have 2 hours. After Edward finished speaking, he ignored Li Wang and focused on treating Chen Tianhao's wound. Upon hearing that there were only 2 hours left, Li Wang also did not dare to delay and immediately went out to gather subordinates. He called Bai Wuchang and Xiaodu, explaining the situation to them, urging them to fetch all the famous doctors. If they couldn't bring them, he instructed them to kidnap them. Seeing Jin Feng and the others looking anxiously, Wang briefly explained the situation and then took people to find the medical equipment Edward needed. Once Bai Wuchang and the others learned that Chen Tianhao was poisoned, chaos erupted throughout Amsterdam. They assigned Meng Bohui to be responsible for all the hospitals in the northern district, which was mostly under their Dongxing's control, and no one dared to resist. However, they encountered some resistance in the territory of the Ugon gang, as that hospital was funded by the Ugon gang and the doctors inside were hired at high prices by Lei Jun. But after sacrificing over a dozen lives, no one dared to stop Meng Bohui and his team, allowing them to leave freely. Most importantly, Meng Bohui had promised, once the matter is settled we will return them. Otherwise they would not have let Meng Bohui leave so easily. Hui Wuchang and Xiaodu led their team to the territory of the Blood Gang. Despite being a newly risen gang, the Blood Gang's reputation in the Western District was terrifying. Hui Wuchang and the others initially thought this would be a tough battle, but when the Blood Gang members learned that their boss Chen Tianhao was injured, an astonishing scene unfolded. They actively helped them gather all the famous doctors in the Western District. Although Hui Wuchang and the others were puzzled by their actions, they did not hesitate. After thanking them briefly, they hurried towards Chen Tianhao's mansion. Bai Wuchang, on the other hand, learned that the best doctor in all of Amsterdam was at the Ayer General Hospital in the Eastern District. They immediately formulated a plan and rushed to the hospital. Of course, Bai Wuchang and his team did not foolishly charge, and they only took a few subordinates to wait outside the hospital while the rest stayed at the junction of the northern and eastern districts. However, Bai Wuchang and his team were still a step too late. When they arrived at the Ayer General Hospital, they heard the sounds of intense gunfire and saw gunmen rushing in from all directions to provide support. They immediately prepared to take advantage of the chaos to rush in and snatch the doctors away, but when they drove to the hospital entrance they saw Li Wang under the cover of his subordinates carrying a machine while rushing out, followed by 2 subordinates carrying medical boxes. They were pointing their guns at a person in a white coat running out with Li Wang. Seeing that it was Li Wang and the others, Bai Wuchang did not hesitate, getting out of the car with their guns and opening fire at the approaching gunmen, instantly forcing them to hide behind nearby cover, afraid to show themselves. Li Wang spotted Bai Wuchang and rushed over, placing the medical equipment in the car and instructing the 2 subordinates to help the doctor into the vehicle. Then he said to Bai Wuchang, "You all go first, I will stay behind to cover you." Upon hearing this, Wuchang immediately replied, "If we're leaving, we leave together." Li Wang rolled his eyes at them and replied, "Saving the boss is the priority, you all go first." He added with a smile, "Don't worry. They won't be able to do anything to me, you all hurry and don't affect my performance here."
After hearing Li Wang say this, He Bai Wuchang did not push back any further, directly getting into the vehicle with the people and medical equipment, leaving the scene. The journey back to the southern district was not smooth for the Black and White Impermanents. As the Ayr General Hospital is located in the heart of the eastern district, just as the Black and White Impermanents had taken someone from Ayr Hospital and turned onto another street, they were intercepted by the Hill family. From the Hill family's stance, it seemed they were not prepared to save anyone, rather they had the attitude that even if someone died in the eastern district, the Black and White Impermanents would not be allowed to take them away. This left the Black and White Impermanents in a predicament, as they were relentlessly pursued and blocked by the Hill family. They were just 2 streets away from their territory, yet those 2 streets felt like an insurmountable chasm. The Black and White Impermanents had now reached their limit. All their underlings had perished along the way and their guns were out of bullets. Black Impermanents looked at White Impermanents, and the doctor they had abducted glanced at the empty magazine in his hand and the medical equipment in the car and said to White Impermanents with a smile, "Haha, I never expected we brothers would die here. I just hope the boss can hold on. Then someone will come to avenge us." White Impermanents, seeing Black Impermanents ready to fight to the death, also threw away his gun, retrieved 2 knives from the car and tossed one to Black Impermanents, saying, "Haha, killing one covers the cost, killing 2 is a profit. The boss and elder brother will definitely avenge us." After saying this, they quietly leaned against the car, waiting for the enemy to arrive. If it weren't for their boss Chen Tianhao awaiting the medical equipment in the car to save his life, these people would never have been able to block them. But now it was too late to leave, they had been surrounded. As the sound of footsteps gradually approached, Black Impermanents struck first. His figure moved like a ghost, suddenly flashing in front of an old gunman closest to their vehicle. Before the gunman could react, Black Impermanents had slashed him across the neck. Seeing Black Impermanents' movement, the nearby gunmen immediately focused their fire. Seeing this scene, Black Impermanents remained unfazed. He held up the body of the gunman he had slain in one hand and grabbed the gun hanging from the corpse with the other, beginning to spray bullets at them. When the bullets ran out, Black Impermanents threw the corpse at them and charged towards them, following up as the body struck them, delivering lethal blows with every punch and kick. White Impermanents was no less formidable than Black Impermanents. As Black Impermanents charged out, he also attacked the enemies on the other side, but instead of choosing a hidden fight, he maneuvered gracefully among the gunmen, each strike accompanying the loss of life. However, as time passed, they gradually began to show signs of exhaustion, with wounds appearing on their bodies. When the Black and White Impermanents regrouped, they saw that White Impermanents' white suit had been stained red with blood, making it impossible to see any white. Among the blood there was enemy blood in his own, but the most alarming was a long knife wound on his chest. This injury was inflicted after he had dealt with a gunman, only to be attacked by 4 sudden black-clad figures. Although White Impermanents had realized they were no match for him right after the initial encounter, he still had to be wary of the gunmen's sneak attacks. Despite successfully dealing with them, their tight coordination had still injured him. Looking at White Impermanents' condition, Black Impermanents, ignoring the blood seeping from his own shoulder wound, grimly smiled and asked, "How are you doing? Are you all right, brother?" White Impermanents gazed at Black Impermanents, who was less injured than him, and remained silent. He quietly pulled out cigarettes, lit 2, and handed one to Black Impermanents. They held the cigarettes in their mouths, exchanged a smile, took a deep puff, and then slowly stood up with the guns they had just seized. As the Black and White Impermanents prepared to fight to the death, suddenly from the other side of the street a barrage of gunfire erupted. Upon hearing the sound, the 2 brothers couldn't help but laugh heartily. It seemed that fate had not yet abandoned them. They raised their guns and began firing at the opposite side. Just as the Black and White Impermanents finished their bullets, they saw Grey Impermanents leading a group charging towards them. Behind them were Meng Bohue controlling a heavy machine gun on a pickup truck and Xiao Du wielding a Thompson submachine gun. Under their overwhelming firepower, the Hill family's forces were thrown into disarray. When Grey Impermanents saw their miserable state and wanted to say something, White Impermanents spoke first. "Big brother, we are fine. It's more important to return and save the boss first." Following closely, Meng Bohue saw them and asked, "What about Li Wang? I heard from the little brother that he also came to the eastern district." Hearing Meng Bohue's words, the Black and White Impermanents remembered that Li Wang was covering their rear. Given their current situation, Li Wang would certainly be no better off. Black Impermanents immediately spoke up. "Li Wang stayed behind at Ayr Hospital to cover us. You all should hurry to rescue him." Upon hearing Black Impermanents' words, the 3 of them wasted no time and immediately led their men towards Ayr Hospital. Grey Impermanents glanced at the 2 of them before leaving and left a few people behind to escort Black Impermanents back while he followed alone. When the Black and White Impermanents returned to the mansion, they were close to the 2-hour deadline given by Edward. They quickly arranged for people to carry in the medical equipment and the necessary medicines. Looking at the more than 10 doctors who had been bound, the Black and White Impermanents promised them that as long as they could heal their boss, not only would they allow them to return home safely, but they would also reward them handsomely. Upon hearing their promise, the doctors did not hesitate and immediately joined the rescue team, with 2 of them tending to the wounds of the Black and White Impermanents. Under Edward's leadership, they finally brought Chen Tianhao back from the clutches of death. The poison was also neutralized, and now it was just a matter of when Chen Tianhao would awaken. Having bandaged their wounds, the Black and White Impermanence and Jean Fong all breathed a sigh of relief. However, their brief moment of joy turned tense again. This was because Meng Bohui brought back news that the invincible Li Wang in their hearts had gone missing. After searching in vain, they had no choice but to capture someone to inquire, but they could not extract any information. They did not know whether Li Wang had been captured or had escaped. After leaving a few people to keep an eye on the Hill family, they returned. However, due to their commotion, the Hill family would not let them off easily. While they were still pondering a countermeasure, Jean Fong received a call from Zhang Hu. "Big sister, the brothers can't hold on anymore. The Gong family and the Smith family, led by the Hill family, have launched an attack on our territory." Upon hearing this, Jean Fong immediately said, "Take the brothers and retreat to the southern district. I will send someone to support you." After hanging up the phone, Jean Fong looked at Meng Bohui and the others, who understood immediately. Then Xiao Du stood up. "I'll take the men. You all should prepare to confront the Hill family and other gangs." After saying this, Xiao Du left the mansion and rushed towards the junction of the southern and northern districts. Meng Bohui and the others did not idle either. They quickly gathered everyone together, preparing to hold the 3 streets outside the mansion, temporarily giving up other territories. After all, they were facing the Hill family this time, and the priority was to ensure Chen Tianha's safety. As long as Chen Tianhao woke up, everything would be resolved smoothly. Swart was also keeping a close eye on the movements of the Hill family. Upon learning that they planned to gather all forces in Amsterdam to eliminate Dongqing due to recent events, Swart could no longer sit idle. He immediately summoned his subordinates, preparing to take the initiative and eliminate the remaining forces in the West District before heading to support Chen Tianhao and his group. If he went directly to support the South District while Chen Tianhao remained unconscious, they would have no reinforcements, making it easy for enemies to wipe them out. Swart's actions could not be hidden from others, especially from Tian the bear, who had suffered greatly at their hands. He had been keeping an eye on them with the Yakuza, and when they began to gather forces, Tian received the news. Just as Tian was curious about their plans, Swart led his men directly toward them, swiftly annihilating the newly chosen headquarters of Tian with overwhelming force. Tian did not believe that anyone could be as reckless as Chen Tianhao, so he stepped out to confront Swart. However, when he saw the heavy machine guns mounted on the more than 10 pickup trucks behind Swart, his legs began to betray him. Initially, Tian held on to the hope that the reinforcements arranged by his older brother would arrive soon, allowing him to regain confidence. However, compared to the opposition, he felt like they were just playing house. Just as Tian was about to say something, Swart interrupted him. Not wanting to waste words, he signaled to his underlings, and the gunfire erupted, tearing apart everyone in their path. Tian's expression froze in shock and fear, but no one could see it. Thus, the Yakuza became the first gang to be destroyed in this chaotic battle. Swart ordered his subordinates to clean up the battlefield while he led his men to the next gang's territory. In the South District, at the chain residence. While Xiao Du went to assist Zhang Hu and the others, the Italian mafia under their leader Niels was the first to launch an attack on Chen Tianhao's territory. This time there were no cannon fodder, as they had not even qualified to defend their territory in such a major battle. Only those forces that survived this conflict would have a say. Under Niels' leadership, the mafia deployed over 500 gunmen. Before Chen Tianhao showed up, such a force could rank in the top 3, but who could have known that Chen Tianhao had a cheat? They drove straight into Chen Tianhao's territory, engaging in combat with his subordinates. In an instant, gunfire erupted, echoing throughout the street. Upon receiving this news, Gray Wuchang quickly brought reinforcements. However, upon arriving at the scene, he was overwhelmed by the situation. They were not only facing the mafia led by Niels but also the police. However, Gray Wuchang was not one to back down. He charged forward with his men, knowing that even the authorities were involved now. If they did not fight back, their only fate would be annihilation. The subordinates, who had been retreating under pressure, stabilized the situation instantly with Gray Wuchang's arrival. They even managed to reclaim all the territory they had just lost with their overwhelming firepower. Had it not been for Gray Wuchang's concern over insufficient manpower and fear of being taken advantage of, he would have led his men directly to annihilate the mafia. Just as the battle began, the Chen residence was also attacked by the Hill family. With only a street separating them from the East District, once the Hill family was fully prepared, Chen Tianhao's subordinates were pushed back to the street outside the residence. Even the main gate of the residence had been blown apart by the Hill family's members. Meng Bohui set up a heavy machine gun on the second floor, unleashing a barrage below. With his incredible marksmanship, he personally killed more enemies than all the subordinates combined. However, the opposing firepower was not weak either, and with the Hill family outnumbering them, the fighting was strenuous. Besides Huang Quan, even the severely injured He Bai Wuchang, who had just escaped from the Hill territory, charged back into the fray. The streets were littered with vehicles that had exploded and caught fire, and there were bodies lying on the ground, accompanied by the cries of the injured. When the attackers spotted any survivors, they mercifully offered them a bullet before continuing their assault. Now, as the major gangs fought to this extent, it was a contest of who could hold out longer, but it seemed that no one had high hopes for Dongqing. While the West District forces were held back by Swart, who even showed signs of wanting to unify the West District, the other 3 major districts, aside from the Baker family who had ties with Chen Tianhao, did not attack Dongqing, yet other factions joined in.
Even the police under the orders of the Hill family began to purge the entire Dongqing influence and business in Amsterdam, with the South District Police participating directly in the assault on Chen Tianha's territory. Du Yufeng, who came to assist Zhang Hu and the others, had just joined them when the entire street was sealed off, with the West District Police Station blocking the road to the South District while the forces of the Ugon gang, the blacksmith family and the Hill family pursued them. Fortunately, the police did not attack them, they merely blocked the road to prevent their retreat to the South District. They only needed to withstand the assaults from the other factions, but with a disadvantage in numbers it was difficult for them to hold out. At this rate, being worn down was merely a matter of time. However, no one was afraid of them, not even Zhang Hu and his group, as they had dared to come to this place from the port island, proving they had some courage and strength. Coupled with the weapons Chen Tianhao had arranged for them, they were willing to take on everyone except the regular army. While fierce battles raged in the South and North districts, the Hill family sent representatives to Swart's territory explicitly demanding to see him. When Swart stepped out, the Hill family's representative arrogantly addressed him. "I am here on the orders of young Master Roberto of the Hill family, you can call me Wolo." After stating his purpose, he continued speaking to Swart. "Young Master Roberto requests that your blood gang cease all actions and that you, as the leader of the West District, take your men to eliminate Dongqing. You will surely benefit from this arrangement." Swart rubbed his ears and looked at the fool before him, saying, "Are you giving me orders?" Seeing Swart's indifferent demeanor, Wolo shouted angrily, "Do you want to lose your position? Do you intend to defy young Master Roberto's orders?" Swart glanced at him as if he were an idiot, turned and left. Wolo, unable to tolerate the insult, reached out to grab Swart but was pushed back by a gunshot. In disbelief, he received a bullet in return. At that moment, Swart turned and said, "Cut off his head and send it to that Roberto." After speaking, he got into his car and headed straight towards the North District. He had received news that one of his boss Chen Tianha's subordinates was surrounded, and he was preparing to offer support, unaware that such a fool would cross his path. The next day, as dawn broke, Jin Feng took Huang Quan and left this place. Thanks to Swart's support during last night's battle, they successfully held onto their territory in the Southern District. However, the Northern District and Chinatown were completely seized by the Ugon gang and the Smith family. Du Yufeng was injured by a grenade while rescuing Zhang Hu. Without Swart, they might not have been able to return to the Southern District at all. After repelling the coalition of several major forces, Swart returned to the Western District, where the remaining factions formed an alliance under the mediation of the Hill family, preparing to launch a counterattack against the Blood Gang. Swart had no choice but to return to the Western District to oversee the situation. In the Chen mansion of the Southern District, the temporary meeting table in the lobby was filled with people, all of whom were injured. Only Meng Bohui and Yin Feng seemed slightly better, as they had not sustained any injuries, just their clothes were a bit dirty. Heibai Wuchang was in the most miserable state, sitting at the back of the table, their faces pale from excessive blood loss, and the freshly changed bandages were already soaked with blood. If it weren't for their strong physiques, they might not have been able to last this long. Opposite them was Du Yufeng, who had been severely injured in the back by a grenade while saving Zhang Hu. Now he was also wrapped in bandages, and the only one who felt somewhat better was Hui Wuchang, who had only been grazed by a bullet on the shoulder. Along with Zhang Hu and Zhao Long, there were 8 people at the table, yet none of them spoke, and time passed slowly. In this atmosphere, Meng Bohui could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "We can't just sit here doing nothing. We must take some action." Hearing Meng Bohui's words, Yin Feng immediately replied, "Did the elder sister not ask us to wait for her news?" The already irritated Hui Wuchang chimed in, "If Jin Feng's plan fails, are we just going to wait for the Hill family to come and attack us?" Bai Wuchang also spoke up, "Sister Feng told us to wait for news, but she never said we couldn't seek another way out." After saying this, Bai Wuchang continued, "We can't rely solely on Sister Feng, we must also be prepared. If her side fails, we should have a backup plan." Yin Feng found Bai Wuchang's point reasonable, and since no one had a better suggestion, she asked Bai Wuchang, "So what do you think we should do next?" Bai Wuchang smiled weakly, but the motion pulled at his wounds, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air before he said, "Right now the only one here who was completely unscathed is old Meng. If Sister Feng's negotiations don't go well, old Meng should lead you and the boss away. We will fight to carve out a path for you." Hearing Bai Wuchang's words, Zhang Hu and Zhao Long grinned widely before Zhang Hu said, It seems we still have some use after all." Zhao Long added, "When the time comes, we must let that bunch of Hill family brats know the strength of our Dongqing." Yin Feng, however, disagreed with Bai Wuchang's perspective and said, "What are you talking about? I'm not someone who fears for my life." The others remained silent or lacked better solutions, and they proceeded to arrange things according to Bai Wuchang's plan. As noon approached, Jin Feng's vehicle entered the mansion compound, followed by a stretch Lincoln and several escort vehicles. In the lobby, Yin Feng and Meng Bohui heard the commotion outside and rushed out. Upon seeing Jin Feng return, Yin Feng immediately ran forward to ask her elder sister, "How did it go? Did the cabinet minister Jeffrey agree to help?" After asking, Yin Feng glanced back and saw a middle-aged white man in his 40s getting out of the Lincoln. He was Jeffrey, one of the 16 cabinet ministers of the Netherlands. Seeing him, Yin Feng excitedly rushed forward and said, "Mr. Jeffrey, I didn't expect you to come in person." After greeting him with a Western-style embrace, she heard Jeffrey say, "I've already heard about last night's events. I wonder if risking your entire Dongqing for one person is worth it." Yin Feng immediately retorted, you must understand if it weren't for him our Dongqing would have long ceased to exist, so what's wrong with betting everything on him? Jeffrey chuckled, in that case I will accompany you to the Hill family. I can't just watch my savior be bullied. Jeffrey looked at Yin Feng and said. To understand why Jin Feng and the others knew such a prominent figure we must go back to when they first took over this territory. Shortly after taking over the territory they didn't dare to take any major actions and remained holed up in Chinatown. Coincidentally Jeffrey had always admired Eastern culture and often came to Chinatown to eat and drink. One time he happened to visit Jin Feng's establishment, but luck was not on his side that day. He encountered an assassination attempt and the bodyguards he brought were all killed in the bar. Jeffrey reacted quickly and hid behind a booth. As the assassins continued to approach him, Jin Feng and her crew certainly couldn't just stand by and watch as others committed murder in their establishment. If they couldn't guarantee the safety of their guests who would come to their establishment again in the future. Realizing this, Jin Feng and her people went to deal with several assassins, saving Jeffrey, and thus they became acquainted. Jeffrey also felt indebted to them for saving his life, and from that moment on, with Jeffrey's support, the Dongqing faction began to develop, rapidly capable of competing with the established Agon gang. After Meng Buahui and the others learned that Jeffrey was coming to help them, their expressions lightened a bit. When Jin Feng asked who would accompany her to negotiate with the Hill family, Meng Buahui and Hui Wuchang stepped forward. Sister Feng, let us too go with you. Given the current situation, others would be of no help. All right. You two go with us. After saying this, Jin Feng walked over to Jeffrey and Yin Feng exchanged a few words and they all got into Jeffrey's car with Huang Quan, now Jin Feng's personal bodyguard, sitting in the front passenger seat of the Lincoln. Meng Buahui and the others immediately arranged for several cars and followed with 20 elite subordinates. Half an hour later they arrived at the estate of the Hill family. Except for Huang Quan and Meng Buahui, all others were blocked outside the estate. After walking for another 5 minutes they were led into a villa by someone resembling an old butler. As soon as they entered the villa, a voice said, well, what wine has blown our Lord Jeffrey here? Hearing the teasing tone, Jeffrey responded, Master Decos, are you making jokes? I'm not here to mediate everyone's conflicts, am I? Mediating conflicts? I see you are here for a joke, Decos snorted coldly, standing up from the sofa, his eyes filled with disdain. Jeffrey smiled, slightly unconcerned with the other's attitude, and directly walked over to sit on the sofa. He poured himself a glass of wine from the table and spoke to Decos after taking a sip. Master Decos, we are all here to make money, why make things so tense? If there are issues, let's sit down and discuss them properly. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Decos roared angrily, they dare to act recklessly on my territory, I will never let them off easily. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Jin Feng suddenly spoke up, Master, I believe Lord Jeffrey has a point. It is better for everyone to maintain peace. What we did this time was wrong, but we only offended you to save lives. Decos glanced at Jin Feng, his tone dissatisfied. Who are you to speak here? Meng Buahui stepped forward immediately upon hearing Decos' words addressing him. Sister Feng is the decision-maker for our Dongqing. Decos looked Jin Feng up and down, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. The decision-maker of Dongqing? Just a woman, what can she possibly decide? Jin Feng replied with unwavering confidence, Master, regardless of gender, the key is to solve the problem. Our Dongqing has no intention of becoming enemies with you. Saving lives is a matter of utmost importance. If you are willing to drop your prejudice, we can discuss a way to compensate you. What do you think? Jeffrey chimed in supportively, Master Decos, Miss Jin Feng is correct. It is better to spare others when possible. Having more friends is better than more enemies. Hearing the two of them, Decos' expression softened slightly, but he also sensed a threat in Jeffrey's words. After all, Jeffrey is one of the 16 powerful ministers and quite strong. However, conceding like this is not Decos' character. He remained strong, saying compensation. They ruined my good plans. This compensation cannot be less. I wonder what they can offer to make up for our losses this time. Upon hearing Decos, Jin Feng felt a surge of joy knowing that the situation had turned. She quickly said, Master, feel free to say anything as long as it is reasonable. Our Dongqing will definitely comply. Decos pondered for a moment and said, I want 50% of the profits from your Dongqing territory and a compensation of $30 million for our family, then this matter will be settled. Jin Feng thought for a moment and nodded, no problem, but our territory has been taken over by the Agon party and the blacksmith family. Jin Feng's concession was actually a delaying tactic. She was waiting for Chen Tianhao to wake up. That would be the time to reclaim their honor. Upon hearing this, Decos' expression darkened, instantly quit pretending to be pitiful. Here, the loss of territory has nothing to do with me. I only hope you will do as I say. Seeing this, Jeffrey quickly stepped in to mediate. Master Decos, Miss Jin Feng speaks the truth. How about this? Let them pay you whatever money they can first, and as for the territory profits, they can give them to you as agreed once they have recuperated for a while. How does that sound? Decos frowned upon hearing Jeffrey's words, weighed his options and coldly snorted, fine, I will give you some time. But I must warn you, if you cannot produce the money and profits by then, do not blame me for being rude. Upon hearing Decos agree, Jin Feng knew they had passed the first hurdle. Now it was up to how Chen Tianhao would act. She smiled and nodded at Deco's master. Rest assured I will arrange for someone to send the money immediately. After Jin Feng finished speaking, Deco's remained silent, merely nodding indifferently. Seeing that the matter was settled, Jeffrey did not intend to stay longer. He stood up, raised the glass and downed the wine in one go, smiling at Deco's. Since the matter is resolved, I will take my leave. I hope everyone can be harmonious and make money together in the future. Deco snorted and said to Roberto beside him, go see Lord Jeffrey off and ensure his safety. Roberto respectfully addressed Deco's yes father. He then turned to Jeffrey and said, Lord Jeffrey, let me escort you on behalf of my father. Jeffrey nodded and prepared to leave with Jin Feng and the others, but Jin Feng was not naive. She quickly said to Deco's, Master, rest assured we will definitely fulfill our promise to you. Deco's waved his hand impatiently and Jin Feng, understanding the hint, immediately followed after Jeffrey, who had already left. Roberto kept following behind Jeffrey. After they got into the car and left, Roberto hurriedly ran to find Deco's. As soon as he arrived in front of Deco's, he spoke, Father, why don't we just eliminate them? I believe we can remove Dongqing from Amsterdam tonight. Deco's looked at his disappointing son and replied impatiently, do you think Jeffrey would allow us to eliminate them? Do you believe that if we take action tonight it will turn into a struggle between two factions? Upon hearing Deco's words, Roberto understood the seriousness of the situation. Although he was ambitious, he was not foolish and immediately asked, they have humiliated our family so greatly, are we going to do nothing? Deco's, hearing his question, simply replied, don't worry. As long as Dongqing cannot provide the money, we can act against them without Jeffrey saying anything. Moreover, our plan is about to succeed, and at that time Jeffrey's life and death will be in our hands. Will he dare to act recklessly? After hearing his father's explanation, Roberto calmed down and even started to worry about Jeffrey, wondering what his expression would be at that time. Half an hour later, Jin Feng and the others returned to the Chen residence. Jeffrey did not accompany them and had parted ways with Jin Feng on the way. Waiting for news from Jin Feng, Bai Wuchang and the others ran up as soon as they saw them return safely, asking, how was it? Sister Feng, what did the Hill family say? Jin Feng looked at their expressions and said with a not so pleasant face, first arranged to send 30 million to the Hill family to temporarily stabilize them. As for other matters, we will wait until Aha wakes up to discuss. Bai Wuchang and the others felt a bit uncomfortable after hearing Jin Feng's words, but using money to buy time was undoubtedly the best solution for now. At that moment, a little brother who had been guarding outside Aha's hospital room rushed in panting and said, Sister Feng, Brother Hao has woken up. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately rushed to the hospital room. At this time, Chen Tianhao, lying on the bed, opened his eyes slightly, feeling a white haze outside. His eyes were stimulated to the point of shedding tears. After a moment of acclimatization, he could see the surroundings clearly. He saw Jin Feng and Yin Feng squatting on either side of the hospital bed, eagerly watching him, while Meng Bohui and He Bai Wuchang stood nearby. Seeing Chen Tianhao open his eyes, Jin Feng was instantly filled with excitement and hurriedly held his hand, asking, How are you, Ahao? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Chen Tianhao propped himself up with both hands, trying to sit up. However, after lying down for so long, his body had not adjusted and he could not sit up no matter how he tried. Yin Feng quickly helped him up. Once he was stable, Chen Tianhao said to Jin Feng, I'm fine, you don't need to worry. At this moment, Chen Tianhao noticed that everyone present except for Jin Feng and the others seemed to be injured, and he had not seen Li Wang, who had always been by his side even before he lost consciousness. Thinking of this, Chen Tianhao asked them, What happened to your injuries? Where is Li Wang? He Bai Wuchang and the others were momentarily at a loss for words. They all lowered their heads. Finally, it was Yin Feng who spoke up. Li Wang is missing. We sent someone to look for him but couldn't find him. Upon hearing Yin Feng's words, Chen Tianha's eyes widened and he loudly questioned everyone present. Someone step forward and tell me what happened while I was unconscious. Boss Li Wang informed us that you had been poisoned. He told us to find a doctor and medical equipment. Bai Wuchang paused briefly before continuing. However, that kind of medical equipment is only available at the IR hospital run by the Shansu family. Li Wang took people to seize it. Originally, we were also planning to go to IR hospital, but when we arrived, Li Wang had already captured the people and equipment. He told us to leave first while he stayed behind to hold them off. At his request, we took the people and equipment and left first. On the way back, Meng Bohui and the others sent people to meet us. After repelling the Shansu family's men, Meng Bohui and the others immediately went to look for Li Wang, but they couldn't find him. After Bai Wuchang finished speaking, he glanced at Meng Bohui, who also stepped forward and said, At that time we captured some of the Shansu family's people but couldn't extract any information about Li Wang's whereabouts. When we returned to our territory, we were just about to send people to inquire about Li Wang's news when the Shansu family attacked us with several major powers. If it weren't for the help of the blood gang's SWAT, we would have likely lost our stronghold already. After listening to their explanation, Chen Tianhao roughly understood the situation. Li Wang and the others had charged into the Shansu family's territory to save him, and the Shansu family had allied with several forces to create trouble for Dongqing. From the injuries they sustained, it was evident that Dongqing had not gained the upper hand.
Thinking of this, Chen Tianhao asked them what is the Shanxu family's current stance. Will they continue to fight?
And has Li Wang been captured by them?
Listening to Chen Tianhao's series of questions, they suddenly felt overwhelmed.
It was still Jin Feng who spoke up.
I just returned from the Shanxu family with Mr. Jeffrey.
The head of the Shanxu family Deke said that for this incident we need to compensate them $30 million and give them 50 of our territory's profits.
Damn it.
My brothers are missing and it would be good if I don't go looking for trouble with them, yet they dare to extort such a large sum. Hearing Jin Feng's words, Chen Tianhao was instantly furious, his face turning red with anger. After venting, Chen Tianhao continued. I don't care if Li Wang has been captured by them. I want one of you to convey a message to the Shanxu family. They need to find a way to bring Li Wang back to me. Otherwise tonight Chen Tianhao will lead people to annihilate them. It was understandable for Chen Tianhao to be so furious. After all, Li Wang was the first little brother he summoned. He had always been with him, following him from Hong Kong to the Netherlands, and their bond was the deepest. Now Li Wang was in danger, possibly losing his life to the Shanxu family.
How could he not be angry?
But he also did not believe that Li Wang would perish so easily. Thinking of this, Chen Tianhao prepared to get out of bed. He intended to personally look for Li Wang. However, as soon as he made a move, he was stopped by Jin Feng and Yin Feng. Jin Feng said to him,
How? We cannot act impulsively now.
We are surrounded by wolves. As soon as we make a move, we will definitely be overwhelmed and devoured without a bone left. Hearing Jin Feng's words only fueled Chen Tianhao's anger further. Does my brother's life not matter?
Am I, Chen Tianhao, afraid of them?
Yin Feng hurriedly said, are you willing to lose so many brothers' lives for just one person? Chen Tianhao paid no attention to what Yin Feng said and calmly replied, I'm not the kind of person who can swallow my anger. If they dare to threaten my life, they will see who is stronger. Hearing Chen Tianhao's words, Bai Wuchang stepped forward and asked Chen Tianhao, boss, with things this way, are we still delivering the 30 million to the Shanxu family? After Bai Wuchang spoke, he pointed to the bags carried by two little brothers behind them. Before Chen Tianhao regained consciousness, Jin Feng had arranged for Bai Wuchang to send money.
Why should we give them money?
Chen Tianhao said, and got out of bed with Yin Feng supporting him. He looked at Jin Feng and continued. I will never give them money, but I also won't blindly go to war with them. At least until I figure out where Li Wang is, I want to take action against them. Hearing what Chen Tianhao said, Bai Wuchang and the others immediately stood up together and said to Chen Tianhao, whatever you need, boss, just command us. Li Wang went missing. To cover our retreat, we need to do something. Meng Buhui and Bai Wuchang also said in unison, boss, just give us orders if there's something to do. Chen Tianhao looked at them, smiled and said to them, all right, tonight I will lead you to charge into the Shanxu family's den of tigers and dragons. Hearing what Chen Tianhao said, Jin Feng quickly said, you can't be foolish. The Shanxu family is not something we can deal with right now, especially since you just woke up. Looking at Jin Feng's anxious expression, he said, don't worry.
Sister Feng, I won't do anything reckless.
Besides, I only plan to sneak in quietly and see if they have captured Li Wang.
However, there was one thing he did not say. After tonight, regardless of whether Li Wang was in the Shanxu family or not, the Shanxu family would enter a countdown to destruction.
Jiang Tianhao with a worried expression was about to persuade Jin Feng again when he firmly patted her shoulder and said, Sister Feng, my mind is made up. Rest assured. I will ensure that everything we have lost is returned to us double. Jin Feng, feeling helpless, nodded in agreement. Seeing her consent, Jiang Tianhao turned to Bai Wuchang and the others, noticing the bandages on them. He calmed himself down and said to them, you all have injuries, so go rest for now.
I will get something to eat as I haven't eaten since I woke up from my coma.
As soon as Jiang Tianhao finished speaking, Yin Feng shouted outside, bring the prepared meals to the top floor. After that, she turned to Jiang Tianhao and said, let's go, I've had someone prepare everything.
The smell of disinfectant here is affecting my appetite.
It turned out that Yin Feng had someone prepare food, fearing that Jiang Tianhao would wake up without anything to eat. Jiang Tianhao appreciated her thoughtfulness and walked into the elevator with her support. The food had just arrived and, driven by hunger, Jiang Tianhao forgot about his image and started devouring it ravenously. Yin Feng watched in stunned silence, worried he might choke, so she quickly poured him a glass of water and sat quietly beside him watching. Feeling her gaze, Jiang Tianhao said to her, why don't you join me for a bite?
It feels a bit awkward with you just staring at me.
Yin Feng watched as Jiang Tianhao spoke while reaching for a chicken leg. She smiled and shook her head, you eat.
I've already had my share.
Then she continued, I need to leave as last night's matters are still unresolved.
If anything comes up, just have someone call me.
After saying that, Yin Feng stood up to leave, and Jiang Tianhao didn't stop her, continuing to enjoy his meal. After feeling nearly full, he opened the system panel. Host Jiang Tianhao, nickname Mad Tiger. Identity East Star Deepwater Hall Master, not officially appointed Blood Gang Leader. System level 21500 010 0000.
Age 17. Physique 70 recovering. Mental strength 15 ordinary person 10.
Item storage 5 AKs 10 Black Stars 10 rocket launchers 100 rockets 54 million US dollars.
Gold coins 1800.
Skills Hard Qigong Master Baji Quan Master Special Combat Great Success Shooting Great Success Driving Skills Great Success Street Fighting Great Success Fluent in Global Languages. Jiang Tianhao noticed his physique had dropped to 70 but fortunately there was a note stating recovering.
If he couldn't recover he would suffer a significant loss.
Thinking about infiltrating the Shanqiu family tonight he realized that relying solely on the injured He Bai Wuchang was insufficient.
He immediately spent 5,000 gold coins and 10 million USD. System summon 500 elite subordinates.
Ding 500 elite subordinates summoned successfully. The host can summon them at any time. Without hesitation Jiang Tianhao chose a random summon for them to converge here at the mansion then continued, give me 3 more special summons.
Ding special summon in progress.
Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Nansong Baishan from the movie Power King.
Ding special summon in progress.
Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning John Wick from the movie John Wick.
Ding special summon in progress.
Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Black Panther from the movie Black Panther. The host can summon them at any time. As the system's voice fell Jiang Tianhao immediately summoned them without any flashy effects. Suddenly 3 individuals appeared before him calling out boss. Jiang Tianhao waved at them and used his true eye to check their panels.
Name Baishan. Physique 70. Mental strength 15.
Skill Soul Reaper Master Eagle Claw Technique Great Success.
Loyalty 100 Devoted. Name John Wick. Physique 50. Mental strength 12.
Skills Marksmanship Master Mixed Martial Arts Master Proficient in all vehicle types.
Loyalty 100 Devoted. Name Black Panther. Physique 100. Mental strength 20.
Skills Flaming Blade Technique Master Ocean's Immeasurable Master Lightness Technique Water Walking Master Brothers. If you have better skills let me know and I will adjust.
Loyalty 100 Devoted.
Looking at their panels Jiang Tianhao made arrangements in his mind.
He exchanged the remaining gold coins for 1,000 ordinary subordinates and 500 gold coins worth of weapons.
Then he looked at John Wick and said, later I will prepare a batch of weapons for you to take to the South District Blood Gang to find SWAT. Tell him that tonight I will provide a batch of manpower and my requirement is that they are all from the South District.
John Wick nodded to indicate he understood.
Without delay Jiang Tianhao summoned the 1,000 subordinates and instructed the system to have them go find SWAT. After completing all this Jiang Tianhao turned to Black Panther and Baishan and said as for you too. While speaking Jiang Tianhao deliberately left a suspense which made Black Panther and the other person quite anxious. Seeing the foreigners next to them were busy with tasks they immediately asked. What about us boss? What do we do? Jiang Tianhao laughed heartily at their eagerness and said are you so eager to work for me? Black Panther quickly replied boss don't keep us in suspense. It is our honor for the brothers to work for you. Seeing Black Panther's words had reached this point Jiang Tianhao could no longer pretend so he said to the two don't worry there's plenty for you to do. Just go rest for now. Tonight come with me to scout the Shanqiu family's situation. Hearing that Jiang Tianhao was going to lead them personally tonight Black Panther and the others immediately became excited nodding eagerly. Seeing their enthusiasm Jiang Tianhao called in a subordinate from outside to take Black Panther and the others down to rest. As for John Wick. After Black Panther and the others left Jiang Tianhao quickly took him to get weapons and also arranged a few elite subordinates for him then he took the weapons to find SWAT. Having arranged everything Jiang Tianhao returned alone to the top floor sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window gazing at the desolate streets that had been ravaged by last night's battle. Jiang Tianhao was filled with mixed emotions he had once again walked through the gates of hell. Because of his disappearance Power King was also affected. If he couldn't find Power King in the Shanqiu family tonight he might feel guilty for a lifetime. Night fell. Chen Tianhao instructed Black Panther and White God to lead 20 elite subordinates into the Eastern District agreeing to meet outside the Hill family's estate. Given the tense situation it was impossible to brazenly bring people into the Hill family's territory as that would disrupt Chen Tianhao's plans. Grey Wuchang and Meng Bohui were left at Chen Mansion as Black and White Wuchang were both injured and could not take everyone with them. After arranging everything Chen Tianhao left the mansion alone and headed toward the Hill family's estate. As for why he was alone it was certainly for the sake of concealment. Besides he had the system mall and as long as he had money he could want as many people as he liked. With Chen Tianhao rushing at full speed he reached the woods 1 kilometer away from the Hill family's estate in half an hour. After searching the surroundings and not seeing Black Panther and the others he randomly found a tree to climb and rested against it. After about 10 minutes rustling sounds came from the woods. Chen Tianhao looked in the direction of the noise and saw Black Panther looking back at him. He immediately jumped down from the tree. Black Panther and the others rushed over whispering to Chen Tianhao boss. Chen Tianhao waved to them calling Black Panther and White God over and said to them. How did it go? Did anyone spot you on the way? Black Panther hearing Chen Tianhao's question immediately replied don't worry boss.
We came separately and no one noticed us.
Chen Tianhao nodded in response and said to them, next the two of you will accompany me to sneak in and see if Li Wang is really captured by them. As for the subordinates brought along, let them stay here to assist us. After finishing his words, Chen Tianhao entered the system and retrieved the weapons he had exchanged for, including handguns, grenade launchers, submachine guns, rocket launchers, as well as a full set of bulletproof vests and night vision goggles. Seeing this, Black Panther immediately called over the nearby subordinates to collect the gear. He and White God each took 2 handguns and a submachine gun, while Black Panther specifically grabbed an extra grenade launcher. Chen Tianhao himself was well prepared. He had already prepared his weapons, which included 2 Desert Eagles and a Vityaz submachine gun, and like Black Panther he also carried a grenade launcher on his back. Once everything was ready, Chen Tianhao looked at the fully equipped 2 and the 40 elite subordinates. He had no grand speeches to make, merely saying, "You 40 will stay here to assist us." After saying this, Chen Tianhao told Black Panther and White God, "Let's go." As soon as Chen Tianhao's words fell, he darted out like a cheetah, and Black Panther and White God immediately followed. Before long they had entered the searchlight's range of the Hill family. Despite the Hill family strengthening their defenses after the recent battle with Dongqing, this was merely a facade for Chen Tianhao and his group. It had no effect at all. They easily evaded the searchlights and patrolling bodyguards, but when they reached the outer wall they looked at the surveillance cameras inside. Chen Tianhao and the others found themselves in a dilemma. If they destroyed it directly, they would surely be discovered by the Hill family's people. Just as they were brainstorming solutions, White God poked Chen Tianhao and said, "Boss, let me destroy the surveillance. I can draw their attention while you sneak in during the chaos. Instead of doing that, I might as well lead you all in by force. Why go through so much trouble?" After saying this, Chen Tianhao moved toward the other side of the wall, and White God chose not to argue further, following Chen Tianhao, who had already moved ahead. When they reached the end of the wall, they saw a large electric tower in the open space ahead. Upon seeing this, Chen Tianhao immediately smiled and said, "Damn it, if we can't destroy the surveillance, can we not cut off your power?" While Chen Tianhao was speaking, the searchlight had just swept over the electric tower and he quickly took the opportunity to dash out. Black Panther and White God kept an eye on the patrolling personnel inside the estate. When Chen Tianhao reached the base of the electric tower, he directly exchanged 4 mini-timed explosives from the system. After setting the timers, he placed them at the 4 corners of the electric tower. Chen Tianhao then ran towards Black Panther and White God. At that moment the searchlight shone over, and just as it was about to catch sight of Chen Tianhao, several explosions erupted, plunging the entire estate into darkness. Immediately a group of bodyguards armed with flashlights rushed out to see what was happening, but Chen Tianhao and his group would not miss this opportunity, directly scaling the wall into the estate, making their way toward the center of the estate. Along the way they encountered 2 members of the Hill family. Since Chen Tianhao and his group were unaware of the area, they captured them to ask questions. From their mouths they learned about the Hill family's dungeon and the whereabouts of Dekos. After gathering this information, the 2 individuals were swiftly dealt with by Black Panther. Chen Tianhao did not linger here any longer. Based on the information they received, they smoothly arrived outside the dungeon where the Hill family held their captives. Chen Tianhao prepared to charge in directly as Li Wang might be locked inside, but he was stopped by Black Panther, who said, "Boss, let me go." After Black Panther rushed into the dark dungeon, Chen Tianhao followed closely behind while White God stayed outside to keep watch. However, when Chen Tianhao and the others entered the dungeon, they were surprised to find no one from the Hill family inside, only a few foreigners weakly lying in their cells. Seeing this, Chen Tianhao immediately broke open a cell's lock and rushed in to grab one of the people on the ground, asking, "Have you seen an Oriental person brought in by the Hill family?" The person was bewildered by Chen Tianhao's actions and shook his head, saying, "Sorry sir, I don't know what you're talking about, but since it seems you're here to rescue someone, could you take me with you? If I get out, I will definitely repay you well." Not receiving the information he wanted, Chen Tianhao coldly replied, "Whether you can escape depends on yourself." After saying this, Chen Tianhao left with Black Panther and reunited with White God, who was keeping watch outside, and they headed directly toward Dekos' residence. Just as they were progressing smoothly and had reached the villa next to Dekos' residence, a large number of bodyguards suddenly appeared around Dekos' place. To avoid being spotted, Chen Tianhao and his group directly jumped through the windows into the villa. Dick Haas. Chen Tianhao ascended to the 2nd floor and immediately noticed that the door of the room across the staircase was ajar. He waved to Black Panther and they walked over one after the other. As they approached the door, Black Panther suddenly darted inside. Noticing the curtains in the corner moving, he raised his gun ready to shoot. However, he was stopped by Chen Tianhao, who had followed him in. At that moment, Black Panther clearly saw the situation in the corner where 2 trembling foreign girls were hiding. Seeing their state, Chen Tianhao found it hard to act. He stepped forward and asked them, "Are you also from the Hill family?" Emma and Anna looked at the Eastern man before them, and it was Anna who gathered her courage and cautiously replied to Chen Tianhao, We are not from the Hill family." Hearing that they were not from the Hill family, Chen Tianhao asked them curiously, "Then why are you here?" As soon as Chen Tianhao finished his question, Emma and Anna began to cry softly, which momentarily left Chen Tianhao at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, Anna managed to stop her tears. She wiped her face and said to Chen Tianhao, "Actually, we were kidnapped by Roberto. Our parents were killed by him while trying to stop him." Upon hearing her words, Chen Tianhao realized that this was not some melodramatic scenario where the princess of the Hill family had taken a liking to them and abducted them. At that moment Chen Tianhao carefully examined the two girls. He had to admit their beauty was undeniable. How should he put it? They were the type that everyone adored, blooming like flowers, and even the old man by the roadside would feel compelled to rush over and take them by force. Chen Tianhao was captivated by their stunning looks and curvy figures, so much so that even this young man was nearly overwhelmed. Black Panther, sensing the atmosphere, discreetly stepped out to search other rooms. Anna looked at the departing Black Panther and immediately stepped forward to Chen Tianhao, saying, "Sir, could you please save us sisters? We promise to fulfill any request of yours, even if it means sharing a bed." Chen Tianhao's heart raced at the thought. If he had such two women by his side, bringing them back to Hong Kong would surely make the crows envious. Hearing Anna's words, he quickly regained his composure and replied to them. "Don't misunderstand, I Chen Tianhao am not that kind of person. Within my capabilities I will help you leave." Though he said this, he felt elated inside. Wasn't this just a lucky find of two beautiful female assistants? Upon hearing Chen Tianhao's agreement, Anna immediately thanked him, saying, "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, sir." Even Emma, who had remained silent, timidly added, "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Surprised that Emma, who had been quiet, remembered his surname, Chen Tianhao wanted to say something more when Black Panther interrupted him, leading someone into the room. As Chen Tianhao was about to inquire about the situation, Anna spoke up. "Mr. Chen, he is Uncle Dick Haas. We were brought here and he has been protecting us. Otherwise we would have been harmed by that bastard Roberto long ago." Hearing Anna finish speaking, Chen Tianhao looked at Dick Haas, who was being escorted by Black Panther, and asked, "What is your relation to the Hill family?" Dick Haas, hearing Chen Tianhao's question, raised his head and, looking at the young Eastern man, replied, "I am not from the Hill family. They are not worthy. I am being held captive by them." Listening to his arrogant words, Chen Tianhao scoffed. "If you were really that formidable, why would you be confined by a mere Hill family?" Just as he prepared to respond, he heard Bai Shen's voice from downstairs. "Boss, it's not good. Many bodyguards from the Hill family have come outside." Upon hearing Bai Shen's words, Chen Tianhao inwardly cursed. He quickly instructed Black Panther to protect the two girls and prepared to fight his way out, otherwise if they surrounded this place it would be hard to escape. Before he could speak, Anna said, "Mr. Chen, can you take Uncle Dick Haas with us?" Emma nodded along, looking at Chen Tianhao with expectation. Hearing Anna plead for him, Dick Haas said to her, "If you can leave, just go with them. The Hill family's thugs won't dare to do anything to me. If you have a satellite phone you can lend it to me, that could help you avoid a lot of trouble." Listening to Dick Haas's bravado, Chen Tianhao wasn't angry. Instead, he directly took out a satellite phone from his tactical backpack and also handed him a handgun, saying to Dick Haas, "Since they've spoken up, you should come with us." After Chen Tianhao spoke, Haas took the phone and moved aside. Chen Tianhao paid him no mind and went directly downstairs, noticing the gathered bodyguards outside the villa. He was ready to charge out when Dick Haas called out to him, "Don't be impulsive, there is a bulletproof car behind the villa. We will leave by car." Chen Tianhao heeded his words and walked toward the back of the villa. Through the window he saw several people preparing to enter the courtyard. Without hesitation he pulled the trigger and several fell before his gun. Chen Tianhao was the first to open the door and rushed to the side of the car, opening the door and getting in with a swift motion. Black Panther followed suit, but the gunfire had already alerted the Hill family's people. As they emerged they were met with a barrage of fire, forcing them back. Seeing more and more people rushing towards them, Chen Tianhao immediately engaged reverse gear, positioning the car in front of the door. He leaned out, pulled out a grenade launcher from behind and fired 2 rounds, instantly causing chaos among the attackers. Under the cover of Chen Tianhao and Black Panther, Dick Haas and the two sisters successfully got into the car. As Black Panther got into the car, Bai Shen, who was in the hall firing wildly, shouted, and Bai Shen immediately dashed out of the villa, leaping into the vehicle. Seeing that everyone was in the car, Chen Tianhao pressed the accelerator and the vehicle sped off. The bodyguards trying to block them were knocked aside by Chen Tianhao. Black Panther and Bai Shen did not remain idle either, leaning out of the car and firing grenades at the pursuers. However, as the car sped toward the estate's exit, the number of pursuers increased. The Hill family's people were also chasing them, and vehicles and bullets rang out, striking the car. If it weren't for the car being bulletproof, it might have been blown up already. Now Chen Tianhao could see the glass peppered with bullet holes while he drove, and Black Panther dealt with the pursuers. Just as they rounded a bend and were about to break free from the Hill family's estate, they saw the road ahead blocked with vehicles. Upon noticing Chen Tianhao's car, the occupants opened fire furiously, and Chen Tianhao spotted a figure shouldering a rocket launcher. This scene startled Chen Tianhao. He grasped the steering wheel with one hand while the other fired the remaining grenades from his launcher. But he was still a moment too late, as a rocket was already flying toward them. Chen Tianhao could only swerve to the side, yet it was in vain. The car was flipped over by the explosion. The impact left them disoriented. Once the car stopped rolling, Chen Tianhao crawled out, followed closely by Black Panther and Bai Shen. Shaking his dazed head, Chen Tianhao immediately crouched to look inside the car, where he saw the 2 girls who had been knocked out and Dick Haas crawling out.
Chen Tianhao quickly climbed in and pulled Anna and the others out.
Meanwhile, the pursuing vehicles had caught up and Black Panther and the others were engaged in fierce combat with explosions ringing out intermittently. Fortunately, the overturned vehicle happened to block the angle of the Hill family's attack, just providing cover for Chen Tianhao and the others. Chen Tianhao placed Anna and another girl in a relatively safe spot before turning to assist Black Panther and White God.
At that moment, Dick
Horsford also crawled out of the vehicle, observing the chaotic battlefield before him with an expression that showed no signs of change. Calmly, he raised the gun in his hand and fired a burst at the front. Chen Tianhao noted the fluidity of his movements and realized he was not an ordinary character. As more and more people from the Hill family arrived, Chen Tianhao and the others caught in a pincer attack gradually felt the pressure. To protect the two girls, they lost their previous composure. A moment of carelessness caused White God to be bitten, blood gushing out. Seeing White God's situation, Black Panther immediately pressed on a few points on his body, stopping the bleeding. After doing all this, Black Panther ignored him and continued to wildly shoot at the Hill family members, occasionally launching grenades that sent the advancing enemies tumbling. At this time, Dick Horsford had also finished the last magazine and retreated to Chen Tianhao, who was vigorously firing the grenade launcher, saying, "Hey,
Yellowskin Kid, this way of fighting isn't a solution. Do you have a radio on you?"
Chen Tianhao was caught up in the excitement of the battle when he heard Dick's impolite words. He immediately regretted bringing this burden, but Chen Tianhao was also curious about what he was preparing to do. He tossed the radio from his waist over to him. Dick Horsford caught the radio and was about to enter the number to dial when he heard a flurry of gunfire and explosions coming from the main gate of the Hill family estate. The death servants and bodyguards of the Hill family who had been aggressively attacking them were instantly thrown into disarray by the overwhelming firepower. Even several modified firepower vehicles blocking the way were blown over. Chen Tianhao looked at the smoke and the group of people advancing towards them, and he knew it was his 40 elite subordinates coming to provide support. He immediately pulled Emma and Anna, who were trembling behind the vehicle, from the gunfire and exchanged a glance with Black Panther and White God. They quickly picked up the grenade launcher and provided covering fire for the pursuing bodyguards.
Chen Tianhao directly led the two sisters Emma and Anna toward the elite subordinates charging in.
Dick Horsford hung up the phone and quickly followed, no one knowing who he had called, but no one cared.
Chen Tianhao's decision to save him was based on Emma and the others.
In the Hill family estate inside Diko's villa, a few people were seen sitting at a table discussing something. From their seating positions and postures, it was clear that it was not Diko's leading the discussion. Watching him nodding and bowing at the end of the table, he appeared to be a complete sycophant compared to his earlier arrogance in front of Jean Fong and the others. As the white man in the main seat finished speaking, Diko's interjected, "Lord Weigert, I have sent someone to fetch Horsford and I believe he will be here shortly." Upon hearing this, the man referred to as Weigert smiled a bit more just as he was about to say something further when he was interrupted by the intense sound of gunfire. Upon hearing the gunfire, Diko's heart sank and he prepared to rise and check the situation. However, he was interrupted by Roberto, who had been crouching in the corner.
"Bastard! Don't you know this is our Hill family territory? How dare you come here to cause trouble?"
After saying this, Roberto stood up and led his men toward the sound of gunfire. He was already frustrated that he couldn't participate in his father's discussions, and now someone dared to create chaos in the Hill family. His only thought was to capture the troublemakers and torture them to vent his frustration. Watching Roberto rush out, Weigert looked at Diko's and loudly questioned, "Is your Hill family's security force really this weak?
You let someone sneak in without noticing. Do you even realize how many lives are at stake in this plan?
I hope you don't mess it up, you stupid pig." As Weigert spoke, he approached Diko's, grabbing him by the collar and forcefully tossing him back into his seat.
Diko's had no time to straighten his disheveled clothes and quickly said, "Rest assured, Your Excellency, our plan will definitely not have any issues.
Besides, Roberto has already taken people to resolve it and news will surely come back soon." Weigert looked at him with anger and said, "You better pray that nothing goes wrong, or before I fall I will make sure to wipe out your entire Hill family."
Roberto, eager to find out who was causing trouble in the Hill family, arrived in 2 minutes, a journey that usually took 5. But when he saw the dozens of corpses lying on the ground and the villa that was still smoking, he instantly lost his composure, grabbing a nearby bodyguard who was cleaning up the bodies and shouted, "Tell me what happened. Where are the people inside? The head of the family sent us to fetch Mr. Horsford, but before we could enter, someone rushed out from inside and opened fire on us. By the time we reacted, Horsford had already been taken away.
But our captain has already sent someone to pursue them, so they shouldn't be able to escape." After hearing the bodyguard's words, Roberto was instantly furious, pulling out his handgun to send the man to meet Jesus.
Then he turned to his group and said, "You all go and capture Horsford immediately. Do whatever it takes, he cannot leave the Hill family.
And have someone notify the Jin Sun team it's time for them to get moving." Roberto understood the importance of the situation and specifically sent out the Hill family's trump card, the Jin Sun team. Having given all his orders, he rushed back to the meeting place with even greater speed than when he arrived. After all, if Horsford escaped, the consequences would be more than he could bear.
Roberto hurried back to the conference room, beads of sweat dotting his forehead.
After glancing around, he ignored the gazes of others and walked straight towards Dakas, leaning down to whisper in his ear. Father Hosfu has been rescued, but I have already arranged for Jin Sun's men to pursue him.
Dakas, who was already pale due to Weigert's anger, turned even paler upon hearing Roberto's words.
Seeing the father and son whispering to each other, Weigert spoke up, his cold voice directed at Roberto. Didn't you send someone to invite Hosfu?
Where are the others? Hearing the questioning tone, Roberto didn't know how to respond.
It was Dakas who reacted first, trying to control his facial expression to prevent Weigert from noticing any issues, and said to Weigert,
Minister, please remain calm. The person is already on the way.
Roberto just returned to report to me who dared to disrupt our family. However, just as his words fell, a more intense explosion sounded, causing both Dakas and Roberto's expressions to freeze. Weigert observed their expressions and the commotion outside, realizing that the situation was not as simple as they claimed. He stepped forward, grabbed Dakas by the collar and slapped him twice, shouting,
You bastards, what else are you hiding from me? Are you not going to confess? Do you know the severity of kidnapping the Prime Minister? Under Weigert's furious gaze, Dakas dared not conceal any longer.
He honestly admitted that Hosfu had been rescued, but to lessen Weigert's anger he emphasized that he had already sent the Jin Sun squad to capture him. Upon learning all this, Weigert immediately called Chief Inspector Ahmeds, instructing him to impose a citywide lockdown. No one, including the military, could enter the city without his orders, especially keeping a close watch on the Hill family direction, ensuring no one could escape.
Although Ahmeds did not understand why Weigert wanted to do this, he knew that obeying orders was essential to maintain his position.
Moreover, he had already chosen to stand with Weigert, so even if the military arrived, he still had others above him to rely on.
As such, he immediately mobilized all police personnel in Amsterdam.
To express his determination, he gathered all armed vehicles in the police force for any unforeseen circumstances.
Weigert's plans did not stop there. He also summoned his personal guard and the only city defense battalion in Amsterdam, preparing to encircle Hosfu.
It was known that this city defense battalion and the guard were the only military forces he could mobilize apart from the police department. From his actions, it seemed he was ready to go all out.
However, he was not a fool.
Once everything was in place, Weigert did not intend to stay there, knowing full well that if Hosfu successfully escaped, he would have no chance of survival, so he had to prepare early. Before leaving, Weigert again threatened Dakas and his son, saying to them, You know the consequences if Hosfu escapes, but I believe you understand my methods even better. As long as you do not capture Hosfu today before I step down, I will ensure that your entire Hill family pays the price with your lives. After finishing, Weigert angrily shook his sleeves and left with his men. Dakas dared not delay any longer and immediately mobilized all the resources of the Hill family, instructing them to rush to the Hill family estate.
They absolutely could not let Hosfu escape.
With Weigert and Dakas' series of commands, the recently calm Amsterdam, which had just settled from the conflicts with Dongqing and various factions, became lively once again. The uproar caused the heavily damaged Italian mafia and the A Gong gang to become tense. They even abandoned the territory they had just seized from Dongqing, hastily summoning everyone to huddle together. Unlike them, who feared others would come after them, Dongqing, with a unified opinion, had a clear target. Upon learning that this chaos might have been instigated by Chen Tianhao, Jin Feng immediately rallied her people to prepare to support him. After Chen Tianhao woke up, he specifically informed Jin Feng about Swat's relationship with Dongqing, and Jin Feng also notified Swat. Although Jin Feng and her group intended to assist Chen Tianhao, Ahmeds would not easily allow them to leave the South District, as Weigert had already issued a death order. Just as Jin Feng and her group took action, the territory belonging to Dongqing in the South District was surrounded by Ahmed's men. The street thugs under the leadership of Meng Guohui and Hui Wuchang immediately clashed with the police, blocking their way.
In an instant, the entire street became tense.
The Dongqing brothers, who had just undergone several battles, gripped their weapons tightly, ready to send the white-skinned dogs blocking their path to meet Jesus at Meng Guohui's command. At this critical moment, Jin Feng arrived. She shouted to the police in front, I don't know who your superior is, but could you let him come out to talk? Just as Jin Feng finished speaking, the door of a car behind the police opened and out stepped Ahmeds, who had encountered Jin Feng and her group previously and was the commander of this operation. He approached Jin Feng with a smile and said, I wonder where this beautiful leader of the Triad, Jin Feng, is planning to take her people. Jin Feng, seeing his expression, replied with annoyance, What business is it of yours where we go? Ahmeds did not care about Jin Feng's menacing expression and continued smiling, saying, Normally letting you pass would be a matter of my word, but today's situation is not something I can control. I asked this beautiful lady not to make it difficult for me. Jin Feng was not in the mood to get into a lengthy discussion with him and directly stated, What if I insist on going through today? As soon as Jin Feng's words fell, Meng Guohui and the brothers under him loaded their guns, ready for a fight at any moment. Hearing Jin Feng's words and seeing the actions of Meng Guohui and his men, Ahmed's expression darkened. He said nothing to Jin Feng and simply turned to leave. As Ahmeds withdrew, his officers retreated in orderly succession, giving way to the deafening roar of approaching engines. Armored vehicles and anti-riot trucks now lined the street in precise formation. The gaping muzzles of heavy machine guns atop the armored vehicles were already trained on Jin Feng and her companions, ready to eliminate them instantly at the slightest sign of resistance. Jin Feng surveyed the scene and knew crossing this threshold would not be easy, and even if they succeeded, what awaited them was nothing short of reckoning. Yet she had already made her decision. Even if this city no longer offered them sanctuary, they would never abandon Chen Tianhao to face capture alone, nor would she recklessly sacrifice her people in a futile charge. Turning to Meng Bohui and the others, Jin Feng commanded, "Withdraw all our men." Meng Bohui immediately grasped her intent and swiftly orchestrated an orderly retreat. Ahmed's officers watched the East Star faction depart in disarray and burst into mocking laughter. "These yellow-skinned monkeys aren't so tough after all," one sneered. "What are our local gangs even doing? Letting a bunch of yellow-skinned outsiders run rampant like this?" Ahmed's merely offered a faint detached smile, his silence speaking volumes. They were beneath his notice. Just as their triumph swelled, a series of violent explosions shattered the air, followed by the lethal elegance of gunfire. Ahmed's vehicle stood behind the armored line, untouched by the blasts, but that very safety chilled them most, for what unfolded before their eyes defied belief. From across the street surged several armed pickup trucks, their heavy machine guns spitting torrents of cobalt flame as though determined to incinerate all in their path. Trailing behind were rocket artillery crews reloading with grim efficiency. The earlier detonations had been their handiwork. Ahmed's attempted to rally a counterforce, but faced with East Star's overwhelming firepower, none dared raise their heads. Their prized armored vehicles had just been obliterated. How could flesh and blood soldiers hope to survive? Watching his own men cower more than he did, Ahmed sighed in resignation, only to realize too late that Meng Bohui had already marked him for elimination. A blur flashed before Ahmed's eyes. Gunshots cracked, then in stunned silence he realized his entire entourage lay dead. Meeting Meng Bohui's glacial gaze, Ahmed's opened his mouth only to have it sealed shut by the searing barrel of a pistol still hot from recoil, sending violent tremors through his frame. A surviving officer paralyzed with terror wet himself on the spot. Just then the Pale Reaper arrived, cold-eyed, unblinking, and addressed him. "You call us yellow-skinned monkeys? Now, have you decided how you wish to die?" Without waiting for an answer, the Pale Reaper advanced. The officer scrambled backward, trembling uncontrollably, then seized by panic raised his weapon to fire. But the Pale Reaper had never taken his eyes off him. A single shot shattered the officer's gun-wielding hand. "Fuck you!" A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Hearing the man's hysterical shrieks, the Pale Reaper lost all patience. In one fluid motion he lunged forward and drove his knee into the officer's skull. It exploded like a ripe watermelon. Ahmed's, witnessing the horror firsthand, thrashed violently, only for Meng Bohui to press the pistol deeper into his throat, silencing him utterly. Having finished his work, the Pale Reaper approached Meng Bohui and said, "Let's go, no more games. We still have a boss to rescue." Meng Bohui instantly lost interest in tormenting Ahmed's. With a final icy remark he said, "Hope you're luckier in your next life, goodbye." He pulled the trigger. Ahmed's died without struggle, without dignity, his eyes wide open, frozen in disbelief. The Pale Reaper's group wasted no time. They boarded waiting vehicles and sped after Jin Feng and the White Reaper, who had already vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, Swart and John Wick faced far less resistance. Upon receiving Jin Feng's call, they had just assembled their men ready to execute Chen Tianhao's orders, so no further mobilization was needed. They simply pivoted direction and charged forward. With most police forces diverted by Ahmed's to contain both the military and Jin Feng's faction, Swart's team moved with terrifying impunity. No officer dared intervene as they carved a direct path toward the Hill family compound. Back with Chen Tianhao. Just as Chen Tianhao reunited with his reinforcements and exhaled in relief, a muffled gunshot echoed, and one of his men split cleanly in two before their eyes. Ima and her sister stared mute with horror at the missing lower half of their comrade and at the crimson spray coating them head to toe before scrambling wordlessly into Chen Tianhao's arms. Chen Tianhao froze stunned. He'd never witnessed such brutality firsthand. Fortunately, Black Panther reacted instantly, shouting for Baishan to drag all three to cover. In that brief interval, just as they vacated the spot, the same sharp report rang out again, claiming another of Chen Tianhao's men. Chen Tianhao finally snapped into focus. Before he could speak, Black Panther urged, "Boss, we need to move. Hill family reinforcements have arrived, and they're no ordinary operatives." But Chen Tianhao was not one to back down. Dismissing the warning, he ordered instead, "Baishan, you secure them. Black Panther and I will hunt down whoever's sniping us." Even as they spoke, another man fell dead before he could even duck behind cover. Once targeted, even elite fighters stood no chance. That was why Chen Tianhao insisted on eliminating the threat himself. Trapped like this, escape was impossible. Seeing the situation before him, Chen Tianhao wasted no time and immediately fired 2 smoke grenades at the opposing side with his grenade launcher. As the thick smoke rose, he charged towards the members of the Hill clan and the Jin Sun squad. At the moment Chen Tianhao made his move, Black Panther quickly followed suit, while White God led the remaining subordinates to protect the Emma sisters and Haas as they fought their way out of the estate. As the Hill clan members prepared to push through the smoke to continue their pursuit, Chen Tianhao had already reached their front. His figure appeared like a ghost, suddenly materializing before an armed bodyguard. Just as the bodyguard was about to raise his gun to shoot, Chen Tianhao grasped the barrel and lifted it skyward before delivering a powerful punch to his neck.
With a crack, the bodyguard's head was sent flying, causing the onlookers behind him to feel a wave of terror, unable to face the gruesome scene. However, Chen Tianhao would not miss such a golden opportunity. Using the fallen bodyguard as a shield, he emptied the magazine of the gun he had just seized into the bodyguards of the Hill clan. As the rat-a-tat of gunfire rang out, they snapped back to reality, frantically seeking cover. But it seemed it was already too late. With the gunfire ending, they all collapsed in a pool of blood. Yet this was far from over. Just as Chen Tianhao tossed aside the corpse and rolled to the side, a loud bang echoed and the body was blown in half. Chen Tianhao had come specifically for this person. Seeing him dare to fire again, he immediately raised the gun he had just picked up and retaliated towards the sniper. Although the rifle's range was not as far as that of a large-caliber sniper rifle with the system's enhancement and his current superhuman physique, these factors were negligible. Chen Tianhao aimed and shot in one go. He distinctly saw the sniper several hundred meters away being hit, though he couldn't tell if it was a fatal blow. He had no time to ponder, as the bodyguards he had just cleared were now surrounding him again. Fortunately, Black Panther had also caught up. After a burst of gunfire, Black Panther reached Chen Tianhao's side and said, "Boss, leave these small fries to me." Without waiting for Chen Tianhao to respond, Black Panther drew two tang swords from his back and charged into the hail of bullets. The dense gunfire seemed to slow down for him, allowing him to dodge effortlessly while rapidly closing in on the enemy. Anyone who came within his reach was swiftly cut in half, falling into a pool of blood. Watching Black Panther's impressive display, Chen Tianhao thought to himself, if my little brother is this fierce, I as the boss cannot fall behind. With that in mind, Chen Tianhao did not hesitate to join the fray. However, unlike Black Panther, who charged through the crowd, he had a clear target in mind. He was determined to deal with the hidden sniper. Black Panther below was already going wild, and Chen Tianhao noticed he had stopped firing, suggesting he was injured. As the saying goes, take advantage of his illness to claim his life. Chen Tianhao would not let such a good opportunity slip by, especially since several of his subordinates had fallen to that sniper's gun. But just as Chen Tianhao was quickly approaching the sniper, he heard a loud roar, "You useless trash, get out of my way. Let me deal with this arrogant guy." After the voice echoed, the battlefield, which had been filled with gunfire, fell silent in an instant. Following the sound, Chen Tianhao saw a giant nearly 3 meters tall standing in his path. In terms of sheer size, even Mount Tai would seem smaller. Behind him were 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, each wielding different melee weapons, clearly considering Chen Tianhao as their prey. However, they had chosen the wrong opponent. Chen Tianhao was actually looking for them, and he hadn't expected them to come seeking him. Gazing at the mountain of flesh before him, he decided to take him down first. Just as he prepared to strike, the blonde man across from him spoke. "Another fearless yellow-skinned monkey. Vic, don't waste time, deal with him quickly. We can't let him escape like last time." After hearing the blonde man's words, the giant blocking Chen Tianhao's path let out a thunderous roar, "Let the giant Vic tear you apart." With that, he charged towards Chen Tianhao. While Chen Tianhao was pondering whether the person the blonde man referred to as having escaped was the Li Wang, he saw the giant rushing towards him, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Without further thought, Chen Tianhao prepared to deal with the enemy before him. He stood still, seemingly stunned. Just as the giant Vic reached him, raising a hand to slap him, he moved. He lifted his left hand and effortlessly blocked the enormous blow that felt as heavy as Mount Tai, then smiled up at Vic. The blonde man watched in surprise as Chen Tianhao easily deflected Vic's attack and said, "These yellow-skinned monkeys are truly monsters. Previously no one could withstand Vic's full-force strike, and now a second one has appeared." After the blonde man spoke, the blue-eyed girl behind him chimed in, "Stop being surprised. Hurry up and deal with him. We can't let him escape like last time, and won't be easy to explain to the head of the family." Upon hearing this, the blonde man and his companions quickly set aside their playful demeanor, drawing their weapons and preparing to assist Vic in dealing with Chen Tianhao. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed, followed by Vic's massive body crashing down. Seeing Vic being thrown back, the blonde man and the 2 people beside him instinctively sidestepped. However, the blue-eyed girl and another member of their team, obscured by their view, were not so fortunate and were directly knocked away by Vic's body. Fortunately, the blue-haired girl was quick-witted. Seeing she couldn't dodge, she grabbed her stunned teammate and pulled him in front of her as a shield. They crashed into a destroyed car, and she tossed aside the unfortunate soul who had lost consciousness, spitting out a mouthful of blood before slowly leaning against the car, clearly injured internally. Regaining his composure, the blonde man looked towards Vic and saw a large hole in his chest with only his limbs still twitching, indicating he was still alive. Seeing the situation before him, the blonde man's heart began to waver. After all, Vic was the strongest among their 7, and now he had been easily dealt with by the enemy, along with 3 of their members incapacitated. The remaining 3 were even less a match for Chen Tianhao. Realizing this, he exchanged glances with the other 2 and quickly ran towards the discarded firearms. But Chen Tianhao would not give them this opportunity. He swiftly dashed towards them while nearby mercenaries and bodyguards were about to raise their guns to deal with Chen Tianhao, only to be cleaved in half by Black Panther, who had been watching from the sidelines. Chen Tianhao's movements were no slower than those of the Black Panther. While the Black Panther was clearing the miscellaneous soldiers, Chen Tianhao caught up with the 3 blonde men fleeing backwards. Seeing Chen Tianhao pursuing them, the remaining 2 members of the Jin Sun team reluctantly blocked Chen Tianhao's path at the command of the blonde man. Just as they picked up their weapons and attempted to resist, they were each struck by a punch from Chen Tianhao, creating 2 large holes in their bodies and ending their lives instantly. Just as Chen Tianhao was about to continue his chase of the blonde man, a dull gunshot rang out again. As Chen Tianhao prepared to dodge, the bullet struck the 2 men he had just dealt with, instantly tearing their bodies in half and splattering blood and mud all over Chen Tianhao. Following the sound of the gunshot, Chen Tianhao saw a figure with both an eye and left shoulder bandaged struggling to aim a sniper rifle at the blonde man not far away. Looking at his pitiful state, Chen Tianhao couldn't help but exclaim internally, "Damn, this foreigner is quite lucky his eyeball has exploded, yet he still lives." Though Chen Tianhao thought this, his desire to kill the opponent did not diminish, rather it made him even more excited. He casually picked up a dropped rifle from a nearby corpse. Seeing it was still usable, Chen Tianhao shot twice at the fleeing blonde man, but neither hit a vital spot. Instead, he crippled the man's hands, and then Chen Tianhao slowly spoke to him, "I advise you to stay still, otherwise the next shot will be to your head." It must be said that the blonde man was quite tough. Despite having both hands shot, he managed to remain silent. After listening to Chen Tianhao, he stopped resisting and simply lay down on the ground as if waiting for death to arrive. Ignoring him, Chen Tianhao turned to the small fly that had just shot at him and said, "Do you know that shooting from the shadows is quite impolite?" The one-eyed foreigner, enduring intense pain in his eye, replied to Chen Tianhao, "You are the strongest person I have ever seen. No one has survived under my sniper fire before. You are the first." Chen Tianhao was taken aback by such high praise from the foreigner. He chuckled and replied, "Oh, since you praise me so much, it wouldn't be good to just kill you like this. How about we make a bet? If you win, I'll spare your life." Upon hearing Chen Tianhao's words, the one-eyed foreigner became emotionally agitated, even causing blood to seep from his freshly bandaged eye. After calming down, he asked Chen Tianhao, "What are the terms of the bet?" "Let's bet whether you can make me move," Chen Tianhao said with a smile, slowly raising his gun to aim at the one-eyed foreigner. Seeing Chen Tianhao's action, the one-eyed foreigner said nothing more. Instead, he lay flat on the ground, opened the sniper rifle's bipod and aimed at Chen Tianhao with one hand, hoping that Chen Tianhao would keep his promise and spare his life. Just as they aimed at each other, the Black Panther approached Chen Tianhao and said, "Boss, it's all taken care of." Upon hearing Black Panther's words, Chen Tianhao turned his head to look. Seeing this, the one-eyed foreigner immediately pulled the trigger, ready to make Chen Tianhao pay for his arrogance. However, who was Chen Tianhao? At the moment the one-eyed foreigner's gun fired, Chen Tianhao pulled the trigger twice in quick succession. The instant the gun fired, a loud explosion was heard, followed by a sound like a watermelon bursting, echoing in the ears of Chen Tianhao and his companions. Evidently one of the bullets Chen Tianhao fired intercepted the one-eyed foreigner's sniper bullet, while the other was of course meant for him. Chen Tianhao turned to look and saw the one-eyed foreigner's eyes wide open, as if he couldn't comprehend why Chen Tianhao's reaction speed was so fast. The blonde man, who had just regained a glimmer of hope upon hearing Chen Tianhao's bet, was stunned at the moment the gun fired. He never expected Chen Tianhao's marksmanship to be so good, to actually intercept bullets with bullets. He had no idea what kind of monster the Shanqiu family had provoked. While the blonde man was still in shock, Chen Tianhao and Black Panther had already approached him. Chen Tianhao slowly crouched down and asked the blonde man, 2 days ago did you go to the Air Comprehensive Hospital to carry out a mission?" The blonde man, looking at the bloodied Chen Tianhao and his almost murderous gaze, felt intimidated by his aura and involuntarily nodded in response. Seeing the blonde man nodding in panic, Chen Tianhao continued to ask, "Did you see a middle-aged man with an East Asian appearance?" Upon hearing Chen Tianhao's question, the blonde man instinctively thought of their group. If he told them that the person had escaped after being seriously injured, he wondered if they would still let him go. As the blonde man hesitated, the Black Panther behind Chen Tianhao fiercely said to him, "You'd better be honest, otherwise I will make you wish you were dead." Looking at the Black Panther's fierce gaze and Chen Tianhao's calm eyes combined with their bloodied appearance, the blonde man chose to be honest, slowly sitting up and saying, 2 nights ago we received orders from the family head to deal with the troublemakers at Air Comprehensive Hospital. We thought it was just a routine task. The family head deploying us was a complete overkill. However, when we arrived on the scene, we realized we had underestimated our opponent. He single-handedly wielded a knife, killing hundreds of armed personnel who had come to assist without them daring to step forward. Just as he was about to break through the encirclement, I immediately ordered Wire, the unfortunate guy you just bet with, to take action. A shot hit him in the waist and we were astonished at how easy this task seemed. When we went over to claim his body for a reward, who would have thought he was pretending to be dead? He suddenly attacked and killed 2 of our team members. The giant Vic was intrigued by this and, despite our attempts to stop him, charged at the man. However, Vic's normally unstoppable fists were easily caught by him with one hand. Seeing that Vic was helpless against him, we prepared to shoot him, but he used Vic as a shield. After losing 2 team members, we could only watch him escape helplessly. After listening to the blonde man's account, Chen Tianhao asked, "So you mean you didn't catch him?" "That's right, sir. That's everything I know." However, Chen Tianhao ignored his words and instead walked towards the direction where Bai Xin and the others had left. The Black Panther, seeing the overly eager blonde man, chose not to torment him further but instead gave him a quick end before hastily catching up with Chen Tianhao. Listening to the gradually fading gunfire, Chen Tianhao was not in a hurry to chase after Bai Xin and the others. After all, Bai Xin was not a pushover. Dealing with a bunch of small fry was completely beneath him. Just as Chen Tianhao was pondering where Li Wang had gone, Black Panther caught up with him. Chen Tianhao decided not to think anymore and directly asked Black Panther, "You mean Li Wang managed to shake off his pursuers? Why hasn't he come back?" Black Panther, hearing Chen Tianhao's question, replied without hesitation, "It's definitely because his injuries are too severe, leaving him no time to return." Upon hearing Black Panther's words, Chen Tianhao made a decision in his heart. No matter what, he had to find Li Wang. Just as he was thinking this, he heard the sound of intense explosions and heavy gunfire coming from outside the manor. Hearing the commotion, Black Panther immediately said to Chen Tianhao, "Boss, could it be that Bai Xin and the others have encountered reinforcements from the Hill Clan?" Chen Tianhao did not respond but went to the system space to grab 2 Gatling guns and 2 large packs of ammunition. After handing one to Black Panther, he directly hugged a gun and dashed towards the manor's exit. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the Hill Clan, Deco's received news that the Jin Sun squad and the interceptors had been wiped out. This instantly made him restless, his heart racing with anxiety. Had the military intervened? Otherwise, how could the Jin Sun squad be eliminated so easily? Just as Deco's was contemplating whether to flee, Weigert received a phone call and burst into laughter. "Ha! Hasif, now I see where you can run to." After Weigert finished laughing, he looked at the confused crowd and said, "Our esteemed Prime Minister has been cornered at the manor entrance by my city defense battalion. Let's go see what tricks he still has up his sleeve." Weigert, trusting his city defense battalion, did not consider whether they had truly captured the opponent. He directly led his men towards the manor's exit. Deco's had no choice but to have Roberto gather all the remaining guards and bodyguards to escort them out. Outside the manor, when Chen Tianhao and Black Panther arrived, they saw Bai Xin struggling to fend off the attacking troops outside the manor with a few of his subordinates. Seeing that the 40-man team had dwindled to just a few, Chen Tianhao no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrent of fire that quickly claimed lives on the opposing side. Black Panther quickly joined in, catching the enemy off guard and inflicting significant losses. Together, Chen Tianhao and Black Panther suppressed the hundreds of soldiers on the other side. However, this was only temporary. The officer of the city defense battalion, seeing their sudden surge in firepower, immediately ordered the armored vehicles in the back to advance. The heavy machine guns and cannons on the armored vehicles instantly retaliated against Chen Tianhao and the others, causing the advantage they had just gained to vanish. Observing the fierce firepower from the enemy, Chen Tianhao approached Bai Xin and the others. Seeing their disheveled states before he could speak, Hasif said to Chen Tianhao, "If you can hold on for another half hour, my bodyguards will arrive and then they will be no threat." Listening to the unending roar of the heavy machine guns and the tide of enemies slowly approaching, Black Panther spoke up, "The premise is, how do we hold on for that half hour?" Chen Tianhao did not say much. He simply picked up a grenade launcher lying on the ground and sprang up to fire at the leading armored vehicle. With a loud bang, the foremost armored vehicle was blown to pieces, instantly causing those nearby to dive for cover from the explosive shockwave. As Chen Tianhao reloaded, Black Panther and Bai Xin seized the opportunity to unleash a volley of fire, pushing back the enemies who had just advanced. As Chen Tianhao was loading his grenade launcher and preparing to fire again, he saw 3 individuals beside the destroyed armored vehicle aiming rocket launchers at them. Without wasting time, he grabbed the Emma sisters and dove to the side, while Black Panther and Bai Xin simultaneously pulled Hasif and took cover. Just as they moved away, 3 deafening explosions echoed and the abandoned vehicles they had just used for cover were obliterated by the fierce blasts, with debris scattered everywhere. Watching everything unfold, the Emma sisters stared blankly, no longer exhibiting the fear they had felt amidst the hail of bullets, their eyes now filled with numbness. However, Chen Tianhao was not in the mood to comfort them. After placing them in a relatively safe spot, he raised his grenade launcher and fired several rounds. By an ironic twist of fate, he directly struck the ammunition box on the opposing side, instantly creating a mushroom cloud. In that moment, the once chaotic battlefield fell eerily silent. But the next scene left Chen Tianhao utterly astonished. He saw a figure wrapped in bandages suddenly charging out from the opposing ranks, moving at incredible speed towards them, accompanied by a series of violent explosions from the rear. When the newcomer reached Chen Tianhao, he excitedly rushed forward to embrace them, mumbling, "As long as you're okay, as long as you're okay." At that moment, Black Panther and Bai Xin also moved closer to Chen Tianhao. Although they had never seen the person before, from Chen Tianhao's excited expression they could tell that this person was significant to him. Chen Tianhao looked at Black Panther and the others, then directly introduced, "This is Li Wang. These two have only recently joined our ranks, Black Panther and Bai Xin." After Chen Tianhao's introduction, they nodded at each other, acknowledging one another. Just then a subordinate rushed forward and said, "Boss, the Hill Clan's people are chasing after us." Listening to the subordinate, Chen Tianhao replied, "Let's deal with the immediate trouble first." After saying that, Chen Tianhao instructed Black Panther and Bai Xin to hold off the Hill Clan members while he prepared to lead Li Wang and the remaining subordinates to carve a path forward, otherwise they would surely perish here today. Just as Chen Tianhao was ready to charge out, he heard intense gunfire and explosions coming from the flank and rear of the military, instantly relieving some of the pressure on them. Seeing that the enemy's firepower had significantly weakened, Chen Tianhao seized the opportunity, leading Li Wang and several remaining subordinates to charge out. Armed with grenade launchers, they quickly targeted the disorganized city defense battalion, causing them to flee in panic.
When Chen Tianhao and the others saw the approaching pickup truck, they saw Swart operating the heavy machine gun on the truck, shooting wildly and forcing the enemy into a hasty retreat. After crashing through a few abandoned vehicles on the road, Swart successfully reached Chen Tianhao's side and quickly jumped out of the vehicle, shouting, "Boss!" Swart had just gotten out of the car when John Wick swiftly followed. Chen Tianhao surveyed the situation before him and instructed Swart and John Wick, "Bring your men and eliminate them. I want the Hill family to vanish from Amsterdam tonight." Upon hearing Chen Tianhao's command, Swart and John Wick each assembled a team and charged towards the Hill family estate and the city defense camp. In an instant, intense gunfire erupted centered around Chen Tianhao and spread outward. With the audacity and sheer numbers of his subordinates, Swart quickly pushed the defenders of the city camp into retreat. As John Wick entered the estate with his men, he encountered members of the Hill family led by Weigert and Dekos. Without any exchange, both sides immediately engaged in fierce gunfire. With the Hill family occupying the advantageous terrain, John Wick's men found it difficult to advance. Relying on his exceptional marksmanship, John Wick began to take down opponents while neutralizing their heavy firepower, leading to a stalemate. Dekos observed the situation with a slightly panicked expression and said to Weigert beside him, "Sir, the enemy's reinforcements have arrived. I think we should leave this place, otherwise when the military arrives we won't be able to escape." Weigert, infuriated, grabbed Dekos by the collar and said him not willing to. "Damn it, the plan was on the verge of success and it's all because of you fools." After finishing his tirade, Weigert slapped Dekos twice and pushed him aside before saying, "Contact the Air Force commander and have him arrange a plane to get us out. Tell him not to play tricks, otherwise I can't guarantee the safety of his family on their way home." Hastily, Dekos nodded and replied, "All right, I'll handle it right away." He then dashed towards the estate, his bulky figure swaying comically. Under the protection of the guard team, Weigert followed Roberto towards the Hill family's secret passage, knowing that if they did not leave soon they would truly be trapped when the military arrived. On Chen Tianhao's side, Hasfu watched the retreating city defense camp and finally breathed a sigh of relief, stepping forward to thank Chen Tianhao. "Thank you so much. If you have any requests, feel free to ask and I will certainly fulfill them." Hearing this, Chen Tianhao jokingly replied, "In that case, can you make me a high-ranking official? I've never held an official position in my life." Hasfu burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Haha. Don't worry, I will definitely arrange a position that satisfies you." Unbeknownst to Chen Tianhao, his jest would bring him significant benefits in the Netherlands. He continued, "Haha, then I must thank you properly." Just as Chen Tianhao and the others were chatting and laughing, a thunderous sound approached them. Chen Tianhao turned towards the source of the noise and was stunned by the sight before him. He saw over a dozen tanks lined up advancing towards them. Soon they arrived in front of Chen Tianhao, and as the leading tank came to a halt, a group of officers in military coats emerged from behind it. Chen Tianhao noted that at least the lowest ranking officer had a star on their epaulette, indicating they were a major general. Upon seeing Hasfu standing next to the station chief, they quickly jogged over to salute him. A 3-star general stepped forward and addressed Hasfu, "My Prime Minister, I apologize for my subordinate's negligence that put you in danger. Please punish me as you see fit." As he finished speaking, all the officers lowered their heads in unison, standing silently before Hasfu. No one dared to move until Hasfu spoke. Hasfu looked at the group before him and reassured them, "Rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate this matter when I return. No one involved will escape justice." After he spoke, Chen Tianhao sensed the collective sigh of relief from those present. The officer who had just spoken stepped forward again to address Hasfu. "After we received the news, I had the National Security Bureau begin investigating Weigert's faction to ensure that no one involved escapes." He continued, noticing Hasfu's expression. "Furthermore, on our way here we captured over 2,000 armed personnel led by 2 women. Upon seeing us, they ordered their men to lay down their weapons. They are currently outside. Would you like to personally interrogate them, my Prime Minister?" Listening to him, Chen Tianhao realized that the armed personnel mentioned were likely Jin Feng and her companions. Without caring about Hasfu's status any longer, he prepared to approach Hasfu to explain. However, he was stopped by the guards who had just arrived. Seeing Chen Tianhao's agitation, Hasfu promptly instructed the guards to clear the way and said to Chen Tianhao, "Little brother, what is it that you need? Don't rush, take your time and tell me, I will help you resolve it." Chen Tianhao, not wanting to be coy, directly said, "Can your men bring them in? The ones they captured might be my subordinates." Upon hearing this, Hasfu immediately ordered someone to bring them in and reassured Chen Tianhao, saying that the military personnel had not exchanged fire with them, so they would certainly be unharmed. Before long, dozens of armed soldiers appeared escorting over 10 individuals. Chen Tianhao scanned the group and recognized Jin Feng, Yin Feng, Mangbohui, Xiaodu and the 3 Wuchang Heibai and Hui, along with Jin Feng's subordinates Zheng Hu and Zhao Long. Seeing his companions bound, Chen Tianhao rushed forward but was pushed back by several guards wielding guns. Hasfu, standing behind Chen Tianhao, rushed over and kicked each of the obstructing guards back, then said, "Did you not realize they are friends of this little brother? Quickly untie them." The guards who were kicked immediately called for others to help release Jin Feng and her group. Once freed, they all rushed to Chen Tianhao's side with Yin Feng asking, "Aha, what's going on? You have no idea how tense it was when I had over 10 guns pointed at my head." Chen Tianhao smiled wryly and replied, "It's a long story, I'll explain everything in detail when we get back." After speaking with them, Chen Tianhao turned to Hasfu and said, "My Prime Minister, since the matter is resolved, I will take my men and leave first." Hasfu did not obstruct him and replied, "All right, you can head back first. Once I deal with those involved in this matter, I will come find you. When that time comes, little brother, you must treat me to a few drinks." Chen Tianhao, hearing his words, understood that many would face consequences, but that did not concern him. After exchanging pleasantries with Hasfu, he left with Jin Feng and the others, leaving the matters here to the military under Hasfu's command. After Chen Tianhao took his men away from the Shanxu family manor, they headed straight back to the Chen mansion in the South District. Even John Wick and SWAT did not go to the West District. Instead, they only sent some underlings to keep an eye on their territory while they followed Chen Tianhao to the Chen mansion. It is worth mentioning the two sisters Emma and Anna, who did not leave after escaping but chose to continue following Chen Tianhao. Upon returning to the Chen mansion, Chen Tianhao immediately instructed by Wu Chang and the others to disperse their underlings, keeping a close watch on any movements on the streets. As soon as something seemed off, they would be prepared to respond. After all, Chen Tianhao had never interacted with a figure as significant as Hasfu in his 2 lifetimes. Who knew if he would put on a facade to your face while plotting behind your back? It was essential to remain vigilant, otherwise one might find themselves sold out and counting money for someone else. Once everything was arranged, Chen Tianhao looked at the people still standing in front of him and immediately told them to disperse, also asking Jin Feng and the others to help arrange for Emma and Anna. Just as Li Wang was about to leave, Chen Tianhao called him back. He wanted to know where Li Wang had been these past few days, so he took him up to the top floor in the elevator. Once in the room, as Chen Tianhao personally grabbed 2 red wine glasses to pour wine, Li Wang hurriedly stepped forward to take the glasses from Chen Tianhao's hand, saying, "Boss, let me handle such trivial matters." Chen Tianhao glanced at Li Wang and replied, "Just sit down properly. Do you think we need to separate these tasks?" After finishing his words, Chen Tianhao walked straight to the wine cabinet. He wasn't sure which wine was good, so he picked up a random bottle, poured a glass for both Li Wang and himself, and then walked over to Li Wang. Li Wang did not sit down just because he was told to. Instead, he waited for Chen Tianhao to come over. After receiving the wine glass from Chen Tianhao, he sat down together with him. Sitting down, Chen Tianhao took a sip of the red wine and asked Li Wang, "By the way, how did you manage to escape the pursuit of the Shanxu family this time? Why didn't you return to the headquarters?" Listening to Chen Tianhao's question, Li Wang did not hesitate and quickly took off the outer layer of clothing. Chen Tianhao saw that Li Wang was wrapped in bandages all over with blood seeping out from his waist. However, Chen Tianhao did not interrupt him, and at that moment Li Wang spoke up. "Originally I was aiming to break through to the South District, but then I thought about it. Everyone was injured to varying degrees and we were currently under siege by several major gangs. If I brought the people pursuing me along, some of our brothers might end up dead. So I chose to go in the opposite direction. Along the way, a group of professional assassins suddenly appeared. Because I was injured too much, I didn't react in time and got shot in the waist by a large caliber sniper rifle. If it weren't for my hard qigong protecting my body, that shot could have taken my life. However, taking that shot wasn't easy either. Seeing that the opponents were rushing toward me, I chose to lie on the ground and play dead. The first 2 people who got close to me were directly killed by me. But then a giant about 2 or 3 meters tall came along. After exchanging a punch with him, I felt his strength was formidable. I used his body to block bullets, and while fighting with him I retreated. When I got close to a river, I jumped in to escape their pursuit. After that, I'm not sure what happened. When I woke up, I was in a slum in the East District, rescued by an old man and a little girl. It was also because I was in the East District and heard such intense gunfire that I rushed over. To my surprise, it turned out to be you, boss." Chen Tianhao listened silently to Li Wang's story. Looking at his scarred body, Chen Tianhao spoke, "Ultimately, it's my failure as the leader that has put you in such peril." Li Wang, however, did not see it that way. He laughed heartily and said, "My life belongs to the boss. How could I care about such things?" Hearing Li Wang say this, Chen Tianhao didn't get all sentimental. Instead, he said to Li Wang, "You mentioned that you were rescued by a grandfather and granddaughter. Since that's the case, you should properly repay their life-saving grace. Go bring them over. Having them with us would also provide some support." Li Wang happily replied, "Hee boss, I was just about to bring this up. Since you agree, I'll go fetch them now." Chen Tianhao nodded. Li Wang raised his wineglass and downed it in one gulp before rushing off to fetch the people. Chen Tianhao then began to plan for the upcoming events. If Hasfu were to clear them out this time, where would they go? Would they confront him hidden or devise another escape route? However, Chen Tianhao was overthinking it. In the days since their return, he had received news of military actions. As long as it was Chen Tianhao's territory, they had not stepped foot into it, instead allowing Chen Tianhao to gain many benefits. For instance, the Agong gang and the Smith family, who had been holed up in the North District, were thoroughly cleaned out by the military due to their joint attack with the Shanxu family on the East Star's territory. Those who should be sent for re-education were sent, and those who should be executed were executed. During this time, the entire North District was left without any gang except for East Star, making East Star the true authority in the North District. The military watched as the East Star gang occupied the territory after they left without intervening and continued executing their tasks.
The same thing happened in the North District.
Except for the Baker family, which had maintained peace with East Star, the Italian mafia also faced military cleansing, but no one was executed. Instead, their assets were confiscated and they were sent back to Italy. Their territory was then divided between Chen Tianhao's people and the Baker family, making East Star the new #1 gang in Holland. In Amsterdam, aside from the territory and assets of the Baker family, everything else belonged to Chen Tianhao, and there was a trend of expansion towards the surrounding areas. Additionally, news reports indicated that the entire governmental system in Holland underwent a major purge, with 9 out of the 16 cabinet ministers publicly executed. The remaining officials, both military and governmental, totaled an astonishing number of over 3,000 people executed, not counting those sent for re-education. Along with several major families and gangs, the total number of people executed was unexpectedly over 4,000. However, none of this concerned Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao could be considered the biggest winner of this incident, aside from Prime Minister Hosfu, especially since Hosfu's promises to him had yet to be fulfilled. Now Chen Tianhao could only enjoy life. Emma had not finished the grapes in her hand when Anna brought over a dessert to feed her. At this moment, only 4 words could describe Chen Tianhao: wealth and beauty acquired. Chen Tianhao did not allow himself to sink into despair after the matter was resolved. Aside from a few days spent settling the issues with the Shansu family, he had been in Amsterdam for quite some time without properly exploring the city. Thus he took Jean Fongin Fong and the Emma sisters to visit various places in Amsterdam, genuinely enjoying the sights without any ulterior motives. After that, Chen Tianhao got back into the swing of things. Although he did not gain any tangible benefits this time, the entire city of Amsterdam was cleared by Hosfu's forces, leaving only one bakery family in the southern district. The rest of the territory became unclaimed land.
This kept Chen Tianhao quite busy, as his previous manpower was utterly inadequate to control the entire Amsterdam.
Therefore he began distributing gold.
Host Chen Tianhao, alias Mad Tiger.
Identity master of the East Star Deepwater Association, unofficial, and leader of the Blood Gang. System level 21500 010 0000.
Age 17. Physique 80. Mental power 15. Average person 10.
Item storage space: various weapons, $44 million.
Gold coins 1500.
Skills: hard qigong master, baji quan master, special combined fighting, great success, shooting, great success, driving skills, great success, street fighting, great success, proficient in global languages. Seeing that he still had over 1,000 system gold coins, Chen Tianhao immediately deposited another $10 million, bringing his total to 6,500 gold coins. He directly summoned 5,000 regular underlings, spending another 500 gold coins to equip them with weapons. After summoning them, he left the rest of the matters to the Black and White Impermanents to handle, feeling that with 1,000 gold coins remaining it was fine to leave it for the system. After sorting out the manpower issues, Chen Tianhao busied himself taking Black Panther and Li Wang to negotiate business with the bosses of various trade associations in Amsterdam. After all, he was currently supporting a large number of people under him.
He couldn't just let them go idle. Moreover, the smuggling business in Hong Kong Island would still rely on the Netherlands in the future.
Thus Chen Tianhao used the opportunity of business discussions to build good relationships, especially since the issues here had been resolved and he needed to prepare for his return to Hong Kong Island. After all, he only considered the Netherlands as a temporary location, and he would eventually return to Hong Kong Island, which was his stronghold. Most importantly, the Shansu family and several major gang territories had been taken over by Chen Tianhao. For both emotional and logical reasons, he needed to make an appearance to familiarize himself with the local power dynamics so that no one would be unaware of who the boss was. After all, Chen Tianhao wanted to avoid trouble. As Chen Tianhao had just finished discussing matters with several Dutch business tycoons and was exiting a 5-star hotel preparing to call his underlings to bring the car, 5 military SUVs drove straight up to him. A major general with a star on his shoulder stepped out of the vehicle. Upon recognizing Chen Tianhao, he immediately approached him and respectfully said, "Mr.
Chen, our Prime Minister sent me to invite you and the Emma sisters. I wonder if it is convenient for you, Mr. Chen."
Chen Tianhao, understanding his intent, replied, "I can certainly go with you, but the Emma sisters are not with me at the moment.
I need to pick them up first. Is that all right?"
The Major General, wearing a military coat, immediately responded, "That won't be a problem.
We can accompany Mr. Chen to pick up Miss Emma and the others together."
After saying this, he walked to the side of the military vehicle, personally opened the rear door and gestured for Chen Tianhao to get in, saying, "Mr.
Chen, please get in the car."
Seeing his politeness, Chen Tianhao was about to step forward but was stopped by Black Panther and Li Wang, who followed him.
Li Wang shouted, "Boss, is this a trap?"
Chen Tianhao smiled at Li Wang, who looked confused, and said, "It's fine, you guys just drive behind us."
Having said that, Chen Tianhao walked straight to the vehicle.
Although Li Wang and the others were looking out for him, Chen Tianhao felt that if Hosfu wanted to harm him, there was no need for such elaborate measures. After all, he was the prime minister of a country. Dealing with a gang leader would be as simple as a wave of his hand. There was no need for such pretentiousness. After returning to the Chen mansion and picking up the Emma sisters, Chen Tianhao told Li Wang and the others not to follow anymore. However, they refused to listen and insisted on accompanying Chen Tianhao to meet Hosfu.
Unable to persuade them, Chen Tianhao turned to the Major General sitting in the passenger seat.
The Major General responded, the Prime Minister has mentioned beforehand that you can bring as many people as you want. If necessary, we can send more cars over. Hearing this, Chen Tianhao allowed Li Wang and the others to board the military vehicles behind. After all, with the Emma sisters included, their vehicle was already at full capacity. Most importantly, Chen Tianhao did not want to be cramped together with a bunch of men. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to have beautiful women sitting beside him? Thus, after more than half an hour of driving, Chen Tianhao and the others arrived outside a large estate in the suburbs. This estate was built against the mountains, and at night, looking from the foot of the mountain, the entrance appeared as if a giant sword was thrust into the sky. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Tianhao was slightly taken aback. After all, just the cost of this estate could easily surpass that of several Chen Tianhaos. As the vehicle stopped in front of an ancient castle at the mountain peak, the Major General in the passenger seat signaled for Chen Tianhao to get out, and only then did Chen Tianhao come to his senses. As they got out of the vehicle, a middle-aged man resembling a butler approached them, saying, "Mr.
Chen, Miss Emma and Miss Anna, please follow me.
The Prime Minister is already waiting for you in the reception room." Chen Tianhao, along with the Emma sisters and Li Wang, quietly followed the butler for about 5 or 6 minutes until they arrived in a long room. Looking at the 6 or 7 meter long dining table, Chen Tianhao couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Such a long table, it's inconvenient to serve dishes." At that moment, seeing Chen Tianhao and the others arrive, Hasfu, who was seated at the head of the table, immediately stood up and walked towards Chen Tianhao. Before Chen Tianhao could react, he enveloped him in a big hug, exclaiming, "Haha, brother Chen, you finally made it. I've been busy dealing with the reactionaries and haven't had a chance to see you. You're not angry with your brother, are you?" Caught off guard by Hasfu's embrace, Chen Tianhao quickly replied, "How could I? It's us who are troubling the Prime Minister." Upon hearing this, Hasfu patted Chen Tianhao's shoulder and said, "You're being too formal. Why call me Prime Minister? If you think highly of me, just call me brother or use my name." Chen Tianhao, hearing this from Hasfu, decided not to be so formal and directly called out, "Brother."
"Haha, good. Come, let's go in and talk while we eat," Hasfu said, delighted to hear Chen Tianhao call him brother, and he warmly invited them inside.
As soon as they entered the restaurant, Hasfu warmly invited Chen Tianhao and his companions to sit down. Chen Tianhao was pulled beside him while the Emma sisters took the seat next to Chen Tianhao. Initially, Li Wang and Black Panther did not intend to sit at the table, but under Hasfu's strong insistence, they reluctantly took their seats. However, they did not forget their purpose for being there, and even while seated, their backs remained straight. Seeing their demeanor, Hasfu wanted to tell them to relax a bit and not be so tense. But noticing that Chen Tianhao had not spoken, he hesitated and instead said to the butler standing behind him, "Phoebus, you can arrange for the kitchen to serve the dishes, don't keep them waiting." Upon hearing this, butler Phoebus immediately went to notify the kitchen staff to bring out the already prepared dishes. Looking at the exquisite food on the table, even though Chen Tianhao had just finished a drinking session not long ago, he couldn't help but feel his appetite awaken. Seeing that the dishes were nearly ready, Hasfu picked up his utensils and signaled Chen Tianhao and the others to start eating. Concerned that they might not be accustomed to Western cuisine, he had specially prepared Sichuan dishes that Easterners love, even providing chopsticks for them. Chen Tianhao didn't hold back with Hasfu. After tasting the dish in front of him, he raised his already filled wine glass towards Hasfu, saying, "Ha, thank you, brother, for the warm hospitality. Allow me to propose a toast to you." Hasfu didn't act aloof either. Seeing Chen Tianhao raise his glass, he followed suit and clinked glasses with him, saying, "Brother Chen, you are too polite. I should be the one thanking you, otherwise I wouldn't even know if I could sit here and drink with you now." "Haha, no need to say so much. You flatter me, brother. If you don't mind, just call me Xiao Hao or Ahao in the future. I'm drinking now, feel free to join me." After saying this, Chen Tianhao downed the wine in his glass. "All right, Hao brother, will drink with you." After Hasfu finished speaking, he also downed his drink in one go. Thus Chen Tianhao and the others drank and feasted, the atmosphere lively and joyous. During the meal, they mentioned the Emma sisters, and Hasfu showcased his authority as the Prime Minister. He not only recognized the Emma sisters as his younger sisters on the spot, but also arranged for each of them a necklace worth millions and 2 villas in the affluent district of Amsterdam. Chen Tianhao was once again astonished by this display of generosity. He thought to himself, as expected of someone who was a prime minister, in just the time it takes for this meal he has given away assets worth tens of millions. You have to know that the villas in the rich district are not cheap, each one costs at least $5 million. Calculating that it's several tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars. The Emma sisters were also taken aback by Hasfu's actions, momentarily unsure of how to respond. They kept looking towards Chen Tianhao for guidance. Chen Tianhao took Emma's small hand and explained that this was Hasfu's goodwill, reassuring her to accept it without worry. After all, it would be ungrateful to refuse such kindness. In fact, Chen Tianhao thought to himself, the Emma sisters will eventually be mine. By giving them necklaces and houses, isn't he essentially giving them to me? How can I refuse such a gesture? By this point, the dinner was drawing to a close. Hasfu immediately arranged for someone to take Li Wang and Black Panther to relax. When Li Wang and Black Panther hesitated, Chen Tianhao spoke up, "My brother wants you to go and unwind, so just go." After all, you haven't had a proper rest after such a long time with me.
Is there really any danger here?
After hearing Chen Tianha's words, Li Wang and Black Panther no longer refused and directly left with Hasif's arranged people.
After they left, Hasif did not delay and took Chen Tianhao and the others away as well. After walking for a minute or two, Hasif brought them to a study.
As soon as they entered the room, Chen Tianhao was struck by the view before him.
There was a large floor-to-ceiling window that provided a panoramic view of Amsterdam.
He could see the vast seaside where cruise ships occasionally sailed by and the skyscrapers that twinkled with changing lights.
Hasif entered first and went straight to sit beside the sofa.
As soon as he sat down, he began calling to Chen Tianhao and the other two who were still admiring the scenery.
They snapped back to reality at his call and immediately walked over to sit down.
As soon as they were seated, Hasif said, "So how what do you think of this place?" Hearing Hasif's question, Chen Tianhao replied, "Haha, big brother, and just a rough person and don't express myself well, but I truly think this place is wonderful.
If you think it's nice, then you can stay here with brother.
Besides some guards, I'm the only one here," Hasif said to Chen Tianhao.
Upon hearing this, Chen Tianhao asked in confusion, "Doesn't your family live with you?"
Hasif laughed and replied, "Haha, they can't stand this countryside life, they all live in the city.
So you can directly move in with me."
"No need to move in, but I will definitely come to bother you more often in the future. Just don't find me annoying." Chen Tianhao smiled at Hasif.
"Ha ha ha.
Sure, just come whenever, you're always welcome here," Hasif replied before pausing. Then he continued, "Last time you left you mentioned wanting to get an official position.
Is there nothing else that caught your eye? Let me know and I'll arrange it for you."
Looking at Hasif's serious expression, Chen Tianhao realized he had taken his earlier joke seriously. He felt a warmth in his heart, but now he hesitated to decline, so he politely replied, "To leave everything to big brother's arrangements. I'm not picky, just follow your lead."
"Alright, since that's the case, let me show you something."
After saying this, Hasif stood up and walked to the desk beside him.
He picked up a document and came back handing it directly to Chen Tianhao. Seeing Hasif's action, Chen Tianhao immediately stood up to receive it.
Once he took it, Hasif gestured for him to open the folder. Without hesitation, Chen Tianhao opened it and immediately saw that it was a letter of appointment. However, the position seemed a bit too grand. Seeing this, Chen Tianhao immediately said, "Big brother, did you make a mistake?
I only need a small position." "Ha ha. How could there be a mistake?
This is what I specifically arranged. From now on you will be one of the 16 cabinet ministers, also serving as the chief commissioner of police, overseeing the appointment and dismissal of all police personnel in our country." After telling Chen Tianhao this, Hasif patted him on the shoulder and gave him an encouraging look. The next day, Hasif brought Chen Tianhao to the first cabinet meeting and introduced him to others. Besides Jeffrey, who knew Jin Feng, most of the attendees regarded Chen Tianhao with indifference, giving him little attention.
Among them, two individuals openly opposed Hasif's decision, demanding that he revoke Chen Tianhao's appointment.
As cabinet members, they had the responsibility to supervise the prime minister, making it difficult for Hasif to exert autocratic power. However, with Jeffrey's mediation, they managed to secure a month for Chen Tianhao, requiring him to eradicate all drug trafficking gangs in the country within that time and ensure that no large trafficking organizations would arise in the future, committing to a strict policy against drugs. In truth, Chen Tianhao did not care about the position itself, but with the stakes raised, he could not simply walk away without taking action.
After all, this was not Chen Tianhao's style.
Once the conditions were set by Hasif and others, Chen Tianhao readily agreed. Although the implications were profound, the potential benefits were substantial. After all, drug traffickers, aside from being cunning and unscrupulous, had one undeniable trait: they were wealthy. It might be mentioned that these grey operations should be handled by the Ministry of Finance, but Chen Tianhao possessed the authority to exempt all police personnel. At that point, he could replace them with his own subordinates, and how much illicit wealth remained would ultimately be up to Chen Tianhao to decide. With everything settled, the meeting concluded.
Once all the officials left, Chen Tianhao bid farewell to Hasif and departed. As he left, Hasif handed him the official uniform he had specially prepared. Chen Tianhao did not hesitate to take it and left.
Upon stepping outside, he saw the Emma sisters and Li Wang, who had been waiting for a while. He tossed the items in his hands to Li Wang and then took one sister in each hand, saying, "Let's go home." After saying this, Chen Tianhao led them to the vehicle that Hasif had prepared in advance, and they smoothly headed towards the Chen Manor in the southern district. As soon as they returned to the Chen Manor, Chen Tianhao immediately summoned everyone and informed them of the results of the morning meeting. Upon hearing this, they all looked at Chen Tianhao in shock. The information was overwhelming, and for a moment they could not believe it. They had not expected Chen Tianhao to go from being a fugitive to a high-ranking official. The quick-witted Yin Feng was the first to speak, saying, "Didn't you say you have the power to appoint and dismiss?
Arrange a position for me." Chen Tianhao looked at the joking Yin Feng and replied, "No problem, everyone present here is safe."
After that, Chen Tianhao shared his broad plan with them. He was not in a hurry. He planned to first take over the Amsterdam Police Department and then gradually strategize in other areas. After all, with Amsterdam being their stronghold, the drug traffickers there had already been significantly weakened by previous battles, which would make things much easier.
After the discussion for convenience and action, Chen Tianhao summoned 500 elite subordinates from the system as new faces would facilitate what he needed to do next. Once everything was arranged, Chen Tianhao immediately changed into formal attire. It must be said that he indeed looked the part in a suit. He then set off with Li Wang, Black Panther and 50 subordinates towards the Amsterdam police headquarters. As the long convoy stopped at the entrance of the police headquarters, the duty officer at the door attempted to stop them. However, when Li Wang presented Chen Tianhao's credentials, the officer immediately became alert, saluted the vehicle and quickly allowed them to enter. As soon as Chen Tianhao and his group entered, the duty officer promptly notified those inside via radio, informing them that a high-ranking figure had arrived. When Chen Tianhao's vehicle came to a stop in the police lobby, a large group of people rushed out in a flurry. Observing the situation, Chen Tianhao did not rush to get out of the car. Instead, he allowed Li Wang and the subordinates to exit first to organize security while he remained seated quietly. As this group approached the car, they were stopped by Li Wang and his men. Chen Tianhao looked at the high-ranking police officers standing awkwardly and immediately opened the car door and stepped out. When those coming to welcome Chen Tianhao saw his true appearance, they were momentarily stunned into silence. A more seasoned middle-aged man stepped forward, and upon seeing his actions, Chen Tianhao quickly intervened, asking, "May I ask who is in charge here? I mean, who is the highest-ranking officer?" Hearing Chen Tianhao's question, the middle-aged man stepped forward and replied, "Sir, my name is Guy. Due to Commissioner Amada being dismissed, I am currently acting in his role." "Good, in that case take me to the conference room and summon all the senior officers. I have something to announce." After saying this, Chen Tianhao walked inside. Guy, recognizing the urgency of the situation, arranged for a young officer to guide Chen Tianhao while he hurried off to summon department heads to the conference room. About 10 minutes later, Chen Tianhao looked at Guy standing next to him and the police officers already seated on either side of the conference table. He slowly rose from his chair and addressed them. "Hello everyone, my name is Chen Tianhao. I am a citizen of Huagua and the newly appointed chief of police, as well as one of the 16 cabinet ministers with the authority to appoint and dismiss all police personnel." After hearing Chen Tianhao's introduction, a wave of murmurs erupted around the conference table. However, when Chen Tianhao lightly tapped the table, they quickly quieted down and turned their attention to him. Chen Tianhao then stated the purpose of the meeting, declaring that he would temporarily manage the entire police department and announcing a recruitment drive for new officers, with the sole requirement being a clean background. Although they were unfamiliar with the adage "new officials take office with 3 fires," they understood the importance of maintaining a proper attitude. As soon as Chen Tianhao proposed this idea, they all expressed their agreement. Seeing their positive attitude, Chen Tianhao did not press them further at that moment but urged them to quickly carry out the tasks he had arranged, and thus the meeting ended abruptly. In the following days, the subordinates summoned by Chen Tianhao continued to enter the police department through various recruitment channels, becoming ordinary officers. Meanwhile, Chen Tianhao's covert operations gradually replaced the original senior officers one by one. Although this caused dissatisfaction among many, they were silenced under Chen Tianhao's threats and temptations. Through 3 days of external recruitment, Chen Tianhao had already placed 500 elite subordinates and 2,000 ordinary subordinates into the police station. In these few days, most of the senior officers in the entire police headquarters had been replaced by Chen Tianhao, including the police chiefs of the 4 districts in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. This move by Chen Tianhao instantly enraged the other ministers, as his actions essentially cut off their escape routes. Seeing their promoted subordinates come before them to complain, they could no longer sit still. A group of them, led by the 2 who opposed Chen Tianhao's entry into the cabinet, once again approached hrough. However, hrough only said one thing to them: what is absolute power of appointment and removal. Upon hearing hrough's words, they felt helpless, as this was something they had agreed upon after discussion. At that time, they thought Chen Tianhao was just going through the motions and would naturally retreat after a month, but they didn't expect him to be a reckless man who didn't follow the usual rules. After failing to get a satisfactory answer from hrough, they each left and informed their subordinates in Amsterdam, instructing them to ignore whatever Chen Tianhao did and to be directly reassigned to other districts, commanding them to merely deal with Chen Tianhao's orders, perfunctorily promising to take responsibility for any issues. With this measure in place, there was no one left to stop Chen Tianhao's advance in Amsterdam. Not only had all the senior officers been replaced by him, but even half of the ordinary officers had been replaced with his subordinates. Thus both the legitimate and underground forces in Amsterdam had to act according to Chen Tianhao's whims, and he was ready to commence his cleansing plan. Since the Mexican drug lord Gulf Group had previously been dealt with by Chen Tianhao, only some scattered small forces remained in Amsterdam, prompting him to launch a combined crackdown on both legal and illegal fronts. This instantly turned these drug dealers into pariahs, universally reviled. After a day of intensive cleansing, all the drug dealers in Amsterdam were ruthlessly eliminated by Chen Tianhao. Even if there were any that escaped, they dared not stay in the city and fled to other places. With the drug dealers wiped out by Chen Tianhao, the streets were filled with troublemakers causing chaos due to their cravings, while the police station's prison was overcrowded and unable to hold so many people. Upon learning of this situation, Chen Tianhao immediately contacted hrough, who replied, "How you can proceed without worry, I will send troops over to assist shortly." With hrough backing him, Chen Tianhao decisively suppressed all those causing disturbances on the streets. Those who dared to resist were shot dead on the spot by his men.
Although this caused panic, the effect was positive. After a show of force, no one dared to obstruct the law enforcement and they all cooperatively lay on the ground waiting for the troops to take them to military prison for re-education. After a round of suppression, the streets no longer witnessed public displays of punishment or violent disturbances, and Chen Tianhao prepared to cleanse the entire country. For this purpose, Chen Tianhao directly arranged for SWAT and John Wick to join the police force, each receiving the title of inspector, preparing them to carry out his cleansing plan. Now Chen Tianhao only needed to devise the upcoming plans and ensure sufficient personnel and weapons. To that end, he had someone investigate, and upon learning that the Gulf Group had a branch in Luverden, he immediately designated it as the first target. With a target in mind, Chen Tianhao ordered SWAT to lead a police force composed of 100 elite subordinates and 1,000 ordinary subordinates directly towards the Gulf Group's branch. They had two objectives: to take down the Gulf Group and seize their wealth, and to gain control over the entirety of Luverden. Chen Tianhao would continuously send reinforcements to SWAT to assist him in completing the mission. However, Chen Tianhao did not intend to deal with them one by one, as that would take too much time. Instead, he planned to spread out his forces and directly sent John Wick with a team configured like SWAT's to Scheveningen. According to investigations by Chen Tianhao's subordinates, there existed the largest local drug trafficking organization, the Masses Gang, which gained favor by providing aid to ordinary people. Once they lowered their guard, the gang provided them with flour laced with drugs, ultimately controlling these ordinary people through the flour to do their bidding. If anyone expressed discontent after taking their goods, they would be taken to their associated flour mill and dismembered, with their useful body parts sold across the globe. Upon learning of this news, Chen Tianhao gave John Wick a single command: eradicate everyone associated with the Masses Gang without leaving a single survivor. As for those addicted, all should be captured and reformed. If the prison was too full, notify the local military. As for the remaining cities like The Hague, Middenburg and others, Chen Tianhao directly sent the three brothers of Black, White and Grey along with Mangbohui and Xiaodu to take charge there, with personnel configurations similar to those of SWAT as well as subsequent reinforcements. Except for Black Panther and Huang Quan, who were left to protect Chen Tianhao and Jin Feng, even Li Wang was dispatched. Li Wang did not go elsewhere but was arranged by Chen Tianhao to return to Hong Kong Island. He intended for Li Wang to lay the groundwork for him, and after resolving matters there, Chen Tianhao also planned to return to Hong Kong Island, as he could no longer find the thrill he sought here. Although with Chen Tianhao's strength he could easily rebel here without anyone being able to stop him, he still found Hosfu commendable and decided not to compete with him for this position. Thus everyone was arranged by Chen Tianhao, leaving only Black Panther to guard him while Chen Tianhao himself was enjoying life. At this moment, Chen Tianhao was seen lounging under a beach umbrella in nothing but swim trunks, flanked by Jin Feng and Yin Feng as they chatted with him, while the sisters Ima and Aina each massaged his legs and shoulders, occasionally cracking risque jokes that made the four women laugh heartily. Unbeknownst to him, the bond between Chen Tianhao and the women gradually deepened. Now whenever Chen Tianhao wanted something, they would unhesitatingly agree immediately. While Chen Tianhao was still enjoying life in Amsterdam, SWAT had already arrived in Luvelden with his men. He was currently listening to the director report on the details of the Gulf Group. However, when he stated that the Gulf Group was a legitimate business and provided numerous job opportunities for the residents of Luvelden, SWAT realized they were in cahoots and there was no need to continue listening. Yet the person involved still did not catch on. He continued to extol the virtues of the Gulf Group, claiming they were the largest charitable organization in the city. He was completely oblivious to the grim expression on SWAT's face as he spoke enthusiastically. SWAT turned to his subordinate beside him and said, "Take him away, keep a close watch on him and enforce lockdown on the entire police station. Do not let any news of our actions against the Gulf Group leak out." Upon hearing SWAT's command, the director's face instantly turned pale. He was about to explain something when two subordinates moved in and took him away, not giving him a chance to speak. Under SWAT's orders, everyone else was also apprehended, ensuring they would not have the opportunity to disclose any information about them. SWAT was not planning to waste time here. He already knew the situation of the Gulf Group before arriving. He intended to make quick work of them. He aimed to strike before the Gulf Group received any warnings, catching them off guard. SWAT left behind 10 elite subordinates and 100 regular subordinates to guard the police station, while he took the rest to storm the Gulf Group. The first to suffer were the Gulf Group's several outposts set up in Luvelden for transporting goods. They were surrounded by a few hundred subordinates sent by SWAT before they even realized it. They were already prepared for an attack, waiting for SWAT's command. SWAT continued to lead his men toward the Gulf Group's headquarters in Luvelden, ready to take them all down. After a drive of over 10 minutes, SWAT arrived at the Gulf Group's headquarters, located in the center of Luvelden, the tallest building in the city. As soon as the car came to a stop, SWAT took out a radio to inform several other teams of 100 that they could commence their actions. The several hundred subordinates following SWAT under the leadership of the elite subordinates surrounded the entire Gulf building to ensure no one could escape. Seeing this situation, the bodyguards at the entrance of the Gulf building immediately approached SWAT. As he was still 10 meters away, SWAT drew his handgun and fired at the approaching person. Then he spoke, "Move and leave no survivors." As soon as SWAT finished speaking, the prepared subordinates immediately formed an assault formation and charged into the Gulf building. The bodyguards at the entrance, seeing SWAT shoot, attempted to run but were instantly turned into a sieve by the hail of bullets. When the people inside heard the commotion and wanted to see who dared to shoot on their territory, they were met with the subordinates dispatched by SWAT, who had already reached the entrance. Upon seeing them, the subordinates immediately pulled the trigger, giving the people inside no chance to retaliate as they stormed into the building. The other squads, upon receiving SWAT's orders, also launched attacks on their respective targets, some squads executing firepower strikes. Dozens of subordinates armed with grenade launchers first bombarded the interior with a couple of rounds, followed by subordinates with assault rifles to finish off any survivors. Other squads conducted feigned attacks to draw out the enemy's firing points, then snipers within their ranks took them out one by one. Once the firing points were eliminated, it was left to the assault team to conclude the operation. With their coordinated efforts, they quickly eradicated several outposts of the Gulf Group. After completing their tasks, the captains of each squad immediately reported back to SWAT. By this time, SWAT had already entered the Gulf building along with the assault team. Anyone who obstructed them, including drug dealers and bodyguards, was dispatched. Now only those holed up on the top floor were putting up a desperate fight. Just as SWAT finished responding to several squads, he heard a loudspeaker from the staircase announcing, "Listen up, those below, Mr. Mifu said that if you cease your attacks, he will arrange for $2 million to be sent to you immediately. If there have been any offenses, he will personally come to apologize afterward." Hearing the voice from the loudspeaker, SWAT couldn't help but sneer, and he ordered his men to stop the assault. Then he said, "Tell that Mifu that if you lay down your weapons and surrender now, I can guarantee he and all of you will be safely sent back to your home country. If you continue to resist, he will only face a dead end." In fact, SWAT was just trying to scare them to see if they would surrender voluntarily, which would be best for him as it would minimize unnecessary casualties. If that did not work, SWAT and his team still had the capability to take them down, though the casualties would be higher. As for SWAT's promise to ensure their safe return to their home country, that was just a deception. After all, Chen Tianhao had instructed him to leave no survivors. Upon hearing SWAT's words, those desperately holding the staircase felt tempted. After all, surrendering would mean they wouldn't have to continue fighting, and even if sent back to their country, they would likely only face a few years in prison before being released. Seeing his subordinates wavering, their squad leader quickly calmed their emotions and went to meet Mifu, who was sitting in the boss chair with a gloomy expression. He repeated what SWAT had just said to him and said to Mifu, "Boss, the men under us are already restless. If they continue to resist, they might." Before the squad leader could finish, Mifu shouted, "They dare." After shouting, he sat quietly in the boss chair thinking for about 2 or 3 minutes, then said, "Let the men stop resisting." After saying this, he slumped back into the boss chair as if all the strength had been drained from his body. Downstairs, unable to wait any longer, SWAT was just about to order a strong assault when he saw many guns thrown down from the staircase, followed by a voice saying, "We are coming out, do not shoot." Soon after, dozens of people with their hands raised emerged from the staircase. Seeing this situation, SWAT immediately ordered his men to rush forward and take them all under control, then asked who was Mifu. The squad leader heard SWAT's question and immediately replied, "Mr. Mifu was still upstairs." After he finished speaking, SWAT had them all taken away. SWAT then took a few subordinates upstairs ready to meet the person named Mifu. SWAT led his men upstairs, heading straight for the innermost office. The younger brother in front opened the door, and seeing that the person in the chair had no intention of resisting, allowed SWAT to enter. SWAT looked at the dejected Mifu and spoke, "Hello, Mr. Mifu. I am the commander of this operation, SWAT. You may also call me Captain SWAT." Mifu looked at the approachable SWAT and replied, "Captain, please don't mock me. I hope you can fulfill your promise soon." SWAT listened to his words but did not respond. Instead, he gazed at the large safe behind Mifu. Mifu also noticed SWAT's gaze and continued, "The safe contains all the funds of our branch, $37 million. If Captain SWAT likes, I can hand it over in full. As for the funds from other outposts, I assume you have already secured them, right?" After finishing his words, Mifu immediately turned to open the safe, revealing neatly stacked cash inside with several gold bars on top. Seeing Mifu's understanding, SWAT stepped forward, touched the cash and smiled, "Great. I will arrange your matters right away." After finishing his sentence, SWAT took out his pistol and aimed it at Mifu's chest. After several gunshots rang out, Mifu slowly collapsed, his eyes wide open. Seeing him in this state, SWAT shot him a few more times in the head and said, "Aren't you believers in God? Sending you to meet God doesn't count as breaking my word, right?" After SWAT finished speaking, he heard a flurry of gunshots from downstairs. As SWAT descended, he saw his men already cleaning up the battlefield. Looking at the faces of the deceased who could not close their eyes, SWAT sighed, "It wasn't me who killed you. I'm not lying to you, am I?" After finishing his words, SWAT left with his men, having received a call from Chen Tianhao, who said he had sent someone to help him take down Lu Fading and instructed him to return to the police station to make arrangements. Upon returning to the police station, SWAT saw over 2,000 men standing in formation in the training ground. He did not rush them to execute tasks but instead dismissed them to rest first. After all, the Bay Group had already been dealt with. What remained were merely small forces and families. Moreover, Chen Tianhao had given him ample time, so SWAT was not in a hurry at all. Instead, he went directly to the detained chief. SWAT intended to extract more information from him. When the chief saw SWAT, he shouted loudly, "Sir, I am wronged. I had no idea that the Bay Group was a drug trafficking organization. Upon hearing his words, SWAT immediately smiled. Did I say the Bay Group was a drug trafficking group? No, my previous actions were merely to lower their guard. We already have a targeted plan against them, but it has yet to be executed. The chief, realizing he had misspoken, quickly found another excuse to explain.
Alright, stop explaining. Just tell me everything you know.
SWAT urged. I believe Lu Fatang is not the only one involved in drug trafficking in the Bay Group.
If your answer satisfies me, I will go easy on you.
SWAT said, looking at the flustered chief. Under the chief's gaze, he felt a surge of anxiety. After pondering for a long time, he finally spoke to SWAT.
Actually, our entire police station has been controlled by the Bay Group and the Black Wolf Gang.
They use our families to threaten us into cleaning up after them. Previously we did resist, but after witnessing their methods and the money they offered, we couldn't withstand the pressure. Sir, please save our families.
They are innocent.
After hearing what he said, SWAT asked, "Oh, are your families in their hands?"
No, but they are being monitored by the Black Wolf Gang.
Now that you suddenly attack the Bay Group, they will surely sense the crisis and take our families hostage. The chief hurriedly explained upon hearing SWAT's question. After learning this situation, SWAT immediately notified his squad leaders to gather all personnel. Then they released the detained local police officers, and SWAT sent people to accompany them back to their homes. SWAT also issued a command to all his men: if there were any suspicious individuals near these officers' homes, they could shoot without reporting. After SWAT arranged this matter, he sent out the younger brothers he had brought with him. Had it not been for Chen Tianhao supporting him with over 2,000 men, he would have been in a position with no one to use. With those 2,000 men, SWAT did not let them rest. He sent 1,000 to conduct a thorough search of Lu Fatang's urban area, while he led the other 1,000 to the Black Wolf Gang's headquarters to carry out the mission of eliminating the Black Wolf Gang.
After assigning the task, SWAT personally set off with his men. However, when he arrived at the Black Wolf Gang's headquarters,
he found that the area had already been cordoned off by the military. Just as he was preparing to approach for inquiries, a voice came from inside. The Black Wolf Gang has been dealt with by us. You have no business here. Please leave, or I cannot guarantee my soldiers' guns won't misfire. As soon as this arrogant statement fell, a gunshot rang out, bang, and the bullet struck the ground in front of SWAT. This gunshot caused all the younger brothers SWAT had brought to raise their weapons, loading their bullets. As soon as SWAT gave the order, they would immediately retaliate against the people across from them.
However, SWAT remained rational and immediately stepped back, dialing Chen Tianhao's number.
After a moment, he heard Chen Tianhao's voice on the other end.
Hello, who is this? Boss, it's me, SWAT. Oh, what's up? Did you call me for something? Chen Tianhao asked in confusion over the phone.
Boss, the military is involved in our cleanup plan. I don't know if this is your order or Hobbs.
This is something you don't need to worry about for now.
I will send someone to investigate, Chen Tianhao said upon hearing that the military was involved in their plans.
Okay, boss.
As soon as SWAT finished speaking, the call was disconnected, but he did not mention to Chen Tianhao that someone had shot at him. SWAT knew that it was not yet time to turn against the military, which is why he did not tell Chen Tianhao. Otherwise, knowing Chen Tianhao's temperament, he would definitely have ordered them to fight back, complicating the situation further. After receiving Chen Tianhao's order, SWAT immediately left the area, taking the opportunity to cleanse other small forces on the way back. In addition to the 1,000 men he had sent to search the city, they thoroughly combed through Lu Fatang, which meant they had completely taken control of the entire Lu Fatang.
SWAT also became the first among those sent by Chen Tianhao to complete his mission.
Of course, all the original personnel in the police station had been cleared out by SWAT, leaving only their own people. Those who had committed crimes were generously given a peanut from SWAT. Those who had not committed any crimes were directly sent home by SWAT, but such individuals were rare. Out of the hundreds in the police station, only 2 returned home safely.
It is evident how rotten Lu Fatang was in the past.
After learning about the situation with Lu Fatang, Chen Tianhao did not immediately go to find Hua Sifu. Instead, he directly arranged for his underlings to investigate the matter and had Jin Feng schedule a meeting with Jeffrey, as Chen Tianhao wanted to see if he could obtain the desired information through Jeffrey. After being dressed up by Emma and the others, Chen Tianhao took Jin Feng directly to the restaurant where he was meeting Jeffrey. As soon as they arrived at the restaurant, the doorman welcomed them in and led Chen Tianhao and the others to the pre-booked private room. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the underling guarding outside came in and said to Chen Tianhao, "Boss, Mr.
Jeffrey has arrived. Should I invite him in?"
Upon hearing this, Chen Tianhao did not respond but stood up and said to Jin Feng, "Sister Feng, let's go greet Jeffrey together. After all, we invited him, so we shouldn't look negligent." Jin Feng nodded slightly, stood up and walked out with Chen Tianhao. When they met Jeffrey, Chen Tianhao stepped forward to shake his hand and said, "I apologize for the abrupt invitation. I hope Mr.
Jeffrey does not mind." Haha, Mr. Chen, you jest.
It is my honor to receive your invitation," Jeffrey humbly replied to Chen Tianhao. Then Jeffrey noticed Jin Feng standing next to Chen Tianhao and immediately approached her, preparing to give her a hug.
However, Jin Feng did not give Jeffrey that opportunity and directly took Chen Tianhao's hand, turning her body to the side.
Jeffrey stood there awkwardly with his hands raised, then suppressed his anger and said, Miss Jean Foam, you are becoming more and more beautiful. Jean Foam looked at Jeffrey's not so good facial expression and politely replied, thank you for your compliment, but I think you look more radiant. Chen Tianhao observed Jeffrey's actions but did not show it, merely noting today's events down. He prepared to settle the score with Jeffrey later. After all, his woman was not someone anyone could covet. The food and drinks are ready, let's go in and chat while we eat. After Chen Tianhao finished speaking, he took Jean Fong and walked towards the private room. Jeffrey watched their backs and thought to himself, bitch, you better not fall into my hands or I will make you taste my methods. Although Jeffrey thought this way, he did not dare to act overly aggressive in front of Chen Tianhao and quickly followed them into the private room. As soon as they sat down in the private room, the waiter brought out the prepared dishes and poured a glass of wine for each of the three. Jeffrey looked at the wine in his glass and raised it, saying to Jean Fong, I wonder if I have the honor to share a drink with Miss Jean Fong. I'm sorry, Mr. Jeffrey, I'm not feeling well today, so let Ahao drink with you on my behalf. Jean Fong said while raising the glass and placing it in Chen Tianhao's hand. Jean Fong's actions clearly indicated, whatever you want to say, just say it to my man. Even if Jeffrey had a good temper, being humiliated repeatedly was unbearable. Jeffrey slammed his glass down on the table and said, since you are so disrespectful, I shall take my leave. After saying this, Jeffrey stood up preparing to walk out. Chen Tianhao looked at the spilled wine on the table, slowly lit a cigarette, took a puff and then stood up to say to Jeffrey, if you want respect, you have to earn it. If you don't, then you must endure the consequences. Chen Tianhao will say it plainly today, as long as you dare to step out the door, you Jeffrey will definitely not fare well. Hearing Chen Tianhao's words, Jeffrey turned around smiling at him in anger. Am I to understand that Mr. Chen is threatening me? Ha ha. You may certainly try, after all I Chen am not a good person. You can take it however you want. After saying this, Chen Tianhao directly threw the cigarette, but he had just smoked at Jeffrey. Jeffrey was completely taken aback and did not expect Chen Tianhao to act this way. The cigarette but landed on his face and Jeffrey shouted, covering his face, aren't you afraid I will report you to the Prime Minister and unite with others against you? Oh, do you think I care? Having one more or one less won't matter to me. Do you really think I am afraid? Chen Tianhao said as he walked up to Jeffrey and effortlessly lifted him into the air with one hand. Jeffrey was shocked by Chen Tianhao's action. After all, it was not light to be lifted into the air with one hand. To avoid further angering Chen Tianhao, Jeffrey quickly spoke, Chen, let's just talk it out, there's no need for violence. Chen Tianhao looked at Jeffrey's improved attitude and directly set him down on a chair nearby. Chen Tianhao also pulled over a chair to sit down. Jean Fong came over to light a cigarette for Chen Tianhao and then silently stood behind him. Then Chen Tianhao took a puff of his cigarette, crossed his legs and said to Jeffrey, I won't beat around the bush. I want to know who sent the army to deal with the Black Wolf Gang. Don't say you don't know. After listening to Chen Tianhao's words, Jeffrey smiled and said, haha, should I laugh at your ignorance or at your audacity? Don't you know that these gangs and drug dealers are supported by the cabinet? To put it plainly, these people are our dogs, specifically handling dirty work and making money for us. The reason why the cabinet asked you for such a request is that they wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate you, but who would have thought you only sent your subordinates? In such a situation, they had no choice but to cut off their own arm to minimize their losses. Young man, let me tell you, this cake is not something you can touch. Although your momentum is strong now, I must remind you that your plans may not go as smoothly as you think, just wait and see. And why does the Prime Minister support you? Because he wants to use you to balance out those old geezers in the cabinet. After all, the real power in the hands of the Prime Minister isn't as great as you imagine. To put it bluntly, you are merely a pawn in their power struggle. After saying so much to Chen Tianhao, Jeffrey felt much more relaxed watching Chen Tianhao across from him with a calm demeanor. Chen Tianhao listened to his words and did not feel he was lying. After all, he was in this chess game, but he did not take it to heart. Haha, thank you, Mr. Jeffrey, for your explanation, but I have my own means. Let's see who is tougher from here on out, let's wait and see. Listening to Chen Tianhao's words, Jeffrey was unsure why Chen Tianhao was so confident. Anyway, he did not have a good opinion of this reckless man. Since Chen Tianhao had already been told what he wanted to know, Jeffrey was also not planning to stay here any longer. Jeffrey then said to Chen Tianhao, Chen, since I've told you everything you wanted to know, can I leave now? Hearing Jeffrey's question, Chen Tianhao smiled and said, Mr. Jeffrey, have you misunderstood something? What I asked you was who sent the military personnel from LV Fatang. I didn't ask you to tell me so much. Upon hearing Chen Tianhao's words, Jeffrey's face instantly changed from green to pale, as if he was performing a Sichuan opera face-changing act. Jeffrey realized he had been played by Chen Tianhao and angrily replied that area is under Penny's jurisdiction. Now can I leave? Alright, take care. After saying this, Chen Tianhao waved to Jeffrey. Jeffrey, seeing Chen Tianhao's demeanor, was so angry that he slammed the door and left. Just as Jeffrey left, the satellite phone on Chen Tianhao's desk rang. As Chen Tianhao picked up the phone and connected, he heard, Boss, we've been ambushed and our brothers have suffered heavy losses. We are now retreating to the outskirts of Skeltovenbos. As soon as the voice on the phone fell, the intense sounds of gunfire and explosions came from the other end. Bang 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 boom. Listening to the sounds coming from the other side, Chen Tianhao knew this was the cabinet's retaliation against him. He immediately spoke to John Wick on the phone. "You guys retreat first. Wait until the reinforcements I sent arrive before making any plans." "Alright boss, as long as we don't take the initiative to attack them, I'm confident we can drive them back." As soon as John Wick finished speaking, Chen Tianhao hung up the phone. Not long after the call ended, Chen Tianhao received another call from Heibai Wuchang. However, their situation was not as dire as John Wick's. They had not been pushed back. In fact, Chen Tianhao had already sent 2,000 reinforcements to each of their teams. It was just that Skeltovenbos was relatively far and the reinforcements had not arrived yet. Chen Tianhao thought to himself, since you want to play, I will play a big game with you, and he then opened the system. Host Chen Tianhao, nickname Mad Tiger. Identity Master of Dongqing Deepwater Association, not officially appointed, and leader of the Blood Gang. System level 22500-010-00000. Age 17. Physique 80. Mental strength 15, average person 10. Item storage space several weapons $54 million. Gold coins 2,500. Skills hard Qigong Master 8, Extremes Fist Master, Special Comprehensive Combat, Great Success Shooting, Great Success Driving Skills, Great Success Street Fighting, Great Success Mastery of Global Languages. Although Chen Tianhao had summoned quite a few little brothers during this time after a major cleanup in Amsterdam, it not only didn't cost him anything but also made him a bit of profit. However, the money from SWAT had not yet arrived. Otherwise it would have been even more. Now Chen Tianhao, feeling generous, recharged his system with another $40 million, which converted to Hong Kong dollars is 200 million. Chen Tianhao's gold coin balance also reached 22,500 gold coins. He immediately waved his hand and summoned 20,000 ordinary little brothers and 100 elite little brothers, spending 1,000 gold coins to equip them with weapons. Looking at the remaining 500 gold coins, Chen Tianhao immediately said to the system, "System brother, give me 5 special summons." Ding, special summoning in progress. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Shin, to the leader of the 13 Taibao from the TV series A Grand Day in the Future. Ding, special summoning in progress. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the 3 brothers Qin Long, Qin Hu and Qin Bao of the 13 Taibao. Ding, special summoning in progress. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Chang Ren, the lover of PLK from the movie Black Panther World. Ding, special summoning in progress. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Tommy Shelby from the movie Peaky Blinders. Ding, special summoning in progress. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Arthur from the movie Peaky Blinders. As the system's notification ended, Chen Tianhao immediately summoned them. With a flash of white light, 7 people appeared before him. Due to his memories from his past life, Chen Tianhao knew their abilities and did not look too deeply into their specific information. As they all shouted in unison, "Boss!" Chen Tianhao nodded to them and quickly made arrangements. Shen Dai and the 3 brothers of Long Hu Bao were sent by Chen Tianhao to bring reinforcements to Mengbohui. As for Tommy and Arthur, Chen Tianhao gave them some money to get close to Penny and other ministers to investigate their information for when Chen Tianhao would take action against them. As for Chang Ren, he was kept by Chen Tianhao's side. After all, it was impossible for Black Panther to handle everything alone. Chang Ren was born to be a killer, and Chen Tianhao also wanted to let him mix in the waters a bit. After Chen Tianhao arranged all this, he happily left the restaurant with Jean Foam. Meanwhile, Jeffrey, who had just left Chen Tianhao, went to find Penny, whom he had just sold to Chen Tianhao. At this time, Jeffrey was chatting with Penny. "I don't know, Jeffrey, what brings you here? It seems we don't have any connections, do we?" As a person in power, Penny wouldn't give Jeffrey a good face. Jeffrey could endure it, smilingly saying to Penny, "Ha. We are all working for the Prime Minister, so it's only right that we interact more." Hearing Jeffrey say this, Penny directly shook the coat on his body onto the sofa, then stood up and pointed at Jeffrey's nose, saying, "Bastard, still talking nonsense at this point. Do you really think I don't know you just met that yellow-skinned monkey? Are you now turning around to come find me, planning to help him extract information from me?" Hearing this, Jeffrey's expression immediately changed and he hurriedly stood up. "I think you've misunderstood. How could I help that yellow-skinned monkey? I'm currently thinking about how to deal with him. Unfortunately, I don't have many useful people at my disposal, so I thought of you, brother Penny." Hearing Jeffrey's explanation, Penny felt it was worth listening to his plan and then asked Jeffrey, "Oh, so how do you want me to cooperate with you?" Jeffrey immediately replied, "You know, unlike you guys who hold great power, I naturally don't have many useful people at my disposal. I came to you this time to borrow some manpower. When I get that yellow-skinned monkey out, I'll just..." While saying this, Jeffrey made a gesture of slicing his neck. Penny, hearing this, asked in confusion, "How can you be sure he will come?" "Ha, as long as I tell him I have the news he needs, he will definitely come," Jeffrey confidently replied to Penny. Seeing his confidence, Penny also said, "Alright, since that's the case, I will use a play as an excuse to send a battalion of people to cooperate with your plan. I hope you won't disappoint me, otherwise you know my methods." Under Jeffrey's nodding and bowing, a scheme targeting Chen Tianhao was thus formed. Just as Jeffrey was heading to meet Penny, the people Chen Tianhao sent to monitor him had already informed Chen Tianhao. Jeffrey remained oblivious, still fantasizing about the scenario where he could manipulate Chen Tianhao. Meanwhile, Chen Tianhao paid no mind to him, returning to the Chen mansion to cultivate his relationships with Emma and Yin Feng. Chen Tianhao was not overconfident, rather he was confident in his own strength.
It could be said that the entire Amsterdam was under Chen Tianhao's control. No event could escape Chen Tianhao's keen eyes. As soon as suspicious individuals entered Amsterdam in large numbers, they would be monitored by Chen Tianhao's subordinates.
They would never be given the chance to act against Chen Tianhao, but they remained unaware of why he felt so confident to stand against their massive interest group. While they were still deliberating on how to deal with Chen Tianhao, the subordinates he had just dispatched had already taken action. The Hague. In the police station, Bai Wuchang was discussing the next course of action with Shinde, who had just brought reinforcements. As one of the 4 major coastal cities in the Netherlands, The Hague was not in disarray like other cities plagued by various gangs and families. Instead, it was ruled by a family called Charlie, whose greatest support came from the patriarch's son-in-law Humbert. Humbert was also one of the cabinet ministers controlling all military and political power in The Hague. Before Bai Wuchang's arrival, the police station was also under his control. As the son-in-law of the Charlie family, Humbert had opened many doors for them, allowing the Charlie family to absorb other forces and become the largest underground force in The Hague. They controlled all underground transactions in The Hague. Although they publicly appeared as a legitimate business family, they dominated all docks and ships in The Hague. However, the entire flower and human trafficking trade in The Hague was firmly in their hands. The members of the Charlie family could be said to have blood on their hands, and capturing them would require no interrogation, just shoot them, for it was impossible to mistakenly execute an innocent person. When Bai Wuchang had just entered The Hague, he was ambushed by several groups brazenly opening fire right in the streets. Including when they had just arrived at the police station, the entire police force resisted Bai Wuchang's presence, with some openly threatening them with weapons. Seeing their demeanor, Bai Wuchang immediately recognized them as lackeys of the Charlie family and had no reason to let them go, directly capturing them with his overwhelming strength. This also led to several waves of assaults on Bai Wuchang and his team after they took over the police station, leaving them exhausted. Now, with the reinforcements sent by Chen Tianhao and the subordinates brought by Shinde, Bai Wuchang's side had over 6,000 fully armed subordinates. Seeing this situation, Bai Wuchang realized it was time for them to counterattack. After discussions between Bai Wuchang and Shinde, they decided to act separately. Bai Wuchang took charge of the assault on the main base of the Charlie family, while Shinde led a team to secure the docks of the Charlie family. With clear objectives in mind, Bai Wuchang gathered all personnel and directly arranged them, with each leading 1,000 men to attack their respective targets. The remaining personnel included 1,000 to guard the headquarters and assist various fronts, while another 1,000 were tasked with clearing the city and preventing riots. The remaining 2,000 were stationed on the road from the military camp to The Hague to prevent military personnel from interfering with their actions. With the orders given, everyone sprang into action. Bai Wuchang and Shinde directly got into their vehicles, heading toward their respective targets. Just as Bai Wuchang's side made a move, they were spotted by the Charlie family's surveillance and quickly reported to the patriarch of the Charlie family. Upon receiving the news, Charlie Victor realized that Bai Wuchang was preparing to take action against them. The news instantly made Victor anxious. He quickly picked up the phone on the table and dialed out. As soon as the call connected, he heard, "Hello, father, what's the matter?" The police station is preparing to act against our family, Humbert, you must save us." Hearing the voice on the phone, Victor stammered. It was no wonder Victor was so anxious. The support from Bai Wuchang was indeed overwhelming, and they truly couldn't withstand it. "Don't worry, father, they wouldn't dare to harm you. I will immediately notify Colonel Hades to take people to stop them," Humbert had just reassured Victor. Victor then heard intense gunfire, and Humbert on the other end of the line also heard it, asking curiously what's going on. Victor did not respond but walked to the window. Being at the highest point of the Charlie family estate, he could clearly see the situation of the entire family. Yet the scene before his eyes was not what he wanted to see. In Victor's eyes, the gate of the distant manor had already been blown open. Armored vehicles and a squad of police forces had rushed in, sweeping through the Charlie family's armed forces and rapidly advancing towards Victor. Seeing this situation, Victor anxiously shouted into the phone, "Humbert, hurry and save me." Just as Victor finished speaking, the busy tone rang in his ear, indicating that the signal had been jammed. In Amsterdam, Humbert, hearing the busy signal on the phone, was infuriated and threw the phone away. Then he turned to the guards outside and said, "Notify Hades to bring people quickly, he must rescue them." Meanwhile, Victor slumped in his chair, reflecting on the deeds he had done over the years, realizing that falling into Bai Wuchang's hands left him no chance of survival. At that moment, the door to Victor's room was suddenly flung open and the captain of their family's guard rushed in. "Master, we can't hold on any longer, their firepower is too overwhelming." Victor was reinvigorated by this news, turning to the captain and saying, "Gather all personnel, no matter what, hold your ground. I have already called for assistance and reinforcements will arrive soon." It wasn't that Victor didn't want to escape, rather their family estate was built against the mountains with only this one route out. They had no possibility of breaking through. On Bai Wuchang's side, they were eliminating their fire points one by one when a subordinate rushed over to report. "Report, personnel from the Charlie family are gathering inside the manor. What should we do next?"
Hearing this, Bai Wuchang immediately laughed. Clearing them one by one was indeed time-consuming, and he was worried about reinforcements from the military. Now they were voluntarily gathering. Wasn't this a great opportunity? Without wasting time, Bai Wuchang directly commanded charge and clear all grenades and rockets at their gathering point and take them down in the shortest time possible. As soon as Bai Wuchang's orders were given, all armored vehicles and subordinates rushed into the Charlie family manor. Upon seeing the hastily erected defenses of the Charlie family, many armed with rocket launchers and grenade launchers stepped forward. They unleashed a furious barrage upon the Charlie family's members, instantly obliterating their defenses. Although the Charlie family had similar heavy weapons, they were no match for the numbers. As soon as they took them out, they were blown to bits. The Charlie family's guards had no strength to retaliate, leading to heavy casualties among them. However, the underlings brought by Bai Wuchang did not cease their assault. Instead, they advanced while firing grenades and rockets. After several minutes of intense bombardment, the resistance from the Charlie family could no longer be heard. Bai Wuchang soon arrived outside the villa where Victor was located. After dealing with the remaining defeated soldiers inside, Bai Wuchang personally led his men upstairs. As Bai Wuchang reached the corner of the staircase, he saw bullets ricocheting off the wall, sending a large amount of plaster flying. After hearing the gunfire cease, Bai Wuchang grabbed the gun from a nearby underling, rolled and jumped out. At the same time, he took precise shots at the people in the corridor who were still reloading their magazines and shot one in the head. Bai Wuchang's underlings charged in as well, rushing straight into the innermost room. After 2 gunshots, they broke through the door and stormed inside. Surprisingly, no one resisted, and seeing this, Bai Wuchang walked in. Upon entering, he saw Victor sitting in a chair and the captain of his guard standing behind him. Bai Wuchang ordered them to lower their weapons. Victor, seeing Bai Wuchang enter, spoke. "Officer Bai, let's talk. What will it take for you to let me go?" "Ha! Your proposal puts me in a difficult position. After all, my orders are to eliminate you all," Bai Wuchang said with a smile, appearing troubled. "You must know the people behind me, right? If you kill me, you won't fare any better. How about this? I'll give you a sum of money and you let me leave The Hague. I promise I will never return." Victor, hearing Bai Wuchang relent, intentionally brought up his backing and money to tempt him. Bai Wuchang looked at Victor's demeanor as if he were a fool and said, "You are in my hands now. Do you think getting money is difficult for me?" "Haha, that's a joke. If I die, you won't get a single cent," Victor replied confidently. "Oh. Then tell me, how much are you worth?" Bai Wuchang said, attempting to extract more information from him. Victor immediately replied, 20 million. I'll give you $20 million. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuchang's eyes widened, scaring Victor into changing his offer. $50 million. "I won't waste time with you. Hand over all your assets and I can let you go. Otherwise..." Bai Wuchang raised his gun, aiming at Victor, which instinctively terrified Victor, making him want to hide behind his guard captain, but Bai Wuchang shot to stop him. A gunshot rang out, striking the table in front of Victor, causing him to slump back in his chair, spilling an unknown liquid beneath him. Bai Wuchang saw the scene and covered his nose with one hand, saying, "Have you thought it over? The next shot won't just hit the table." Victor looked at Bai Wuchang and mustered his courage, saying, "The money isn't solely mine. It requires the decision of your cabinet minister Herbert. I'm sure you wouldn't want to offend him." Bai Wuchang, seeing Victor still trying to threaten him with words, shot him in the left hand, saying, "You have one more chance." Faced with the fierce Bai Wuchang, Victor dared not delay further and immediately revealed his overseas account and password to him. Bai Wuchang sent an underling to verify it. Upon learning it was true, he emptied the magazine toward Victor and his men. Then, without looking back, Bai Wuchang led his men away from the Charlie Manor, leaving some behind to clean up the battlefield. The Hague Pier. Shinde also arrived with his men, but the Charlie family had learned of the news in advance. The ships that used to come and go were all docked at the pier, no longer bustling with activity. Shinde wasted no time and ordered his underlings to launch an attack on the pier. In an instant, gunfire erupted all over the pier and the containers caught fire from the explosions. The ships docked at the port were also affected by the shockwaves of the explosions, with several experiencing violent detonations. After more than 10 minutes of fierce assault, the Charlie family was completely shattered, throwing down their weapons and crawling to the ground. After Shinde arranged for personnel to search and ensure there were no fish that slipped through the net, he directly issued orders. The members of the Charlie family gathered at the pier square were torn to shreds by a hail of bullets. After the gunfire ceased, Shinde left personnel behind to clean up the battlefield and then departed from the scene. In a military camp on the outskirts of The Hague, Hades urgently assembled his troops upon receiving Herbert's orders and sped towards the Charlie family's stronghold. After the troops had traveled for over 20 minutes, just as they were about to enter the city of The Hague, the vehicles in front suddenly came to a halt. Due to the sudden stop, Hades nearly crashed into the windshield, and in frustration he cursed, "Damn it, what are those fools in front doing?" Just as he finished speaking, someone from the front ran over to report, "Sir, the road ahead has been blocked, we cannot pass." "Damn it, are you all useless? Can't you just charge through?" Hades said, slapping the person who reported to him twice. The soldier did not dare to resist, continuing, "Sir, you should go take a look yourself." Hades, hearing this, ignored him and directly moved forward with his bodyguards. When Hades reached the front of the troops, he saw the barricades blocking the road and the armored vehicles stopped behind along with rows of armed soldiers standing guard. Hades was astonished by the sight, but he did not feel intimidated as he had brought over 2,000 men this time. Thinking this, Hades stepped forward and asked the police standing behind the barricade, "Which unit are you from? Why are you blocking our way?" The underling didn't even glance at him and replied no comment. Hades was instantly angered by his attitude. "I as a colonel order you to clear the road immediately. Don't delay my unit from executing its mission." Just as the underling was about to retort, he was pulled down by their captain, who then spoke to Hades. "I apologize, sir, I am the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Special Police in The Hague. We are currently cleaning up criminals in The Hague and you cannot pass for now." "Oh. Didn't you understand? I am commanding you. I give you 2 minutes to clear the road or don't blame us for being harsh." Just after Hades finished speaking, Bai Wuchang's voice came over. "Oh. I wonder what your harsh methods are. Are you so eager to be someone's dog now?" Following this was Shinda's voice. These two statements instantly ignited Hades' anger. "I am here carrying out orders to capture the wanted criminals of the Charlie family. If this is delayed when the upper echelons blame me, can you bear the consequences?" "Oh, so it's for the Charlie family. You don't need to go, we have already dealt with them. You may leave now." After Bai Wuchang finished speaking, he casually took a box from one of his underlings, opened it and handed it to Hades. "If you don't believe me, look, this contains the head of Victor, the patriarch of the Charlie family." When Hades saw this, he was stunned. His mission target had been killed and he didn't know how to explain it to Herbert. Then Hades questioned, "You have such audacity to execute a military wanted criminal privately? Someone arrest them." As soon as Hades gave the order, the guards behind him rushed forward ready to take down Bai Wuchang. Shinda watched everything unfold, raising his gun to fire 2 shots into the sky. "I dare anyone to move." Gunshots rang out and the younger brothers behind Shinda also charged forward with their guns. The two factions collided, guns drawn, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Bai Wuchang stepped up to Hades and said, "The order I received was to eliminate all resistance. If there are any issues, have your superior come find me directly." "I'm afraid I need you to come with me right now," Hades replied, reaching out to grab Bai Wuchang. However, Bai Wuchang was quicker and seized Hades' outstretched hand first. With a slight exertion of strength, Bai Wuchang twisted Hades' hand, breaking it. Hades immediately cried out in pain, let go of me now." After Hades spoke, he reached for the handgun at his waist while all the guards behind him had their guns loaded and aimed at Bai Wuchang. Yet Bai Wuchang showed no fear. His subordinates surged forward with their weapons. He pressed down on Hades' gun-wielding hand and pushed him away, stating, "Everyone load your bullets. If they haven't left in 3 minutes, shoot to kill on the spot." As soon as Bai Wuchang's voice fell, the sound of bullets being loaded echoed from behind and the heavy machine guns and cannons on the armored vehicles aimed at Hades' men. Amidst the gaps between the armored vehicles, many subordinates carrying rocket launchers surged forth. Hades, still being supported by the police, looked at the scene before him and shouted hoarsely, "I don't believe you dare to act." As soon as Hades finished speaking, Bai Wuchang shot him directly in the leg. Looking at Hades clutching his leg and screaming, Bai Wuchang mocked, "Do you really think I wouldn't?" Hades stared at Bai Wuchang's unyielding attitude, feeling a chill in his heart. Moreover, since they had rushed out without heavy weaponry, they were at a disadvantage in the fight, and Hades decisively chose to back down. After a simple bandaging of his wound, Hades glared fiercely at Bai Wuchang before leaving. Bai Wuchang watched Hades depart, then arranged for his subordinates to leave as well. Although Hades might not have the guts to confront them, Bai Wuchang still assigned a group to keep a watchful eye on Hades' movements. Once everything was arranged, Bai Wuchang called Chen Tianhao. "Boss, we have taken Haifa City and I have transferred the $35 million from the Charlie family's offshore accounts to your account." As soon as Bai Wuchang finished speaking, Chen Tianhao's delighted voice came over the phone. "Great, Lao Bai, well done. I'll make sure to find you a beautiful sister-in-law later." "Thanks for the compliment, boss, but I injured a colonel from the military and I need you to handle that." Bai Wuchang truthfully informed Chen Tianhao about the situation. After hearing this, Chen Tianhao immediately said, "Don't worry. No one can do anything to us. Just do what you need to do, I'll take the heat for you if anything goes wrong." After receiving Chen Tianhao's assurance, Bai Wuchang felt much more at ease. After chatting casually for a bit, they hung up the phone. After Bai Wuchang and his team took down Haifa, Black Wuchang in Middelburg, Grey Wuchang in Arnhem, and Du Yufang and Zwolle launched a full-scale attack on the local gangs and native families. Among them, Arnhem and Zwolle were the cities closest to Amsterdam after Haifa, so the reinforcements sent by Chen Tianhao were the first to arrive. Qin Long reinforced Grey Wuchang in Arnhem and Qin, who supported Du Yufang in Zwolle. Since the military in these two places was still under the control of Hasif, the actions of Grey Wuchang and Du Yufang went exceptionally smoothly. The opponents, armed with heavy troops, posed no challenge. Essentially, within 2 to 3 hours after taking Haifa, they completed the cleanup task, turning the entire city upside down without letting a single drug dealer or gang member escape. However, Black Wuchang in Middelburg faced quite a challenging situation. Middelburg, being an island city, is home to many flour processing plants, large and small, through which most of the flour in the Netherlands is circulated. This situation has made Middelburg chaotic. It could be said that out of 10 people, 5 are armed.
While not all of them are drug dealers, it has made it even more difficult for Black Wuchang's operations. After all, they only had over 4,000 men. How could they fight against tens of thousands, not to mention the military backing them? This led to Black Wuchang having no opportunity to take action upon arriving here. However, due to Chen Tianhao already sending people to wipe out drug dealers in several cities, the drug dealers in Middelburg became anxious. In this situation, the drug dealers had no choice but to set aside their past grievances and form an alliance. Furthermore, according to the intelligence obtained by Black Wuchang, the leaders of more than 10 forces were preparing to gather at the territory of the Money Gang to discuss strategies. The Money Gang is also the largest gang in Middelburg, and besides the wiped-out Bay Group, they occupy half of the remaining flower market. Moreover, when Chen Tianhao sent Qin Bao with 4,000 men to support him, Black Wuchang conceived a bold idea. He planned to mobilize all elite subordinates to execute a decapitation plan. As Qin Bao's men entered Middelburg, Black Wuchang took advantage of all the forces focusing on Qin Bao to quietly lead 100 elite subordinates towards the headquarters of the Money Gang. They communicated with Qin Bao that as soon as they started their operation, it would be time for them to move. With all the bosses neutralized, a bunch of rabble would pose no threat. Under the cover of night, Black Wuchang successfully led his men to stealthily approach the Money Gang's headquarters. After sending someone to ascertain their defenses, Black Wuchang directly infiltrated the Money Gang's headquarters. Along the way, every guard they encountered was swiftly taken down. Without making a sound, as Black Wuchang and his team confirmed the meeting location of the drug lord, they stealthily advanced towards it. Suddenly, a fierce alarm sounded from within the Money Gang headquarters, accompanied by shouts, "Quick, quick, someone has infiltrated. Find them and deal with them." Seeing the meeting room so close, Black Wuchang immediately gave the order to his subordinates to launch a strong assault. Under Black Wuchang's leadership, they charged directly towards the meeting room while some stayed back to intercept the incoming guards. Catching the guards off guard, Black Wuchang and his team quickly cleared the area around the meeting room. The 10 or so gang leaders in the meeting room, hearing the gunfire, opened the door to see what was happening. Black Wuchang seized the moment, raising his gun and firing, instantly killing 3 unfortunate souls. Seeing this, the other gang leaders hurriedly retreated. However, Black Wuchang and his men would not miss this opportunity. As they prepared to close the door, more than 10 grenades were tossed in. The intense explosion collapsed both the door and wall. Black Wuchang and his team took advantage of this opportunity to rush in. Except for a few unfortunate souls at the entrance, the rest were merely knocked out by the blast. Seeing this, Black Wuchang ordered his men to wake them up. Upon learning that the Money Gang's leader was still alive, he directly approached him and took him outside, planning to use him as a hostage. After all, this was the territory of the Money Gang. A direct confrontation would surely lead to heavy losses. As for the other gang leaders, they were simply sent to meet their maker by Black Wuchang's men. As the guards of the Money Gang closed in, a loud shout rang out, "Put down your weapons, or do you want me dead?" No sooner had the words been spoken than the thugs of the Money Gang saw their leader approaching, gun pointed at him. They immediately raised their guns at Hey Wuchang, threatening loudly, "Release our boss or you won't get out of here." Hey Wuchang, witnessing the scene before him, shot off one of the Money Gang leader's fingers, causing him to scream in pain. "Ah! You bastards! I told you to put down your weapons. Are you deaf? If anything happens to me, none of you will get away unscathed." Upon hearing this, the thugs of the Money Gang instantly understood what it meant. After exchanging glances, they all reluctantly lowered their weapons. The reason they obeyed was that their families had been taken hostage by the Money Gang leader's trusted subordinates. This was something Hey Wuchang only learned after interrogating him. Because of this, Hey Wuchang and his crew effortlessly took down the entire Money Gang. At the same time, as gunfire erupted on their side, Qin Bao, who had long prepared, led his men to assault the headquarters of various gangs. With their leader dealt with by Hey Wuchang, the disoriented gang thugs were quickly routed by Qin Bao and his crew. Though Qin Bao pursued them relentlessly, the many islands and intricate sea routes meant he could not completely eradicate them. However, the entire city of Middelburg had been thoroughly cleaned out by Qin Bao's men. Thus Middelburg fell into the hands of Chen Tianhao. As for Mengbohui in Groningen, he leisurely sat drinking tea, showing no signs of urgency. Groningen could be said to have no other advantages except its large area. The city's districts were still not as good as the towns under Amsterdam. In the eyes of their fellow nationals, Groningen was just a backward rural area. Even the cabinet members, a bunch of blood-sucking leeches, had no thoughts about this place. Mengbohui discovered during his investigation that there were only a few small local families monopolizing various businesses. Although some acted out of line, they were not as heinous as those drug traffickers. Also, they lacked significant backing, merely having some connections with local mayors and department heads. This was also why Mengbohui did not act against them. He wanted them to confess voluntarily. After clarifying the local powers, he arranged for someone to inform several families. If they did not recognize the situation, it would not be too late for Mengbohui to act, especially since the entire Groningen was already under his control. Even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. At that moment, the door to Mengbohui's office was pushed open and he looked up from the tea he was savoring. A subordinate walked in, saying, "Brother Hui, the representatives from the major families have arrived. Should we bring them in now?" Yes, bring them in, Meng Bohui replied flatly. The heads of the major families who had been waiting outside were brought in by the subordinate after receiving permission. However, Meng Bohui ignored them and continued sipping tea, perusing the documents on the table. Seeing this, they did not dare to disturb him, standing quietly before him. After more than 10 minutes after finishing a pot of tea, Meng Bohui finally spoke. Do you know why I haven't acted against you this time but instead called you here? Hearing Meng Bohui's question, none of them wanted to be the first to speak. They quietly lowered their heads and remained silent. Meng Bohui looked at their expressions and said, do you think you can leave without confessing? Or do you think I invited you here for fun? Hearing the implied threat in Meng Bohui's words, a plump family head spoke. Sir, we know that what we've done can't escape your notice. Since you haven't acted against us, it must mean we have a chance to make amends. However, how to proceed must be decided by you, sir. Upon hearing this, the other family heads quickly nodded in agreement. Meng Bohui regarded their expressions and felt no inclination to waste more time with them. Since you all understand, I'll be direct. My demand is that each family surrenders 3/4 of their assets, ensures the dismantling of all grey industries, and submits half of their profits annually. In return, I won't pursue any of your past actions. Upon hearing Meng Bohui's demands, they were all taken aback, their mouths agape. This was akin to digging up their roots. A tall, thin family head immediately stood up to protest. Sir, your approach is unreasonable. As long as we rein in our people from committing illegal acts, you shouldn't have any grounds to interfere. No sooner had he finished speaking than Meng Bohui shot him in the head and turned to his side, saying, let the men get moving. This family has no reason to exist anymore. Looking at the pale-faced crowd who were frightened, Meng Bohui continued, I'm not here to negotiate but to give you orders. Does anyone have any objections? After Meng Bohui finished speaking, he smiled and began to play with the pistol in his hand. This action instantly made the remaining family heads very tense, and they threw aside their dignity, rushing to Meng Bohui, bowing and nodding repeatedly, saying, I'm willing. I'm willing. I wholeheartedly support your decision, sir. I will arrange for the money to be sent over now. Thus, after Meng Bohui's display of power, they obediently accepted his terms and promised to arrange for the money to be sent as soon as they returned. It can be said that Meng Bohui faced no pressure in taking Groningen. Time swiftly passed to the next morning. Chen Tianhao had just opened his eyes when he received a report call from He and Bai Wuchang. After a night of organization, they had calculated the assets obtained from the cleanup. Upon hearing the figures they reported, Chen Tianhao couldn't help but exclaim, damn, these drug traffickers are really wealthy. On the call, Chen Tianhao learned that He Wuchang had seized over $400 million and over $100 million in jewelry and valuables from Middelburg. Arnhem and Zwolle had slightly less, with a total of $350 million and tens of millions in gold and silver jewelry combined. In Groningen, the rewards on Meng Bohui's side were the most unexpected, as several families had pooled together $500 million for him. However, the family that was eradicated contributed the most, being the oldest family in Groningen. They alone contributed $200 million. After Chen Tianhao finished organizing everything, he thought he was still not awake, suspecting he was dreaming. After pinching his thigh hard, the severe pain spread through his body and Chen Tianhao burst into laughter. After all, this was over $1 billion. He had no idea how to spend it. Thus, most of the drug traffickers in Dutch cities had been cleaned up by Chen Tianhao's subordinates. Now only Scheveningen and a few other border towns remained unresolved. With ample wealth obtained, Chen Tianhao now had the confidence to stand up to everyone. After a series of maneuvers by Chen Tianhao's subordinates, the members of the cabinet could no longer sit still. They immediately submitted a joint application to Hassef demanding him to convene a cabinet meeting. Under pressure, Hassef had no choice but to temporarily placate them and agreed to their request. He then contacted Chen Tianhao. Still immersed in the joy of immense wealth after receiving Hassef's call, Chen Tianhao knew that this time it was about him. Without any hesitation, he told Hassef that he would be there shortly. Chen Tianhao also wanted to seize this opportunity to see who dared to confront him. With sufficient financial backing, Chen Tianhao had no more worries and directly took Black Panther and Chang Run to the Prime Minister's residence, the meeting location. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Tianhao arrived at the Prime Minister's residence with Black Panther and the others. Just as he was about to enter for the meeting, he was stopped by the soldiers guarding the door. Sir, we need to conduct a search. Please cooperate. Also, your subordinates are not allowed inside. Chen Tianhao was not accustomed to being searched and stepped back. Chang Ren, who had been following him closely, immediately sprang into action. In an instant, he threw out a dozen playing cards, disarming the soldier in front of him. Before the soldiers could react, Chang Ren had already charged in front of them. In just a few breaths, he had dealt with several obstructing soldiers. Chen Tianhao ignored everything and walked in with Black Panther. The guards at the entrance were replaced by Chen Tianhao's underlings, but the commotion attracted the attention of others. As they were about to intercept Chen Tianhao, they were stopped by Hassef's butler. Under the guidance of the butler, Chen Tianhao and Black Panther proceeded without obstruction to the meeting room. Without any hesitation, Chen Tianhao walked in. Noticing that all the cabinet ministers had gathered, he headed straight for his seat. However, at that moment a sarcastic voice came through, as expected of the chief superintendent overseeing all matters of the police department. Such arrogance to make us all wait for him. Chen Tianhao looked in the direction of the voice and learned through his underlings' investigations that the speaker was Heinrich, the son-in-law of the Charlie family who had just been eliminated by Bai Wuchang and Shinde. He was also the puppet master behind the Charlie family. Chen Tianhao paid no mind to his words and simply sat down in his seat. Black Panther and Chang Ren quietly stood behind him. As soon as Chen Tianhao sat down, he greeted Hasif, who sat at the head of the table. Hasif nodded at Chen Tianhao, tapped the table and said, "All right, since everyone is here, the meeting can begin. If anyone has any opinions, now is the time to voice them." As soon as Hasif finished speaking, Penny, seated opposite Chen Tianhao, opened his mouth. "I came here specifically for Chen Tianhao. Recently, due to his reckless actions, our country has suffered unnecessary losses and many innocent lives have been lost. Therefore, I propose that Chen Tianhao's position as a cabinet minister be revoked and all his powers be stripped away. Furthermore, he should be severely punished to appease the innocent lives lost at his hands." Just after Penny finished speaking, another cabinet minister seated at the meeting table stood up. Chen Tianhao recalled from the intelligence gathered by his underlings that this person was the Minister of Finance, Artis. At this moment, Artis spoke up. "Not only should we punish Chen Tianhao, but we also need to investigate whether he has embezzled public funds and confiscate all his property." Originally, Chen Tianhao had been listening patiently to their impeachment, but upon hearing that they intended to touch his money, he immediately slammed the table and stood up. "Damn it, you are here all day scrutinizing this and punishing that, isn't it? Just because I disrupted your black schemes and ruined your profit plans. Especially you, Penny. Don't think I don't know that the Black Wolf gang in Ludford was saved by you, and they are now in Ludford's military camp. Moreover, the people I dealt with were all drug dealers and gangsters. How did they become innocent victims in your eyes? As for the embezzled funds, didn't I already hand over $180 million to your Ministry of Finance? How can you be so shameless?" After venting, Chen Tianhao felt much better, but he had also provoked the anger of many. Heinrich, who had just spoken sarcastically to Chen Tianhao, directly chimed in. "Even if they are drug dealers and gangsters, it is not your place to execute them. You only have the right to arrest them, not to judge them." Listening to Heinrich's flimsy argument, Chen Tianhao looked at him as if he were an idiot and said, "What are they?" "They are drug dealers. A bunch of ruthless criminals. Do you think they would just wait for you to take them? And all this talk is just because I have encroached on your interests. Didn't you initially think I wouldn't be able to complete this task? Now that your lackeys have been dealt with, you're all getting restless. Let me tell you, you are all useless to me. What is my background? Damn it, I come from the underworld. Do you think I would reason with you?" Penny, hearing Chen Tianhao's arrogant words, immediately prepared to stand up. But just as he made the move, he was interrupted by Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao had been tolerating them for a long time, and upon seeing Penny's movement, he jumped over the table and kicked Penny out. The kick landed directly on Penny's mouth, knocking out a few of his teeth. In response, Penny clutched his mouth and let out a pig-like scream. Ah! Others were startled by Chen Tianhao's action and hurriedly distanced themselves from him. At this moment, Hasif also spoke up. "Aha was promoted by me, but I must ask you to behave yourselves. Don't think I don't know what you've done behind the scenes. I advise you to be cautious. All right, let's conclude this meeting here. Any issues can be discussed after a month." As soon as Hasif finished speaking, everyone hurriedly left, fearing being targeted by Chen Tianhao. After all the others had left, Chen Tianhao turned to Hasif and said, "Once again, I trouble you, big brother. I don't even know how to thank you this time." "Ah, how? Why are you saying all this to me? But I must remind you, whatever you do next, think twice and be careful of their schemes," Hasif said earnestly to Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao replied, "Big brother, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I guarantee that after this they will no longer dare to scheme against me. All right, enough of this. We haven't gathered in a long time. Let's go have a couple of drinks." After saying this, Hasif left with Chen Tianhao. When Chen Tianhao left the Prime Minister's residence, it was already afternoon. He had just stepped out with Black Panther and Chang Ren when several vehicles approached. Chen Tianhao immediately recognized that this was not their convoy. Just as Black Panther was about to step forward to stop them, a figure emerged from within. He respectfully said to Chen Tianhao, "Mr. Chen, my master requests your presence for an important matter." Chen Tianhao looked at the Reverend Tommy and was surprised that it was him. However, Chen Tianhao pretended not to recognize him and replied, "I'm not aware of who your master is." Tommy again respectfully replied, "I apologize, Mr. Chen, it was my oversight. My master is Mr. Jeffrey." Upon learning it was Jeffrey, Chen Tianhao began to understand why he had been summoned. Yet Chen Tianhao did not refuse and said, "Since it is an invitation from Jeffrey, let's go. You lead the way." After finishing his sentence, Chen Tianhao directly walked towards the car his younger brother had already brought over and got in. Black Panther and Changren then took their places in the front and back vehicles respectively, ready to respond to any sudden situations. Upon seeing that Chen Tianhao had gotten into the car, Tommy drove away with his men. Chen Tianhao and his group closely followed them, and after about 20 minutes, they were brought to the same place where they had last met Jeffrey. Chen Tianhao looked out of the car and saw 2 lines of hostesses standing at the entrance of the restaurant. Although the arrangement was grand, it lacked the lively atmosphere of previous visits. However, Chen Tianhao was not there to enjoy the spectacle, and after Black Panther opened the car door for him, Chen Tianhao stepped out of the car. In the distance, Tommy, who had already gotten out to wait, ran over as soon as he saw Chen Tianhao. "Mr. Chen, my master is already waiting inside. Please follow me." Chen Tianhao nodded at him and walked directly into the restaurant, with Tommy quietly leading the way while Black Panther and the others closely followed behind. As soon as they reached the entrance of the restaurant, they heard the hostesses call out, "Welcome, Mr. Chen." Chen Tianhao was unimpressed by this and walked straight into the restaurant. Under Tommy's guidance, they quickly arrived at the private room arranged by Jeffrey. Just as Tommy opened the door for Chen Tianhao, a man stepped out. "Chen, you finally made it. You have no idea I've been waiting here to prepare since the meeting ended. I was worried you wouldn't come." Chen Tianhao, seeing his enthusiasm, responded with feigned indifference. "Since Mr. Jeffrey invited me, how could I possibly refuse?" Upon hearing this, Jeffrey welcomed him. "Chen, please come in. The food is ready, let's eat and chat." Chen Tianhao, not holding back, walked straight to the main seat. At this moment, a fleeting cold expression flashed across Jeffrey's face, but he continued to feign warmth as he invited Chen Tianhao. "Chen, enjoy the dishes. These were specially prepared for you. You might not get to eat them again in the future." Hearing Jeffrey's words, Chen Tianhao pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Oh, the restaurant is right here. How could I possibly not be able to eat?" Just as Jeffrey regretted having spoken his mind, an untimely voice interrupted. "Of course, you will be dead soon, and then you definitely won't be able to eat. In your Eastern words, this is also a death meal." As the voice fell, the walls surrounding the private room suddenly opened. Soldiers with guns aimed at Chen Tianhao and his group emerged from each room. In that instant, when the walls opened, Jeffrey dashed towards Tommy. The person who had just spoken was in the adjacent room, and when Chen Tianhao recognized him, he asked, "I don't understand, Penny, what do you mean by this?" Penny looked at Chen Tianhao's puzzled expression and burst into laughter. "Haha, can't you see it yet?" After saying this, Penny's expression suddenly turned grim. "Bastard, you've cut off my source of income. I'll send you on your way right now." Chen Tianhao looked at Penny's frenzied demeanor and disdainfully said, "Are you so sure you can take me down?" Penny was stunned by Chen Tianhao's words and asked in confusion, "Right now the whole restaurant is filled with my soldiers. Do you really think you can escape?" "Haha, just with your ragtag bunch of losers, let me tell you. I haven't even considered you at all." After saying this to Penny and the others, Chen Tianhao stood up and headed for the exit while Black Panther and the others remained on guard against the surrounding soldiers. Seeing Chen Tianhao so arrogant, Penny immediately prepared to have his men take care of Chen Tianhao and opened his mouth to say, "Kill them." Just as Penny's words were halfway out, his voice suddenly stopped and he heard himself saying meekly, "Jeffrey, quickly tell your men to put down their guns. Don't joke like this." Jeffrey, looking at Tommy, who had his gun pointed at Penny's head, was also bewildered. He immediately shouted at Tommy, "Bastard, what are you doing? Put down your gun right now." After giving the command, Jeffrey was about to rush over to take the gun from Tommy. Just then a gunshot rang out, followed by Jeffrey's pig-like scream, "Aw! My leg!" In the instant Jeffrey made his move, Tommy shot him in the thigh. Penny, with a gun pointed at his head, was so scared by the gunshot that he nearly wet himself. Penny shouted loudly, "Don't kill me, please don't kill me." After hearing Jeffrey's scream, he finally reacted but felt the gun on his head and didn't dare to move an inch. At this moment, Chen Tianhao had already exited the private room. He turned back and mouthed to the fallen Jeffrey, "Fool." Then he led Black Panther and the others out of the restaurant. As they reached the entrance, they found the restaurant surrounded. However, it was not Penny's men but rather Chen Tianhao's younger brothers. They were dressed in the uniforms of the police force and had already subdued Penny's men. As soon as they exited the restaurant, Chen Tianhao spoke loudly. "Jeffrey and Officer Penny have been attacked by unknown forces. Immediately declare a citywide lockdown and ensure that everyone is captured. As for these detained terrorists, execute them on the spot." After giving orders to his younger brothers, Chen Tianhao left the place with Black Panther. As for Penny and Jeffrey, Tommy would take care of them and Chen Tianhao need not worry at all. To Chen Tianhao, he was so formidable now that he couldn't possibly handle everything personally. Doing so would undermine his status and lower his prestige. After Chen Tianhao issued the order, the entire Amsterdam was placed under martial law, including the residences of various cabinet ministers. They were alerted when they learned that Jeffrey and Penny had been attacked by terrorists. They instantly became tense and began to contact each other for verification. However, the news they received was not what they wanted. It suggested that Penny and the others might have been dealt with by Chen Tianhao. Upon hearing the news, they immediately became agitated and reached out to their respective factions. Yet under the martial law in the city, their troops could not enter. When they attempted to leave, they were stopped by Chen Tianha's subordinates. Seeing this, they realized that Chen Tianhao intended to put them under house arrest. However, they were not easy targets. They quickly gathered their bodyguards and broke through Chen Tianha's warning perimeter. During this, Chen Tianha's subordinates repeatedly warned them. "We are currently clearing out terrorists in the city. To prevent unnecessary casualties, please refrain from going out for the time being." But they were not willing to listen, believing that Chen Tianhao was about to take action against them. They all charged through the warning perimeter and drove towards the outskirts of the city. Among them, one individual was particularly arrogant, loudly berating the subordinates that Chen Tianhao had sent for the warning. "Do you know who I am? You dare to block my way? Even your supreme commander Chen Tianhao wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of us, do you understand?" However, it was better if he hadn't acted so arrogantly. Because of this attitude, Chen Tianha's subordinates exchanged glances and simultaneously raised their guns. They opened fire on the bodyguards behind him, and in an instant the entire street was engulfed in gunfire. Day. When the gunfire ceased, he was the only one still standing there quietly, while his bodyguards had already been dealt with by Chen Tianha's subordinates. Just as he was about to say something, one of Chen Tianha's subordinates spoke first. "Mr. Herbert, I hope you won't be so arrogant in your next life. No, you can't kill me. I am a cabinet minister," Herbert said anxiously to Chen Tianha's subordinate. No, it's not us who are killing you, but your refusal to heed warnings led you to encounter terrorists on the road." After saying this, Chen Tianha's subordinate emptied the magazine directly at Herbert. His frantic shouts were instantly drowned out by the gunfire. In fact, if they hadn't left, Chen Tianhao would only have sent people to monitor them and wouldn't have done anything to them. But once they left their residences, Chen Tianhao could act against them openly. After all, they had already been warned terrorists were present in Amsterdam. If anything happened to them, it would be attributed to the terrorists, having nothing to do with Chen Tianhao. At that moment, Chen Tianhao, accompanied by Heibao and others, was driving around various districts of Amsterdam. Heibao in the passenger seat suddenly received a phone call and turned to Chen Tianhao saying, "Boss, they have come out and Herbert has already been dealt with." Hearing this, Chen Tianhao, who had been dozing off, replied to Heibao, "In that case, let's begin our actions." Also informed by Wu Chang to take his men to take over Herbert's troops. Those who dare to resist should be executed on the spot without reporting. After giving his orders, Chen Tianha's car came to a steady stop by the roadside. Heibao quickly got out of the car and soon disappeared from Chen Tianha's sight. Watching Heibao vanish, Chen Tianhao said to the driver, "Chang Ren around when acting, we must go all out. Let's go. We should move as well." Just as Chen Tianhao finished speaking, the car continued to move down the road. At the same time, the cabinet ministers who had just led their bodyguards out of their residences were on their way. As they rushed quickly towards the outskirts of the city, they were unaware that many guns were already aiming at them from the shadows. With Haibao's command, the convoy of the remaining 12 cabinet ministers was attacked to varying degrees. Fortunately, their vehicles were bulletproof and did not get taken out immediately. This alerted their bodyguards, who immediately counterattacked against Chen Tianha's subordinates. However, this was all in vain. Under the firepower suppression of Chen Tianha's men, their counterattack was feeble and ineffective. With the sound of shredders, the vehicles they rode in were instantly torn into pieces. They had no power to resist and were directly eliminated by Chen Tianha's subordinates, including the cabinet ministers. To make the act more convincing, Chen Tianhao even orchestrated a grand battle which resulted in no casualties but appeared to be quite imposing. The sounds of gunfire echoed for half an hour before finally coming to a halt. In reality, Chen Tianhao had no need to go this far, as all of this was orchestrated by Haas. After the meeting today, Haas had discussed this matter with Chen Tianhao, instructing him to find an opportunity to eliminate the pests in the government. However, Jeffrey and the others insisted on coming to him, leaving Chen Tianhao with no choice but to seize this opportunity to eradicate them once and for all. As for why Haas had issued the order, Chen Tianhao simply wanted to avoid complications, thus staging a play against terrorists merely to silence the public. This way they could not catch the trail of Chen Tianhao and Haas. Once all the cabinet ministers were dealt with, Wu Chang and the others also received orders from Chen Tianhao. On the phone, Chen Tianhao had only one command: eliminate all resistance forces. After receiving Chen Tianha's orders, all police forces in the city sprang into action. They targeted not only local gang members but even the military was within their strike range. As long as they were not Haas men, they were dealt with by Chen Tianha's subordinates. However, they only killed some of Herbert and Penny's confidants, while ordinary soldiers were merely detained. The most lively scene was in Sheltonbos under the charge of John Wick. John Wick had been waiting for Chen Tianha's support and had not taken action against the drug dealers and gangsters in Sheltonbos. As soon as the reinforcements arranged by Chen Tianhao arrived today, John Wick was prepared to ask Chen Tianhao for permission to wipe out these annoying individuals bothering him. But just then John Wick received Chen Tianha's command: eliminate all resistance forces. Upon receiving the order, John Wick was instantly filled with excitement. Who knew how he had endured these past few days? He had been constantly attacked and harassed. If not for Chen Tianhao asking him to wait for reinforcements, he would have already gone to eliminate them one by one. John Wick then launched a sweep against all the gangsters and drug dealers in Sheltonbos, including the local military. The gunfire continued throughout the night. When the residents of Sheltonbos cautiously stepped out of their homes the next morning, they saw corpses lying scattered across the street, a scene that terrified them back into their homes. Hiding behind their windows, the residents finally sighed in relief when they saw the police forces coming out to collect the bodies. Meanwhile, Chen Tianhao had been waiting for news from John Wick all night. Since the territories of He and Bai Wuchang had already been cleared in advance, their actions would surely be faster than John Wick's. After confirming that everyone had successfully completed their tasks, only John Wick had not reported back for a long time. After waiting all night, Chen Tianhao was about to send someone to check on the situation in Sheltonbos when John Wick called Chen Tianhao. "Boss, I've taken care of it. Both the military and the drug dealers have been dealt with." As he said this, John Wick paused for a moment, then continued speaking on the phone. "Boss, what should we do with the captured soldiers?" Hearing this question, Chen Tianhao directly replied, "You can screen the ordinary soldiers first. As long as they haven't committed any offenses, you can temporarily detain them. Someone will come to take over later. As for the others, you can decide how to deal with them." After arranging this, Chen Tianhao hung up the phone. Now it could be said that he was the uncrowned king of the Netherlands. Chen Tianhao did not hesitate and immediately informed Hua Sifu. After all, with such a commotion last night, Hua Sifu could not possibly be unaware. Hua Sifu did not expect Chen Tianhao to act so swiftly. He had merely suggested to Chen Tianhao yesterday, "If there's an opportunity, let's also deal with those scoundrels in the cabinet." He did not expect that Chen Tianhao would begin to take action right after leaving the Prime Minister's residence. Chen Tianhao also notified Hua Sifu, asking him to send people to various locations to retrieve soldiers captured by Bai Wuchang and his group. Hua Sifu readily agreed and asked Chen Tianhao to visit the Prime Minister's residence at his convenience. The first thought that crossed Chen Tianhao's mind was that Hua Sifu might be planning to act against him. However, after weighing his own power, Chen Tianhao felt reassured. If Hua Sifu continued as before, Chen Tianhao would continue to support him as always. But if Hua Sifu intended to take action against him, Chen Tianhao would not mind seeing the country change its master. After all, in the face of absolute power, everything else is futile. Without hesitation, Chen Tianhao agreed and informed Hua Sifu that he would come over shortly. Having said that, Chen Tianhao hung up the phone and turned to the Black Panther Chen Ren and the recently completed mission members Tommy and Arthur. "Let's go. You all come with me to see what Hua Sifu has planned for us." As soon as Chen Tianhao finished speaking, Chen Ren began to arrange for over 20 armored vehicles to come. Under the protection of these 20 armored vehicles, Chen Tianhao's convoy slowly made its way to the Prime Minister's residence. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence, they saw a neatly arranged band at the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence. As the Black Panther and the others opened the car door for Chen Tianhao the moment he stepped out of the vehicle, a passionate melody instantly resonated throughout the entire Prime Minister's residence. Following that were the sounds of numerous celebratory cannons. Although Chen Tianhao had witnessed many grand events, it was his first time encountering such a scene. After all, such a musical ensemble only appeared to welcome important visitors from various countries. However, Chen Tianhao was not intimidated. With the Black Panther leading the way, he walked toward the Prime Minister's residence, listening to the continuous sound of cannon fire. Entering the main hall of the Prime Minister's residence, Hua Sifu was already waiting with a broad smile. He hurried forward, firmly grasped Chen Tianhao's hand and warmly said, "How you have truly helped me immensely this time. With your assistance, the chaotic forces in the country have been eradicated in one fell swoop. I thank you on behalf of the nation." Chen Tianhao's vigilance eased slightly, but he remained calm, responding with a smile, "Brother, you flatter me. This is what I ought to do." Hua Sifu led Chen Tianhao to sit in the main seat and continued, "How I plan to give you a special position, making you our country's chancellor. In the future, for any matters concerning the nation, both domestic and foreign, it will be up to you to resolve them." Chen Tianhao did not expect Hua Sifu to have such arrangements. After a moment's thought, he nodded and said, "Since brother values me so highly, I will not refuse your kindness." Subsequently, Hua Sifu and Chen Tianhao discussed in detail the governance and stability plans for the nation. Chen Tianhao also proposed several practical suggestions, and the two engaged in cheerful conversation. During this time, Chen Tianhao also brought up his intention to return to Hong Kong Island. Seeing Chen Tianhao's resolute attitude, Hua Sifu immediately said to him, "How since you have decided to go back, I will not obstruct you. All I can tell you is to proceed boldly with whatever you wish to do. If anything arises, feel free to contact me. You have the entire nation backing you up." At that moment, Chen Tianhao realized he had underestimated Hua Sifu's intentions. He then stopped hesitating and raised his glass to Hua Sifu, stating, "Brother, since you have said this, I have nothing else to say. Let's drink to it." After saying this, Chen Tianhao raised his glass and drank it all in one go. Hua Sifu quickly returned the gesture. Thus, in the atmosphere of joyous festivity, Chen Tianhao surprisingly became drunk. When he awoke the next day, he found himself lying in his own bedroom with two beautiful women dozing beside him. Seeing the situation, Chen Tianhao was about to get up cautiously when he heard Emma, who was leaning over the bed, say, "Brother, how you're awake." The sound of their conversation also awakened the deeply asleep Anna, who groggily prepared to get up. Perhaps due to having been lying down for too long, Anna stumbled and fell backward. Fortunately, Chen Tianhao reacted quickly and caught Anna in time, pulling her into his arms. In the tussle, Anna's nightgown slipped down, momentarily revealing more than intended, causing Chen Tianhao to be unable to look away. Seeing Chen Tianhao's reaction, Anna hurriedly pulled up her clothes, preparing to escape his embrace. But Chen Tianhao would not let the opportunity slip away. After working hard for so long, it was time for Chen Tianhao to enjoy himself. Emma, noticing the increasingly awkward atmosphere, was preparing to get up and leave. However, the quick-witted Chen Tianhao pulled her back. He then disregarded everything else and planted a kiss on each of their faces. Gently placing them back on the bed, it was time for an exhilarating race. The following events can be left to the reader's imagination. After over 2 hours of passionate racing, Emma and Anna leaned against Chen Tianhao's embrace. Looking at the sisters in his arms, he said to them, "In a few days I plan to return to Hong Kong Island. Do you want to come with me?" Emma did not respond, while Anna immediately sat up straight, disregarding any embarrassment, and said to Chen Tianhao, "Now that we are yours, of course we will follow you wherever you go." After saying this, she looked at Chen Tianhao with teary eyes, fearing he might not want them. Hearing Anna's words, Emma also nodded at Chen Tianhao, looking like a little bird. Seeing the two sisters' determined attitude and knowing he was not the kind of person to shirk responsibility, he said to them, "All right, since that's the case, you both rest well. I will take you to experience the warmth of the Hong Kong Island people then." As soon as Chen Tianhao finished speaking, Emma and Anna each planted a kiss on his cheek. This caused the suppressed fire within Chen Tianhao to surge once more. However, knowing they were both inexperienced, he forced himself to suppress his desires. Then he got up and left the room alone. As he walked downstairs, he saw the Black Panther and Tommy in a heated discussion. Upon seeing Chen Tianhao, they all stood up to greet him, saying, "Boss." Chen Tianhao showed no reluctance and walked straight to the sofa to sit down. He then asked, "I wonder what you all are discussing so passionately." Hearing Chen Tianhao's question, the Black Panther immediately spoke up. "Boss, you have no idea, the whole of Europe is reporting on your appointment as Chancellor. They are saying you are the first person of Asian descent to reach this position." Chen Tianhao, upon hearing the Black Panther, disdainfully said, "These foreigners have never seen the world. This Chancellor position is merely a beginning." After showing off a little in front of them, Chen Tianhao continued, "Gather by Wu Chang and the others back. I plan to make a trip to Hong Kong Island and need to arrange things here." Chen Ren, upon hearing Chen Tianhao's words, immediately responded, "Got it, boss, I will contact them right away." After saying this, Chen Ren got up and left. Chen Tianhao then had someone bring him a hangover soup. He drank while listening to the Black Panther and the others boast beside him. With Chen Tianhao's summons, the scattered by Wu Chang and others, after making arrangements for their subordinates, hurried at full speed towards Chen Tianhao. The first to arrive were by Wu Chang and Shinde from The Hague, followed by Swat from Lufaden. John Wick, Meng Bohui and the Longhu Leopard trio also returned within the next few days. Chen Tianhao, having just been promoted to Prime Minister, was overwhelmed with work these past few days. At that moment, Chen Tianhao had a thought. Fortunately, he was about to return to Hong Kong Island and he could hand over everything here to Swat and Tommy. At that time, Swat and Tommy, who were gathered together boasting with Black Panther, suddenly felt a chill at the back of their necks and shivered. As He and Bai Wu Chang arrived one after another, Chen Tianhao set aside his work. He realized that he had so many little brothers, why should he suffer? It was better to hand these matters over to Swat and the others as soon as possible, while Chen Tianhao would return to Hong Kong Island to continue being the boss. He immediately called in the group of people who were still chatting and joking outside his office. As Chen Tianhao looked at the assembled He Bai and Hui Wu Chang, Black Panther, Meng Bohui, Bai Shin Huan Quan Chang Ren Du Yufang Shin De the Longhu Leopard trio, Swat, John Wick, Tommy and Arthur. He felt a surge of confidence. This was his greatest support in this era of cannibalism. With everyone present, Chen Tianhao wasted no time and immediately spoke up. "You all know the purpose of my calling you here." Bai Wu Chang, as a veteran, immediately responded, "Boss, are we preparing to kill our way back to Hong Kong Island?" Black Wu Chang followed up with Bai Wu Chang saying, "Boss, if I may say so. At that time we should have destroyed that NI family, otherwise why would we have come to the Netherlands?" After Black Wu Chang finished speaking, the only informed person, Hui Wu Chang, nodded in agreement. Chen Tianhao looked at Black Wu Chang, who had a self-important demeanor, and gave him a kick in the rear. Although he didn't use much force, Black Wu Chang still cooperated with a shout. "Boss, how can you treat me like this? I am your brother who has followed you all the way." Seeing Black Wu Chang like this, Chen Tianhao stopped joking and said seriously, "Although we had the capability to destroy the NI family back then, doing so would have turned us into public enemies. But now it's different, we have an official identity. Even if we were to take down the entire NI family, the whole country would back us up and even the governor's office would not be able to do anything to us." Listening to Chen Tianhao speak, Black Wu Chang stopped fooling around and quietly listened. Once Chen Tianhao finished, Black Wu Chang immediately spoke up. Boss, are we preparing to return to Hong Kong Island for a grand ruckus?
Here all we have are gunfights, it's not satisfying at all.
I miss the feeling of real fist-to-flesh combat. The more Black Wu Chang spoke, the more excited he became, and his expression turned animated as if he had already returned to Hong Kong Island. Seeing him like this, Chen Tianhao smiled helplessly and said,
I guarantee that you will get to fight until your hands go numb.
The purpose of gathering everyone here is to discuss who among you will stay to handle affairs in the Netherlands while the rest will return to Hong Kong Island with me.
Chen Tianhao's words instantly stirred a huge uproar.
Black Panther and the others immediately excitedly said, Boss, I definitely want to go back with you. After all, your safety is the most important.
Me too. Chang Ren immediately echoed.
Boss, you're going back for revenge, which certainly involves fighting. You have to bring the three of us along. As the eldest Qin Long immediately spoke up to advocate for the three brothers.
Even SWAT joined in saying, Boss, we might need assassins for unnecessary trouble.
John Wick nodded eagerly, I happen to have the right skills, we will handle it. Meng Bohui immediately spoke up, you two foreigners doing assassinations in our territory, are you trying to expose the boss any faster?
It's better to stay steady here in the Netherlands and help the boss watch over the territory.
Chen Tianhao, seeing the situation about to escalate into a quarrel, had to step in and raised his hand.
The noisy group instantly quieted down and looked over together.
Once everyone stopped disputing, Chen Tianhao spoke up. Although I cannot take all of you back this time, you were all my right-hand men working for me, Chen. Arguing like this is not the solution, let me share my thoughts with everyone. Upon hearing Chen Tianhao, Black Panther immediately responded.
Boss, you arrange it. I will do whatever you say.
The others echoed, Boss, you decide.
Chen Tianhao didn't hold back and directly laid out his thoughts. Although our identities are different now, every place has its own rules.
The Hong Kong Island government will not allow us to bring large amounts of weapons. We will definitely need to solve problems with our own strength. In that case, SWAT, you are indeed not suitable to return to Hong Kong Island with me, as you are too obvious a target to hide. So in the Netherlands, SWAT John Wick, Tommy Arthur and Bai Shun will be in charge. I will increase your manpower by 200,000 later. Of course, there will be corresponding weapons and equipment to stabilize our dominant position here.
As for the rest of you, you will all return to Hong Kong Island with me.
As soon as Chen Tianhao finished speaking, Black Wu Chang suddenly burst out laughing heartily. Haha, great.
I can finally go back to find my Xiaofeng.
Seeing him so happy, one might think he had just become the President of the United States.
Chen Tianhao then said, Brothers, I can't stand it anymore, beat him up for me.
Hearing Chen Tianhao's shout, Black Wu Chang immediately became unhappy and turned to his two good brothers. He saw Hui Wu Chang and Bai Wu Chang shrugging helplessly. Upon seeing this, Black Wu Chang prepared to run, but he was still a step too slow and felt someone tugging at his collar, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. Although it was a joke, the recently disgruntled SWAT and John Wick would not let such a good opportunity to vent go. The one who had just tugged Black Wu Chang's collar was SWAT, and they were among those who enjoyed the beating the most. They unleashed every trick on Black Wu Chang, from monkey steel speech to 1,000-year kill. After a while of chaos, Chen Tianhao finally called for everyone to stop.
All right, everyone disperse. Go arrange your tasks, we will set off tomorrow. Thus everyone left Chen Tianhao's office, leaving behind Black Wu Chang, who lay on the ground.
Watching everyone about to leave, Black Wu Chang held his backside and got up from the ground, saying, You guys can't handle it, you bunch of trash. His words immediately ignited public outrage, and even Bai Wu Chang and Hui Wu Chang wanted to beat him up. After Black Wu Chang finished speaking, he sensed the atmosphere was off and, covering his backside, said sulkily, Who poked my butt just now? His words instantly drew hearty laughter, while the instigators, SWAT and the others, quietly slipped away.
Time flew by and it was already the next morning. Chen Tianhao roused the still sleepy Emma sisters and went downstairs alone.
As he reached the living room, he saw Bai Wu Chang and the others waiting for him. Jin Feng and Yin Feng were also present, having rushed over last night upon learning that Chen Tianhao was preparing to return to Hong Kong Island. After all, the entire Netherlands was now under Chen Tianhao's command. Jin Feng and the others felt they could not be of any help here, so it was better to accompany Chen Tianhao back to Hong Kong Island. Upon seeing Chen Tianhao arrive, everyone stood up and shouted, Boss. Chen Tianhao waved at them, walked closer and directly sat on the main sofa before asking,
How are the arrangements going? Hearing Chen Tianhao's question, Bai Wu Chang stood up and replied,
Boss, everything is ready. SWAT has already arranged for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to contact the Hong Kong Island government, and their people will come to greet us.
Are we ready to depart now, boss?
Chen Tianhao nodded at Bai Wu Chang's words and said,
All right. You go and make the arrangements.
He then turned to SWAT and said, After we leave, everything here will be handed over to you. Hearing Chen Tianhao's words, SWAT responded with a serious expression, Boss, you can rest assured. I guarantee that everything will remain the same when you return as it was when you left. Chen Tianhao nodded at him. I believe you have this ability. After Chen Tianhao finished speaking, Meng Bohui chimed in. Boss, SWAT is just trying to avoid work.
Think about it, who in the entire Netherlands would dare to oppose you now? Since he isn't thinking about how to expand your influence, isn't that just slacking off? Just as Swat was about to stand up to say something, Chen Tianhao raised his hand to stop him and said, we don't think so simply. We are here now, but once we leave, all kinds of demons and monsters will naturally emerge. By then their pressure won't be any lighter than ours.
Upon hearing Chen Tianhao's words, they all nodded, especially Swat. Although they would never harbor ill intentions towards Chen Tianhao, his trust in them meant they would not let him down. While they were chatting, the Emma sisters were also ready and approached Chen Tianhao asking, brother, how are we leaving now?
Chen Tianhao looked at them, stood up with a smile and took one of them by the hand, saying, let's go.
He led the way outside and directly boarded the prepared vehicles heading straight for the airport. When Chen Tianhao and his entourage of more than 10 vehicles arrived at the airport, they found that the entire airport was already under strict security. After all, Chen Tianhao was considered a prominent figure and the necessary security measures and arrangements for his departure had to be in place. As soon as Chen Tianhao stepped out of the car, a staff member immediately approached to lead them, saying, Mr. Premier, your private jet is ready.
Please follow me.
As Chen Tianhao followed the staff member, the guards along the way saluted him in unison.
Chen Tianhao smiled and waved back at them. Soon, under the guidance of the staff, Chen Tianhao and his group boarded the plane.
In addition to Bai Wuchang and the others, there were also 40 elite subordinates accompanying them.
Once everyone was on board, Chen Tianhao had someone inform the pilot to prepare for takeoff. After the plane took off smoothly, Black Panther approached Chen Tianhao and said, Boss, there's still no news from Hong Kong Island. Chen Tianhao rubbed his temples and replied to Black Panther, it's alright, you can go back for now. Black Panther nodded and returned to his seat.
This was one of the reasons Chen Tianhao was so eager to return, as they had lost contact with Li Wang from Hong Kong Island a few days ago. Now that they were on the plane, everything would soon be revealed. Chen Tianhao decided not to think too much and called Emma over to massage his head, then leaned back in the massage chair and fell asleep.
After a day of travel, Chen Tianhao's private jet landed at Hong Kong Island Airport.
As soon as the plane came to a stop, Chen Tianhao stood up and led the way outside just as he stepped out of the cabin. The welcoming staff arranged by Hong Kong Island approached him, saying, Mr.
Chen, I am here to welcome you on behalf of the governor. The governor has prepared a banquet for you and I will take you there now.
Chen Tianhao ignored him and walked straight outside the airport.
The reception staff tried to catch up to say something.
They were immediately intercepted by Bai Wuchang and his men, which drew the attention of the airport security.
However, the reception staff scolded them back. Only after Chen Tianhao and his group left did he quietly follow behind them.
Upon reaching outside the airport, Chen Tianhao looked at the rows of luxury cars lined up and randomly got into one, telling the driver,
drive to Shamshuipa.
Just as the driver was about to say something, he was threatened by Black Panther, who had come up with him with a gun to his head.
My boss told you to go there, so go.
After saying that, he pushed the gun against the driver's head. The driver could only cautiously start the car and head towards Shamshuipa. A similar scene unfolded with the more than 10 vehicles that came to pick up Chen Tianhao.
The reception staff who followed them immediately pulled out their phone to call the governor.
Governor, we have picked them up, but they are heading straight to Shamshuipa. Upon hearing this, the governor's heart skipped a beat and he responded, you must follow them closely and ensure Chen Tianhao is calmed down.
You cannot let them take action.
Just as the reception staff was about to say something else, the governor continued,
if you can't do that, don't come back.
The reception staff could only helplessly agree 3 times and immediately arranged for someone to drive and follow them. After more than 20 minutes, Chen Tianhao and his group arrived at Shamshuipa ahead of schedule. The car stopped directly in front of his base in Hong Kong Island, the Night Color Bar. As soon as Chen Tianhao got out of the car, he heard a person with dyed yellow hair say to him, park the car over there and find someone to deal with the cops. Chen Tianhao did not recognize the person and approached to ask what happened to the people who used to be here. Black Panther and the others silently followed behind Chen Tianhao. The guy with yellow hair looked at their imposing presence, swallowed hard and said, I don't know who you're looking for. Let me tell you. You better not cause any trouble, this is now the territory of our Hongxing. After saying that, he took out a whistle and blew it, and suddenly dozens of people poured out from the Night Color Bar. This commotion immediately alerted the small brothers watching the scene for Hongxing on this street. Moments later, the entire street was filled with Hongxing members surrounding Chen Tianhao and his group in layers. Chen Tianhao looked at the scene before him and smiled. He then took out a cigarette, lit it silently and spoke to the yellow-haired man opposite him.
He Hongxing.
With that, he pressed the lit cigarette butt against the yellow-haired man's face. Instantly, the yellow-haired man began to scream in agony. Chen Tianhao's action ignited the fury of the Hongxing gang members present, who began to curse and prepare to charge at him.
Where the hell are you from? Do you know we are from Hongxing? Do you want to die? Ganin Yang, come out.
As they rushed forward, they were pushed back by He Bao and his crew. Especially those with foul mouths, who were dealt with by He Bao's group. In an instant, their pressure points were struck. As they fell back, blood gushed from their mouths and they convulsed on the ground before lying still. This commotion temporarily stunned the Hongxing gang. Chen Tianhao pushed aside He Bao, who was blocking him, calmly lit a cigarette for himself and said, "I don't know when Qinshuishi became yours, but I only know that this place was fought for by me, Chen Tianhao, and my brothers step by step. If you dare to step in here, you should know the consequence of being cut down." Although no one from Hongxing had seen Chen Tianhao, they all knew of his ruthlessness. Now realizing that the person before them was indeed Chen Tianhao, they lost their previous arrogance and the atmosphere fell silent. However, Chen Tianhao did not stop his actions and pressed the half-smoked cigarette against the face of one of the Hongxing gang members. The Hongxing gang member tried to dodge, but he was no match for Chen Tianhao. As he tilted his head, the cigarette but burned into his face, causing him to scream in pain. Hearing the screams, Chen Tianhao impatiently flicked his ear with his hand. Then he unleashed a kick toward the Hongxing gang member. Under Chen Tianhao's superhuman strength, the Hongxing gang member who was kicked spewed blood and flew out. The Hongxing gang members standing behind him suffered as well, falling in a large heap. Among them, some even had broken bones, suffering from an unwarranted disaster. Chen Tianhao's actions frightened all the Hongxing gang members who were just about to charge. Listening to the escalating screams, Chen Tianhao spoke again. "What's wrong? Does Hongxing have no one left? Are you letting these small fries come out to bear the brunt, or do you look down on me, Chen Tianhao?" As soon as Chen Tianhao finished speaking, the Hongxing gang members blocking the entrance of the night bar made way for him, revealing several young men with a shady demeanor. As they approached Chen Tianhao, a long-haired man looked at him and said fiercely, "I don't care if you are Chen Tianhao or Chen Tianxiang, I only know that this place is under the protection of me, Chen Haonan. If you're here to cause trouble, I will make sure you don't leave Qinshuishi tonight." After speaking, Chen Haonan took another step forward and stared directly at Chen Tianhao. At the same time, he thought to himself that this person was indeed Chen Tianhao. How did he manage to make their boss be yield to him? He didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms after all. Last time it just so happened that Boss B was sent out, otherwise he truly wanted to see what kind of skills he had. He originally thought there would be no chance to meet him, especially since Chen Tianhao had been forced to flee by the Ni family. He didn't expect him to return so quickly. Seeing the current situation, Chen Haonan felt it was time to reclaim his territory, so he completely disregarded Chen Tianhao. He had refrained from making an appearance earlier just to let the Hongxing gang members test Chen Tianhao's strength. After all, people's names carry weight. Once he confirmed that Chen Tianhao only brought those few people with him, Chen Haonan felt no more worries. Chen Tianhao looked at the arrogant Chen Haonan, and while he did not move, his companions He Bao and the others could not hold back and were ready to take action against Chen Haonan. But at that moment, accompanied by the sound of police sirens from both ends of the street, a heavily armed squad of riot police arrived one after another. The leader was the person who had just been assigned by the governor to pick up Chen Tianhao from the airport. Seeing Chen Tianhao surrounded by a gang of thugs, he was instantly terrified and rushed over with the riot police behind him. They violently separated all the thugs surrounding Chen Tianhao. The group led by He Bao, who was just about to make a move, also halted their actions and looked at the newcomers. The person responsible for picking up the flight ran directly to Chen Tianhao and said to him, "Apologies, Mr. Chen, for alarming you." Chen Tianhao looked at him without speaking. Seeing Chen Tianhao staring at him, he hurriedly added, "Mr. Chen, let me handle this matter. The governor has been waiting for a long time, please allow me to escort you." At that moment, Chen Tianhao calmly replied, "My matters are not yet resolved. Once I finish my business, I will personally visit the governor, please inform him on my behalf." Chen Tianhao added, "Please take these people away, I have business to attend to." The person sent by the governor was instantly left speechless by Chen Tianhao's words and could only leave with his men in frustration, already bracing for the governor's wrath. However, he also complained inwardly that Chen Tianhao was too ungrateful, daring to refuse the governor's invitation. After 2 minutes passed, Chen Haonan watched the riot police leave and finally felt a weight lift off his chest. Just as he was about to step out from the crowd, he heard a shocking phrase. "Brothers, let's kill." With that command, He Bao and his crew charged towards Chen Haonan. Any Hongxing gang members in their way were knocked to the ground. He Bao and his crew had a clear target, they were heading straight for Chen Haonan. Seeing dozens of people rushing towards him, Chen Haonan's face instantly showed a look of disdain. He knew that to prevent Dongxing from retaliating, the gang had sent over 1,000 thugs to support him. Chen Tianhao thought he could challenge him with just a few dozen men. Now he was not afraid of Chen Tianhao and his few dozen men. Even if He Bao and the others were skilled, Chen Haonan could easily overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Chen Haonan then said, "Hands in his pockets, brothers, take them down. Whoever can kill Chen Tianhao, I will personally reward him with 100,000. As Chen Haonan's words fell, the little brothers of Hongxing surged forward like they had been injected with adrenaline, wave after wave charging towards Chen Tianhao. In an instant they effectively halted the advance of He Bao and his men. Although to He Bao and his crew it merely meant throwing a few more punches and swinging a few more knives, it still caused them considerable trouble, as their target was none other than Chen Haonan. Chen Tianhao looked at the ground littered with Hongxing's little brothers, then glanced back at Chen Haonan, who was continuously directing his men to charge forward. A surge of blood rushed to Chen Tianhao's heart again, a feeling distinct from the gunfire. The feeling of fists striking flesh was far more tangible.
At the same time Chen Haonan also looked at Chen Tianha's position.
In the moment their eyes met, Chen Tianhao plunged into the chaotic crowd. In the crowd every punch thrown by Chen Tianhao was accompanied by the sight of a honching little brother spitting blood and collapsing. Seeing Chen Tianhao daring to enter the fray himself, the honching little brothers shouted and charged towards him.
Kill Chen Tianhao. No one take him from me, he is mine. Kill him.
Chen Tianhao watched as the honching little brothers rushed towards him, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he shook his head and laughed. Then he quickly snatched the chopping knife from a honching little brother who was about to swing it down and effortlessly delivered a punch that put him to rest. Immediately Chen Tianhao pressed forward wielding the knife with a fierce momentum capable of inflicting harm with a mere touch, leaving death in his wake. With just one person and one knife, Chen Tianhao single-handedly deterred hundreds of honching little brothers from advancing. With each step he took forward they retreated. Chen Tianhao approached Chen Haonan and his companions standing at the entrance of the night bar. He Bao and his crew also moved closer towards Chen Tianhao. Their monstrous combat power shattered the morale of the honching little brothers, leaving no one daring to confront them. Thus a rather comical scene unfolded at the bar's entrance as Chen Haonan frantically urged his little brothers to block Chen Tianhao.
Yet when faced with Chen Tianhao, the honching little brothers scrambled to flee.
Those who moved slowly were swiftly dealt with by He Bao, who had come to protect Chen Tianhao.
Seeing the situation unfold, Chen Haonan and his companions grew anxious.
Chen Haonan hurriedly said to Shan Ji beside him, "Quick, call Brother B and tell him the Dongqing men are coming, we can't hold them off." Then he turned to De Tian'er and Jiao Pai saying, "You all come with me to deal with Chen Tianhao."
Even now Chen Haonan still didn't believe that they could be defeated by just a few dozen people.
Holding his knife he pushed aside the honching little brothers blocking his way and said to them, "Brothers, I have already notified Brother B, he will come to support us soon. Follow me, let's kill this dog raised by Chen Tianhao. I will fulfill my earlier promise, whoever kills Chen Tianhao will have Brother B reward him with a position and that person will become a hero of the entire gang." With Chen Haonan's leadership and persuasion, the honching little brothers who had been demoralized surged towards Chen Tianhao once again. The sounds of battle and curses rang throughout the street.
"Damn it!
Die! You bastard, die!" As both sides clashed again, Chen Tianhao charged into the crowd, his target clear. He aimed for Chen Haonan and his group.
Wherever Chen Tianhao went there were broken limbs and the heart-wrenching cries of anguish.
This caused the honching little brothers, who had just regained a bit of morale, to continuously retreat.
In no time Chen Tianhao collided with Chen Haonan and his group. Just as he was about to strike at Chen Haonan, Chen Haonan's steps faltered at a tap from De Tian'er, leaving De Tian'er to face the blade of Chen Tianhao alone. He took a knife for Chen Haonan and by the time he attempted to dodge it was too late. Chen Tianhao's knife had already struck his left shoulder. De Tian'er was tough, his left hand severed, yet he remained silent and still raised his knife to strike back at Chen Tianhao. But Chen Tianhao would not give him the chance. He seized De Tian'er's knife-wielding hand and leaned in close to his shoulder saying, "Better follow a good boss in your next life." After saying this, Chen Tianhao plunged his knife into De Tian'er's abdomen. He then effortlessly took the knife from De Tian'er's hand and kicked him into the crowd. The brothers Jiao Pai and Xiao Pai, who were a step behind, rushed over to pick up De Tian'er, who had fallen among the crowd. As the two brothers saw De Tian'er spitting blood, his mouth moving as if to say something, they cast furious glares at Chen Tianhao and shouted as they charged at him, "You owe my brother's life." But in that moment they laid De Tian'er down. Tears streamed down his eyes and he died among the crowd. The brothers Jiao Pai and Xiao Pai, having just shouted, reached Chen Tianhao, but before they could do anything else they were both beheaded by Chen Tianhao. In an instant 2 columns of blood shot up like fountains amidst the crowd. Chen Tianhao, caught in the crossfire, was drenched, resembling a malevolent spirit that had just crawled out of hell. This terrified Chen Haonan, causing him to flee in a panic. Chen Tianhao unhurried approached Chen Haonan slowly like a cat toying with a mouse.
Seeing Chen Haonan fleeing alone while pushing his honching little brothers towards Chen Tianhao scoffed. Thus Chen Haonan fled while Chen Tianhao pursued. It was unclear whether it was the overwhelming pressure from Chen Tianhao or if Chen Haonan was already terrified beyond measure. While stumbling backward, Chen Haonan suddenly fell. Just as he prepared to rise and continue his retreat, Chen Tianhao had already reached him.
Standing before him, Chen Haonan saw mockery and boredom in Chen Tianhao's eyes.
Yet refusing to give up, he quickly reached for the knife that had fallen beside him.
Chen Tianhao made no effort to stop him, allowing Chen Haonan to swing the knife at his feet.
Just as the knife was about to reach him, Chen Tianhao moved casually, lifting his foot, causing the knife in Chen Haonan's hand to fly away. Just as Chen Tianhao was about to finish Chen Haonan, a voice interrupted him, "Let Haonan go or I will make sure you die a very ugly death." Chen Tianhao turned to look in the direction of the voice, realizing it was Shan Ji, who had gone to call Big B.
At the same time Chen Haonan shouted to Shan Ji, "Shan Ji, save me."
After saying this, Chen Haonan prepared to run towards Shan Ji again. But Chen Tianhao gave him no chance as he attempted to rise. Chen Tianhao stepped directly on his calf. The sound of shattering bones and Chen Haonan's screams followed. Seeing Chen Tianhao's ruthless actions, Shan Ji spoke up again. "I have already called Brother B. If you know what's good for you, let Haonan go or Brother B will not spare you. Yes, my boss is Big B. You can't kill me or he won't let you off. Chen Haonan screamed at Chen Tianhao. At this moment Chen Haonan was completely terrified, hoping that the reputation of Big Brother B could suppress the fierce presence of Chen Tianhao. But would Chen Tianhao be afraid? He lifted his foot off Chen Haonan's and squatted down to speak to him. Do you think I would fear Big B? I didn't deal with him earlier because I was tied up. Who knew you would come crashing in? This time, since you reckless fools have sought death, I don't mind putting in extra effort to take care of you. As he spoke, Chen Tianhao reached out and patted Chen Haonan's face. The nearby Shanji and the gang of Hongxing brothers watched Chen Tianhao's actions, none daring to intervene. At that moment Heibao stepped forward and said to Chen Tianhao, "Boss, there are people coming down the street." Chen Tianhao lost interest in continuing to tease Chen Haonan and stood up to look down the street. He saw several lion vans stopping at the street corner, followed by a group of people pouring out of the vehicles, then surrounding a stocky little man. The Hongxing brothers, who had just been beaten and were fleeing, instinctively moved towards that direction, shouting at the newcomers, "Big Brother B." Seeing the Shanji standing not far away grew bold. "Chen Tianhao, I advise you to be sensible. Let Haonan go now and I can still help plead for you with Big Brother B." On the ground Chen Haonan laughed heartily. "Ha ha, Chen Tianhao, my boss is here, you can't escape today." Chen Tianhao completely ignored them and walked straight towards Big Brother B. Heibao and the others followed, not forgetting Chen Haonan, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. Heibao grabbed a handful of Chen Haonan's long hair and dragged him along after Chen Tianhao. As Heibao pulled, Chen Haonan let out a heart-wrenching scream, desperately trying to pry Heibao's hand off. But Heibao's strength was beyond what he could compare to, and he could only be dragged forward. The blood flowing from his legs left a long trail on the ground. When the two groups were about 30 meters apart, they both stopped in unison. Only Shanji led a few Hongxing brothers charging towards Big Brother B. Just as Shanji reached in front of Big B and was about to say something, he was stopped by Big B raising his hand. Chen Haonan also wanted to cry for help, but the pain in his legs coupled with Heibao's grip rendered him completely silent. Then Big B took a step forward and spoke to Chen Tianhao. "Chen Tianhao, I truly admire you. After offending the Ni family, you still dare to come back under the entire Hong Kong Island's manhunt. Aren't you afraid of death? Since you left, couldn't you just enjoy your retirement outside? Why come back to show off your heroics? Now I give you a chance. As long as you release Haonan, I can treat tonight's incident as if it never happened, and I won't acknowledge you, Chen Tianhao." Chen Tianhao looked at the pretentious Big Brother B, said nothing, and quietly lit a cigarette. He then waved his hand at Heibao, who was holding Chen Haonan. Seeing this gesture, Big Brother B thought Chen Tianhao was yielding, and a smug expression appeared on his face. However, Heibao's next move instantly ignited his anger. Heibao dragged the motionless Chen Haonan forward, standing behind him. Chen Haonan wanted to plead for help again, but Heibao gave him no opportunity. He punched Chen Haonan in the mouth, rendering him unable to make a sound, his body trembling uncontrollably. Next, Heibao deliberately adjusted Chen Haonan's head to face Big Brother B. Once everything was set, Heibao held Chen Haonan's head with one hand while the other brandished a knife towards Chen Haonan's neck. Big Brother B saw this and tried to scold Heibao for preparing to strike. But his speed couldn't compare to Heibao's. Just as Big Brother B spoke, Heibao's knife had already sliced across Chen Haonan's throat. After doing all this, Heibao released his hand from Chen Haonan's head and wiped the blood off the blade. Chen Haonan had truly become like a dead dog, lying on the ground sputtering blood, utterly motionless. Big Brother B looked at the scene before him, his eyes nearly bursting with rage as he roared, "Chen Tianhao, how dare you?" Chen Tianhao nonchalantly picked his ear and replied, "You only told me to let Chen Haonan go, you didn't specify whether he should be alive or dead." As he spoke, Chen Tianhao walked over to Chen Haonan's corpse, raised his foot and kicked it towards Big Brother B, casually adding, "Here's the person you wanted." Big Brother B looked at the lifeless Chen Haonan in front of him, stepped forward to close his eyes that had not been able to shut even in death, then ordered for Chen Haonan's body to be taken away. Then he stood up, glaring fiercely at Chen Tianhao, and spoke to the Hongxing brothers behind him, "Whoever can kill Chen Tianhao, I will give him 1 million and a red stick. Kill them for me." Under Big Brother B's command and the lure of money and power, the Hongxing brothers all rushed forward, shouting and brandishing knives towards Chen Tianhao and his group. Chen Tianhao looked at the furious Big Brother B and laughed heartily, "Ha, many have wanted me dead, but they all died before me." Finishing his words, Chen Tianhao twirled the knife in his hand and charged directly into the crowd of Hongxing brothers rushing towards them. As Chen Tianhao's knife swung, Big Brother B's men fell in droves. Heibao and the others followed Chen Tianhao's lead, joining in the massacre against the Hongxing gang. In an instant, the entire street was once again engulfed in the sounds of slaughter and screams. Big Brother B, having witnessed Chen Tianhao's prowess, had already retreated with Shanji as the fighting broke out. What Chen Tianhao and the others didn't know was that atop the high-rise building behind them, 2 officers were watching their battle. One of them asked Officer Huang, "Are we just going to watch them continue fighting? Aren't we going to intervene?" "Of course I would if I could, why else would I be here in the cold wind?" Senior Officer Huang Jiqing of the anti-gang unit replied with a look of helplessness. He then took a deep drag from his freshly lit cigarette and continued, "I wonder if these foreign devils are crazy letting us protect a short mule. Is this what we should be doing? Damn it." After saying this, Huang Jiqing angrily kicked the nearby railing.
After kicking it, he took a deep breath and limped towards the staircase. Halfway there, he turned back to the officer who wanted to laugh but didn't dare to and shouted, "Aren't you leaving? Are you planning to spend the night here? Ouch, that hurts. Come help me." The reprimanded young officer hurriedly jogged over to support Huang Jicheng. Not satisfied, Huang Jicheng patted the young officer on the head and said, "Let's go down and take a look. We can't let Chen Tianhao get killed." Huang Jicheng had just walked down the stairs when the members of the anti-crime team who had been prepared in advance surrounded him. The leader among them spoke up. "Huang sir, who should we catch first?" Huang Jicheng looked at him and replied irritably, "With so many people here, how do you expect to catch anyone? Sound the alarm and separate them first." Looking at the street stained red with blood, Huang Jicheng muttered softly, "If we could catch them, executing them 10 times would be no overkill." As soon as Huang Jicheng issued the command, police sirens blared from all around and a large number of officers surrounded the street from all directions. Even so, Chen Tianhao and his group did not stop, still charging at Boss B. However, Boss B's subordinates lacked such courage. As soon as they heard the sirens, they scattered in all directions. Some of the slower ones simply dropped their weapons and lay down on the ground. This allowed Chen Tianhao and his group to rush forward unimpeded toward Boss B. Boss B, who had been observing the situation from the car, panicked as Huang Jicheng and his team moved in. As Chen Tianhao approached closer, Boss B frantically urged his driver. Drive, Chen Tianhao, the scourge is coming." The driver was flustered by Boss B's urging, and just as Chen Tianhao was about to reach the car, he finally started the vehicle. The car sped backward, but with vehicles parked on both sides of the street, it couldn't go fast. As Chen Tianhao's group closed in, the driver panicked and collided with the roadside. In the back seat, Boss B and Shan Ji were jolted, dazed. Just as they regained some clarity and opened the door to escape, Chen Tianhao and his followers surrounded them. Realizing the situation was dire, Boss B attempted to resist but was swiftly kicked back into the car by He Wuchang. The surrounding anti-crime team members, seeing the dozens of Chen Tianhao's men, rushed over without hesitation. Huang Jicheng lagged behind, observing the writhing and wailing of the injured, and he couldn't help but shake his head. "What were you thinking, coming out to be a thug? Now look where it got you, missing arms and legs." He then continued walking toward Chen Tianhao and his group. As the anti-crime team members made contact with Chen Tianhao's subordinates, a clash erupted between the two sides. One side attempted to push forward while the other blocked them. Chen Tianhao, however, ignored the situation outside and focused on Boss B, who was being dragged out of the car by He Wuchang. He stepped forward and slapped Boss B's face. "What do you think? Did you expect me, Chen Tianhao, to come back?" Boss B did not beg for mercy but snarled at Chen Tianhao instead. "There are police everywhere outside. I don't believe you dare kill me. If you do, you won't be able to escape either." Chen Tianhao looked at Boss B, who seemed unafraid, and smiled as he replied. "Believe it or not, even if I killed you right now, I would face no consequences. I'd still be the boss, living freely and happily. But you're different. If you die, you lose everything." Seeing Chen Tianhao's indifferent expression, Boss B became anxious, fearing that Chen Tianhao might actually kill him. He immediately shouted towards the outside, "Help! Someone is trying to kill me. Come save me." Watching Boss B, who appeared to have lost all his composure, Chen Tianhao found it dull and waved his hand at He Wuchang. Without hesitation, He Wuchang delivered a punch to Boss B's neck. Boss B, who had been shouting just moments ago, instantly spat blood and collapsed like a lump of mud. Alone in the car, Shan Ji trembled at the scene. Just moments ago he had thoughts of avenging Chen Haonan and the others. Now all those thoughts had vanished, and he didn't even know if he could survive among these killers, let alone hope for revenge. However, a dramatic turn of events occurred. Chen Tianhao did not target Shan Ji and the other subordinate in the car, but instead addressed Shan Ji. "Go back and tell Jiang Tiancheng that I will settle all old scores with him. Tell him to wait for me with a clean neck." After saying this, Chen Tianhao turned and walked toward the subordinates who were grappling with the police. At this moment, Huang Jicheng approached and heard him say, "You lot, have you not had enough fighting? Do you still want to take us on?" He continued, "And what kind of teaching does your boss provide? Don't you know you should salute when you see an officer? It seems your boss is not a good person either." Hearing Huang Jicheng's mocking tone, Chen Tianhao did not get angry but simply observed him in silence. Huang Jicheng also shot a defiant look back at Chen Tianhao. However, Chen Tianhao's subordinates would not allow anyone to insult their boss. Under the leadership of He Bao, they surrounded Huang Jicheng. They shouted, "What did you say? Say it again if you dare." Even Huang Jicheng, used to big scenes, was startled by their imposing presence. After a moment, Huang Jicheng finally spoke loudly, "What's the matter? Are you looking to assault an officer?" Watching the two sides preparing to fight, Chen Tianhao calmly approached Huang Jicheng. "Huang sir, if you have the authority, just take me away directly. If you can't move me, have your men step aside. Don't you know that good dogs don't block the way?" After saying this, Chen Tianhao walked towards Huang Jicheng, pushing him slightly as he passed. "Don't block the way." He Bao and the others followed suit, leaving with Chen Tianhao. Seeing the arrogant group, Huang Jicheng's subordinates could no longer contain themselves and spoke up to him. Huang sir, are we just going to let them leave like this? Huang Jicheng was furious and shouted at the officer who asked him. Damn it, I want to catch them too. But do you know what orders I received from above? I was told to protect him. What do you want me to do? After venting his frustration, Huang Jicheng looked at the direction Chen Tianhao had gone and shook his head helplessly, then said, notify the cleanup crew. Get all the injured to the hospital. The rest catch those we need to catch and let go of those we should. After arranging everything, Huang Jicheng turned to leave. But he was stopped by a voice. They killed someone, are you going to just let it go? Huang Jicheng approached Shan Ji, who was beside Boss Bias body, and asked. What evidence do you have? Isn't my eyewitness account enough? Shan Ji yelled at Huang Jicheng, tears streaming down his face. Even Shan Ji himself didn't know why he was crying. Was it for his brothers who had died, or was it out of fear of Chen Tianhao? After wiping his tears, he spoke again to Huang Jicheng. As long as you can ensure my safety, I can testify. Huang Jicheng looked at the trembling Shan Ji and replied in a deep voice. Okay, I will arrange that right away. Yuanlong, the Dongxing headquarters. Under the shroud of night, a dozen Mercedes-Benz vehicles drew up in unison before the headquarters gate. The Dongxing underlings stationed at the entrance, seeing the uniformed fleet of luxury cars, dared not act on their own initiative. They stood silently by, yet their hands had already slipped discreetly toward their backs. Chen Tianhao, observing the nervous underling at the gate, wasted no time. He stepped directly out of the car. Formality no longer mattered. All Chen Tianhao cared about was what had transpired within Dongxing over the past few days, and where his elder brother Crow was. The moment Chen Tianhao alighted, he strode straight inside, followed closely by Heibao, by Wu Chang, and others. A surging crowd of 20 to 30 men sent the gatekeepers scrambling, hands flying to their holsters, Black Star revolvers drawn and aimed squarely at Chen Tianhao's entourage. Only when Chen Tianhao reached them and they recognized his face did they lower their weapons, then bowed respectfully and called out. Brother Hao. Brother Hao has returned. Chen Tianhao offered no lengthy reply, merely a curt nod in acknowledgement. Then with long purposeful strides he entered the building. Just as he approached the conference room door, heated arguments erupted from within. He immediately raised a finger to his lips, a silent command for quiet. The underling who'd been about to greet him froze mid-motion, and then they heard. It's easy to say fight, but with what? They've united several major triads. Do we truly stand a chance against them? I suggest surrendering the territories and men they demand, that way at least our banner survives. The words had barely left his mouth when another voice cut in. You spineless dog, you've clearly taken their bribes. Now you lecture us from the safety of your chair. I'm acting in everyone's best interest. What better option is there? Hearing this, Chen Tianhao could bear no more. He threw the door open and strode in. Before him sat Luo Tua, the weary figure occupying the head seat, flanked by Taowing Uncle Ben Sida Hanan Lei Yaoyang Wu Zhixiong Kol Huangdi Dedong and Desang. Surrounding them stood 24 senior members of the society, including Gao Jin and Abu. The cacophony of argument instantly ceased as all eyes turned toward Chen Tianhao upon his entrance. Lei Yaoyang, just moments ago ready to erupt, sank back into his seat the instant he recognized Chen Tianhao. Luo Tuo's furrowed brow eased the moment he saw him rising swiftly to meet Chen Tianhao halfway. Gao Jin and Abu burst out excitedly, boss. Chen Tianhao nodded briefly to them, then quickened his pace toward Luo Tuo, while Heibao and the others remained stationed outside the door. Luo Tuo grasped Chen Tianhao's arm and guided him to sit beside him, then asked warmly, How, why didn't you let us know you were returning? I would have sent someone to meet you. Senior leader, let's set that aside for now. Could you tell me exactly what's happened? And where is my elder brother? Why isn't he here? Luo Tuo had anticipated this question, and his expression darkened once more as he replied. You weren't here to see it. After you left Hung Hing, the Ni family and Zhang Exan formed an alliance, and repeatedly sent envoys to provoke us on our own turf. Over time our underlings could endure no longer, and clashes broke out between their foot soldiers and ours. That became their pretext for war, first targeting Shamshu Weipa, the territory you just secured. But thanks to Abu and Gao Jin's leadership, every assault failed, costing them heavy losses instead. Though other branches suffered considerable damage, it remained within tolerable limits. I plan to summon the heads of rival societies for negotiations. This endless war would exhaust us faster than them. But they calculated our weakness precisely the day before my scheduled talks. All three factions launched simultaneous assaults on Shamshu Weipa and struck our other branches as well. Even Wolin Shang, the one society that had stayed neutral, joined the fray. Only our stronghold in Yuanlang remained untouched. That's why Crow dispatched over 1,000 men to reinforce Abu's forces, but en route they were ambushed by hired gunmen from those same triads. Their sole target was Crow himself. Fortunately, Tai Shan stood guard, taking most of the fire for him, sparing him fatal injury. At these words, Chen Tianhao's fury exploded. He slammed his palm onto the table, splitting it cleanly down the center. Slowly rising, he demanded, which triads dared lay hands on my elder brother? Not a soul dared speak until Luo Tuo stepped forward. How, rest assured, Crow is safe. He only needs a few more days to recover. But Chen Tianhao had no patience for reassurances. He cut in sharply.
Senior leader, cut to the chase. What is the current situation? Pressed by Qin Tianhao's commanding presence, Luo Tuo paused only for Desang seated at the rear to interject. Brother Hao, the boss is fine, but Taishan sustained serious wounds. Originally the Triads intended to crush us outright. But then Li Wang returned. Upon learning of Brother Crow's injury, he launched indiscriminate reprisals against all allied factions. After witnessing Li Wang's terrifying power, they halted their offensive and instead demanded Dongqing cede our territories in Causeway Bay Shatin in Central while handing Li Wang over or face total annihilation. They've even issued a blood bounty on Li Wang across the Underworld. Right now he operates in secret, guarding Brother Crow. Having heard the full account, Qin Tianhao turned to the assembled Dongqing leaders and declared, "Do you trust me? If so, return to your territories and hold them tight. I will deliver a resolution you'll find satisfactory." No one objected except Uncle Ben, who remarked coolly, "We've already lost our territories. Let's see how you fix this." Qin Tianhao gave him no quarter and shot back immediately. "Forgive me, I hadn't yet informed you Hung Hing's banner in Shamshuipai has been torn down. And Big B of Causeway Bay along with his lieutenant Chun Haonan have both been eliminated. Tell me, what do you think empowered me to do that?" Uncle Ben was stunned speechless, yet though humiliated he finally conceded, "Fine. I'll watch and see how you resolve this." With that he stormed out of the headquarters, followed closely by Lei Yaoyang.